In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice? A flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption. The world needed a hero, and Miller was ready to answer the call. With his flute in hand, Miller played a tune that echoed through the cosmos. Each note, a shot of pure ether, struck the Einsteinian demons, dispelling them back into the void. The world was saved, not by a warrior, but by a musician, a scientist, a man with a flute. Remember, in this universe of wonder and mystery, sometimes the most unlikely heroes make the biggest impact. Keep your mind open, your heart brave, and who knows, you might just find the ether within yourself. So here's to Dayton Miller, the flute ether master. His melody still resonates, a testament to the power of harmony in a chaotic world. In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice? A flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption. The world needed a hero, and Miller was ready to answer the call. With his flute in hand, Miller played a tune that echoed through the cosmos. Each note, a shot of pure ether, struck the Einsteinian demons, dispelling them back into the void. The world was saved, not by a warrior, but by a musician, a scientist, a man with a flute. Remember, in this universe of wonder and mystery, sometimes the most unlikely heroes make the biggest impact. Keep your mind open, your heart brave, and who knows, you might just find the ether within yourself. So here's to Dayton Miller, the flute ether master. His melody still resonates, a testament to the power of harmony in a chaotic world. In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice? A flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies,
All right. Hello, lads and ladettes. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, episode 116. We're about to jump in and join the panel here.
Everybody get up, it's time to slam now. We got a real jam going down. Welcome to the Space Jam. Here's your chance, do your dance at the Space Jam. Alright.
All right, testing 1, 2.
The youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? Healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? It's broke, this son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. They lie. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive.
All right, looks like the space just crashed out.
Sure
Yeah.
did.
Nice. Unlucky.
Did you say something? I couldn't hear you. My headset was unplugged.
I said unlucky.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. I'm just gonna play some Star Trails videos on my stream. Why'd you crash the space station?
My bad.
Yeah.
My aura again. As soon as I saw the title, I'm like, oh man, it's gonna be a fun concave crash out.
I've never heard a concave earther defend anything, so this would be interesting.
It should be. Is there anybody that's up a upcoming challenger, or is just an open invite to anybody who wants to do it?
Yeah. And like, this is the night, so come say your shit or forever shut the fuck up.
Okay. I'm wagering none of them pop up. What do you think?
100% that was my wagering directly.
Oh,
Yeah. I was like, in all my months of doing this or whatever, every concave earth that I've ever encountered has never been able to answer any questions. And when you ask them questions, they get super upset. So
don't ask me anything.
Yeah, or they're just like, fuck you, AE map doesn't work, it's broken. Stars don't work on flat Earth, it's broken. You don't even know.
Yeah, Jason Bourne should come through. He ain't coming through. Oh man.
Is that what you thought of? I think you're trying to pronounce it Bajorn. That's his name, right?
Oh, is it Bajorn? Oh, okay.
Bajorn. Yeah, it's kind of like how Ptolemy is really Ptolemy. It's really Jason Bajorno or whatever. Bajorn.
Buongiorno. Hey, what's the Bajorno?
Wow, you made it sound better than I did.
I couldn't wait to challenge you guys if I was a opposite earther, man. Like, this is your time to be on a huge panel and say your piece.
You say opposite earther?
Of whatever opposite.
Dude, that's exactly what they are. The opposite earther. Whatever, the opposite of what you want. Concave is the opposite of globe directly.
Exactly. Oh man. No, we're gonna be in our own little corner, talk shit, and say you guys don't want to challenge. And when there's an open challenge, we're gonna be like, oh, you're too toxic. It's not like you're gonna let us speak anyway.
Dude, someone should get this wild heretic debating McToon where I was the moderator when I was learning about all the concave evidence. The dude had like a published website with all the stuff, like all the other concave earthers would reference his thing all the time. And when the dude like was arguing, he sounded like a bumbling fucking buffoon. So like I would have voted for McToon.
Insane.
No.
Oh, there's so much we could ask. How are the stars in the middle moving? What's causing the vector change?
Yep.
Oh my goodness. They don't got nothing.
They have zero more answers than you do, and they just have a whole different like philosophy club. So
did anybody suffer through the supposed 8 hour of evidence?
Nope, never. I haven't thought about it since the dude talked about it last time, actually.
We can't answer. You can't summarize anything in that 8 hour movie? Nope. Gotta watch all of it.
No, you just don't know anything, and this guy debunked everything that you've ever said or done.
Oh man.
It's like, oh, have you ever single take shot a whole video called addressing 62 things flat earthers can't address? Have you ever taken a list of your opponent's strongest arguments and tore through them on a whim for fun in under an hour? No? Well then shut the fuck up, dude.
Exactly. Hats off to you, dude. Even at 1.5 speeds, man. That's having the stomach through those freaking strawman representations, etc. Jesus.
Yeah. Crazy. But I like how the people who never had any arguments for flat Earth now hold all the arguments for concave Earth, but they can't quite articulate them or give them to you. They know that they're there, and they know that they're not the globe, and everyone's stupid but them. It's like I want to be in the different club, but I don't have any answers or I can't say anything to be different enough. So.
Right. Seriously, bro. Insane. Hold on a second. No, I'm not finished. Oui.
You I didn't know Xavier had himself a French girl. That makes sense with what he just said.
Téléphone parler. Oui. Même si ça, même si vous n'avez pas de soleil, vous avez beau, vous avez
Is that you guys in here, or is this somebody just hot micing? What's up?
It's both.
Yeah, Zave's hella hot micing. We started streaming, but the space crashed, so we're waiting for it to come up. Oh, space is back up. Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Oh, you've already been up and down already?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I'm charged up. I'm charged up. I'm charged up. I'm charged up.
Testing, testing. Mic 1, 2, level heads.
I'm charged up. I'm charged up.
Y'all ready?
The research. You rely upon peace and power like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles as easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? They're plotting to ride by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot.
You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids.
You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the prize and they enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Since a blitz right up the middle, who can block?
Go and tell your master that we have been charged by God with a sacred quest.
They truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Mom, cute cooking again.
Look, I think the earth is flat. Why? Cause all of my friends done fell off. I'm about to circle back, mixing the perk and jack. Do it in church at that. I had to work at that. Gave me the beat, I had to murder that. I had to serve for packs. Gave it a number, then curved the ass. Hey, I think why? Cause all of my friends done fell off. I'm about to circle back, mixing the perk and jack. Do it in church at that. I had to work at that. Gave me the beat, I had to murder that. I had to serve for packs. Gave it a number, then curved the ass. I think the earth is flat. Why? Cause all of my niggas done fell off. Some niggas done well off. Now I got some niggas to tell off. I could do worse than that. But I put the heat in the pen. You don't
He's heating up!
but you gotta see me again. I think the earth is flat, 'cause everybody on edge. Everybody want next, everybody want to flex. Don't nobody want rest, don't nobody want sweat. One more book till you say
Holy. Holy.
me for free, yeah, I left you on red. Nigga, I can tell y'all clowns by your faces. Square one, take it back to the basics. While I'm rounding the globe like bases. Remember when I was too loud in the basement? Now y'all riding the high. While I'm eyeing your wife, yeah. She on the reef for the night. This that Zaza, please get it right. Little bitch, yeah. I get what I want and I want what I get. Don't want it no more than it's on to the next. Minimum wage and you fly.
Come on, man.
Mama's like that you making to honor your bet. And hell don't come back unless you Dave Chappelle. I paid my way, your baby mama paid your bill. I think the earth is flat. Why? Cause all of my friends done fell off. I'm about to circle back. Mixing the perk and jack. Do it in church at that. I had to work at that. Gave me the beat. I had to murder that. I had to serve her pass. Gave her the number that curved her ass. I think the earth is flat. Why? Cause all of my friends done fell off. I'm about to circle back. Mixing the perk and jack. Do it in church at that. I had to work at that. Gave me the beat. I had to.
This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my globers, this shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop globing, never stop trolling. Why is you mad? Yeah, you keep coming back. You do the meth. What do they pay you in crack? Shout out to all of my globers, don't get it twisted. We are opponents, you were so phony. Full of baloney, the globe is a lion, we know it. This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my globers, this shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop globing, never stop trolling. Duh. And you know they never gonna stop trolling. As long as the earth keeps rolling. Even though it really is not rolling. We know this, hocus pocus. And you know they never gonna stop trolling. As long as the earth keeps rolling. Even though it really is not rolling. We know this, hocus pocus. This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my globers, this shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop globing, never stop trolling.
Tell the glober to move over, there's no rovers on Mars, or the moon, or the stars. Space is fake, he's scoping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is smart. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is dancing with the stars. Too much food up on your plate, the flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about the debate. Yeah, I was just like you on the globe back in the day, and I thought the earth was moving till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape. But you think these buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. That you never had the proof. You should learn to feel ashamed, cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last days. Man, when you kill the truth, throw some shade up in your face.
Told me the earth is curving upwards now.
They can't get up in your way. Now we're in the live stream, flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy. God diss him if he plays. No, it's not a diss. Yeah, flat is not a shade. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill. Yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me. No, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV. Yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy. God diss him if he plays.
I tell them concave earthers, pull up.
If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV. Yeah, outer space is fake, huh?
Hey, we got mics inside the earth too.
Brush my teeth. I grabbed the phone and start to roam. I seen the screen. Flat earth, scratch my head, and what's this mean?
Hey, they told me it take 30 hours to become a concave earther, man.
The fish eye, I couldn't believe they use technology to deceive. So many bodies are closed-minded. The Simon is solely dying on photos of in the lineup. How can you tell they're not lying? Cognitive dissonance. Yes, it gets real intense. Some might be on the fence. Think of the end.
Hey, Level Heads need some answers.
You just can't lie to them. Think we will jump shit, let's go down, boom, boom, naked, oh please. Gravity has a new dance, a hokey pokey. Turn yourself about, yeah, okey dokey. So don't speak, always speak when you wanna tell your story. Gravity holds gases down, no container. You just don't understand the math is on the paper. Globe heads get mad, filled up with anger, and tell you you're just a science hater. Hypothesis starts off with something you observe. All I see is flat water. Where's the curve?
He's introducing us to the artists behind some of the most iconic space art in the galaxy.
Nathan Thompson with pamphlets and Bible scriptures. You can't just look past with the antics and dance it off like it ain't this different creation that is easily taken. They didn't know the whole earth, you're just easily mistaken. ODD TV and Eric Dubay, with which it gets it. Let's talk physics and do it that way. Why would they lie? You can easily say, I said easily 4 times.
Did you hear it okay?
Cause you probably don't pay attention to what they say. And take it in and think again, you're being played. Yeah. Letter A. Hey, you know, why is it important? Because it is!
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo.
Pull the concavers from out under the earth, man. Tell them we live, man.
Yo.
Pull up, we got a mic with that name on it. Let's get it.
It's 2021.
So 116.
Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations, secular thermodynamics violations, fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their guns, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper grades, been a ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line for scientific. Well, it's thicker that they're prolific. Humble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific.
Hey, you hollow earthers better fill this space up with some facts.
People in the Gleasons, the globe model, so many reasons matter to me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience and fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts stepping in court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime they were Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. We end the sneezing, all slimy.
No, they telling me we inside the globe, gang.
Zero freezing. Any reason for you actually remain calm? As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into making it sweet. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar.
Level Heads right here to listen.
Some of y'all think y'all the best things is butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you walls never cease to astonish me. I gotta
go 100 up if you seen a concave earther in the chat.
I heard since cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually
go 100 up for concave earther in your mentions.
And you wait up, it's crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware
what I hear through the grapevine. But you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. You're
telling me concave is a psyops factory.
Breathing air, that's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you're breathing immediately.
Then let's find out.
We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room with giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your might. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hoping your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize he's smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of how much longer he could keep pushing this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong.
Elon tried to shut us down once.
Falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
If you have Medicare and Medicaid,
oh yeah, shout out to that little Discord over there.
Like always swerving the stock.
You see you watching.
They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Black to suburbans, they watching. Like always swerving the stock.
Hey, ask the viewers to every listen account that you see.
18, 23. Revelation read, wishing it a seed, medicated me, generate disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy decree, patient get deceived, elimination leaves, taken by the beach, running around like a head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cops won't dumb it down for the people lost, so sorry, that's your ego, sorry, fun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off, can't gun them down cause the word my
Hey, level heads, turn me up!
Like the suburbans, they watching, like always swerving and stocking, back on the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in, like the suburbans, they watching, like always swerving and stocking, back on the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth.
Go Glovers today!
19.
Concave only.
84. Knocking at the door. Should have read George. Food supply absorbed. Wonder what's in store. 19. 84. Fighting to explore what's beyond the shore. Censorship is war. Better bring your sword. Better than better. And don't wanna let him in. Ain't got a choice but to let him in. I float in the ether. It's coming through your speakers. You're talking to see you speaker, but you're not about it. Type of legal confounded. But that's a profound. It's a view that they drown. And I wonder what sound is a perturbation, reverberation.
I like y'all switching up on the game like that.
Station waiting for station to say it. Take it, debate it, regurgitate it. Like a suburbs, they watching. Like always swerving the stocking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain. We locked in. Like the suburbs, they watching. Back always swerving the stocking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain. We locked in.
I would like to an explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be, asked for anything else.
Just saying.
Welcome to the show. My name is Proud Flurf, and I'll be your cruise director. Shout out to my host, Sacred. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. We don't block, kick, or mute. Everyone has a voice here. We don't take disrespect or racism of any kind, and we will not tolerate disrespect or racism of any kind here. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, or ad-homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. If this is your first time tuning in to Flat Earth Fridays, please grab a snack, strap in, and get comfortable. You're in for a long ride. Welcome to the show.
Episode 116 on their head. Hey man, we catching strays over here, level heads. What's happening? I thought all the smokers with the globies.
I got hit by a wild coconut, man. A wild coconut.
With a hollow tip.
I caught so many strays. I was about to open up a shelter. Like, what's going on?
The Globers brought out like the second round, second string or something. They got the inverter Globers out here. Look, man, they told me all it takes is 30 hours. I don't know if I got 30 hours for y'all this week. But I'm going to give y'all a few. 116 episodes is our first one that we doing with the Concave, because it seems like there's a lot of back and forth that been going on in the timeline this past week. What y'all say, little head? Y'all seen all that?
Yeah, definitely. That was a little jarring, you know, seeing flat earthers yesterday turn into concave earthers today. I mean, it's okay to change your position, you know, as we like to tell the Globers, we were technically the only ones who changed our position. It's okay to have an open mind, but I feel like we in the episode of Scooby-Doo or something. Like, they just revealed the mask and it's a whole different version. Like, what's going on, y'all? It's okay. That's why we're here tonight. We're here to make sure that we hear y'all out. Like, we're not trying to be called science deniers. We're not trying to be told we stuck in our religion. We ain't trying to hear none of that. So we got all the PDF link space. We got all the scientific papers space. We waiting for the evidence of it, or at least to the very least, like, we want to see how it falsifies the globe. You know, how it shows the contradiction to globe Earth, because it ain't really flat against globe. I mean, it ain't really flat against concave. It's really flat against globe. But since y'all like got the pitchforks out and y'all storming our castle, like, all right, we could talk about it.
Like, where they coming from? Who planted this concave seed? They just sprouting out like, what's happening? Flat Earth versus concave crash out, gang. Hey, man, is there a trap among us? You know they Stranger things, man.
They say that flat Earth was the psyop and hollow Earth was the truth. Remember that? When I first came into this conversation, that's what they were saying. They were saying that flat Earth is what they use to like get us off the track of hollow Earth. And I'm like, bro, I don't understand hollow Earth. Like, that one pissed me off. I'm like, ain't concave Earth basically the same thing as hollow Earth? But I personally feel like concave Earth is flat Earth. Like, we can talk about it. Y'all.
Bro, what they do? They psyop the psyop? They psyop the truth, then psyop it again?
They psyop twins. They psyop these twins. It's okay. We're not going to deny our religion. I mean, y'all ideology.
Look, bro. Convince me the Earth is concave. Convince me why I should take 30 hours of my ethereal life and look into cellular Earth. That's all this whole thing is about. I'm open to the information. I don't mind updating my position. Clearly, all flat earthers have done that. The only people that don't know how to do that is the anti-flirters. Convince me that the Earth is curving upwards, gang.
We could get Della in here and have him convince y'all that the Earth is accelerating upwards.
Wait, that's the other thing too. They telling me that the concave Earth is upward moving too? Bro, where y'all been at this whole time?
I wouldn't be mad if y'all just went back to globe Earth, gang. I promise you, man.
Hey, look, man. I better not find out this is only because y'all terrified of Antarctica. If I find out that all of this hoo-ha, riff-raff, rah-rah stuff is because of Antarctica, gang, this is a little bit too timely for me, bro. Little too timely for me. It better not be that. I promise you it better not be that.
Don't do that. That's acceptable and understanding if people are, a little panicked. I understand, like, it happens. It's an intense polarizing conversation, and you want to make sure, you're not being misled. You want to make sure you have all your facts together. So if you're feeling a little nervous because of the final experiment, or I'm sorry, the only observation, if you're feeling a little nervous because of it, and you feel like you don't want to have to come to face the fact that, oh, we might be wrong, just take a deep breath, relax, like, please, like, literally, like, panicking and trying to find the next closest thing to get you out of flat Earth isn't going to really help you. At the end of the day, the globe earthers don't believe in concave Earth. They're just siding with you because they hate flat Earth and it's still a globe. So I think everybody should just take a break, go sit in a park, touch some grass, and like not like just take a day off. Like take a day off battling the flat stationary plane. It's okay to do that, guys.
Well, wait. The grass where? The grass beneath my feet or the grass above my head? And the concave Earth is everywhere, right?
I can't even argue I can't even.
I need some answers, bro.
Not the cyborg for that. Actually, I did learn from Concave Earther and I Destroy Flurf that when you look at the horizon, the Earth is curving upwards.
Oh my God, here we
Like we
go.
see the Earth upwards, and we would see the Earth upwards. Even though I Destroy Flurf was trying to argue that would happen on a flat Earth, which I don't really understand that. So I don't know. But yeah, I did learn something from Concave Earthers. That's funny.
She ain't learned nothing from them, bro. She ain't
I
learned
mean,
nothing from them.
I learned their model.
He wasn't even a concave. He a concave wallet earther. $1,000 that never appeared.
I was able to take something from their model that they explained. I think that's a plus in the right direction of olive branch.
Listen, man. Like I said, I'm open to any new information that's going to allow me or force me to update my position. I'm cool with that. I don't like standing next to the squad and then they start switching up talking about this is what flat Earth can explain. This is what flat Earth can explain. What you mean, bro? I've been sitting next to you this whole time and you telling me flat Earth can explain something, bro? What, like, bro, this don't sit right with me, gang. It's cool if you came in contact with new information. Don't start getting the tweet and all this extra stuff about what the flat Earth can't explain, bro. Because you should have kept that energy before 116 episodes. That's all I'm saying, bro. And then crashing out on each other like, look, hopefully we can mediate this, get to the bottom of the situation, get some evidence going, correct some misconceptions. I ain't know we was gonna have to do that for the concave earthers. But I don't like what I'm seeing, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Now, shout out to some of the concavers. They been hitting my DM like, yo, Sacred, we rock with you. We just want to be heard. We just want to make sure that y'all understand our position. We don't want to be strawman. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, the Globers are the toxic ones. It ain't us for real. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm rocking with that. But I better not see no toxic concave earthers, bro, because I got a slew of questions for y'all that I want answers to. Straight up, bro. At your favorite concaver, at your favorite cellular earther, at your favorite hollow earther. Because I need an explanation, bro. Shout out to the level heads for pulling up. Let me scroll through and see who's in here. It better be some concavers too. Don't make me just shout out all the level heads. Oh, Globers, y'all banned for today. Oh yeah, this is a super echo chamber. This is a super. We don't want to hear from no convex earthers today. Y'all had 115 weeks of our attention. Y'all can sit in the back chat for a little bit. I mean, y'all already streaming our shit over in Discord, so anytime you see a listener count or a viewer count, just add like 50 to it. Because they all just sharing our stream over there in the corners of the flat earth. Head ass. Got y'all packed up in the corner somewhere. Tuned in, locked in, anonymous head ass. Anyway, shout out Proud for doing this, helping me out with this. I see y'all Welly in here, Leliana in here. What's up, Ambassador Dress? Ryan Sweet. Taylor in the building. See you putting in that work still. We got Joe Dubs in here. We got Shane, Ken, Allen. We got Han Hansen. I don't know if I've been seeing you before. Hopefully you Concave. Who else in here playing the truth? What up, my guy? We got Charizard. Gotta catch them all. Oh, wait. Pokeballs are concave too? Oh, hell nah. Charizard, don't say it ain't so, girl. Prometheus, what up? Where's Dave? I'm telling you, Dave is not on the inside of Earth. He's on that flat plane, I promise you that. Keith, what up, Keith? Justin Roberts, my boy. Canadian, what up? Non-Rev, what up? Plant Blaze. J-Rod in the building. Ron Boston Bear, what up, JT? Mr. Xavier Squad. Matt Lump Squad. Malachi Squad. Golden Cat in here, OG. Globe Skeptic, what up? Mister, what up? Magnus in here, Karen in here. Nebulous, Crash Can. Steam, I see you. Eli, what up, my G? Post no balls. Pause. Adam, I see you. Barbara Dan, Flat on X, TM. What up, Mac? Mike in the building, Blue Fine in the building, Joshua in here, Biblical Earth in here. Raph, I see you. Flat Earth Truth, what up? Bowser, what up? Flat Bob, what up? Dasky in here, Magna in here. Bro, I don't see a concave Earth in here, bro. Yo, bro, you see anybody else in here? At least one concave Earther?
No, but I feel like they hear you from the ether. You gotta come out the ether. I think it's echoing. Let me see who's at the bottom. Let me see how many anonymous listeners we have. And hey, just a disclaimer, if you are listening anonymously because you feel like, engaging with Flat Earth Fridays is going to get you bullied or shunned or judged on your platform, I definitely think you should, let go of that fear. If we are the people who have all the answers, anyone who's questioning you about what you choose to engage in, they would just have to come up and, state their claims. But to each his own, to all 7 of you, to each his own. Shout out to Plain to See. We got Lightbender in here. We got Alvar Zone, Hoffman, Pika, Magna, Donatello, Domino, Dasky, Truth, FE. We got Bowser in here, Flat Bob, Biblical Earth, Rav, JJJJ Bear. We got Johnny Ringo, Eccentric in the building, Iceland. I see Melissa, Joshua, Jaybird, Danny, OG Meatball, Galatrax, Sam, Jason, Gooper King, Matt, Luke. What's going on tonight? Y'all got y'all snacks? I see Blue Fire. I see some new faces in the same spaces. What's up, Rolando? Mac sounds like Marconi, Macaroni. Mr. X in here, Barbara Dan in here. Tell them about that uranium, Bobber. Don't stop telling them about that uranium. Non-Rev. Oh, you see Non-Rev. Hey, Non-Rev. I see Ghost Gun. I see Keith, Adam. All right, we got a full house tonight. What's wrong, Steamboat? What's wrong? We got a full house tonight. We about to get into some convexivity and some claims. Ooh, that might be a new title. Let's say what's up to the squad. Sigrid, let's bring up some early attempters. Maybe we got some.
Hold on. Before we get to all that, because I do want to shout out a couple other things that happened this week. I missed it, but I seen Witsit over there on Stu Peters doing his thing. I clap it up. Also seen Shane and Alan get in the paint this week, packing up them debates. That was another couple W's. I don't think I've ever seen a concave Earth debate, though. Haven't seen that.
Uh-oh.
Definitely want to shout them out, though. That was a pretty interesting back and forth. I didn't get to see all of Allen's, but I definitely seen Shane's and eye level. don't know why he did that to himself. Shane, you packed him up too crazy, gang.
I like that that's his name. Seems like it was meant to be. There's a reason why he didn't do that rainbow experiment.
That's the thing that I was still waiting for. So eye level, if y'all didn't know, he debated Shane on Jaronism channel. I think they streamed on a couple different channels, but we've been talking to eye level for a minute. He was supposed to come demonstrate how they say rainbows work, and we still ain't get that demonstration yet. That's interesting. Maybe he'll pull up. Well, no, he ain't. He banned for that today. We ain't talking to no globe earthers. We'll probably talk to him next week or something like that. We looking for the concave earthers. Because look, two things can't be true, bro. The Earth, three things can't be true either, right? The Earth can't be convex, concave, and flat. It got to be one. Dead ass, bro. It's got to be one. Now, I will say, before we bring some of the squad up here to say what up, give their thoughts, some of the things that happened this past week, I may be open to a flat plane within a sphere. Maybe, bro. Maybe. Chill off me. Chill off me. We always say that there's this plane of inertia within this toroidal field. We do have this sphere of vision. The celestial sphere.
We could give them like 4 hours, but if we do have an interesting glober, we could take a segue.
I think about it, bro. I think about it. We done gave them 115 weeks, bro. I really want to make sure that every concave across this flat plane got a chance to come in here and pop their shit for real. They tweeting about concave. They all in my DMs. I'm hoping at least one of them pull up. Don't listen anonymous. We're not going to clown you. I literally just want some answers. Y'all say y'all got them. This is your chance, bro.
Yeah, we're not gonna pick you up. What you think? Even if they toxic?
I mean, listen, you end up in my pin tweet because you toxic. That's just what it is. You don't got to go that route. But
Flip y'all up.
we just wanted the conversation, and really I want to make sure that there's no smoke between those communities, bro. Like we could do like Mediation Earth too. That's also in my pen too. We could do Mediation Earth. This is Battle of the Models, but I really don't think it's necessary to be crashing out over whether the Earth is convex, concave, or flat, bro. It's not that deep. Especially if we all supposed to be squad. We all got questions about the true nature of our reality. The fact that y'all got concave Earth shooting at the homies, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, I'm not with that. Not with that. But if y'all do got answers, we here to listen. So I got a few tagged in my pin tweet. I was asking the concave, do they got a community? I did ask a couple of the concavers, like, yo, like who can we, bring up? Who could help us co-host? Like where's y'all squad at for real? So just to be clear, just so y'all know who I'm talking about, we got Concave Cellular Earther. He's a return Flat Earth Friday attendee. He grabbed the mic a couple times before, not in a very, very long time, but y'all should know Concave Cellular Earther. He's tagged in my pin tweet. Let him know that we live. We also got Ether. I will say Ether's a level head. He said he was recently converted to concave a few months ago, about 4 or 5 months ago. So that'd be interesting to see how we went from convex to linear to concave. That's a lot of switcheroos going on, my bro. But we gonna see. We also got y'all know Matt. Y'all know Matt. Everybody know Matt, right? Apparently, Matt is no longer a flat earther, bro. Oh, Matt. Matt, my guy, Matt. Matt, not you, Matt, no. But it's okay, though. It's okay. If he got something that he like to show us, if he want to show something that he thinks or feels that doesn't work on a flat earth, we will be happy to address it. And if he has any exclusive evidence that the earth is concave and upwards moving, I like to see that too. Because we have direct refutations for upward rising earth, bro. That's like, bro, upward moving earth is damn near relativity and flat earth society, bro. And I'm telling you, to this day, 116 weeks, I haven't met one person from the Flat Earth Society. Not one. There's 100 level heads in here. I ain't met one person that say, hey, yo, here's my Flat Earth Society check-in card. I ain't seen not one of them pull up before. Not no part of the internet. That's a little strange. So when you start aligning with them views, bro, either you are really susceptible to psyops or the whole community is just delusional and you got the answers. So we looking for them keys, bro. The globe earthers can't get anything going, right? Like they packed up in the corner somewhere. This is your time to shine. The last one that they tagged, they say, hey, Sacred, here's one of the guys that be popping that concave. Like, you know what I mean? You definitely want to get him on the mic. I'm like, all right, cool. What's his name? Billy Brock. I didn't know he followed me too. So shout out to Billy. So I got 4, man. I got 4 on my tab. I don't know if y'all know any other ones, but if you do, please tag them in the purple pill. Let them know we live right now. So far, I got Concave Earther. I got Ether, a.k.a. Austin JL East. I got Matthew Math Vision. And I got Billy Brock. So I got 4 out of all the level heads, out of all the Twitter community, all the Flat Earth Globe. I got 4 of them. If y'all know any other ones, please redirect them to Flat Earth Fridays. Because who knows, bruh? This may turn into Concave Fridays. They don't run off the tongue as well. But if they got something for us, hey, I'm willing to look at it. Yo, Cellular Earthers, turn this into Concave Friday. Sounds horrible, but we waiting for you to do something. This is your chance. If y'all don't do this, if y'all can't convince me to spend that 30 hours, y'all not, I'm sorry, I'm just not going to acknowledge nothing else because this is your opportunity. This is your time. I don't know what else y'all need. Y'all know this is the biggest Earth space platform on Twitter. Like, I don't know. I mean, this is, if there was any time there was green light for y'all, here you go. Sacred passing y'all the mic. So if Cellular Earthers have precedence, they are getting mics first. Then the squad, supporters, and then any other ops maybe later on down the line if the Concave Earthers can't convince us what the hell's going on with this concavity. Other than that, yeah, man. It's episode 116, hashtag level heads, hashtag Flat Earth Fridays. We live. Shout out to the squad. Let's get it going. See my man Alan up here. Alan, what up? My G.
Yo, what's up, Sacred? Long time no see.
Yeah, a couple days.
What's up?
Couple days.
Good to see everyone here tonight.
We got an interesting one, man. What's your views on Concave Earth, Alan? Have you done any research? Have you seen anything that seemed viable, that sparks your interest?
Almost none. I have a standard of things that are like, a non-starter. So like if something is a non-starter, I just don't, it's like, okay, I don't care. So like for me, it would be Earth's electric field gradient. And those equipotential lines couldn't work on concave or a globe, right? They don't obey the R squared drop off. It's a linear gradient that's facilitated by 2 flat plates. So I've heard mostly optical arguments, and it's like, well, optics is our specialty. So I don't know how you could, I don't know. It's like I said, it's a non-starter. So like, people want to believe in it. I look at it like, they're just getting involved into like a different cosmology. And, we were indoctrinated into, believing a certain cosmology. And, it's like, I'm not going to judge them too harshly for like doing their own thing or whatever, but for me, the position is just a non-starter. So I haven't really looked into it.
Hey, that's how I feel, man. That's a really good point. So basically, what Alan is saying is that we observe these linear observations in our electric field. So if we observe a linear observation, why aren't they concave electric fields? I guess. Maybe one of the concavers can come explain that. They got a bunch of dope graphics with some music laid behind the graphics, and it's really compelling. But we like to get to the facts, man. We like to get straight to what works and what doesn't work, what's repeatable, what's observable, what's demonstrable. Cool graphics and music, they ain't really moving us, bro. The flat earthers already got that. Y'all know we got the best memes, we got the best artists, we got the best graphics, we got all that already. So not impressed, but maybe y'all got some answers. Shout out Alan though. Before we go on, shout out move to Brian Sweet, because I want to talk to him because he had a back and forth with Matt, and I kind of want to get into that to see how that developed, and maybe Matthew will join up later, and we can kind of mediate that situation. Before we do that, Alan, you had a debate with C Lion. How was that, bro? I missed some of that. I got to go back and catch the replay.
Dude, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. He did very well. He performed way better than he's done in the past, in unstructured conversations. It was very productive, It was a great back and forth.
Ooh, I like it. When we can extract that value with a nice bill, removing the emotion and all the antics and stuff like that, that's when we have the best conversations. So I don't necessarily like when they're titled debates, because sometimes it's hard for people to concede to points. But when Alan said it's a good back and forth, y'all know that y'all got to go tap in. So, Alan, did you stream that? I think you did stream that, right?
Yeah, I did. And so it was streamed on Jaren's channel because, he hosted it. But I was having trouble screen sharing. So shout out to Jaren for hosting that. Much appreciated. And hosting Shane's debate. It's a good platform over there. Let's see here.
And the debate was it quantum electrodynamics? Was that what it was?
Yeah, on the physical correctness of quantum electrodynamics, right? So like, is their interpretation of reality physically meaningful, or is it just a bunch of math with a fancy story told to it? But yeah, I was having trouble screen sharing, so I was able to show it on my stream. So if you go to watch it on my channel, you'll see what wasn't available to be seen or whatever when we were going over some stuff, because there was a specific part where I was going over some math for an equation that's supposed to be mutually exclusive to their model for something that's called Compton scattering, which we can come back to a little later. I know you guys want to get into your thing, but I did have some questions about some, or to clarify and go over that. So I did want to go over that, but we can do that later tonight.
Nice. Okay, so yeah, so y'all go tap in with space_audits, and shout out to the YouTube chat over there, the space auditors. Fridays, we live over there in YouTube land. Shout out to the chat. Spamming the W's. And we rocking, that's gang over there. I appreciate you, Alan, everything that you do, man, and I'm looking forward to watching that replay. We get to the science. We got a nice space that we're trying to set up for the future to get back into some more higher level conversations with physics and the science, and maybe a few credentials that may pull up. So y'all stay tuned. Post noties on. Follow either me or Proud Flurf and anybody else that you rock with up here. They all squad. So you know how we get down. So look forward to that, man. We got some things that was planned in the future for some dope episodes. Let's slide over to my man Brian. Sweet, what up, bro?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Bro, I'm over here. I was chilling in the ether. I got a Bing notification. I'm checking the timeline. I'm seeing you asking questions. I'm seeing people crash out on you. At least at this time, it ain't about anything outside of the Earth. This time it's about the inside of the Earth.
I tell you, bro, it's weird, man. Yeah, that's I don't know. Proud heard me last night in Discord. I was a little fired up there. I've slept on it and calmed down a little bit to where I could think again. But yeah, I was a little upset with this this sudden change of events that all of a sudden I'm an idiot and I'm going to be publicly humiliated and I'm a homosexual, and so it's just like, and I'm just over here going, I don't know what you're talking about going on here, but why are you attacking me and we're not attacking the globe? I mean, that's still a lie, right? That's what's the lie, right? But apparently that was not getting through. It was still, I'm just stupid and I don't know things, and and then it kind of pissed me off. I ain't gonna lie. But then I was like, you know what? Perhaps I can just go ahead and humble myself a little bit. So you know what? Maybe I didn't give you guys a good shot. I didn't. I've asked about this like everybody else, and no one ever really gave me a good reason to look at it. And it's, oh, you too, go watch this and go watch that. And I said, well, I don't just say cuz. I give you a reason. I explain myself, give you some information. I didn't get any of that, and as you said, there's no. So I wouldn't say that I'm an expert or anything. I don't have 30 hours. Not quite a novice. I got like 7 hours ish. I'm like almost, I think I'm amateur, kind of going into maybe pro level, maybe up there to expert, and maybe, we'll see. But I did go through this. I gave it. I mean, it is worth a look. There are some cool concepts in there about some stuff. There wasn't anything that I saw in there that couldn't be explained on a flat Earth. So
that was my thing, right? I kind of hear that sentiment from a lot of the flat earthers saying, hey, when the concavers explain that, a lot of these things that they try to explain is easily explainable on a flat earth, but then the concavers say, well, no, this isn't explained on a flat earth. It's only explained by the concavers. That's where I'm like a little bit confused, but I didn't put my 30 hours in, bro. I ain't even put my 7 hours in. These are my hours right now. We done clocked as soon as the space started. Take 2.
So I mean, so I looked into it, and actually I actually went into a space that Ether was holding, and it said concave Earth check, flat Earth no check, and come ask your questions, and I know I can be a little intimidating, I guess, to people have a hard time talking to me or something like that. So I just kind of stayed there, and I was like, hey man, you got my attention now. I mean, I've been publicly humiliated or something. I don't know. So I'm in here, I'm learning. So I just throw some questions in the purple pill. Seriously, I'm just looking for answers, man. Maybe we were all duped. Honestly, we were all duped. We all changed our position, like you said, man. So you didn't really give me much. Now I'm being like, publicly humiliated, so I'm in here learning. So I say, all right, well, here's my first question, and I put it in the purple pill. Clay actually had to ask because they weren't reading any, and they were just doing it. But it was the world record photo there of the Pyrenees Mountains at 275 miles that you can see just right there, straight ahead of you. And the room went silent for like 3 whole minutes. And then he just came back down and said, well, it's refraction and spinning it down. And I was like, well, okay. And I was in there for a good couple hours, and even listening to Matt go in there, and he basically just was calling us stupid. I mean, he said,
hold on, so wait, the concavers opened up a space?
Yeah, and there was a few. When I got in there were 6 people, and then a few other people started coming in, and finally got some people in there. But yeah, he was he said he got 30 hours into it. He just got into it a week ago, and then he's all like talking like, you flat earthers and your religion, and I'm just like, bro, what the fuck are you
Hold on, who was saying that, Brian? Who was saying that specifically?
It was Matt.
Was Matt saying that?
I'm like, what is your tone, bro? And then he's all like telling me that, who are you? You just got 1,000 followers. I got 25,000 followers. I got all the.
Oh, Matt, you appealing to the followers, bro? Oh man, that's my guy too, y'all. Like, don't take, I'm a little disappointed, but I'm trying to get the backstory here. 'Cause like I said, I don't like my squad like beefing with each other over this type of stuff. So I'm just trying to get filled in.
Dude, I posted a post on there, and it was for the concavers. I'm just like, hey, this is for the concavers. Can you give me any, because I wanted to look into this. Maybe I could have made the post a little. I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. You get some thicker skin or something, whatever. But I say, hey, man, can you give me some proof that the water's spinning upwards? And again, this is probably a straw man of their position, as it was. Kind of, because I hadn't looked at their evidence, because they really didn't give me a reason to. So he takes that post and shares it to a DM chat. So he's making this public, and he says, "Oh, you don't want to go there and have me publicly humiliate you and make you look like a fool." And honestly, when I looked at that, it was from Matt, and I went and clicked on my own post, and I started reading it, and I was all like, did I say something to Matt here? What the fuck? I was like, did I word this wrong? I didn't understand.
So that was one of my questions too, right? Because I seen some tweets, but I didn't see the top of the thread. And we all know Brian, so we got jokes. Sometimes he be trolling. So I'm like, maybe Brian said something. Maybe he attacked him first. I didn't know. So that's why I'm here to ask Brian. So when you were saying that you were being like kind of called different names, insulted, and ad hom. Again, I'm just trying to get like the full story. And y'all at Matt, tell him to pull up, man. I want him to get his side out too. Would you say that you insulted first? He insulted? Like, how did that transpire? Like, what was the initial tweet? Maybe you could share it up top so everybody can see.
It was. I'd have to go look at it, but give me a second. When I get off the mic, I'll go look for it. It was a couple ago. But like I said, the original tweet was me just saying, "Hey, this is for the concavers. You got any proof that the water curves up?" And then he takes that, shares it to the chat. And I don't talk to Matt all the time. He barely respond. I mean, every now and then he'll like a tweet or retweet, but it isn't like we DM each other or even in chats or anything like that, have long conversations or anything like that. So it isn't like I'm like always hanging out with Matt or having conversations with Matt.
When are you two getting married?
Exactly. It's like, what the fuck, man? So he posts this in there, and this is why I was like, he posted, "I'm going to publicly humiliate you." I clicked on my own tweet to say, I read it again, like, did I write something on here that I don't know what I wrote or something?
So he wasn't added in that tweet is what you're saying. Like
no.
You didn't. Oh, really? Okay,
No.
man.
And then he wrote this big old thing, like we're saying, and then he's all like, "You flat earthers," and this is where I was like, I don't know where you're going with "you flat earthers" in quotation marks. Isn't the lie the globe? Why aren't we attacking this? I'm still trying to get him to get off of this stuff, as I am with all of these concavers. I don't know why concavers are coming after us. I mean, if you got to beef with the globe, I get that, but why you got to beef with us? Because we got to beef with the globe too. It seems like the globe is the asshole here, and y'all are fucking with us. And now globies are on your side, you're on their side. It's like you both have the 8 inches per mile square, man. I don't get it. But yeah, so and but then it turned into you're and you're a loser, but then as I was sitting here talking to this all, and this comment right here is what sold me to go look at it, because I did not know this. He comes out of the blue and goes, "Oh, well, why don't you go ahead? Oh, you probably think there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I'll bet you $1,000." And I was like, what? You guys think there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? All right.
See, what did I say in the beginning? I said, bro, this better not be I'm terrified of the 24-hour sun. So I'm hop, skipping, and jumping into different models, bro. I don't like that shit, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
So I mean, and I ain't gonna lie. Now, after trying to calm him down, he decided he wanted to be a jerk. And then after seeing him in that space, and he was just, again, "You flat earthers and your religion." Dude, you were us a week ago, bro. What do you mean, you and your religion? What the hell is that? Really? You and your religion? Dude, if that doesn't sound like someone got recruited into a cult and just had their mind melted into brain mush and just you and your religion, you all are stupid. What? I am literally.
This is breaking my ethereal circuit board, bro.
I was befuddled. I was like, look, I ain't lying, dude. The first, I was like looking at it going, did I fucking say something about Matt? I could not believe this. I was like, I thought maybe he was talking to somebody else or something. I was like, I think even on that one, I was like, what are you talking about? And then you come back even harder. It's like, I don't get it, man. But so I watched this stuff. I think I got a pretty good understanding what they're thinking about, though.
See, now I don't, right? Because you said something earlier, interesting earlier as well. Excuse me, my bad, y'all. You know, I don't want to straw man them, right? Like, if it doesn't make sense, I'm gonna laugh at you. But it's just like it's just funny, you know. I'm not trying to clown you or anything like that. But I really, truly, honestly, I do not want to straw man your position. So if you guys don't believe that water bends upwards, then cool. You just got to show me how that works. So this is the whole, you know, premise of the space, is to make sure that you guys got a voice to articulate your position. So that way you could bring light to some of the things that you think flat earthers are ignoring or haven't considered. Because the worst thing that we could do is argue against something that we don't understand if you guys got a way to explain it. You guys speaking to the concave cellular hollow earthers. So this is your opportunity. Like I said, I think a lot of people want to hear what you guys have to say. Like I said, there's a lot of graphics floating around, but it's only coming from like 2 or 3 accounts that I know of. So hopefully there's a few more of you guys that can join. And at the very, very least, one of my main goals is to hopefully mediate between the squad, bro. Like, I'm not really feeling this whole you flat earthers thing when you was just flat earther in last week. But we also don't need to be attacking each other, bro. Like, if you are internalizing somebody saying, hey, show me some concave evidence, and you feel threatened by that, but for some reason, I don't really get that. But at the end of the day, we don't need to be beefing, bro. Just like Brian said, it's the anti-flat earthers is the ops. It don't got to be flat earthers versus the concave earthers, or I don't know, hollow earthers. I don't even know how y'all really describe y'all, cellular earthers. Whatever y'all describe yourselves at, it don't got to be that.
Hey man, we love you guys.
I think
who is that, Joe?
Yeah,
yeah. We got a lot more common than the globe heads, you know.
Yeah, I think.
Shout out to Joe. Okay, so you concave earther, Joe?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. We're gonna come to you just right after Brian finishes his thought. Want to hear from you?
But I do think that now I could give a pretty good Steelman on this. Like I say, I'm just still in amateur status. I don't have my full 30 in, but I think I can give it a decent Steelman.
All right, go ahead and try your Steelman, and then we'll slide to Joe to see if that was an accurate description. See what he has to say, and then we'll tap in with some of the other squad after that.
All right. What you got there is it is a spear. We're on the inside of it, and all the landmass is actually going up and all the way around the spear, including water, and that's staying there still. And inside of it, like right now, we all think we're on the outside of a ball looking out to space, but we're actually inside of the ball looking into space. We're looking into space. All right. So as we look into space, we got to go about 62 miles, which is quote unquote our Kármán line. We have a glass ball there. All right, and that's projecting everything, and it's spinning as well. Inside of that, like say if you took your telescope or whatever, and you looked inside, you're going to start seeing the space, and in the middle of that space is like this double-sided pyramid. And I would imagine that would probably be like quote unquote their edge of space, because you couldn't be able to see through it to the other side to see Australia or whatever the hell it is. But inside of that pyramid, they got this light that shines out. And I can't remember if this is the North Star or the sun, but this pyramid is controlling the sun. It also emits like an electrical field that kind of, it goes out, starts in. You got like a circle, then it kind of comes around and it goes back into the middle of it, kind of like forming like a circle with the squished in on the other side there, kind of like making like look like a butt cheek or something like that. Yeah, and it's got this little spot right there that doesn't have it. And as the sun and the moon do their orbits or whatever, as the sun gets closer to this and the moon gets closer to this gap right here, it gets in there, and that's it. That's where it kind of clicks into her a little bit, and that's where you get your phases of the moon on that. As far, like I said, I know it's not the best Steelman, but it's kind of like that. So far, we're looking up. We got this glass ball out there, and below us, we have our dirt. Down a little bit further, there's a metal layer. Next thing there is some water, and then another layer. I'm still working on the light bending stuff. I mean, it's got some cool concepts in there. It's definitely worth a watch just for some of the concepts on there that might help with the dome and some other things. It has some cool concepts in there, but that's what you're looking at right there.
Hey, listen, man. First of all, I just want to shout out Brian Sweet for actually taking some time and looking into some of this stuff. Because, you know, the worst thing that y'all concavers could do is crash out on a true earther or a flat earther or a globe earther and force them not to look into anything that y'all saying. You know, that's why this is called flat earth versus globe earth, flat earth versus concave crash out, because we want to limit that, bro. So even with all that being said, that was a pretty decent description. I'm expecting magnitudes of a better explanation from the concave earthers. Now,
oh man, I got my work cut out for me then. Yeah, I mean that was fair. I thought.
Only 7 hours. That ain't even 30. So you know what I'm saying?
So much to talk about, you know. I think everyone.
The one thing that I will say before we slide over into Joe is that even like listening to Brian's description, I'm feeling like how I felt when I first heard about flat Earth. I'm like, what is he? What? There's a sphere of space floating in the middle with a double pyramid, and it's doing. I'm like, what is going on? But I felt the same way when they told me the Earth wasn't convex, and when they said the Earth is flat, I felt the same way. So hopefully this ain't a repeat, but it does give me that same nuance.
But at least it was a description of something, and now I at least gave you some reason to look into it. It wasn't, hey, it's not that. I got a 6-hour video. But I would like to ask, is Joe up here still? Did I give a decent Steelman on that or what?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty fair. You know, I think all of us believe, you know, slightly different things, have a slightly different understanding of all these different topics. But yeah, I thought that was pretty fair.
All right. Well, I don't want anybody to say that I didn't give anything a fair chance. I didn't decide to ignore evidence. I don't ignore evidence. I don't ignore evidence. I am a truther. I'm in it for the truth. Everybody that said I was unwilling to do all that, it has been dismissed. It has been dispelled. It has been debunked. All right. It is done. It is.
I agree.
I am a truther. I go for the truth. Now I need to have some proof on this, because now that I understand the concept, I went outside. I didn't see anything that could even lead me to believe that's what I'm looking at.
Right. That's
all right, Joe. It's on you, man. So shout out, you are the first concave earther that pulled up. Shout out to you. If you like, you could kind of give your review of Brian Steelman, and then you have the floor to kind of explain what brought you into hollow concave earth, or you could self-describe yourself. I don't know what you
all right, man. Yeah. You know, I got into this around like 2015, I want to say. And you know, basically this is the understanding of the ancient, all ancient cultures and religions had this cosmic egg understanding, and where the yolk and the egg white basically were heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are inside the egg. So where to go with this? Let's see. There's a lot of different angles. I mean, we could talk about, he mentioned the octahedron. We get that from the Canadian Meteor Orbit Radar imagery. There's also one in southern Argentina. And basically, it's just this array that points up into the sky and develops these images, what appears to be geometry in the sky that looks in the form of an octahedron, which is one of the Platonic solids, right? We have the, you know, octa means 8, hedron means sided, so it's an 8-sided platonic solid. Plato attributed it to air, interestingly enough, and the dual of the octahedron is actually the cube, and the Earth has always kind of been related to that kind of geometry. Anyway, which way do you want to go with it?
Well, how about this? Because that was a lot of fancy geometrical descriptions.
Yeah, that was
Hopefully,
just
while you're describing some of these things, you can maybe throw something in the purple pill, or maybe share something up top when you're kind of describing it, so the audience can get a visual. Because
I gotcha.
this is like way left field for a lot of them. But tell me, so did you go through like the normal? I'm calling it normal because most concave earthers, I feel, go through this path where they go from globe Earth to flat Earth to concave Earth, or did you go straight from globe Earth to concave, or were you
I
born?
went right into it, man. I just went right into it. And
so you did flat Earth. Okay, you took the accelerated course.
Yeah, exactly. It was kind of all, happened at the same time, and I just somehow got into it. A friend told me to look into it, and I did. And here I am talking to you. You fine people. So let me see if I can. I'll try to find a good GIF or something to throw in there.
Oh yeah, you concavers love your GIFs. Y'all some GIFers. I see you retweeted concave cellular Earth, cellular earther, or what is it?
Yeah, he's got a lot of good stuff out there. You guys should check him out. A lot of great videos.
Look, he's usually a listener here, so if we see him, we'll send him a mic. But let him know that we live, just in case he's not in here right now. I don't really see him right now, but if he is,
yeah, I believe he is the one that created this Blender model, which is fantastic, really. And you can download it for free and check it out yourself. It has the whole heaven and earth right there for you, kind of like a desktop working model with the stars, the planets, the moon, everything is inside, and it's all spinning around basically. So for newcomers, we try to picture that you're inside of a sphere, like my man said here. But you could imagine you're inside of an egg, and the yolk of the egg is in the center. There's something called the chalasia that it's a thin fiber that connects the yolk. It keeps it in the center. And that's basically the celestial sphere. And picture concentric spheres, though. The outermost, which is the moon sphere, and then you have the sun sphere. And we don't know exactly how far away these things are. We know that Earth has roughly an 8,000 mile diameter, right? So the geometry is the same, it's just inverted. And it does work. So pretty cool.
Well, that's for us to judge if it works. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah.
Lucy. My
Absolutely,
first question. Yeah, no doubt. My first question, though, something that I'm still having a hard time, and I'm struggling with, the mechanism behind why everything is stuck to the inside of the wall. Like, what is that mechanism causing us to?
Okay.
Yeah, like stick. I guess that's what it is, right? That everyone is, or everything is stuck to the inside of the concave sphere. Is that what that is?
Right. So Earth is stationary. So we share a lot of common beliefs, right? Earth is stationary. It's the sky that moves, not the Earth. The movement of the sky creates an ether drift that it's a centrifugal, meaning coming from the center, the middle of the Earth, or the middle of heaven. They're the same thing, right? And it's pushing out and it's diverging, meaning the force is getting, picture it like rays of light. This force is diverging, it's getting farther away because it's expanding. It's expanding inside the Earth with a curve. I lost my train of thought.
So basically, you were saying, well, it seemed like you were saying there is like a center point of etheric energy that's creating a centrifugal force.
Divergent.
That's diverging and pushing everything out from the center.
Right. Yeah, a centrifugal divergent force that we call gravity. Our explanation for gravity is kind of weak. We think it's a lot of mass of something attracts mass, but we don't really have a proof of that, right? They still call it a theory. So this is a good explanation, in my opinion.
until you actually run the figures and do the computation about that centrifugal force, allegedly, and you'll find out that it is the merest, like, I think it's 0.5% or 1.5% of what we measure 9.8 G as. So no, actually, it doesn't just work. I mean, you got to appreciate how many times we have in here listened to globies try to explain phenomena and end it with it works. I even featured in a couple of my videos, like one about Google Earth.
I cringed when I said that, by the way.
You know, I'm glad that you could at least recognize what you were saying. Thanks, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's just one kind of explanation. There's also a lift force, and that's a centripetal convergent force, right? So centripetal going towards the middle, towards the center, and converging, getting closer together, like radar, for instance, or all light in the electromagnetic spectrum. It basically, what's happening is it sags and then it curves up within Earth, and that's what creates the Fata Morgana effect, the mirage on the that makes the ship kind of mirror halfway through, and that's why people believe that, also atmospheric lensing. You guys are familiar with all that, right? So,
well, just before you do, let's deal with your curve assertion. I mean, you're talking about light curving. Where is the mechanism that is causing that amount of curving?
The mechanism. Can you explain that a little better? Sorry.
Well, you were just talking about how radar signals, quote, sag and then bend upward as in towards the sky.
Okay.
Where in your model is the electromagnetic mechanism that's causing all that bending to take place?
Okay. Basically, what we call the celestial sphere in the center, and we have the electromagnetic influence of the sun and the moon. But what causes the light to rise is actually the way that light works, right? So light loves the more optically dense medium, and cold air is more optically dense. Optically, that is the key word, right? Because you also have mass density. And so the light bends up within the Earth.
Okay, one sec. I got to check you on your I got to check you on your nomenclature.
Fair enough.
You're talking about optical density, and how is that any different than actual physical density of air when we're talking about the light passing through it?
Okay, so with mass density, you're dealing with like the water molecules in the air, so it's actually reversed. So
okay, that's humidity.
Right, and sometimes light can bend down too. Like on the surface of Earth, let's say in the first 100 feet or so, most of the time the light is going to bend up, and we've done experiments with this, right? So sometimes it bends down depending on the conditions, but once you
and you're going to say that, hold on, that there is no electromagnetic change in the condition to cause that up or down, that it's strictly an atmospheric phenomenon in terms of temperature inversion?
That's a good question. That really is. I don't know.
Okay, well, when you were talking about radar sagging, has anybody, like you just said that it changes with the sun and that the moon are involved in that causally. So I would say, hey, look, have you got the data about radar signals sagging periodically due to proximity with the sun? Where are you going, Joe?
Yeah, I think that's a bad example I gave you. And with the sagging, I meant like our vision when we look at the horizon. I shouldn't have said that.
But no, you referred to radar signals sagging.
I was mistaken. Yeah, they curve up, and right. So we can go on NOAA.gov to verify this, but I was wrong when I said sagging.
How much upward curve are we talking? Are we talking about critical refraction here towards the center of the sky?
Yes, and it's not much curvature at first, but then it's more towards you get.
Okay, so now we're back to my original question then. Yeah. Where is the electromotive force to actually cause this amount of bending? Why aren't we measuring this somewhere?
I don't know. That is a good question.
Thank you.
We'll have to get Emil in here. He knows a lot more about this than I do.
Hold on, who is that, Joe? What's his name?
Emil. EMIL is his first name. Emil.
I don't know. Tag him. Let me see if I tag him. If
he might be in here. Let's see.
If he is, tell him we'll send him a mic.
We got Lightbender too, if he wants to join.
Who is it?
Lightbender.
Okay, yeah. I seen Lightbender up here.
He was in here earlier. I don't know.
Is brother Ernest a concave earther?
Yes. Yeah, he's a good friend of
Lightbender
mine.
is a brand newly created account with 5 followers, so I'm a little skeptic right off the top when we're talking to this guy. You got to understand that, right?
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, we'll see. Before we get to Light, Joe, did you want to say anything else?
Well, I was just gonna say, brother Ernie, he was a flat earther. He's been around like a long time. Since like 2011, I want to say. So.
Anyway, so we'll start to rotate some of the guys up here, and maybe they can help you out with some of these descriptions. We're gonna have questions, bro. You know, the level heads get to the physics, we get to the science, we get to all of that stuff. So hopefully y'all could substantiate some of these claims. Do we want to go to somebody else before we slide over to Light? I know Hopi was up here, Orwellian. Where's Dave? Got his hand up. Liliana.
Yeah, definitely. I think Hopi wanted to chime in. Let's go through some level heads, and then that way we can add some more like concave Earth. And if we send you a mic, guys, no pressure. Just come up if you want to chime in or help your team out.
Sounds good.
So who are we going to first, Pride? Was it Hopi?
Yeah, can she hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys. Hey.
Yo, what up, Hope?
Oh, shit. Elon mute. Sorry, guys.
Elon mute. Not much. What's
Right
going
on,
on? Oh. I love you guys. First off, I want to say love you all so much. Y'all are like my family. So I'm very passionate when it comes to my family. Anyway. Yeah, man, I don't know what happened. Hang on.
Yeah, Hopi had a little
Sorry.
and with some of the newly concavers.
Dude, I don't even know why either, because I was trying to like bring it in the chat and like mediate so we could kind of clear things up, because I mean we were just family, like, so I don't know. And I know I got a little hot, so for those of you in the chat, I love y'all. Just know I don't get like that just because I don't like when something is said about me that is not necessarily the case. I just want to say I didn't try to start nothing, because I didn't think there was nothing. I just was thinking, what's going on? Let's clear it up, I mean, for real. So I brought it into the chat and was just wanting to talk about it, clear the air, and kind of clarify what was up, because I just, like I say, like, it was weird to see our family doing that, and to make it to where, that's some public stuff. Well, then let's just bring it in the chat. If we're going to go that far, let's just bring it in the chat. We'll talk it out, And I'm sure other people in the chat wanted to know, okay, concave stuff. Whoa, if in this 30 hours you hit something that was like gold, then shit, we need to know, And not only that, I'll just say this. I've been following y'all because you guys are much more intelligent than I am. I know this. I'm not claiming to be insanely intelligent. I talk about what I know. That's it. There's no reason to talk about something I don't understand, And I can't help what other people want to say, all right? If you in the chat, so to speak, if you wanted to take my reactions to comments as a slight, let me be the first person to tell you there was no slights. I'm trying to understand things, and it was a weird thing. So like I say, when you know somebody, they've been hanging around for a very long time already, and then out of nowhere they just popping off, like, it's weird. And bro, let's be real. I'm not in your DMs like that. Like Brian was saying, like, we don't talk very, very much. I happened to find that you were kind of possibly nearby our location. So I was thinking, hey, like Lily's been wanting to get us all together. And I'm thinking, well, let's try to get together, I reached out for that, sure. But anyway, like Alan said, when are we getting married, right? Anyway, look, I love you guys. I apologize. I got a little heated in the chat. I just, I care, and it wigged me out a bit. And if you feel as though, I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, but if you feel as though I came at you, please understand, I wasn't. I was trying to plead a case and I wanted to understand where you were coming from and at least clear the air and squash whatever the hell was going on. Love, 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 love. I'm gonna back off now. I'm gonna drop down a listener. I get that crazy, a heart pumping in my throat shit. I'm all nervous. I hate this stuff. I hate confrontation. I'm not here to fight. y'all are what make me laugh. Y'all are what make me smile. I need this. This is my Friday. And when all this shit went down, by the way, it was on my anniversary, bro. Like 3 years into my marriage. Trust me when I tell you, I'm not in your DMs.
On the flat anniversary.
Woo woo! It's my anniversary weekend, baby.
Happy anniversary.
Thanks, guys. We're going to Six
definitely
Flags
happy
tomorrow.
anniversary to you guys. Happy anniversary. That's awesome.
Thanks. We're going to go to Six Flags tomorrow, and I'm going to get some adrenaline. I need it. I need it so bad. I'm going to jump off the highest thing with a cord. Give me a cord. I don't even like bungee cords, but push me off. It's fine. Just make sure I'm attached. I like getting up really high because then I can look around and be like, oh, look how flat it is. And then we drop. I'm all, oh, that was awesome. Anyway.
You can jump off bridges too. That's a thing. You just
Yeah. But you know what? I'm okay with those swing things or the zip lines. That's cool. That's cool. I get weird when I'm hanging on wires and stuff. I can ride all kinds of things. I get weird about like those really high swings. Fuck that shit. 2 chains.
I brought skydiving tickets at one point to go on my birthday, and I pre-ordered them so I wouldn't like, pussy out, and I ended up pussying out. But like, I still kind of want to go. So if anybody wants to go skydiving, like, hey,
oh my god, I want to go so bad.
My roommate skydives. Just started doing it like 2 years ago, and I think I'm getting ready to do it next spring. So I'd be down for real.
Hey, I tell you what, the closest thing you could do to kind of get you geared up for something like that, for our honeymoon, we went to Port Aransas and we flew in a World War II biplane. So like there's 2 cockpits, there's one in the back and one in the front. We got to sit in the front, and the guy, I was like, dude, do all the craziest maneuvers you can. We're doing, by the way, this thing doesn't have a lid. We're doing loops and circles. We're going straight to the ground. Oh man, I was living. I was so living. It was great. Anyway, I've taken up enough time away from Flat Earth Fridays, but it's all love in here, guys. Like for real. It doesn't need to be all this. Like I don't get it. I wanted to clear the air. Matt, ain't no shade towards you, bro. I just wanted to clear some shit up. Anyway, you'll have a great night. Thanks for everything. You guys are awesome. All of you, all the work that you guys put in, you guys fucking rock. I'm so glad and excited to be part of this crew. Anyway, I'm done.
Y'all talking about skydive. Y'all don't know where y'all at. It's Cellular Earth Day, Cellular Earth Friday, man. It's an inner Earth dive. What?
Dude, we'll drop down into space.
Hey, Proud, when you're thinking about skydiving, if you want to dip your toes in and build your skills before you actually do all that altitude, I suggest you look up indoor skydiving. They take a big ass rotor or prop and they run air through a big fat tube underneath you and blow it straight up vertically, and they drop you on top of that air column. You're literally doing terminal velocity in a stationary position inside the tower. It's awesome. There's one in Vegas. You'll find them. Just have a look.
I've seen them. I feel like I'm so light. I feel like I wouldn't be able to control myself in it to do the tricks.
I got one.
That's where you build the skill.
They just built one around my town here about 3 years ago. It's I was thinking about doing it, but it's like you're over a fan blade. What happens? Is there like at least something down there to keep you from going into the fan blade?
Well, you're standing on a screen the whole time, and then they crank up the fan through the air through your floor, right? And there's a guy who's there to hold your hand and get you horizontal as they bring up the air speed, and next thing you know, you're on that air column.
I don't know.
Hey, I don't want to hear nothing from no inner earthers if you ain't do no inner skydiving, bro.
Is it skydiving?
They just call it inside skydiving. It's awesome, man. Check it out.
Might have to check it out.
They videotape you while you're at it.
Oh God.
I don't know if I want to see that.
Hey, I just want to say shout out Hobie, man. We love you too. Really feel bad about how all that turned out, but like I said, hopefully we can mediate some of them situations. So we can maintain those relationships because that's what level heads is all about. Is articulating your position with a level mind and staying together. I say this all the time. You already know how I'm coming. So thank you for sticking through that, reaching out to us to make sure that we could try to help out with that. This goes for everybody, bro. Like we don't got to be beefing because of what we believe or what our position is when it comes to the shape of the earth or the nature of our reality. We could just share those ideas. Not every question is an attack, on your personality or who you are, bro. You don't even got to engage if you feel like that's the type of energy is coming out of you. You know what I'm saying? Take a second, take a deep breath, and post your evidence. When somebody asking for the evidence, that is your cue. That's your time to shine. So that's what this whole space is about to be about. Like I said, shout out to Hopi, shout out to the hubby too. And we're gonna, I guess, move through some of the rest of these hands. I don't know who was next, but I do want to make sure that we get to Light Bender in a second. And then we'll rotate some mics in and out throughout the evening, man. It's Flat Earth Fridays, or is it Concave Fridays? I don't know. To me, it sounds like we winning so far, but we do got a
Yeah, I don't
couple
know who was
images.
next.
What's up, Proud?
Yeah, I don't know who was next.
Let's do this. Let's slide to Orwellian, and then we'll jump to Bender, and then we'll tap in with one of the other level heads. Orwellian, what up?
What's going on, guys? What's going on, man? Yeah, 116 on their head, man. This is crazy. So I saw the title, had no idea what it was going to be, and I was yesterday years old. All right, when I found out about, I've known about concave Earth, but about this we'll call it a family beef. I heard about it in the chats, and I was like, "What the hell is going on?" Ryan was hosting a space. I popped in there, kind of got the breakdown of it, and I don't know, man. Like at the end of the day, I think this will remedy itself. Because I don't believe I don't believe Matthew's actually gonna be beefing with other guys in the community. That it caught me off guard. I think that it came across that way. I think people got excited. I'm hoping that that's the case and that it does mediate itself, remedy itself, so on and so forth. But yeah, I was stunned too because so me and Matthew have been not just in spaces together. Like he's been co-host in my spaces when I was slow and we were laid off, and I was kicking him off like every day. Like we got clips, of him describing why we're flat earthers and stuff, and I was just kind of floored by that. I'm like, we're talking about the same Matthew, right? And again, no shade to Matthew at all. Like that dude. I think when I met him, I had the reason I giggled, Sacred, when you were like, "Oh no, he's appealing to followers." By the way, not throwing shade, just saying, kind of weird. Like I think I had like 250 followers when I met Matthew, and he started throwing me out there when we got to know each other, bro. And I don't know where I'm at, probably 23 or I don't know. I fluctuate. I go up about 100 every week. I got like 2,300 followers, right? And this was not that long ago. So like he really kind of spread me out to a wider audience. You know what I mean? And got a shout out to him for that because I mean, I'm still here doing my thing, and he kind of gave me some visibility. It's not about that, but when it comes to being in this truth community, I think it's important to have a wider reach, and he helped me with that, right? So I can speak to more people, I can engage with more people. More people are actually hearing what I'm talking about, and that goes for anybody. It's whatever. Do the small accounts, big accounts, doesn't even matter, man. At the end of the day, kind of back to what Hopi was talking about, man. We're a family. I feel the same way. I really do, a community, and I stand on that. You guys have heard me talk about this very, very often. I think it'll remedy itself, but man, yeah, I was kind of shocked about it, and like, dude, I don't know. I don't know. This is wild. I've known about I learned about concave Earth existing by being in your space, Sacred, back in like the 80s. And we were kind of joking, like it was tongue in cheek. And I was like, get the hell out of here, dude. Are you serious? That's a real thing? Yeah. You were like, bro, no, it's a whole, like, it is a real thing. Cause I was laughing like it was a joke. And I started, casually looking into it as I came across some of these people, because I do know that they frequent Flat Earth Fridays, and we do, back to Joe's point, we have way more in common than we don't. I'm super interested in just getting to learn more about you guys' position and hearing it from you, as opposed to, I don't know, hearing about how some of my Flat Earth brothers that were flat last week that are concave earthers now came to find their way there. I'm not really interested in a lot of that. Like I said, I'm not even really in the chats very often, and I do check them when we get closer to Friday to see what people are talking about. I was like, what the hell is this? For real? And so jumped into space last night, got the skinny on it, and then saw your title for the episode 116, and I was like, oh, bro, yeah, everybody's got to be talking about this. Like, I probably missed way more than I thought I missed, and it turns out that was true. So, yeah, I'm excited to get into it. I just wanted to throw that out there. And again, like, it would be cool if Matt pulls up and we get to hear from him about this stuff too. If he doesn't, it is what it is. Maybe everything needs to settle down a little bit, but I'm gonna stay optimistic that this eventually sorts itself out. But shout out to the Levelheads, man. Shout out to Sacred and Proud for 116. What up, Alan? I see Shane down there. That debate, yeah, that was cool. Finally got a chance to listen to it. But yeah, man. And I figured out, hey, shout out to me, dude. I'm all old and boomer-esque. I figured out how to use Discord finally and stop leaving servers. I didn't realize you just had to hang out.
Yeah, it's been awesome having you on, bro.
Yeah, y'all was kicking it deep over there in Ether, Cause. So shout out to the level heads for sliding over there, showing them love, hanging out over there. And shout out to Orwellian, man, for always showing us support. Again, just a real interesting, just observing some of these interactions when, first coming across the idea of a concave, cellular, hollow Earth. It's shocking at first, kind of dismiss it. But if the people that we have been building relationships with are telling us to look at some of this stuff, we want to make sure that they get a chance to show us. We don't really tolerate the disrespect, which is why hopefully we can move through this conversation a little bit better and continue to, stay connected and cool with each other while having these demonstrably like opposite ideas or ideologies of what the Earth is. But yeah, man, I'm interested in kind of seeing what's going on. I think we lost Lightbender. I don't know if we could bring him back, Proud, if he's still in here. 'Cause I definitely want to hear from him. But while we do that, say it again. Oh, say it again. Who's that? I thought I seen him up here for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, it shows as a speaker. Lightbender, are you here?
Oh, is he here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, yeah. Now I see you now. It just popped back up. Yeah, I just want to say shout out to Orwellian, man. Appreciate you, brother. Probably you want to just slide to Lightbender real quick, or you want to get one more level head in here before we slide to Light?
We can say what's up to Lightbender. He's ready to present something.
Well, I'm open to answer any questions for sure. If you guys want to start with that, kind of help us to get started.
Light, tell us what your path to concavity was. Were you globe to flat Earth into concave, or did you jump straight into concave from globe? Like how was that history for you?
I found the flat Earth in 2017, and I was in there for a couple of years in debates, and then I found the curve.
You found the curve.
Found the curve. Yeah. So we've got a couple of channels on YouTube. One is Zenith Atlas. He's got some videos of upward curving water, and he's unfortunately he's passed now, but he put some good videos out there of showing the curve. I think Joe has some. but I found concavity when I heard of the 1897 geodetic survey from Naples, Florida. And what they did, instead of just eyeballing, looking through a telescope or whatever.
Oh, did we lose him, or was it just me?
Yeah, I think we lost him. That's too
Lost
bad.
him. But I'm putting a link
I'm
to that
still here.
YouTube channel that he mentioned up for him in the
He's back.
jumbo.
I'm still here. My phone is glitchy right now, but yeah, it was the 1897 geodetic survey from Naples, Florida, and what they did was they constructed a physical straight line for 4 miles, and then they compared that to where sea level met at the end, and it curved up 8 inches per mile squared. It's called the rectilineator, and you can look that up on YouTube. There's a couple of documentaries, some good documentaries about it. But there was that, and then a few years later, they did the Tamarack Mines experiments where they found an anomaly with gravity, saying that they diverged at the bottom. They hung 2 plumb bobs down mine shafts, and then they measured the distances at the bottom to the top. If it was flat, then they would be the same. If it was a globe, then they, of course, they would be closer together at the bottom, but they were further apart. And it just so happened to match the results, but an inversion, just inside out, just flip it. So all their math is right, but you apply an inversion to compensate for refracting light. Because when we look at it, it looks kind of flat. That's because light is bending with the surface up. And then eventually more than the surface, which creates the horizon. You can look up, it's called an inferior mirage, and it's just where Earth has become invisible. You can't see the Earth or a road. It looks like the sky. It's an inferior mirage, and that's usually what happens on clear days to the horizon, while we can't see it continuing to curve up.
Okay, well, I got a lot of questions. I don't even know where to start. I would love for you to post any images that you have of this 8 inches per mile squared curving upwards. I would love to see that. But can you give us a little bit of this history behind this atlas? What you call it? What's his name? Zenith Atlas? Is that what his name was?
Yeah, Zenith Atlas is Joshua Bolliero, and he was on the Flat Earth team for a little while with Brother Ernie. He was a real big flat earther in the 2015, I think, around. I can't remember. You know what it was, Joe?
Yo, while we're
Can you
on
say that
this
again?
on the subject, I put his YouTube channel up in the jumbo.
Yeah, I did have it in the jumbo. It's like the 4th one. I'm new to Twitter. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. So.
Yeah.
Oh, no worries.
So Zenith is no longer here with us. Something happened to him? Like, was he taken out, or was this natural causes? Because this was something that I just came across recently too. There was like, oh, you got to tap in with Zenith Sacred, but he's no longer with us. Something happened, and I really wanted to get that backstory, because that is a little bit weird if that's the guy and he just, kind of fell off.
You know what?
Earth.
We have Brother Ernie that could probably, unless Lightbender wants to speak to that. Brother Ernie was good friends.
Yeah, we were acquainted. We exchanged numbers and had a good conversation. But there, towards the end, we kind of fell out of conversation. I got into something else, and then I come back and I found out that he's the official story is that he unalived himself. So, but we're not. I'm not 100% sure on that. But yeah, that's what Ernie will tell you.
Damn, that's crazy, man. Long live Zenith. I don't know what happened, if that's what really happened, but yeah, that's a little shocking. Especially if a lot of you guys are, pointing to him as, this was the guy. It seemed like he was going through an awakening from what I'm hearing. I don't really know too much about it, but yeah, that storyline is a little bit weird for me. But long live him.
Yeah, if you go to his channel, he says there's a couple of 10-mile observations that shows you'll see a dip in the water. So there's two boats. You put one in front of the other, and if anytime you do this, you compare the where they appear to each other, then you find the concavity. You see, he puts the water usually below 6 inches, right on the water. So it should be just a straight line. The bottom of the boat should be lined up, right? If it's flat. But the first ship is lower than the next ship. The next ship is higher than the top of the first ship. So, you can use perspective, but if your camera is lower than the boat, you should be able to see water above and beyond that boat. It's like a fence. You can't see over the fence.
So it seems like you kind of chopped out there at the end, but I think I heard most of what you said. A lot of the current arguments that I'm hearing, this is just my current analysis, is a lot of the arguments for concave Earth seem to be based in optics.
Well, no, you've got the survey and then the Tamarack mines. Those were mechanical measurements, which proved that the optics shows, whatever it's deceiving us. But we've actually bent lasers in the atmosphere, and they all bend up. Flat earthers have done this for a while. Every time they do a laser test over water, you'll see the bending, and it's bending up. But that's because at the surface, it's temperature dependent. If you have cold air and hot air next to each other, it's going to bend towards the colder air. And it usually drops in temperature with altitude. So light's bending up and with the surface, and it's making it look flat.
So it's really bending upwards, but the optical illusion gives us the observation that it just looks flat.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know, y'all. I'm not too convinced. We can kind of get into some of the other things. I think you were talking about. What was it? The plum, something with the plum of something you had mentioned a little bit earlier. My bad. You said a lot there.
Tamarack mines.
Yeah, the mines, and that was pretty interesting. Although I had Shane when he was in his debate, he was touching on some of those same observations in his debate with Eye Level on Jeranism's channel, debatism. So I mean, we could probably have like a little back and forth if you want to with that. My thing is, well, first let me ask you before we get into that. Are you in the position that the concave Earth is moving at all? Is it upwards moving or is it stationary? How do you depict the concave Earth in your paradigm?
No, it's stationary, but it's all relative. So the sky, I think it's stationary, but whether the sky is moving or the Earth is moving, it's all relative. So that's what Bob Nodell picked up with his interferometer, is the sky turning inside the Earth. So, and then with the celestial sphere, we're able to map all the stars and the ground. They're both spheres, and it's been done for centuries. We have concave maps from way back in the 1500s. And I believe that's what they're hiding. We knew it. And then this has all been planned ahead of time. So they introduced flat Earth, make it popular to get our mind. They wouldn't even, if you try to go to Google.
I think you cut out again a little bit.
Still there?
Yes.
So yeah, if you go to Google and search for concave Earth, you're going to get hollow Earth bullshit, which is just more gatekeeping. They're trying to once you get through the veil, you keep digging and digging. You use a different search engine, and you'll find you can research concave Earth.
Oh, so this is interesting. So you're saying that hollow Earth is a psyop to hide concave Earth. Is that what I'm hearing?
Right. So, hollow Earth is the idea that we're still on a spinning ball in a fucking vacuum, but we can get inside. There's a whole like a terrarium or whatever inside. So that's just more gatekeeping. We're already in here.
Really, I heard Hollow Earth is the truth, and Flat Earth was a psyop to hide Hollow Earth.
Exactly.
What?
Well, the globe is the psyop, right? I mean, if you think about it, any model that's not the truth is going to be the psyop, right?
I think that's partly why the Globers enjoyed this, because it's like we fight with each other, and then like we said earlier, you know, some of the Globe Earthers will align with the Concave Earthers just because they hate flat Earth, and you guys still kind of believe in a globe to some degree. So it's just interesting when stuff like this happens and people choose sides.
I rarely debate flat earthers. I debate the heliocentrists, just because I was a flat earther for 2 years, and I just kept researching. All I can say is just respectfully keep researching. You know, look at everything. Don't discard anything.
And I have to give a lot of respect to all the flat earthers out there, because honestly, if it wasn't for the flat earthers and their experiments, I don't know if I would, you know, believe what I believe now.
That's real. That's real. Appreciate that, love. Let me ask you guys before we get to one of the level heads. Is there anything that you guys think that the concave can explain that flat Earth can explain?
Yeah, the stars rotate in the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere. That's one thing that explains it very well. And the Greeks understood that the heavens was in the shape of a sphere, and we have the atlas that, you know, everyone always thinks it's Atlas that holds up the world, but if you look into that, it's actually Atlas holding up the celestial sphere, which is they use the sphere because it's the perfect model to represent the sky. They just don't understand that the sky is actually a sphere, right?
So we have demonstrations that we posted a long time ago of how we could have those southern star trails across a flat plane, just using a light source, a projected light source, a dome, and a flat surface. And you could look in all directions and see that same orientation of the quote unquote southern stars, just looking in all directions. So we can demonstrate that. I don't know if I've ever seen a concave Earth demonstration. That's one thing I haven't seen yet, even with all the graphics, all the models. I haven't seen a physical demonstration of concave.
I think I have a number 5 in the carousel or whatever you call it.
In the nest, the jumbo.
Yeah, the jumbo. That might be a good.
5 from the left or 5 from the right?
Let me see real quick. It would be from the left, but let me see if that's a good image to show it. Well, I guess we could picture it, right? We have a sphere, a spinning sphere. Let's say it's spinning, well, it is spinning counterclockwise, right? So when we're on top of the sphere, basically up and down we can think of as up being in towards the center of heaven and the earth, and down being out. And let's see. Man, it's a lot easier with a model trying to understand this, right? But if we have one sphere that's spinning, we're going to have the opposite direction from different perspectives, whether we're on top of it per se or on the bottom. They're going to spin in the opposite direction. And also in the equator, you're going to have the stars basically just go in a straight line east to west. So this does
You're saying
explain
that you need like an actual sphere of stars, or what do you call that centerpiece? Do y'all have a name for that?
Yeah, the celestial sphere.
The
I
celestial.
call it the firmament. It's the firmament.
Right.
Okay, the firmament to y'all is a sphere of glass that's in the middle of this concave Earth.
I believe there's multiple nested concentric spheres that house innermost the celestial sphere that houses the stars, and then around that would be the planets, and then the sun and the moon is the outermost one.
Okay, can I address that just for a sec?
Sure.
So you're into the concept of that there's got to be a firmament there. There's something separating us from the medium on the other side of it. There's our very low density air at very high altitude meeting the firmament, and then something very dense just on the other side of the firmament, which we see in cases like the lunar wave. Are you guys tight on that?
Yes. Yeah, that's
okay. Great. Great. Okay, so the question here is that one other element introduced being rainbows. You guys are hopefully also, if you're tight on refraction, you're up on the generation, mechanically speaking, of light going through a different medium, critically refracting, and then exiting that medium into something less dense, producing a rainbow on condensation nuclei, for example. And when we do that, we see the shape of the rainbow, that it's high in the middle and it's low on each side, and it's actually a circle, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Right. But you know, as far as the upper hemisphere of it and what we ever see standing on land, looking upward at it, that's the shape that we see. But if the firmament was actually convex instead of concave our side, like you are claiming that it is, the rainbow shape would be inverted, wouldn't it? The angles would be completely backwards from what we observe.
The light is coming through a layer of glass, so it's spreading, it's diverging into a circle. And whenever you're directly opposite the sun, whether you're in the sky or standing on the surface, it'll be a circle, but you just can't see it when you're on the ground. So it's kind of light coming through the concave lens through it's on the inside.
It would be radiative instead of focused on our observational position, which is how a rainbow optically
it's spreading out into a circle.
Right. So we wouldn't actually see it because it's radiating. It's not concentrating into an actual focal length visible object in front of you, the observer. You see the inherent geometry that is necessary there for us to even observe the rainbow itself. Not just in the production of dotted light rays coming through the firmament, but us as the observer, geometrically speaking, the way that we have to exist on the concave side of that to see the rainbow at every angle. That it's not radiating, that it's focused on us. And the closer it gets to the observer, the smaller the rainbow gets, right? That's the opposite of the optical effect you guys are saying would actually be.
Right. So we're on the convex side of the firmament. The sun's on the
saying.
Right, and it's spreading out into a circle, and then that's what the first example, the first instance is critical angle, and then the back of the raindrop is the second critical angle, and it's reflected back to your eye in the center. So whenever the sun is directly behind your head, the rainbow will be on the
That's the thing, is it can't be reflecting back to your eye at the center if you're on the convex side of it. It would be radiating all away from you in all directions, not focused towards you like a concave side towards you optical effect would take place, like the one that we actually see. It wouldn't look anything like a rainbow if we were on the convex side.
I just want to comment and say, personally, I think there are at least two firmaments, well, at least three, but I think the light goes through two firmaments, and that's what causes the double rainbow. When you see a double rainbow, the second one, the color inverts, so like the red and the red of the next rainbow are right next to each other. So explains
in
that.
regular astronomical observation, we don't see light changing direction twice on its way to us from a star or the sun. We don't witness that at all.
Right.
That's what the rainbow is, though.
Yeah. Well, I've seen some experiments where you're familiar with sundogs, right? And like moon dogs. So
I am, and those are all focused inward to our own observer perspective. That's the reason that we see them in the shapes that we do. That's the whole point, is that we're on the concave side of the firmament. That's why we see them like that.
Yeah, the experiments I've seen is when like light is shined through water with a concave. So we're looking at the convex part, similar to how we would see in the sky, and it kind of shows the effects of that light bending through it, which looked like a lot like.
I gotta disagree again, man. All the demonstrations that I've seen, the ones that are out there still now, all over the flat Earth community, people keep tons of posts up about how rainbows are perceived, and no, you're seeing exactly the opposite to what we actually observe.
There's an inversion there with the glass. It's inverted.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's fair. We're gonna have disagreements and stuff, and I haven't seen all the information that you've seen, and vice versa. So, I mean, that's fair.
Are you not the one who just said you've been in this for 10 years?
Well, you know what? To be honest, I have, but I'm not focused on it all those years.
But you claim not to have seen all of these things that I'm talking about. That's kind of strange, buddy.
What I'm saying is that's what I claimed is I got into it in 2015, and just in the last couple months, really, have I really been digging into it. I would say hard. So. Anyway, we can go on to another topic, or it's up to you guys.
Yeah, I did kind of want to hear from some of the level heads, and maybe we'll cycle some new speakers up. I think I saw Liliana up here. See if we could rotate her back up, crowd. In the meantime, let's go to Ken, Dave's, and then TM. Ken, what up, Ken?
What up? What up? 116. Damn. Y'all killing it. Y'all killing it. So, yeah. I'm not going to add a whole lot with this concave stuff. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to watch that video that Brian says is, at least worth watching. And,
you sound so excited, Ken.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you want to know something? When people came to me with flat Earth, I laughed at that shit, but I didn't have to go look into it. People were presenting me with stuff, and they said, "Look at this," right? I could look at that, and then they could say, "Okay, look at this," and I could go look at that, and you kind of walk into it, right? You get to looking at it, and then you start getting a feel for what other stuff you could look for, and you get good at looking for stuff on your own, but there's always someone there that's like, hey, check this out, listen to this. And I've never gotten that with Concave Earth. I mean, I've heard people talk about it, but it's the difficulty in. I think I've heard more tonight than I've ever heard. Like with the Tamarack mines or whatever. That kind of caught my eye because there's something physical, not optical. But I would like to say it wasn't like I was best friends with Matt. Wasn't like we were hitting each other's posts up, and there's no extra bond there other than we knew who each other was. But I've listened to him speak, and if he had come in that chat and said, dude, you're not going to believe this, but I've been looking in the concave Earth, and I think there's something here. I would have been really receptive to that because I just kind of had a respect for him. I've listened to him speak before, and I didn't get that. I didn't get that whole crash out from the DM. Of course, I didn't know the whole thing. I didn't know that Brian had posted something not to him, but just about concave Earth. I hadn't seen that. I didn't know where it was from, and I kind of walked in when he's calling Brian a faggot. I was like, whoa, what's going on? And I was I was trying to look through and see what it was, and I seen the concave Earth, and it's like I've got 30 hours of research, and I thought, well, it took me more than 30 hours of research to get to flat Earth, but that aside, I didn't get the whole crash out thing, and now I get it even less because Brian's saying he posted something that wasn't even directed at Matt, but apparently, Matt was into this, and I don't know, maybe he just took offense at it for some reason. I don't know. I hate that it happened. I really do. Um, like I say, I've heard him talk before. I've heard him in Flat Earth Fridays, uh, sitting up there with Flat Earth Dave. You know, um, I don't know. I don't get the whole thing. I don't care that he's concave earther or cellular earther or whatever the term is. That's cool. He's looking at something and he thinks there's something to it. That's cool, but to crash out on people that I feel like I liked him. I feel like a lot of people liked him. You know, so I just don't get where he came from with that whole "you're a faggot" and I'm going to humiliate you, and this is like I don't know. This is like out of left field, right? I mean, I just didn't get the whole thing. I kind of wish he would have just approached it like differently because now it's like this big thing, and FEF is now flat Earth versus concave. Let's talk about it. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I'll end it right there. I'll just say that I hate that he chose that as his strategy, or I don't know if it was just his exit and he's just going to go balls to the wall, or I just don't understand because I thought he was I thought he was well liked. I thought he kind of enjoyed our group, the people within the group. I just don't get it. I really don't. And I hope if anyone else comes across information that they think we've got something wrong, that they're want to come in and share it. Being the same friend they are when they believe the same way we do. Hey, I got this information. Let me run it by you. Let's start a space so we can talk about it. I got a few things I want to show you. Tell me what you think. And you get a lot more reception from that. I mean, I would have followed him into a space. Yeah, dude, let's hear it. But maybe have 2, 3, 4 spaces. How many spaces does it take to talk about it? I just don't get this whole thing because that wasn't like him. It's like him crashing out on a glober, and you just I don't know. I don't know. I'll end it there.
Yeah, I got that same vibe, and I threw the tweet up there that Brian posted, and I ain't gonna lie, man, I don't really see nothing too wrong with this. It says this is for the concave earthers. What's your best proof the Earth curves upward? And got the classic cage gif. I gotta add one of those. And yeah, I'm looking in this thread, man. And he was met with a lot of aggression. A lot of aggression. I don't understand it either. I don't want to talk too much about Matt while he's not here. I think he got like a night job, so I don't know if he's available right now. Maybe he'll pop in a little bit later. But yeah, hopefully we get some clarity on this because this don't look antagonistic at all. I mean, is Cage's face that pressing that y'all got to crash out just for him asking a question and putting a gif up? Like, come on now. I don't know, bro. That it took me back to seeing this stuff. And yeah, like I said, I threw the tweet up top, so y'all can go scroll through that thread and kind of see how some of this stuff played out. Yeah, Matt says you do not want to play this game, bro. Trust me. Sound like Earth fighting words. And it seems I just kind of went left from there. But yeah, appreciate you, Ken. Just like Ken said, man, like if you have a position, your whole approach should be trying to turn people on to what you just learned, not turn people off to it. So like your whole demeanor, your the way you articulate to what the level of your audience, whoever you're talking to, all this stuff matters. It's not just like tweeting and just talking shit. Like, you know, if you really want people to learn the things that you learn or consider the position that you have, your approach is everything, bruh. I be telling that to the Globies too. They still don't learn. That's why they keep on getting clipped up in my pen tweets and shit. So, hey, concave earthers, even the flat earthers, man, just take heed to that advice. If we want people to understand where we coming from, articulate yourself in a civil manner. Do it in a way where the information is digestible. And that way you'll get your point across a lot more effectively and efficiently. Don't take my word for it. Do what you do. But it's the reason why we've been running this for 116 weeks, going crazy. All right? Level heads know what it is. Appreciate you, Ken. OG, man. Y'all go follow Ken, man. That's my guy. I think we got Liliana back up here.
Yeah, I'm gonna step down. You can have my mic. I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm gonna step down. Bro. I got some invoices I'm gonna do while I'm listening. So I'm not gonna be active talking. So I'm gonna drop down. You can have my mic.
Get to the money. Get to that bag. Make sure that bag ain't hollow. Shout out to Ken, bro. Yeah, so let's slide over to Liliana, the ambassadress, Miss Poppins. And then we'll bring some more concavers up here.
Yeah, that's Madam Ambassadress Dr. Lily Poppins to everybody henceforth.
Well said. I'm glad your Indian accent's cleared up, Lily. Did you get your shipment of brushtail?
Yeah, I did. Oh my God, it's so crazy. Yeah, you know what? I have this jacket, you know, and on one side it's kind of like a grayish color, so you could wear it in winter, right? Like in and then it's got this other, it's a light jacket. And then if you turn it inside out, it's this cute little kind of peachy, pumpkin-y.
We lost her.
No. Release the ambassadress.
She'll be back.
Where's the head of security at? Can we get a wellness check?
Let's try this one more time.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. It's like literally you guys are giving me the mic 5 times. I'll try to go fast. Anyway, so if you turn it inside out, it's this whole other color. So it's like you have 2 jackets. And honestly, like this whole thing with globe and the concave earth, it's exactly the same thing. It's the same jacket, but you just turned it inside out. And I mean, okay, so I haven't looked into it deeply, etc., etc. But I know that jacket, when I wore it when it was gray, and then all I did is turn it inside out. Now it's that peachy pink, but it's the same freaking jacket. Water is our greatest proof that it will always stay level. There's no kind of like curving water, period. And, you know, I know everyone's going to think this is very judgmental of me or whatever, but honestly, it's the same insanity. We already left that insanity. We saw, you know, all the holes in it. It's just now it's kind of like you just turn the convex holes into a concave holes. You know, you kind of just turn the jacket inside out, right? It's the same damn jacket. Anyhow, long story short, I just feel like I think that people are short-circuiting because sometimes maybe they're not getting enough sleep. Maybe they're drinking a little too much coffee. Maybe they don't know how to regulate, you know, themselves. Maybe like they're, maybe they didn't get enough sleep, and then they were around like these 5G towers or whatever, or who knows what, maybe they ate a little too much sugar. But I think that there's that possibility of just the circuits just kind of like, in the brain, just kind of like bursting. So unless you have a really, really strong foundation in truth, in logic, and then not only that, like literally you have to have a strong foundation in God and in character.
Come on, Elon, give it up.
She said
As soon as she said God, inverted Earth.
reversible like the sweater. I had a reversible belt before.
Sorry, I'll try to finish up real quick. Yeah, I think that unless you have all that, unless you know how to pace yourself in this world, if you just keep consuming information, something's going to you're going to blow a circuit, So you have to really kind of just keep applying logic. And when you find some logic, just follow that line all the way to the end instead of jumping around to other lines of logic. Like, don't keep changing lanes, because you're not going to get anywhere really. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say. And I think it's just really important to stay tethered in something that is beyond science. And for me, it's always been love for God, love for humanity. Just if we stay tethered in that, then somehow we just won't be led astray. And I'm very sorry, Hollow Earthers, that I don't really see you any different from Globe Earthers. I just feel like you guys are just, holding on to straw, like little bits of straw. And it's really not that different from Globe. You just turn the jacket inside out. So that's all I have to say. Oh, and then also my little ambassadorial duties. I have posted in the reply section in the Purple Pill the names of all our teachers. I think that these people, they've been gifted with extremely beautiful brains with, that can follow a line of logic beautifully. And so I think it's great if we attend their classes, because they give us logic and they give us science that's real. So I've written their names. If the teachers want to just, in that same thread of my reply, allow them, give them like your best connections or whatever. I didn't have enough room to do all that. And then also Mr. He's our wonderful music maker in the Flat Earth community. Maybe check out his music. He's on YouTube. I checked it out the other day and I was dancing to it. So that's really fun. And there's Justin. He's almost single-handedly, fighting NASA's lies. I think we should support him. And then, of course, the Phone Booth podcast. They're kind of like our community FE Flat Earth talk show. And then, of course, there's so many wonderful people that hold spaces. So anyone that's new, please check all that out. And pace yourselves, people, because I think this overload of information is making people crazy. Like everyone's being distracted by shiny new interesting things. Like on a sci-fi level, yeah, it sure sounds interesting. Like, oh yeah, let's check out this story. And then before you know it, you're falling prey to it because you don't understand enough real life experiment-based physics. And that is why I keep stressing on supporting the teachers, because that's what they're giving us. They're giving us things that are based on experiments and on reality, not on just ideas. Because for that, we have lots of science fiction. Anyways, love you guys. I'm sorry if I sound closed-minded or whatever, but I'm not going to fall for something that's already been shown to be like full of holes, just the inside out jacket. I'm sorry. Give me a new jacket. Thank you.
Lily said, I don't want that reversible jacket. Put it back on the rack. Hey, Liliana, you never know. We just had Concave Cellular Earth join us as co-host. Shout out to Concave for pulling up. But yeah, you know, I kind of feel that Liana almost 100%, but I am trying to keep my mind open to some new information. Uh, I do feel like so far this is just the sentiment that I'm getting. You know, we only a couple hours into this. Is that maybe some of the concave earthers have a misunderstanding of some of the flat Earth positions, which is why they get in the concave. However, it is interesting. I think one of the guys up here might have been Joe that said he went straight into concave Earth. So you know, maybe that is a moot point. But yeah, thank you, Liliana. Always supporting the movement, everybody that does their thing in the community. Y'all
What?
go.
Sorry, sacred.
Yeah.
It is your job. It is your job to give everybody a voice. So I totally respect that. Don't get me wrong. I think that you're doing the right thing by giving them a voice, because this way no one can accuse you of being unfair. You are letting them, show themselves. And I think they're just going to go the same way as Globers, because there's just not enough logic in it. So yeah, so none of this was directed at you. I'm not saying that, oh, you shouldn't be entertaining them. You should be, because I think they'll just show their hand pretty soon. So anyways, thank you. But I really have been enjoying Stone G and Alan G chiming in and saying their things. So that's really wonderful.
Thank you, Liliana, and I'm glad you see exactly what I'm trying to do. I just want to make sure that everyone's heard, everyone get a voice, everyone get a chance to speak. Because not everyone agrees on the same thing, and everyone deserves to kind of like get their perspective off. So, what other place to do it than Flat Earth Fridays, right? So shout out to Liliana Poppins.
And poppin', you keep me on and poppin'. Ooh.
Ambassadress, y'all go follow Liliana, man. Just keep it 100 with us. Proud. So yeah, I sent co-host to Concave Earther, Concave Cellular Earther, just to give y'all a little bit of a backstory between our interactions, at least from what I remember. It's been a while. But Concave came into this trolling us. We don't do that. But then he said, hey, you know what's that great? I just wanted to kind of like be heard. I feel like nobody was listening to me. So I feel like that was the only way I can kind of get, some attention to some of the things that I want to speak about. Was a flat earther. And Concave, jump in and correct me if I'm wrong about anything that I'm saying. Feel free. He says, I was a flat earther and I feel like nobody taking me serious. But I really like what you're doing, and I really don't have no smoke for you. Where I don't want to be no enemies for real. My approach coming into this probably wasn't the best, but at least I was able to gain some attention from doing that. And he says, you're not the enemy. Obviously, the anti-flat earthers and the globers are the guys that are tweaking so much and all this other stuff. And what's interesting is that he's I think I remember him telling me that he came into Concave Earther by following Eric Dubé into maybe some type of like a chat room or some type of message board or something like that, and then somebody had posted some link to Concave Earth, and then that's where he kind of like leaped into all of this stuff over here, and he's been here ever since. He does kind of tweet a lot, at least in the mentions. He grabbed the mic maybe once or twice before, but since all of this stuff just kind of came like crashing out like in the last week or so, I figured, hey, who else to have come help us co-host than Concave Cellular Earther himself? So welcome, Concave. What up, man?
Well, hey, thank you for having me here. It's great. And, in the beginning, our interactions, well, it had to do with me. I came off as a little hard-headed, all right, because it was just me, and I didn't see any other Concave Earthers on Twitter, so I realized that we were all disbanded, so I was trying to use my account as a beacon for other Concave Earthers to follow me so we could all unite.
Yeah, fair enough. I was actually DMing Concave the other day when all this stuff was going down. I'm like, hey, bro, like, send me, like, the Concave accounts that's on Twitter. Like, where's everybody at? Like, where's y'all squad? Like, who can I go scroll the timeline? He was telling me, like, hey, man, I just realized there ain't really we're not really together like that for real. But I kind of seen a few that I kind of knew that came into Concave Earth recently. So I tagged them in my pin tweet. One of the guys actually commented. I think that was the guy that you told me about Concave. What was his name? Bishop something. My bad. I'm just learning. I'm just learning the Concave personalities, y'all. Give me a minute. Give me a second here. The guy Billy Brook. My bad. Not Bishop. Billy Brock. Billy Brock. He had commented, so maybe he could join us too. That was one of the recommendations from Concave Cellular Earth. But yeah, man. The Concave said that there's a lot of things that he believes that Concave can explain, that Flat Earth can explain. I definitely got some questions that I would want to throw his way. I was kind of saving, hoping that he would come in and share his 2 cents, because a lot of people share his Concave graphics and stuff like that. So I don't know, Concave, did you want to say anything before I get some of my questions off? Or
Well, yeah, let me give a little backstory here about how I got into it. So when I was a flat earther, I was going through Eric Dubé's YouTube channel. I'd watched 200 proofs, that the Earth is not a spinning ball, and I was going through his YouTube channel, and then I came across one video titled "Concave Earth Debunked," and ever since I watched that video, everything has changed for me.
hold on, was it a flat Earth or a globe Earth debunking Concave Earth? Couldn't have been a flat Earth.
It was Eric Dubé's. It was an Eric Dubé video.
Eric Dubé, you out here creating Concave Earthers? Come on, Dubé.
Yeah, let's get this shit out of here early. Damn. I think there's a lot of stuff that Eric Dubé kind of believed in that a lot of flat earthers don't believe in right now. Sorry, y'all.
You think so?
I can attest to that. I've produced a couple of videos about how there's things that Eric Dubé has said that I just do not agree with. That's not a big deal.
Hey, we have an eyewitness. See, I feel like I've heard it. Kind of like the Oakley crowd. Their views are a little strict over there.
I don't know what that is. Do they even have their own views? That's a real echo chamber anyway.
Views are not my own.
At all. So yeah, that's interesting. So you looked at a debunked video and then you said, nah, like this actually makes sense to me. Or it took you down like a rabbit hole to other Concave Earth videos. Is that what it was?
Well, at first I kind of laughed at it too myself, but then I was like, wait a minute. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, why would I stop here? It's like I challenged the globe once. So I was like, why would I not challenge it again from another angle? And so curiosity killed the cat, and I went on YouTube, typed in Concave Earth, and I came across a YouTuber by the name of Lord Stephen Price. Rest in peace. So he had this video called Concave Earth Documentary, quote unquote, the 6-hour video. So I watched it, and immediately the first hour into it, there was a lot of information, a lot of things just made sense. So I just went into it more and more and realized that there were a lot of things that, that made so much sense that even the convex globe has a lot of problems. So we don't just try to make it seem like that we're going after flat earthers. We're basically calling out issues on both sides there.
Interesting. So that's one of the sentiments that I had mentioned earlier, that some concavers said that there's issues with flat Earth that they feel like there are issues anyway that Concave can explain. But one of the things that I wanted to run by you specifically, Concave, is how do you guys explain, like, for instance, long distance signal propagation? If VHF and low frequency signals travel in a linear fashion and they're hitting their targets, how does that work if, the further away you get from an observer or a point on your concavity Earth, that there's supposed to be a difference in the angle, I'm guessing. Like, wouldn't you have to shoot upwards in order to get the target? Like, why do we just shoot in a horizontal fashion?
Well, I believe they point it more towards the ground because, you know, it's longer wavelengths.
So the opposite direction of where your target would be on a concave Earth?
Well, when you said propagation, you're talking about radio wave propagation, right? It propagates upward. That's why they would point it more towards the ground. It propagates upward.
So, okay, so if you have a VHF signal, which attenuates a lot faster than low frequencies, it would seem like anytime that would hit a surface, that signal would just dissipate or it would attenuate. But you're saying that some way, somehow, that signal would, even though the angle is pointed down, it would reach a target that's, from the observer standpoint, up in the sky. I'm still trying to figure out the mechanics behind that. Explain that to me.
So,
Did he cut out for y'all or just me?
Yeah, he cut.
Yeah, I have a. I'll wait. It's hard to be patient.
Yeah, we see you.
I
Like,
may can help with that if while he's gone. Yeah, radio waves, all electromagnetic waves bend with the atmosphere and with the ether, and they're just waves in the ether, and the ether is affected by the electromagnetic field at the center of the Earth. So yeah, they're bending up with that field, with the toroidal field. That's why you point it more down.
Wait. You got to point it downwards to make it go up.
Yeah, so that's why you have the radar horizon. On the flat Earth, it wouldn't be a horizon really, unless it was bending. So we're just saying that it's bending more than the Earth, and that's what creates the flying below the horizon thing. So there's a section that's missing. It's because the radar wave is bending up.
No, that's just not making sense to me, y'all. I'm sorry. Y'all got to explain this better. You're saying that by angling the propagator downwards, it's somehow able to.
I don't think it's downwards. I think it's up.
Hold on, say that again.
I don't know if they're actually pointing down. I think they're more straight out or up, but that way they can reach the other side. But it does curve and create that radar horizon.
Oh, y'all concavers got to get on the same page. My co-host is saying it's going down. You're saying it's
I
going
think
up.
concave is.
This has got to be a troll.
I think concave is.
Hi, nobody's trolling. My name's Brother Ernest. Do I have permission to join in here?
Hey, welcome up.
All right, so I'm the president of NASALies.org. If you've seen videos like Behind the Curve, you've seen me in the video starting at 2 minutes 30 seconds. I've been a flat earther since 2012, and in 2017 at a debate at MIT University, I was absolutely refuted. I took a team of flat earthers to MIT University in 27. We were crushed by MIT's concave hollow earth student group. The person that they're referring to, Zenith Atlas, who was my national director at the time, had to submit, and he left Flat Earth, but he continued to be NASA state director until his passing. And I buried Zenith Atlas on November 12th, 2021. There's so much to this. I'm the first person in the United States of America to get flat earth curriculum into the East Pennsboro Public School District. I had over probably 32 student groups across the United States that were flat earth groups. And to my utter embarrassment, I was refuted as a flat earther and had to accept concavity. I do hope that I can bring about some clarity in a lot of what has gone on. Many people out there, they probably know me as Brother Ernest. My wives and I, both of my wives and I, were in that documentary and traveled the United States speaking at universities as flat earthers. I have some of the oldest videos on flat earth. Before Eric Dubay came along, there was me. Before Mark Sargent came along, there was me pushing flat earth into the medium. That's just a little bit of my background, how long that I've been at this. And it was through looking at many of the evidences of the stars, the counter rotation of the stars, the rainbows that actually cannot work in a dome, by the way. And in flat earth, there are thousands and thousands of flat earthers that do not believe that there's a dome above us. There are many that do believe that there's a dome above us, like you guys do. There's arguments between the flat earth, whether the sun and moon are under the dome, above the dome. There's arguments within the flat earth that there is no ice wall. There is an ice wall. Flat Earth just does not have a map or a model that can be presented that is concise between all flat earthers. Where concavity, we have over 850 historical concave maps that date back years and years and years ago that we can point to. And concave Earth, it dates back to what we call the cosmic egg that predates the flat Earth. It predates the globe Earth, and it gives us the home to where everything was built and into the cosmic egg, into what we have now today. Concave Earth can be referenced back to the Titan named Atlas, who held up the celestial sphere. NASA mentions the celestial sphere that's spinning at a 15-degree right ascension in the sky. It's what Bob Nodal, my old friend, used a ring laser gyroscope to measure the, as he said, the heavens moving at a 15-degree per hour rotation right ascension.
Yeah, sure.
You can watch the video. You don't have to say sure. You can watch the
Hey,
video.
Ernest, you need to watch my video where I did the analysis of his figures for those experiments, and nothing of the sort
Well,
came
just
up.
let me finish. Let me finish, right? Because he was my friend, all right? And Nathan Thompson is another person who worked for my organization, NASA Lies, as the Flat Earth National Director before he went all crazy and, went after the children things. And I really don't know all about that, but I have a long, long history in Flat Earth, probably before the most of you. And my YouTube channel is Brother Ernest. So beyond all that, right, as a person who put Flat Earth into a public school district where teachers were actually accepting and, using the material to answer students, right, because students have a right to address their teacher and cross-examine their beliefs. They're forced to deal with it. And now the goal of NASALies.org is to get concave Earth into public schools, because we have one thing that flat earthers do not have. We have a workable model. We have workable maps. We have explanation of the stars. You see, concave earthers and cellular eggers, as they're called, they mapped the stars before there were things called compasses, where today flat earthers cannot even map the ground. Flat earthers use two maps to try to identify where they live in, and that's, or live on, and that's the AE map and the Gleason map, which contain the 65,000-mile ice wall that flat earthers mistaken the Ross Ice Shelf for, which is 376 kilometers. And with that, they try to promote ice walls. And again, there's many flat earthers that don't believe in ice walls. Now, when I left my position as flat earth, it rocked flat earth, the entire community. And at that time, I received hundreds of death threats from flat earthers. assault threats. I get assault threats every day in these TikTok groups that I'm debating in from flat earthers because they just don't want to do what I did, and that's have to admit that I was wrong, that I was duped once with the globe, duped twice with flat earth. And I tell you, they are literally hiding concavity of earth from you because it hides the true nature of God. Flat earth is a geocentric belief that proudly cites that these people on a flat earth are the center of creation, whereas theocentric concavers, we know that God is the center of the universe. And from within the celestial sphere that NASA references, the center of the earth is the center of the celestial sphere. That is the celestial sphere that Bob Nodal picked up, and he picked up using that ring laser gyroscope. And
No, he didn't.
you can watch the video, dude. I paid for part of the
I
experiment.
have his data.
You have his data, but if you go look at behind the curve, you find out his data is in what he says.
Dude,
What
behind the curve is a
Wait a
hit
minute, you knew
piece.
him personally, and you're referencing behind the curve, the hit piece,
That
bro?
is a hit piece, Ernest. Wake up. I don't
But
buy it
no, you're
at
not going to tell
all.
me wake
Hey,
up, dude.
Ernest, you did a lot
I've
of
been
talking. Listen
jailed
a
for
bit
my
too.
beliefs. I've
Ernest, you
been
did a lot
jailed
of
for my.
talking. Do a little listening
Let me
too.
finish. You guys
Oh,
have
I
done a
thought you
lot
were
of
done,
talking.
man. You did 10
No,
minutes.
I'm not. You guys have done a lot of talking, right? You can go watch videos on YouTube called Flat Earthers Kidnapped by the Department of Children and Family because they came after my curriculum. And you can also watch Cops Called on Flat Earthers. Just type that into Google and you'll find out who I am, right? So,
Google? Really?
or yeah, Cops Called on Flat Earthers right into YouTube. And you'll find out my entire history. How long have you been a flat earther, sir?
Do you think that has anything to do with the price of fish?
I do.
Well, then you know absolutely nothing about logic. And most of what you've been handing out here is just a bunch of fallacy and a bunch of anecdote
If that's what you're
and a
gonna
lot
say,
of appeal.
if that's
Frankly,
what
you
you're,
keep quoting your own qualifications and your own history as some kind
you
of proof of the
haven't,
shape
have
of
you,
the earth.
my
You have
friend,
this.
have you put
What?
flat
Hey,
Earth into
Ernest,
any public
Ernest,
schools?
you insist that I let you speak, but why can't you do the same?
Because I'm not finished yet, right? We have a
Yeah,
few things.
Jesus, Ernest,
We
let
have.
us know when you're done,
Hold on,
okay?
Thank you.
hold on,
Thank
one
you.
second. One second. So, Ernest, welcome to Flat Earth Fridays.
Thank you for having me. I accidentally found this through Joe, and kind of had to learn how to use the X account. And I had a Twitter account with 152,000 followers, and it got shut down because I started speaking too much about Zio, that kind of nonsense,
A
which
little bit
got.
more open now, but let me just like run you through like kind of how we do this because we definitely want to make sure that all the concave earthers get a chance to speak here. And I think you're familiar because I was on TikTok and I seen you trying to like articulate your positions, and some of the flat earthers over there wasn't really giving you a chance to speak. I try to make sure that you got your mostly of your full thought out, although you were kind of monologuing for about 5-6 minutes. So I just want to make sure that you're familiar with how spaces work. Is this your first time you're in spaces?
Yeah, I've never used it, and it's all brand new to me. So with this
Okay.
X account, it's a little bit different with the previous Twitter thing, but
All right.
X account.
Yeah. So can you see everyone on stage right now that has a mic? You'll see some people that have their hands up.
Yeah, so I see Concave Cell co-host. How you doing? The universe in a nutshell.
Yep. That's concave. So
He
if you
might be
go to
glitching.
what'd you say, Prop?
Concave, he might be glitching.
Oh, he might be
Yeah,
glitching.
I only show him as a listener right now.
I'll remove him. He can come back up. But yeah, he did kind of drop out. But yeah, I just want to make sure that you're familiar with how to use this. Because like I said, I do want to make sure that you're able to speak. Since you're one of the concave earthers up here, and this is flatter versus concave. But we do have like an order of hands. So if you go to like the bottom of your screen, you'll see like a heart with a plus. Can you see that?
Yeah.
And then when you click it, you'll have a bunch of emojis there.
Thank you.
So these emojis are reactions. But if you go all the way to the right, you'll see like a hand raise. And when you click that, like let's say like someone's speaking and you want to chime in on something, if you hit that hand raise all the way to the right, your hand will raise, and then I'll be able to know to go to you next.
I see. Thank you very much. Had no clue.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. A lot of people are very new to spaces. It's crazy because like, they've been having spaces for a few years now and people are still trying to get acclimated. But I just want to make sure that you're familiar with how that works. But like I said, I did see you over on TikTok. I did hear kind of your history coming from flat earth into concave earth. I heard you try to make a couple different examples. I felt like you were sharing your screen up there. I was in the listeners and you were trying to highlight some things from your position and they weren't really letting you speak too much. They were kind of really dismissive. I'm trying to be a little bit more open-minded than normal because we're all open-minded. So this is like the level heads, right? We're all level heads in here, which means that we approach the conversation with civility, open-mindedness, making sure that everyone gets a chance to speak. And we try not to just dismiss things, but we do ask for evidence and we do ask for substantiation of claims.
Right. And so
That's
if you
kind of
go,
how we
if you,
operate.
what I've been doing, my friend, is that if you go to my X account, I've posted the radar images that show the radar is propagating upward. And what they're doing is they're sending that radar and bouncing all radar off of what we call the Kármán line, which is 100 kilometers up. But the interesting thing about that is that you can see the measurement of the radar going up, and at 100 miles, there's such a large shift upward that's following the 8.5 inches per mile curved upward. And this just really sends flat earthers off the deep end when we bring these things up. And by the way, to you, the host, and to everybody who's co-hosting here, I will personally send you guys all NASA Lies T-shirts. I make some of the best T-shirts in the world for NASA Lies. I'm the original person doing that, so I thank everybody, and I just ask everybody to be as patient with me as I learn this. So
Yeah, no doubt. And feel free. So also if you look on the bottom of your screen, you'll see like a little comment section where we call it the purple pill. I don't know if it's purple for you, but you can post some of the things that you're speaking about in that comment section and it will be attached to the space. And then what we
beautiful, brother. Wow.
yeah. So that's our like comment section. It's not like TikTok where it like disappears. So it'll be there indefinitely unless you delete it. And then also what we can do is if you go to the top of this, we could share tweets to the top. And so that way it's called the Nest or the Jumbotron. So that way
All
if
right,
you're
so
thinking about
you should have just seen that radar image. Can you tell me if that's there? And then I'm golden at that.
all right, hold on, let me check your replies. Yep, so I see that. Let me go ahead and share that up top.
So
Because
that's
this
in.
one of my questions to concave cellular earther was signal propagation. And then we had one concave earther that was saying that they propagate signals downward. The other one was saying they propagate signals upward. And we have these long distance signal propagations, and we know that they propagate in a linear fashion. So I was trying to
Right.
figure out, well, how does that work on a concave Earth? If I guess the further out you go, you would have to angle this thing upwards, and I don't know if they do that, especially with things like Battle of the Beams. Have you heard of that?
Yes, and so Email Appeal, my national director, has built 12 MRI machines, and he is an absolute expert in light and an absolute expert in radars. And so he's the default authority that I go to because I've never built a radar. I'm just a master printer. I'll wrap your car. If you want a flat earth car wrap, I'll wrap it for you. But when it comes to things like radars and stuff like that, I just take the data we have. But I will tell you, this is how Japan bombed the United States, is they flew under the radar beams. And so most people have never considered that, but it is an absolute fact. And they even tell you in their own documentary about how they bombed Pearl Harbors, that they flew under the radar beams. And you can watch a documentary on that, by the way.
Well, let's go back to the example that I proposed, right, of the Battle of the Beams, where, from over 300 miles away, probably even close to 400 miles away. My guy Alan can kind of like break more of the specifics down. These airplanes had to fly at a specific elevation. I believe it was like maybe 25,000 feet. And they had to maintain a signal in order to fly in a linear fashion at a specific elevation, which was, like I said, about 25,000 feet. I'm trying to figure out how would that work, because it seems like on a concave Earth, that signal would have to curve at a specific concave rate if to maintain that signal, over 300, almost 400 miles away. So like, how would
Yeah,
that
not
work?
only that, not only that, but at 350 miles per hour, both planes flying at the same, same rate. Within the concavity of Earth, and I sure wish there was a way that I could share video as I'm talking because I have so much data to do that. But we'll continue to do as best as I can. And both of my wives are asleep, so I'm a single dad right now with a sick child. Trying to handle everything that I can. So, with the radar beams and staying under or above the radar beams, we have something called a Kármán line within the concave Earth, and this is where meteorites and megakryometeors come from. That we bounce all radar and different types of radio frequencies off of, and so without knowing the full example that you're talking about, if you have an example, post it below so that I can see it, and then reference my answer to. I would be happy to do that, but just telling me two planes are flying and how did they stay, out of the communication radar. I just need a little bit more information to help that.
Can we start with your Kármán line assertion?
Yeah, so the Kármán line's 100 kilometers above us, and it's made of glass. This is why we have things like rainbows. You laugh about it, but this is
I
why we
do.
have things. You couldn't laugh more than I did when I laughed at my national director in
Okay.
2017.
Dude,
So
Ernest, hold it back for a sec now. The Kármán line, yes, it's 62 miles up, but it
correct.
is defined as the place at which air pressure decreases to the point where humans can no longer survive without a pressure suit on.
Right.
Right?
That's what they define it as.
Right.
We define it as the source of what flat earthers call us crazy, which is where we get our megakryometeors and where meteorites come from. Because a flat earther, they deny meteorites. They're like, dude, there's no such thing as meteorites. And, they deny megakryometeors, 600 pounds of ice that fall. They deny what is called Libyan desert glass. How they deny this is just beyond me. But the glass is what falls to the ground, and you can just Google Libyan desert glass, and science gives no real explanation for it, except there's a lot of explanation for it, because I could turn the question back on you and say, how high up is your dome? Tell
Hold
me
on,
how.
brother Ernest. Hold on, before we get too much off topic into like meteorites and domes and stuff like that, I want to kind of still stay on topic to the signal propagation, because that is the thing that cellular concave earthers stand on the most. That they have explanations that flat earthers can't explain. So if I'm saying that we're referencing a specific military or militaristic operation where they have these beams that supposedly allow a plane to maintain this signal in a linear fashion over 300 miles away. And maybe Alan can go ahead and give you a little bit more information. And they don't point these beams up or down. It's straight in a linear fashion.
Yeah,
I
so
fail to see how this is interacting with anything in the center at my zenith. It seemed like at my zenith, that's where the center would be at, and none of these things are pointed towards that.
They don't have to, because light bends upward, and radio waves are going to bend upward as well, so they can point them straight out, and after a certain while they're going to bend upward following Snell's law. And light bends upward in the concavity of Earth. It's why we can look so far away and see so far, is because everything is bending upward. And before long, though, they're going to run out of distance. And so I've just posted another photo. But if you post a photo of your claim, I can look at it and go reference my resource real quick and most likely pull up a graphic that's going to answer you.
So we could do that, and maybe Alan could drop something for us in the chat. And if he'd like to give you some more details that maybe I may be leaving out, Alan, feel free to jump in. But do you agree, Brother Ernest, that physics and stuff like that is scalable, that we'd be able to scale things down?
Depends. I mean, it depends, you know. Some physics and some of the the science that NASA tells us and physics tells us is just contrary to what we see with our own eyes. And so many of these things are going to be highly debatable. So we just have to look at every single aspect or every single claim and try to attack that. And it seems like the people before me were trying to get their thoughts collected so much, but I posted a graphic just now that gives us 12 proofs of concavity over flat Earth. But let's hear the co-host's idea. And I've got more photos and stuff I'll post down here. Thank you for showing me where that is.
Ernest, you just mentioned your post. I wanted to cover that for a sec. This one, to take it to the max image you just put up, where at the end it asserts at 100 miles away. No, this is a quantification problem we're having with this graphic itself, that he says it's 100 miles away, that it's 0.5 degrees at 12,000 feet. That's actually an incorrect calculation.
Well, I didn't know that came from Portugal's longest world record radar distance. So you can't take it from me. You can go
hold
take
on,
it
Ernest.
and
I'm not
Google
done.
that up.
Ernest, you're interrupting. So stop that and just listen to what I'm saying here. That when you take a look at 0.5 degrees and you go out 100 miles, you're only at 4,000 feet. At 12,000 feet, that's actually 1.3 degrees, not 0.5. So you need to take a real hard look at the numbers you think you're asserting here, because they are incorrect.
I don't think I do, because they broke
This is simple geometry. This is trigonometry.
They broke the world record at 879 miles of radar distance.
Ernest, when we're looking at your graphic and the numbers you're presenting, they are incorrect. Okay, I'm not talking about anything else. All right, look at what you present and identify that it is incorrect.
Well, please go to Google. Please go to Google and type in the Portugal Laurel radar world record distance, and you tell me if that radar is not bending upward, because flat earthers will say that the radar is just going straight ahead, and they'll say rail guns file straight ahead, and they don't. They all arc up to the sky.
No, that's not true either.
So now you think that radar guns actually not radar,
the rail guns.
Yeah, the rail guns, it's proven fact. They don't fire straight. Nothing fires straight. It just can't make long distances. It has to arc up into the sky. And it's a false premise that flat earthers used for years that rail guns fire straight. That came from Eric Dubay.
Ernest,
by the way.
The word is not premise, it's premise.
Okay, thank you. So, that came from Eric Dubay, the cross-dresser that brought all that up.
Okay, more ad hom.
No, he's really
Ernest.
not. I can show you, man. I've been at this a long time.
Stop and listen. The time that he wore a dress, he was actually shooting a video where he was satiring somebody else. Okay?
So here's a little
deeper.
more history. Here's a little more history. He and Jay DeCasby and what's his name? The guy that used to claim he worked at NASA before we busted him, Matt Boylan, right? All these guys were in male-to-male films. And I, as an organization, can be sued for this, just so you know, right? But that's how long I've been. Jay DeCasby and these guys, man, have been far off into, and maybe flat earthers are okay with that. I'm not. But they actually have been in these male-to-male films.
Ernest.
It's a very scary world out there.
Ernest, everything you're saying right now is one gigantic ad hominem fallacy.
It's not a
Please
fallacy,
get
dude.
real.
He's in a magazine. He's in a male-to-male magazine, man.
You're just agreeing with me by reiterating what you're saying. That's
You
one
can
massive
Google it.
ad hominem fallacy.
You don't know about it. Just admit. Could you
It
say
doesn't
maybe?
matter.
It does matter because I'm not going to take my data
It's
from
got
man.
nothing to do
Yeah.
with the
lock.
assertion. Okay?
I don't know, man.
Logic, Ernest.
I believe in God, and I
Ernest,
believe in a creator, and anything
you
that
are
crazy.
failing at logic here, Ernest.
Anybody, I can show you photos. I just don't know if X will take them down. Right? We busted Matt Boylan in a crazy, male to male film that you can actually.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh my
Ernest,
God. Once again,
in
Ernest,
your
a
paradigm,
massive ad hominem fallacy. Look up the
I don't think
definition and
they're. I
prove
don't
me
think they're
wrong
ad
just based
hominems.
on.
If I
Oh
call
my
something
God.
as exactly as
Ernest,
they
it's
are,
nothing
who
but.
cares?
It's nothing but an ad hom fallacy.
And
Get real.
so that may be your claim. That may be your claim. But it's until you can show me a workable model of flat Earth, I'll never go. Yeah, I'm happy to go
Okay.
back. I'm
You're
happy to go back to a workable model of globe Earth or flat Earth
Ernest.
if it can be proven.
Here's another piece of logic for you where you're failing, and that is replacement is not a requisite of falsification.
Nothing's
Okay?
false about what I said, dude, at all.
You're
Again,
demanding that I
I have been
replace
in
it with something
I have
else.
been in the background of flat Earth, organizing conventions and stuff, working with people,
Okay, you're
and
roboting now,
I
Ernest. Get your
don't
net connection together.
I don't know if you have. I don't know if this is just something that you've done on the internet or I don't know your
Okay,
history, right?
Ernest,
So
Ernest,
in
again, Ernest, that is an ad hominem. My history has nothing to do with the issue. So I suggest you take another look at the logic I'm trying to point out here, where you're failing at the logic. Okay? Twice.
I don't think I'm failing, man. I don't think I'm
You
failing. There's
absolutely are.
absolute
You're
there's
Ernest, you just demanded that I replace it with a better theory before I could falsify it, before you'll believe something else, before anything happens. You
it's
need to
very hard
see
for me.
something better. You're not
It's
listening.
very hard for me to
Ernest,
show you
you're
this
not
information
listening.
on X.
Ernest, you are not listening, and this is the problem. You're not comprehending what I'm saying. Ego is preventing you from doing that. You need to take a really close look at how you're operating here mentally, because you're not making it.
I don't know. So if you go back to this Portugal radar and you look at the height that they
Yeah,
were
this guy's
at
not
when
listening
they
at all.
shot this shot, just go please look up what I'm talking about, right? So just because I've barely learned how to use X, you're going to judge me about this, but you can
No,
go
it's
to
got
NASA
nothing to
Live.
do with
You
using the
can go to
platform.
NASA. You can
You're
go to
just not
NASA Live.
listening.
Okay. Let me just take a little bit of control because we do got some hands up here. I still didn't even get my questions answered, and I wanted Alan to get a little bit of details on the things that I was talking about. It seems like we're not getting anywhere, but just to put a cap on this one thing right here that Stone's mentioning. Ernest, can you articulate and Steelman Stone's position with the information that you're sharing, like his gripe, his contention? Can you articulate for the audience what he's contending about the information that you're sharing in regards to this radar? I had to mute the whole space, so you have to unmute if you didn't realize.
Yeah, what are the 2 points I just made? You got to unmute yourself, Ernest.
Hit the mic
I was
button.
letting you talk. I was letting you talk, so I was just like, go
I was
ahead, man.
concisely questioning you. What are the 2 points I just made? Your turn.
So you don't want me to agree with or disagree with the male to male actor, and you want to get back to this radar propagation, which I can understand. And so Joe mentioned earlier about the NOAA radar propagation, which does show the current inclination of radar beams and that they're not firing straight. And I don't have enough information about the airplanes, right? And until I have a link that I can look at and post back, I really can't identify your claim. But that doesn't disprove anything about the concavity of Earth at all.
Brother Ernest, so what we're asking, so Stone had a direct contention with your information. And what Stone was saying, he doesn't believe that you were listening to him. So what we do here is what we implement Steelman. So that way we can have a fruitful conversation. Because I can't argue against your point if I don't know what you're saying. So in order to draw that baseline of understanding to have a valuable build in an argument or just a dialogue, we have the people steelman the other person's position to say, hey, I understand what your contention is. Here's me addressing it directly. So we were just asking you, can you articulate Stone's contentions with your data? If not, it's probably why we're not getting anywhere. So I'm giving you the floor unless you just want to concede and have him repeat his contentions, and then you can choose to address it directly.
I think if he repeats again, I mean, I do have a child pulling on my arm right now that's running a little
Okay,
fever. So
that's a you problem.
yeah, it is a me problem, and I'm not really worried about it, right? I'm here by the request of Joe and somebody else, so I'm trying to just take care of this and a few other things at different times. So repeat your problem with my statements again, and I'll look into some more data that I got, and hopefully I can get an honest answer. It's not the best time for me right now.
Okay, I'll repeat all three for you because there were three. First off, like you say, the ad hominem fallacy that you're presenting, that you're trying to say their arguments suck because they were in some wacko film.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
I agree to that.
now you're saying that, and I'm disagreeing with that based on the fact that by definition, you are issuing an ad hominem fallacy by saying such a thing, which has absolutely nothing to do with the issue itself. You are merely insulting, attacking the people outside of the argument.
Brother Ernest. There's multiple people that want to hear this. You just have to mute up, and when Stone is finished, I'll respond. Okay.
This is point one, by the way. You don't get to talk about anything until I'm done with point three. Okay, that was point one, that you are attacking the people, not the issue. Okay. The second was, yes, this mathematical problem we have about your elevation angle being 0.5 degrees equaling 12,000 feet at 100 miles when it's actually closer to 4,600, and that 12,000 feet is actually closer to 1.3 degrees at 100 miles. Okay, that is the second point. You're presenting incorrect math when you're talking about radar beam propagation and angles. The trigonometry of it is totally incorrect. It's off by a factor of 300%. Okay, so third one was that you're not prepared to entertain anything about what I say in regard to refuting your model until I can supply you with a complete flat Earth model. Now that is also a logical fallacy, and it amounts to a single statement that replacement is not a requisite of falsification. And I give Witsit credit for that one. He says it a lot, and it's true every time, that I don't have to replace it with something that's true in order to deem your assertion to be false. Okay, that's all three. Where you go with that, that's up to you. I suggest you look inward.
Okay, Ernest, you got it.
All right, man. I'll let you know. Thanks. Yeah. So there's several frequencies that they send radar out with, and all the frequencies are going to bend upward, and yeah, and with the radar, with the light, and with the inclination of the land and water all at 8.5 inches per mile squared, the all water contained has a concave meniscus. It's not flat. That violates science's laws. Um, it is hard off of one graphic. There's about 15 different graphics that we have to put together to show the different frequencies all bending upward, but none of them go straight. And so it's a a very very detailed conversation that our pro email, who's built 12 MRI machines, is the specialty to go on with radar. I'm the guy to go to for celestial sphere. I'm the guy to go to with water bending upward. I'm the guy that you can go to for many of the sources of the concavity of Earth. But radar and stuff, is just fascinating to me. But it is highly above my pay grade. But just because that is the case doesn't mean that my claim is false and your claim is right, because what you're never going to find is radar propagating out 900 miles flat. That's insanity.
Would you
So
believe over 2,000 miles?
Yeah, on the point, actually going up. I mean, ground goes up. You have a big problem. Land is inclining. So how can it be flat if land is inclining at 8.5 inches per mile squared? That you probably have never even considered or heard of, which is why some of the smartest flat earthers who have ever existed in our time have now become concavers. And so flat Earth has had what? Since I started in the flat Earth, there was just in 2012 there were no flat earthers except for myself. So many people didn't start coming around till 2014, 2015, 2016. So now you guys have had 10 years to redefine all of your beliefs and data. And Concave Earth took off about a year and a half after Joshua James Bolierro's Zenith Atlas is the only man who discovered water concaving with such a great evidence that now we understand if water's concaving, radar's concaving, radio waves are concaving upward. And it's just a mind rock to flat earthers who say, oh man, everything's flat, everything's flat. Well, if everything's flat, once again, beyond, if you follow the chart of the radar and if you follow the charts of the Terramac mines and you follow the charts of the rectilineator experiment, which was done by not only concave earthers, but they were engineers who were concave earthers, globe earthers, and a few flat earthers that all proved that the land is inclining upward. So it just wasn't a fringe few group of people. Have you ever watched the rectilineator documentary, sir?
I think you might want to post a link to where it is viewable, but up until this point, for the last couple of minutes, what I've been hearing you say has amounted to appeal to credential, appeal to the masses.
Well, don't you appeal
why
to the
are you
engineers?
talking, Ernest? Ernest, why are you talking right now?
Don't you appeal to the engineers?
Like right in the middle of my sentence, why are you talking?
I'm just, I guess I'm used to it. I don't know. That's how you have a dialogue. So
No,
if you want me
it's not.
to be quiet,
It's not how you have a
know-
dialogue. It's how you have a pointless argument. And the people in this room are not here for that.
So if that's your position, then you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say keep living happy without a map or a model that works. What I'm going to tell you is that I will listen.
Same fallacy.
Yeah, it's not a fallacy. I need a map or a model, and I'm happy to
Ernest,
go back.
I still got unanswered questions, bro.
This guy does not understand.
I have unanswered questions every day of my life.
This guy lacks the intelligence to understand what I'm saying.
So I'm
no, I get your
Ernest,
question.
you keep on saying
I get what you're trying to say.
Ernest, you keep on saying keep living happily without a model, without a map or anything like that. But I have a contention with the concave earth, and you said, hey, Sacred, I don't have no answer. Send me some more information. So before you look at the things that we talk about, I mean, this is episode 116, my brother. We've been doing this for a very long time, and I know you say that concave earth been booming, but I was looking for y'all for a while, and it's only 3 of y'all up here so far, maybe 4. All these people in here is level heads. There's a few globe earthers in the listener section, so them too, but most of them is all in here is flat earthers and level heads, bro. So, you know, we looking for answers, and we're open to hearing what you got to say. But
Yeah,
if you leave
I get
out of
that,
here,
brother.
hold on. If you leave out of here and we don't have all of our questions answered, I don't want to hear concave earthers running around with memes saying we got all the answers that flat earthers can't answer. When
I
this space
understand that
ends,
1,000%.
when this space ends, we want to make sure that at least y'all have an equivalence of some answers that we have questions for. Because if you don't, I don't want to hear that no more. But I'll let you get the last
Yeah,
word, and I want to get to the hands.
I appreciate that. And flat earthers will find concavity without this group or not. It's growing at such a rate that even if tonight is a blunder with my child running around and all that, or as he said, my problem. I have 11 kids and 2 wives. Very busy life. So with all of my problems that I have, these guys are going to find concavity, whether you like it or not, or whether I like it or not. So they may not get their answers tonight, but if they go watch the rectilineator documentary, they're going to get their answers and start seeing some of the smartest flat earthers who ever existed, who could run circles around us, like Emil Appeal, my national
There's
director of
another fallacy.
NASALize.org. No, and Zenith Atlas. When you find out, and not only that, but my friend Brian Mullins was the only flat Earth engineer flat Earth civil engineer that ever existed. He came out with balls out physics. Have you ever heard of that guy?
Actually, yeah, I have a great number of Brian Mullins' videos from long ago. I respect a fair bit of his work, and his thoughts about the rectilinear experiment are quite valid. It's just a question of whether or not these guys were really capable of pulling it off.
He asked for $2 million, and of course I don't have that kind of money. I maybe make $40,000 a month. I I don't have the kind of money that he's wanting to get to do that experiment, right? But he was crushed by the engineering field, you know, as he came out as a flat earther. But when he accepted concavity and he left flat Earth, those with the brightest minds will catch on to concavity. And like me, Brian Mullins received death threats from the flat Earth community. Why are they giving us death threats just for
More
leaving flat
anecdote.
Earth?
It's
What
just
is
more
so?
anecdote, man.
It's not anecdote, dude. It's what I lived through. It's what he lived through. He had to go
It
into hiding because the
it
official Flat
doesn't
Earth and Globe
matter.
discussion, the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion group turned on him so viciously. I don't understand. I don't.
Hold on 1 second, Ernest, because I didn't really hear that. I seen that Brian Mullen put out. It seemed like he was with a handler, to be totally honest, but that's just my perspective. He was with some woman, and he put out a statement saying, "Hey, flat earthers, I see that you guys were looking for me. Just want to let you guys know that I'm okay. I just don't engage anymore." So he was
Of
just.
course,
So
of
people
course.
were actually
He went.
worried,
Yeah,
and
he
I.
went into he went into Torahism, and you know, if
But
that's
how do
where
you
you
know that
go.
he's a concave earther now? Where did you see that at?
Oh, because he made a great documentary. I've talked to the guy, man. He's a good. He's a what do you call it? A good acquaintance, right? So it just
Drop that in the side chat if you can.
yeah.
And then we're
So
gonna get to the hands after this.
he's just a guy that got smashed around by flat Earth, smashed around by globe Earth, and I don't know, brother. If we're all looking for God, if we're all looking for the creator, why do flat earthers get so violent? Just today, Nathan Thompson, my old national director,
Hold on. We're not gonna talk about anybody that's not here. The reason why, hey, brother Ernest, the reason why we actually have in this space, the sole reason why, the only reason why, is because a concave earther crashed out on all the flat earthers. That is the only reason why we have in this space, and why I got it in my pin tweet, Mediation Earth, because the flat earthers was kicking it with the concave earthers. The concave earthers come in here, they don't really talk too much. We've been asking them to come join them and grab a mic and speak to us. They don't want to do it. And then a flat earther that ended up turning a concave earther crashed out on all the flat earthers. So this is what Stone is saying, is like a lot of your assertions seem to be based in fallacy, Everyone crashes out sometimes. Flat earthers, anti-flat earthers, globe earthers, cellular earthers, peanut earthers, pineapple earthers, potato. Like, people gonna crash out. It's not specific to one shape of the earth. But I'm just saying, to contain your position, bro. The whole reason why we holding this is because a concave earther started slandering a bunch of flat earthers. So
What do you
not
mean
just
by crash
exclusive.
out?
Yeah, Sacred. This dude don't know crash out, bro.
So crashing out means like slandering, like kind of like belittling, talking down to. And this is someone that we was like kind of cool with. So what I want to do is open up a space so we can mediate those relationships, because we wasn't expecting someone that we had built relationship with to kind of like get aggressive with the flat earthers, being that he was a flat earther. So it's not just flat earthers that are so
I don't know him, and I'm very sorry. The one thing that I will tell you about concavity of earth is it will make you humble. It'll show you how much you really don't know. And pride it seems to fill the hearts of flat earther. It filled my heart in 2015, to where I was just obnoxiously rude to anyone and everybody, just like you saw in the groups how they treat me, because I say there's a different model, guys. There is something else that we need to consider.
Yeah,
That's kind of ironic.
Talking about the assertions that he was making about the behavior of flat earthers, and even the co-host that we had up here. I don't know where he at. I sent him the co-host again, but Concave Earther told everybody. Well, he substantiated what I was with the history that I had with Concave Cellular Earther. That when he started engaging with us, his approach wasn't too nice. His approach wasn't too civil, and he said, "Hey, my bad. I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to be heard." So
no, Ernest,
while we're saying it's not just flat earthers, that may be your experience, but this is level heads, bro. Like, we don't really do that over here. At least we try not to. We only match the energy we receive. That's all.
To me, that sounds a lot like projection, Ernest, when you talk about flat earthers being the violent one, the rude ones. I mean, between yourself and myself, in our discussion right now, I definitely think that you are the one who's been acting rude, not me.
That's how you think. I mean, listen.
No, I mean, it's like actually going down that way. You
I have
constantly
the
interrupt me and
history.
stuff, you know?
I have the history of the death threats against me, the assault. I can
It's got
name
nothing to do with you and me, Ernest.
No, I don't take any. Why would I want anything
All right,
back?
can you two stop arguing, bro? Both of y'all. Can y'all stop that?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't. I want.
So let's do this. I want to kind of get off of all of that because it's just like evolving super fast. Thanks, D3. I got Proud back up here. We're gonna start rotating some mic. We have Dave that's been patient, TM that's been patient. I think Eli wanted to say something, but Eli, you don't have your hand up, so I don't know if you still want to say something. So if you do, please put your hand up.
I see his hand. Oh, yeah, it's up.
Okay, I see it now. All right, so let's do Dave's, and then we'll go to TM, and then Eli, and then we'll work around the room, and then we'll start rotating some mic. Thanks for being patient, Dave.
All good, all good. What's up, everybody? Man, I'm really loving the build. Your spaces are always fire, bro. I really appreciate everything you and Proud do. Y'all put in the work, and it shows. Everybody else that's been talking too. I mean, everybody that's been inputting. You know, Liliana when she comes up, super sweet. Hopi when she came up, putting in the energy. I mean, really putting out the vibes that this space needs, because you know, we're all trying to come together on stuff, and it seemed like I didn't catch it firsthand, but you know, I know Brian enough. He's that was a very humble thing you did, bro. That was really cool of you coming up and just saying, "Hey guys, like I may have said something. I wasn't there, but I really appreciate him coming up and saying that, just to try to, you know, level the field, because really we're trying to figure it out." You know, brother Ernest, man, you sound super smart. I'm glad you found your way in. Stone dissecting with laser precision, bro. I don't even know how to put it. You have great intellect, Stone. I can't say that enough. Alan, always funny, filling in the gaps, bro. Loving that. It's all fun at the end of the day, and that's, you know, that's what we're here for. We love learning, and I really appreciate everybody that's got their stuff and input. I got a lot of questions, and, you know, concise answers really kind of help with that. So, like, I think Stone's trying to point out some ad hominems, you know, that you've been putting out, like character from source and stuff. Look, I think you could explain a lot and really kind of help shape what you're saying. And Stone's trying to do that, and I really appreciate you having patience too. Just keep at it, man. We just got questions. Really, I think we're all having fun here. I get passionate too. It's impossible. The whole concave thing sounds poetic. Like it sounds actually kind of cool. I've heard like the egg theory at the beginning, but it's got to make sense. And I think that with everybody's help, we can kind of figure this thing out, get to the bottom of it. So I mean, that's pretty much it, guys. I love y'all. I love y'all. Every week y'all do better and better. It's amazing. I feel like would y'all get like a new soundboard, microphone? Y'all are definitely upgrading. That's for damn sure. Oh, so well, like in this concave, we have to like rewrite the whole Australia thing. Yeah. They came from a land up above. Is that? I mean,
But
like,
yeah, but if it came from a land up above, somebody who's under, it's the land down under as well.
I know, man. It's funny how like it could really easily flip. So I thought that was kind of funny. Um, Thanks for putting it in slow motion, Sacred. Because I mean, sometimes I can't keep up with what any y'all, the fancy words and all that stuff. But I'm picking up what y'all laying down. So being able to put it in a slow mo replay for everybody to get it, that really does help. I appreciate everybody that's smart, but I know you'll have to be concise too, and really chop it up just so the other side doesn't think that they've got the ball when really you're over there about to dunk. So, once again, love y'all. Keep it up for real.
Shout out Daves, man. Shout out Daves.
So
My God.
I've been posting some cool videos down below, by the way. I'll mute.
Speaking of videos, it was actually Santos Bonacci and his buddy Martin back in December 2021 that posted some YouTube videos about the egg model, which is very similar to the concave model that you guys are
Yeah.
talking about. You'll notice that those videos were actually pulled down and are no longer on YouTube anymore.
Funny to mention, it was Santos Bonacci who threatened to unalive me, by the way. He's a very very
That is
hateful,
funny.
very hateful and mean person.
Bro, what is happening? I feel like I'm in a Twilight Zone. Hey,
He threatened to
save us.
unalive me in 2021. I'll never forget it. So yeah, literally in the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion group. Very hateful person.
Brother Ernest, blink twice if you need help.
I don't need help. It really happened. There's history you guys don't know here. It's none of this is made up. And of course, through my organization, NASALies.org, I could get sued for any statement that I've made that is false.
Bro, this is crazy, bro. What is happening? Was this a good idea, y'all? Hey, retweet the space if y'all rocking. Link in bio if you want to catch some of the replays, man. It's Flat Earth Fridays, episode 160. Level heads, neighbors in the building. Flat Earth Cave, crash out, take two. Globers, y'all banned. Take a hike. Stay in y'all Discord in the corner of Flat Earth. And let's keep it rocking. Who's up, TM?
I did find one just before we get to you, TM. Sorry, man, that there is one called the Cosmic Egg Presentation. The Cosmic Egg Presentation, and that's from 4 years ago. You can find that on YouTube under Daniel the Naturals channel, just for reference.
Yeah, so in case most people don't know, the cosmic egg theory came out. It is the original source of creation from the Hindu beliefs and the Quran. The Quran, the Earth is in an egg itself. It's very historical, predating flat Earth, predating globe Earth. By the way.
Yeah, TM, what's up, man?
Stopping, guys. What is going on lately? Is this all real? Am I dreaming?
The second moon energy.
Everybody's crashing out, dude. Dude, I got Jason Bourne, Bjorn, whatever the fuck his name is, coming at me in the comments, and then you got Matt coming at me in the fucking comments, and in that space I was in with him the other night. Everybody's crashing out on this shit.
You know, it's funny if Santos came into the group right now, the first thing he would do is start hurling the worst insults toward me. He called both of my wives, you know, streetwalkers. Very, very bad person, by the way.
Interesting. Yeah, man.
No,
I just wanted to.
not really interesting, TM. Sorry, but continue.
I just wanted to comment on Matt, man. I'm not going to forgive his words. That man's been crashing out, laying a whole bunch of claims everywhere, calling us. What's he calling us? What is he? He's referring to us as flirts. We can't get past our religion. Everybody that believes that the horizon rises with the observer is stupid. What else did he say here? He's calling me a shill, that I have handlers. Dude, it just got weird, man. This whole concave thing.
So a lot of us, I believe, was holding Matthew and all the level heads in a really high regard. So I guess, you know, the energy that we've been seeing on the timeline has been very jarring and shocking to a lot of us.
Was
So
there
again,
somebody else in here, brother, that's a concaver?
no, not yet. He hasn't showed up, but he's been a flat earther since we've been doing Flat Earth Fridays. And he just recently, after I think he said 30 hours of some research, he said he became a concave earther. And I don't know what happened really, but he just started really getting aggressive with a lot of the people in the community that follow him and he follows. So we just was a little bit concerned about that. He may be at work now. If he's not, if y'all could just at Matt and tell him to pull up, so maybe we can mend some of these relationships and keep this thing moving in the right direction, regardless of an updated position or not. And hopefully we don't have those same type of interactions anymore. So
That's the main thing, because we both believe that we live on a stationary Earth. There's common ground right there. We both believe that the sky is moving, not the Earth. That's common ground right there. We both believe that there's a creator. That's common ground right there. As far as all the other stuff, you know, I don't like how there's so much hatred between the two, because if flat earth and concave earth ever realize together, they're a powerful force, because we both know that the horizon is rising to the eye level. And I just want you to think about it. If you fly up 100,000 feet, is the ground rising up to your eye level?
yes, I would say it's rising with the observer, but why doesn't that work on a flat earth though?
Because it's concave, sir. It's going up at 8.5 inches per mile squared. And if you're looking on a flat earth, you eventually get above the distance of the earth. You're going to be looking down at it. So when you borrow the statement that the horizon is rising up to the eye of the observer, that belongs to concave earth. So you're almost a concaver.
But we could demonstrate that same phenomena over a flat plane. So why is that exclusive to concavity?
But we can demonstrate that too. That's why you can see Chicago skyline so far away at ground level, or like Zenith Atlas would do, which is what no flat earther ever thought of. Take their P900 and put that P900 3 to 5 inches above the water and zoom out. And I have the videos below in the comments where you start to see boats higher up in the distance, further away than the closer boats. And that shows you that water is not flat. It's scientific evidence that contained water has a concave meniscus, and it's only the concavity of the earth that is sealed in a pressurized chamber. Because until we can identify where the flat earth dome is and where it seals to and how it seals to, we don't have the right to make the claim that flat earth is a pressurized chamber. It doesn't make sense. That is
Man, we can demonstrate all pressure within a container. Like that's the one thing that we can demonstrate. But my original question to you was, why doesn't a horizon raising with the observer work on a flat earth? Why doesn't it work? But you do agree that it does work on a flat earth as well.
Well, eventually you run out of distance, right? So the higher up you go, the further away you can see. And also,
so you do agree that it does work on a flat earth as well. It's not exclusive
to a distance, right?
What's
So
that distance?
Depending upon whether you have a Fata Morgana in front of you, the distance, it eventually, probably 10, 20 miles before sight converges in a flat Earth. But once you realize or you accept the possibility that the ground is raising up in front of us, right? And I think the only way to know this is if
How do you
flat Earth.
demonstrate this?
It's a good question. I was going to get to that. I think using the P1000 or the P900, and I've been asking for resources and professionals on this. I think if you've ever taken your camera and you zoom out on the ocean, you have to keep lifting your camera up because the horizon indicator will go into the water. So you have to elevate your camera a little higher, zoom out, elevate your camera higher, zoom out. And I think that could be one of the clearest indications that the horizon is rising at eye level. We're just not ready to accept it, right? But we can see hundreds of miles away with the right conditions and with our P900 or P1000s. Um, those are things that we have to look at and accept. And I just need more flat earthers to not get mad about this, but go try to prove me wrong. Why is our P900, when we're sitting on an ocean shore with it 5 feet up, why are we zooming out and then we have to pick up the camera again? If you've ever held one and looked through it, you have to constantly adjust the height or you're going to zoom into the water or the earth. I think that's the very definitive point that nobody is coming to the conclusion of, that my friend Joe Dubs pointed out. Ernest, hey man, the camera is telling you that the horizon is inclining right in front of you. And I'm like, damn, dude, I never really thought of that. But, my wives bought me my P900 the day it came out. I'm the first man in the world to film the Galilean moons, AKA stars, crossing over Jupiter. And that's when the cops were, you look up the video, cops called on flat earthers in YouTube. And that's the first time we had the camera out in 2015, I believe. And we were zooming on Jupiter during the Passover, and the cops got called on us, and then began the terror of the cops on my life since that short time there. But I think that's an indicator that the ground is curving up because we're having to lift the camera upwards as we're zooming. You
No,
guys,
no way. That literally doesn't make any sense to me, because it's
I
like
know it doesn't make
if I'm
sense.
down at the surface of the earth, and you're saying, well, I have a limit to my vision due to concavity, then
No,
why
you
would
don't have
raising
you don't have a limit, right? You see far away because the earth is raising. That's why Joshua Nowicki could see the Chicago skyline from so far away. And he was higher up, by the way. He wasn't on water shore,
Or
but
the world is just flat?
Yeah,
well, you have
this is an exclusive, bro. This is an exclusive to. I still doesn't make any sense to me, bro. To be totally honest, like I'm trying to gather what you're saying, because you're saying, why do we got to keep on raising up to see more of the Earth? And you're saying because at the horizon it's curving upwards, so
well,
to
how
go
far how
higher.
far is the horizon from you, by the way?
Well, it depends on the height of the observer. If I'm 6 foot observer, the horizon is supposed to be, at least on a globe, about 2.99 miles away, but it changes on a daily basis. So we could see things way farther.
I
I'm
agree.
sure
I
you're
agree.
familiar with the Black Swan, where they lifted that camera like not even a foot off of the ground, and you could see the horizon behind a oil rig that was 10 miles away.
Yeah, so that's a great point. And with the Fata Morgana, they've seen 350 miles away. And it's a mystery, brother, that we all have to come to the conclusion that maybe we don't have enough information yet. But I'm telling you, man, I've sat with my camera, 6 to 7 inches off the water, and I zoom out. I have to keep picking my camera up. And when I zoom out, 14 miles away, and I can see the horizon behind a boat, but higher up, I just scratch my head because they're supposed to be in the flat earth, this convergence of the height and the ground converging into one point. So we shouldn't be seeing boats in the distance higher up than the closer boats. That makes no sense
Baby, you're claiming that it's higher up.
I got video right below us in the comments, brother. You can pull it up from Zenith
No,
Atlas.
okay, so I posted up top, but I also posted a picture of the Fata Morgana. And to
That's
me,
a
it's
whole
just
mystery, man. That Fata Morgana
it
will blow your
doesn't
mind.
really seem like a mystery. It seems like it's sitting on water, but the refraction underneath the boat is causing hold on.
Yeah.
For refraction underneath the boat is causing an illusion that is lifted up. You're saying it's actually lifted up.
That's
So we
what,
would
yeah,
have to see those measurements to say the where it's lifted up comports with the measurements of this inverted 8 inches per mile squared. So we're looking for that evidence for that, because I could go ahead and adjust the levels of the pictures, and I can show where the true horizon is, which I did in my post demonstrating, or at least observing, excuse me, the Fata Morgana. If y'all want to go look, it's a post up top of the nest. It says your horizon is apparent. And it has like a little boat emoji with a cloud emoji. And I say, welcome to Flat Earth. And you can see you have these two boats that seem to be quote unquote floating. Now, it seems like the concave earthers are saying, well, it appears to be floating because in the distance, the earth is rising up. But when I adjusted the levels to this image, you can kind of see the horizon behind the boat, which looks like the water is just actually extending out further across the flat plane. But because there's some type of refraction happening beneath the boat, it's giving the illusion that it's lifted up off of the water. So this is what he's explaining. I'm just trying to steelman his position. It seems like the concave earthers think that these floating boats is the earth curving upwards. Is that correct?
Yeah, we absolutely believe it is. We think that the Fata Morgana is something that happens every single day because that water is raising higher and higher. And I just posted a video right now that I would love for you to look at while we're on this, and say, Ernest, there are literally boats further away that are higher up than the closer boats, and that's at the St. Clair, Michigan channel that's only like 14.78 miles in distance, and so that just posted. If you want to check that out and give your opinion, I'd love to hear your opinion. This is the longest I have ever talked to flat earthers, man. This group rocks.
Hey man, appreciate it, man. We the level heads.
I
have a question.
I would burn one with you all the time. Come up here to Boston, brother. I have a big.
Hey, I like Boston. You can walk in front of the cops with one burning. I like it out
Yeah,
there.
dude, I got a big farm up here. God is good, man.
That's what's up. 1 second, D3. I think Eli was next, and then I'll slide over to you. Go ahead, Eli.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mike is a little muffled, but yeah, we can hear. Now I don't hear anything. Y'all hear him?
Yeah. Nah. Are you speaking, Eli?
No, I hear.
Eli, if you're speaking, we can't hear you now. All of a sudden.
Crowd got dropped out as well.
Let me see if I could. I don't even see her request.
I see Proud as a speaker, not a co-host.
All right. While I do some room management, and I sent Concave Cellular Earther a mic again. I don't know. Concave Cellular, you coming up here or what you doing, bro? You supposed to be helping guide this conversation, brother. You ain't supposed to be a listener. This is your time to shine, and it's gonna be your last time if you don't convince me to go do these 30 hours they told me to put in. So pull up, Cellular Earther. While I go ahead and do a little bit of space management, D3, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Am I
Cool.
seen?
Say what, Jeff?
Okay, I just want to know if I was seen because things are clicking out on my side of the computer. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I see you, Jeff. I see you.
So one of the things that was mentioned earlier when Sacred asked about the propagation was the curving up, and I'd like to dive into where those measurements are coming from. I think someone said Noah. Is that correct? Brother Ernest?
Hi, hello.
Yeah. So where are the readings coming from where you guys are saying that the propagation is curving upward? Is that NOAA?
Yeah, so one is from NOAA, one is from, that's correct, brother. One is from, hold on, I got somebody that's trying to join in as a concaver. One is from NOAA, one is from, uh, let me go back and pull that photo up. Bear with me just a minute. So one is from NOAA, NOAA.gov, jetstream/VCP_max. I'll post it right in here. And radar beam height distance is what you should look under at NOAA.
Well, okay. So how is NOAA taking these measurements? Hello? Hello? Is
Yes,
anybody?
I've just added that. I've added that to the chat. Give me a few seconds to post some collective data for you. Hold on. So it's just loading up.
Right. So
NOAA's a government agency.
I know what they are. How are they taking the measurements is what I'm asking. I guess he's busy trying to post.
Yeah, he's still a little new to Twitter.
Yeah, it's all right.
Hey, Sacred, I got some breaking news. Do you mind if I share it?
Go for it, D.
I didn't want to interrupt D369.
Well, I'm waiting for him, so you can take up some space here in between. It's no problem.
Okay, thanks. So I got some incredible news to share with you all, like some really, 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 really huge news. So Flat on XRPL had like a 900 some % gain on Thursday. It aped to like number 34 or something like that on the whole XRPL in the whole world by market cap. And there's this thing called First Ledger that was just created by some like top XRPL influencers and people that are like, you know, they work with Ripple like really closely and everything. So this website called firstledger.net is like the new, like pretty much like what Phantom Wallet and Solana did for meme coins. Now it's like XRP's turn, or the XRPL ledger. And they're using this marketplace called firstledger.net to bring like meme tokens on the XRPL. Well, they're going to, okay, so there's only like 15 or so OG meme tokens that were created on the XRPL before they made this marketplace platform for all these huge meme tokens. So make a long story short, they're supposed to add Flat this weekend, but even before we get added to firstledger.net for the Flat on XRPL, we're already going to be on the first page. Before, like pretty much like the first page when you go to firstledger.net, you'll see Flat. So what's wild is I posted in the Purple Pill, you can see like all the different like chart metrics and anything. So anyone that's into crypto, this is like one of the biggest things ever to happen in crypto for Flat Earth, just because one, it's the XRPL, and two, like a lot of people started aping in on the XRPL. You know, you can check the feed that we have on our page, but it's getting pretty wild. So if anyone has any questions, you're more than happy to ask me, but it's super easy to set up a XRP wallet, and then you can trust line in, and then you can trade Flat if it's of any interest to you, but it's aping pretty hard. And
thanks for the big ad.
Yeah, once it gets added to First Ledger, you know, we'll see. I'll give you an update next week, you know.
No, thanks.
All righty, cool. So yeah, Does anybody else know, since this guy isn't answering, does anybody else know how they NOAA is taking the readings from point to point? Because if I'm not mistaken, they're doing a beam at one point, recording it at another point, and then they would be assuming a global model, because this is NOAA we're talking about.
Agreed, and that would be a very big problem in the globe, because if the radar beams are pointing upward or bending upward, I think that they are you know, the problem is these beams are bending upward, and it's a huge issue with the globe. I mean, together, flat Earth and concavity of Earth can use this against the globe earthers as evidence of no downward curvature, because how would the beams be bending upward at this distance? And you know, the bioscatters, how would they be able to work and bend upward on a globe? You know, especially
Yeah,
200,
and so my thing is, I think it could be equally valid to use the same observation as proof of more flat, because if they were bending up, right, then they would probably need to be bending up at a distance greater than what they are in order to reach 8 inches curve, the 8-inch curve in the opposite direction, which is what you guys are claiming. So I think it's actually just going straight, and the assumed curvature makes it seem like it's going up when it's not actually going up.
Yeah, so you can look up upper panel vertical cross section of the radar beams, and they're showing these beams, you know, lifting at 150 kilometers. Of course, there's several different types of frequencies that they're using, but they are all pointing upward. And yeah, together we can use that information to refute the globe. That's what the flat Earth has to come to the realization to, that we are not the enemy.
So hold on, when you say that they're pointing up or they're going up, what do you mean by that specifically?
So first they go out and then they incline up, so that by 150 kilometers, they're at a very high distance bending upward. And so I just posted some more source
What
publications.
inclines up?
The radar beams are inclining up, and
So what, hold on.
yeah.
Before you go on, that is a very simple answer. All right, so the radar beams are curving up, you're saying, but I'm talking about the actual antenna or whatever it is that they're using to send the radar beams. Are those pointed up or are those pointed straight?
So those would most likely, as I look at the photos that I am they look pretty damn straight to me. You know, they don't look like they're pointing up into the air. It's a problem.
Okay, enough. Simple answer, keep it concise. Okay, so if those things are straight, and your claim is that the beams themselves afterwards are curving up, we need to find out how you're determining that. And if you're using agencies like NOAA to determine that based on their data, we have to understand that they're using a globe model. So it would appear to be curving up when it's not actually curving up, because it would be going right, because the curvature is going down and away from the beam in their model. That's their model showing that. That's not the actual beam curving. It's the model showing, hey, we're down here, the beam is up there. But that's based on their model. That's not based on a flat Earth model.
Wasn't someone saying earlier that they believe that the beam bends up towards the less dense medium, or were they talking about light?
I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, if the Earth is going downwards away from the beam, then the beam appears to be curving upward. But that's what their model says. That's what their model presumes. If it's flat, then it's not curving upwards. And if it was curving upwards, if the Earth was curving upwards, they would most likely have to curve at a greater rate upwards than what is demonstrated by the current model, right? So let's find a way to subtract the current model and see how high those things are curving upward from there, and then I think you might have an argument with that.
Just to clarify, though, radar is light. It is the same thing, Prab.
I have a question for Brother Ernest.
Yep, shoot, I'm done.
Yeah, I was listening to what you were saying the whole time, and I scratched my head often. And I was like, like, what are you talking about? I was just like kind of taken back by what you said on many things. But one of the things you said that you have not yet seen a workable flat Earth model map. So you've never seen a flat Earth map that's complete. Is that correct?
No, so what I've seen is only the Gleason map, the AE map.
Well, the Gleason map is missing 6 latitude lines and missing many known lands that are on a lot of other older maps consistently in the same places. So it's missing a lot of known lands, multiple.
You keep referring to AE map after referring to the Gleason map. You think those are two different things?
Well, of course, one predates the other. So the Gleason map was never the Gleason map was never a map that was used to project or to sail on. It was more a time clock.
Do you know what AE stands for?
The azimuthal map. So
no,
and the
what does AE
equidistant
stand for?
The equidistant map. So
yes,
they're just projections of the globe that have been flattened. That's all, right?
So you don't understand that the Gleason is an AE map?
I have a question.
Well, yeah, I'm identifying the Gleason map because if I just tell everybody an AE map, they're going to think of the United Nations kind of map rather than the one that's the Gleason, that's a projection of time and solstice.
I have a quick question. Are latitude lines, the distances between each latitude line, are they equal or are they different?
Well, on the concavity of the Earth, they're going to be equal. Yeah, they're going to be pretty much equal. And I'll take a photo and show you this.
So you believe that the latitude lines are equal?
But not AE.
So when you look, like if you have a pizza slice, does the curve get wider as you get to the crust, or does it stay straight? It gets wider as it gets to the crust, right? So
yeah,
like,
of
as
course.
You go
Are you able to see the photos I'm posting, by the way, just out of curiosity?
So latitude lines, the distance between each latitude line increases the further south you go. So like if you're like at 89, between 89 and 90 degrees north, it's going to be, I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's going to be a shorter distance. And if you're at between 89 and 90 degrees south latitude, that's going to be a much larger distance.
Are you hot, little buddy? Okay. Yes. If you can see the photo that I just showed you, they do decrease and increase. So they decrease at the South Pole and our North Pole, but at the same time in between there, they're increasing in width and distance. So obviously, looking on a pizza Earth or something, I concede with your point. Yeah, I mean, but that's not what we see in reality, and so this all goes back to, in order for there to be a workable flat Earth model, right, we have to get a flat Earth model that projects where the dome is. And you just can't have a dome and not have your heights worked out and make the assumption that the Earth is flat, therefore we hear thunder. The Earth is flat, and because of our dome, we have lightning. We give precise measurements of the Kármán line, and again, I know you guys don't like me to use names, but man, Nathan viciously attacked me because I mentioned meteorites. Whereas if we both agreed that, hey, there's a Kármán line and the Kármán line could be the flat Earth dome line, right? And that's where meteorites come from. I don't understand why flat earthers get so mad about the meteorites in a flat Earth.
Has anybody got mad about meteorites over here?
No, not at all. I'm telling you, man. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing, without a doubt. Without a doubt, you guys are amazing. No, because I need to know in the flat Earth, where do these meteorites come from? Where do the meteors come from in flat Earth? And nobody has been able to ever tell me.
Well, personally, I live in no fear of asteroids, meteors, attack. Doomsday cult-like asteroids. They don't
I don't think
exist.
they're. I don't think they're asteroids
They
like
don't
big.
exist. Neither
No,
do dinosaurs, my friend.
I don't
I mean,
believe in dinosaurs, right? Yeah. So yeah.
You know
But
what?
there's.
You know what, my friend? I have one thing to say. The burden of proof is not on flat earthers. That's the PSYOP.
You have to quit calling everything a psyop. Do I think
Okay,
flat Earth is a
What?
psyop?
Can I just say
No.
one sentence? I've been listening to you for half an hour, going like, what the heck? The burden of proof is on NASA to prove gravity, the curve, we went to space, all of that nonsense. It is a psyop. I'm a flat earther. I've been in this for 5 years, and all of you, the trolls come at me. Oh, blah, 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 blah. 90% of them fall for the fake flat earth society nonsense. Can you also hear me? My phone was cutting out. So
Yep,
they're asking me, y'all are asking me for the edge and flight patterns. You're talking about sitting I live at the beach. You go at the beach, and that curve moves based on the atmospheric conditions. Then you take an airplane ride. One of my, greatest experiences was flying from the top of the Gulf to the Caribbean and seeing. No, we didn't have the chemtrails up there to distort the view. There's no damn curve. So whatever you're pushing here is great, but we should be uniting against NASA because it's not just about the shape of the Earth. You do know that. So
I
that's all
love
I'm
you.
saying.
You're so cool, man. I love you. I really do. That's the best. The best. That's why in 2012 I didn't start a 501c3 organization called the Flat Earth Organization or anything. I started an organization called NASA Lies, and
Thank
NASA
you.
Lies.
Thank you.
NASA
Okay.
Lies. NASA
So
Lies
we agree.
Incorporated. NASA Lies Incorporated was aided by my friend Bart Siebel, who helped or who made the video. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
He's a globe earther. He's a globe earther. So I wasn't trashed by him in those days. He met me with kindness, and so there's even globe earthers that believe we didn't go to the moon, and he was
Well,
punched.
but you do know about the fake flat Earth society nonsense. That was formed in 1970. I don't know why my phone keeps closing. Like I don't. I just did a little series on Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's like, oh, he will not debate Eric Dubay, but he has zero problem doing endless videos making fun of flat earthers. Like we're a pancake out there in the Helios. We don't believe in space. We don't believe in any of that. And then I also know that very few of the trolls that come at me know the founding. I had one guy, Dwight Eisenhower, founded NASA. Really, no, it didn't start there. The Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard thing is very significant. And, not to mention the first movie made. I found flat Earth through old world history. I never cared instinctively about, NASA. But what I really have a problem with is the controlled opposition dumbing people down. And that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson does. It is appalling. When I really looked in, if you can look up Neil deGrasse Tyson shutting down flat Earth. You know how he shuts it down? Oh, don't question science. Ooh, and he talks about some. If anybody with influence talks about flat Earth, they need to be shut down. Oh, he sends him a letter. Joe Rogan, don't get me started on that one. But so let's keep the focus on I'm on TikTok and those lives can be so mind numbing. How you get in the weeds of the science. I'm sorry, I'm a little blonde. I went up in an airplane, and I'm sorry, the darn curve's not there. I lived at the beach. I know what a green flash is. I know what the wind does. And we're not moving, we're not spinning, and God bless us all. Can we all just get along? Because it's way more than just the shape of the earth. And to see, I'm seeing people on TikTok fighting, and it's just so freaking sad. Whereas, anyway, bless y'all. I'm done for now.
Hey, Sacred, I have a real quick question. You there? Sacred?
My bad, man. I'm doing a little bit of house management. People still crashing out, bro. This is supposed to be a mediation space, man. Mediation Earth. What is going on, bro? This is crazy. Hold on. Hold that thought, Flat.
Yeah, it'll be a real quick question.
Eli was right before D3. He got dropped down. I want to make sure that we slide over to him, and then we'll double back to you in a second. Eli, your mic is fixed?
Hopefully, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's good. And probably you can help out and chime in whenever you want. Go ahead, Eli.
Okay, so there's a lot of issues. Obviously, people have been talking now for like 3 hours while I had my hand up, so it's hard to remember everything I wanted to say. But first and foremost, like, there's no evidence that's been presented here yet. There's a lot of talk about,
We're losing you, Eli.
Oh no.
Eli, you roboting again, brother. Oh no.
Wherefore art thou, Eli?
Alan, you be killing me, bro.
Every time he's about to start dropping gravy, it's just like, no, sorry guys, you gotta wait.
Oh shit.
I think looking for Ken's
I don't know
later.
if you're still trying, Eli, but it sounds like you're gonna have to drop down and come back. I don't think anyone can hear you.
Hey, Sacred, do you mind if I ask you a real quick question?
As soon as you're out of the bathroom.
I think he's kind of like back end. Checking the chat. Is it specifically? Oh, I get it. No pun intended, guys. Come on. Is it specifically for Sacred, or did you want it to be an open question?
No, I was just trying to ask him a couple of different things. I mean, we have, right now, like for the flat on XOPL, there's 1,600 holders, and I've been able to get a lot of people to start talking about flat Earth that had not previously talked about it before, like multiple handfuls. And it's really, really exciting to get more like numbers into, the flat Earth conversation. And I've shared with a lot of them, about Flat Earth Fridays, some of them maybe showing up and so forth. But I was just curious to see, like, who do you know that's in the Flat Earth community that I may have not have spoken to yet or communicated with that trades crypto, is into crypto? I mean, there's a niche inside of Flat Earth that's into crypto, right? So not everyone is, and that's okay. But who do you know that is?
Hey, we're gonna stay on topic, Flat, but I'll put you in touch with somebody. I'll send you a couple apps, all right?
What's that? You're gonna send me what?
So there's another guy named Keys Gnosis that's a concaver. I see him down there. If you guys can add him and I'm kind of doing diaper things.
All right, hold on. Flat, I'll put you in touch with whoever you're asking for, but I want to stay on topic. I don't really want to talk about crypto right now.
Sure, no, I understand. Yeah, thanks.
We also have Eli. I don't know if he's still having mic issues. I don't know if he really finished what he had to say. I also want to get to Jeff, because Jeff said he wanted to chime in. I don't know if his hand works. And then Ernest, you said who was a concave earther that you wanted to join?
It looks like his name is Keys Gnosis.
Keys Gnosis. Okay, Proud. Try to see if you
Yeah, I'm gonna look again.
Yeah, let me know if you guys need a mic and I'll drop.
Yeah, I'll just drop my mic too as well. Just whenever you're ready to get like serious game plan organized about crypto, like I have a lot to share, but I know that this whole
Oh yeah,
It's
dog.
not the space for crypto,
We
man.
know
We
where to
heard it.
find you, man. Thanks, dog.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Whew, this is crazy, man. It's taking a lot of energy to get through this conversation. Yo, I don't know what is happening. Hey, man, Repos in Space, man. Shout out to y'all for pulling up. We're going to keep it rocking. Don't know if I'm convinced yet, man. I don't know if I found that compelling evidence, something exclusive to concavity. I haven't seen it yet, bro. We've been rocking spins for like, what? Say 4 some hours maybe now. I put 4 of my 30 in.
I would wonder if you could join me on a TikTok just privately together so that there's more of a screen share opportunity. And it's a very hard system to use, but I'm very appreciated. Remember, to the mods, I'm willing to send you guys NASA-ized t-shirts, anything you want designed on them. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, brother Ernest, before you go, I want to say what's up. This is New
He's not leaving
Perspective.
yet. New Perspective. He's not leaving yet. He's still with us. I'll
Okay.
get you in just a second. I see you. Okay. I'm still waiting for Eli to come back. So while we rotate Eli up, Jeff, you said you wanted to chime in with something, and I see my man Galatrax up here.
Yeah, I'd love to. My internet's fluctuating up and down. Who was that person from Florida? What was it? I forgot. I had to leave Key West after 10 years because of Hurricane Wilma. But the basic thing is we're all lied to and controlled and been indoctrinated. One person pretty much runs 189 countries out of 193. That's the Bank of Rothschild. So the Earth is flat. I lived in Key West. I've tested it. And I have a video. I am now in Brazil. I have a video made by Brazilians. 2 scientists said, we're going to prove the Earth is round. And they proved it flat, and they apologized, and they know it's flat. Imagine this. You have 2 buildings, 3,050 kilometers apart, which is what? 1,895 miles? 1,895 miles apart. Now, if it was concave, the tops of the building would be closer. If it was convex, which round, the tops would be further apart. At 1,895 miles apart, the bottoms and the tops were exactly the same. And
yeah, who's taking that measurement, and what equipment are you using to make that measurement?
Okay, who is this? And I could post the video. They did 7 tests. They did radio waves. They did lasers. Imagine a laser 10 miles long, right, going across water, and it's like 1 meter above the whole distance. It doesn't show convexity underneath the laser. It doesn't show concavity above.
No, but you're talking 1,900 miles.
Yeah, 1,895 miles
with a laser.
2 buildings. I'm sorry?
With a laser.
No. This is through I don't know the type of engineering. They do different surveying. I can post the video in, what do you call that thing up top? A bubble? No, the bubble's down below, right?
Yeah, real quick, Jeff. I think I know what video. I do know which video you're talking about.
They call it convex. What they mean by convex is the water's level and the land goes up and back down. So that's convex, just the land, not the water.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And then they have that's funny. Actually, I made a couple memes that were kind of making fun of that idea because they have like an oyster Earth floating in space.
No, yeah. That's just the stupid artist rendering. They don't believe that.
Right.
They don't know what the Earth looks like. They don't know about the realms above and below. They could just only verify our circumference and our continents, and then one continent beyond the ice wall. They've videoed from a balloon.
Right. It was like I made it like a little hot tub area that's like above the big pool.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
kind
but
of
they
the
don't know it's
concept.
beyond it. They don't know it's beyond the wall. See,
Anyway, hey, real
yeah.
quick for context for everybody else, this was something that kind of got taken seriously for a little, like maybe a week or two. In fact, Bob and Jared were going to have the guys that made this film on their show. And
Yeah.
then this video came out of one of the guys talking to an alien in the bushes called Bilu. Does anybody remember Bilu? Anyway,
No, I
there's
haven't
all
heard
kinds of
that.
Bilu jokes at the time. So one of the guys that made that, it was almost like it was set up to make them look stupid, or Bob and Jaron. The idea was maybe that they were out there doing some kind of serious possible test or something with this convex model idea, and then they also had this other thing that came out after that would have made Bob and Jaron look kind of dumb if they're talking to this guy that believes he's talking to an alien named Bilu.
Well, have you guys heard of Wakey Wakey, Mark Knight?
Yes, of course, he's
I
great.
think,
Love him.
yeah, he's probably the best, to me personally. We're allowed to have our personal opinions. The best flat earther out there. But to speak about the concave Earth, I put a picture up there because I'm an artist, and it's all about the vanishing point in your eye of perspective. Look at the street lights, but don't look at the lights. Look at the bases of the lights. The bases of the lights go up away from you. I think that's what concave people think, because things go up at a distance. But also the what is it, Augusto Picard balloon ride. When he went up, he said the Earth was a disc-like with a turned-up edge. You remember that in popular mechanics or popular science back in the 30s?
Yeah, they ended up changing the Wikipedia reference to that, right? And they actually went back and like edited it
Yeah.
as if he didn't say that. Yeah.
Yeah, when they change stuff or they're against stuff like that and they psyop it, there has to be truth to it, because it scares them that people are awakening. Like Rockefeller said, he doesn't want an educated population. He wants a population of workers.
So are the convex Earth guys still around? Are they still trying to push their convex space oyster, or no?
I don't see Eli, but I sent him that video to watch it because after almost 2,000 miles, if it's even and level, and plus the Suez Canal, 120 miles long, it's perfectly flat.
That's a good point.
Well, I kind of have a question before we get to some of the hands. Concave Earth to you guys is same thing as hollow Earth, right?
I thought that, but it's not.
Well, if I could tell you what I know about the concept of it. It's like the hollow Earth is like we're on the ball Earth still, right, on the outside of the ball, and then the hollow Earth originally, at least the way it was presented, was that there's a hollow Earth where people standing upside down as well inside the ball. So there's people on the outside and the inside for the hollow Earth concept that became popular at the time. And then there's like an inner sun as well. So there's like this inner sun, and then there's also we're going around the sun that's on the outside. So
And on the inside of
kind
the
of a
concave Earth, you
combination of
just
the
walk
hollow.
along. You just walk along the Earth from the inside, but there's no outside of concave Earth. Or is
For
there?
concave Earth, like I don't even know what they say is on the outside. It's just we're on the inside. That's all that really matters for them, and we're not spinning or anything, according to what I've heard.
I want to say something about that egg theory. Didn't the guy say the Hindus believe in the egg theory Earth? That's not true. They believe in the 7 dimensions above, which are enlightenment, and the 7 dimensions below, which as you go further down below are more evil. And we're on, like, imagine the equatorial line between good and evil. That's why we're battling, because good and evil are fighting for our realm. And the God, if we are good, we go to the higher levels of enlightenment. If we're evil, we go to the lower levels of enlightenment, or not enlightenment, but lower levels of evil. That's the Hindu Bhagavad Gita prophecy or statement. Mark Knight talks about it in Wakey Wakey. Well, in one of his Wakey Wakey.
I do, yeah, I do. If people aren't familiar with who Mark Knight is, he's not on YouTube anymore. He got taken down a few times. And
so when you're kicked off, that means you're telling the truth.
Yeah, his satanic astrology stuff, his advanced satanic astrology stuff is great, and he's done some really funny videos. He's got a lot of funny memes. But yeah, shout out to Mark Knight. He's a legend that I do definitely say people should check out.
Have you seen his geology video?
I don't know which one you're talking about.
The geology of the Earth. You know how they say it's
only got
billions
one?
and millions of years old, billions. They've proven it's not.
Okay. Is he still making new videos? I haven't looked for anything for him for a while.
Yeah. He's go to Wakey Wakey and become a follower, and he posts every now and then.
What post his channel, because I haven't seen it for a long time.
Okay, so he only posts on Odyssey. I'll send it. I'll put it up.
Odyssey, that's right. Okay, cool. Well, since I'm talking already, I will say that I think that this concave Earth brings back the idea that it's about the belief of a model. And that's the one thing that really irks me still. Even when like flat earthers say, I believe in flat Earth, it makes my skin crawl to even hear, even if they're true flat earthers. But if they say they believe in flat Earth, it's not like it's not to me. That's not meaning that, oh, we know it's flat. I think that for me, at least, flat Earth is, we know it. We know we're not on a spinning ball, and if it's not curved, what is it? And locally for all of us, it's stationary and level, and that's something that's actually self-evident. So what I would ask, maybe if Brother Ernest is here, or whoever else is on the concave side, isn't it like when flat Earth, when you say flat, once you go flat, you never go back. Well, one of the main reasons is because you have to start believing that people are upside down from you, antipodal, and all of these things that are like beyond belief, but you just accept it as like, okay, well, I guess that makes sense, So you have people upside down from each other on the concave Earth. Doesn't that kind of irk you still after like having that serenity that flat Earth offers, where it's like, oh, we don't have to believe in that crazy stuff anymore. Now you have to go back to believing people are upside down, like up in the sky across from you.
Can I talk about that too? If if the Earth is round and gravity is real and it pulls everything into the center, and the ocean is like 7 miles deep in some areas, that's a lot of weight, a lot of energy to pull things into the center, of the gravity. So that means gravity is selective. It lets the butterflies float around and lets us walk on the Earth. Nothing could survive on the Earth realistically if there was gravity pulling all that water into the center and, with such force.
Well, yeah, that's one point. And then I don't know if are there concavers in the house that I could ask a couple questions. Ernest, are you still here? Did he go?
Yeah, Ernest is no longer in the speaking pool, bro. He dropped out.
Oh, too bad. All right, never mind. Well,
yeah,
is there any other concavers here?
I was trying to give him the business too, bro, and he dipped.
Hold on. Yeah, I was gonna bring up some things.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, it's probably just cutting out a little bit, but we can hear you.
You said my mic is cutting out?
Yeah, I feel like the space is a little tiny glitchy. If you guys are having hearing issues, just let us know.
So probably you don't see Ernest requesting. You think he dipped out already?
He was requested a second ago. Did he come back up or did it glitch out for him? Oh, you guys might not know. I honestly missed her, so I don't know if you guys want to give Ernest a second, because he basically fell down and then came back up. But if he's glitching again, he probably left to figure it out.
Concave, come up here, cellular Earth.
I seen the keys guy. What was his name? But I don't know if he wants to come up. You guys might have to tell him like how to how to request or to, click the button or ask him if he wants to come up or not.
Hold on. If you see him, just send him the mic. We
I
need a
did.
concave. We have to have a concave earther up here to help us with this conversation. We can't just have all the concave earthers and the listeners.
No, I sent that guy a mic, but it's a little intimidating sometimes to come up. So I don't blame anybody.
Nah, we're not going for that. They've been up here in the listeners. They know how we rocking. We ain't been pressing really nobody for real. Stone really added just a little bit of pressure to some of the information, but I don't want to hear that. Like, they all know who we are. They're not like new to the space, except Ernest. He was new to the space, but yeah, man, we level heads. Like, it's not intimidating to come talk about the things that they tweeting about. We want to come learn about that. So yeah, man, we handing out mics. There's a large audience here. If you guys want to come articulate some of the things, we really want to get some information, some answers. I didn't get my questions answered, so I'm not really being pulled in the direction that you guys want me in. I don't know if anybody else got any questions, but in order for us to get those questions answered, we got to have the concave earthers on the mic. So,
well, I show concave listening right now.
Yeah, concave, come back. He has sent me something, but come back up, or I guess accept co-host if you're available.
Sacred Proud. There's a lot less percentage of concavers than globers. See if there's any globers down there, because concave is just like I put that photo up there. Being an artist, it does rise away from your eye, the base. Look at the base of those lamps. I put the picture up there. It rises away, so they're confused, but they can't prove it 8 inches per square mile, because with a laser, it proves it's flat.
8 inches per mile squared. And yeah, I do agree. Usually we do invite
8 inches. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 8 inches per mile square. But yeah, we do usually invite all the globe earthers or the anti-flat earthers to come join. We did that for 115 straight weeks. But today we really want to focus on the concavers because it seems to be a slight tick in the concave direction. So we want to make sure that they get the full opportunity to come talk and convince or pique our interest in some of the things that they constantly post about. So, I mean, again, y'all, this is y'all chance. Like, this whole space is for y'all. Like, I do not want to see no concavers in the listeners. I want to see y'all on the mic talking to us. For real. Otherwise, like, y'all not taking this seriously.
Hey, before, since you don't have anybody up here yet, right? And I got cut off twice now because my phone's glitching out. I need to go to bed. I got to be up at 6:30 for work. So you mind if I go ahead and go?
Yeah, no. Go ahead, Eli. We was definitely waiting for you.
Okay. So basically, I ripped into him a minute ago, but apparently my phone cut out. But, there's been a lot of sensationalism here tonight. Been a lot of talk about how there's all these ancient societies who believed in this egg theory, and there isn't. There's very few that you could point to, and I mean extremely few. For one. For two, there's been a lot of talk about survey, and all surveys seems to show as a drop. It's just not a drop that is at a rate that's commensurate with what they say it is. And then, of course, we discuss, optics at length and things of that nature. But then he brought up one ship in front of another without bringing up the heights of those ships. Like if you look at, say, a container ship that's 20 miles out versus, say, a sailboat at a mile out, you still have to take into account when you're doing that observation the height of, said ship 20 miles out versus the height of the sailboat at a mile out, and why one would be above the other in the long range observation. This has nothing to do with anything curving upwards. A lot of sensationalism about death threats. When I hear people threaten to kill each other every day on the internet, it's like, so that's not really a big thing. Just a whole lot of sensationalism, like woe is me. This is my story. Like Stone cut into him for all his fallacies. Like every bit of everything I've heard has been sensationalism with no proof, no metrics, no data, and that's all we talk about. That's all we talk about is the data. And there's been none of that from these people.
Here.
Yeah, and without that, how did they become so adamant about it? I mean, it's one thing if you can buy into the concept and you decide you believe in that, but to get so, I mean, maybe it's because there's so few, they feel like they need to speak louder, but it becomes like cultist type, very in your face, oh, I was a flat earther. You always hear the story. I was a flat earther. Then I saw the light. Or flat earthers are only halfway there, and they get so over the top with it. But you still have to go with this whole belief of people upside down and all that. I mean, I can understand being really confident that your reality is like it seems, but it does not seem concave at all.
Yeah, see, that was one of the things that I was pointing out earlier. Like when we're showing like the optical effects of a Fata Morgana, where it looks like the boat is levitating in the air, they're saying, "Oh no, that's physically in the air. Like it's not an optical effect." So it's like they don't appeal to like any perspective, or at least I haven't heard them make any perspective arguments. Even when I say, "Yo, we could demonstrate how things look like it's dropping down." Or excuse me, rising with a observer as we're raising up in elevation. Like we could demonstrate that over a flat plane and saying, oh yeah, well, we can also do that on a concave Earth. And I'm like, okay, we're looking for like exclusive evidence or things that flat Earth can't explain. So I'm just trying to tie a lot of these things in. I know, we're all on different journeys and different walks of life with different information. One thing that I've seen that was inconsistent, some of the concave earthers on the timeline were saying that the Earth was moving upwards. So far, the concave earthers that came in here said that the Earth is stationary. So, clearly they're going to have different positions, just like flat earthers and just like globe earthers. I mean, globe earthers still can't even agree on gravity. So it's like, I'm understanding of all of that stuff, but they do have a level of confidence to them that I would think that, hey, y'all should be able to articulate the position very succinctly, very specifically, which is easily digestible, with the data and the empirical evidence to support the claim. I had a few more questions for Ernest, but he might have had to dip out because he was doing a dad thing. So shout out to him for doing that.
Yeah, I did too. I used to talk to Ernest back in the day a little bit, so I was gonna say what's up as well as ask me a few things. But also on that confidence note, it's just the southern stars. I mean, I can understand a flat earther going, well, I mean, I guess if the southern stars, the southern stars make me think that it might be concave. I mean, I can understand a flat earther saying that, but to be like full force, oh, it's got to be concave because they don't have an answer for the southern stars. They don't have a model. I mean, it's like, what? Where did this come from where you're just like, it's same with the upward earth. Now you're just like over the top flat earth, even calling flat earthers liars for not buying into the upward earth. It's gone crazy. Anyway, yeah, I'd like to know where this confidence comes from. And if the southern stars are the only thing you're basing this confidence on, I think that it's not just to do so.
Yeah, I should have took a little bit of time to go over that demonstration that we posted in the top, but thanks for Proud for posting it up there. Because we could physically, demonstrate seeing the stars in different directions across a flat Earth. Not saying that this is the actual mechanism with Christmas lights and, a glass dome or a plastic dome and cameras. Like, that's not the physical mechanism of how it works, but it is demonstrable. Like, it's not like it's impossible to demonstrate. So, I'm still looking for those same demonstrations from Concave Earth. I want them to scale down their concavity to something more local and demonstrate these claims that they're showing, or provide some empirical evidence to support some of these things. This is kind of what I'm looking for, because this is the standard that we kind of hold ourselves to, and that the globe earthers and the anti-flat earthers should definitely try to hold themselves to, even though that most of the time they don't. And I'm just trying to keep that baseline even between all parties. And again, I'm not really seeing it, but hopefully we can get a little bit more information from them if they decide to pop in here. Otherwise, bro, I don't want to see another tweet from a concave earther, bro. I'm not joking. I had like a whole thing that I wanted to do this space, but because everything happened this Friday, I'm like, okay, we kind of have to do this now. I gotta mediate the squad to make sure that we ain't crashing out on each other. And I don't even know if it's really working, but the attempt is there, bro. So we gonna keep it pushing. Shout out to everybody for pulling up. Proud. I don't know who was next. I think I said Jeff, but I don't know if he was able to go yet. And I seen Gala's up.
Minister.
Okay. Yeah, Jeff, you did. You're cool.
Well, I know Galatrax was certainly before I was. But if he's not there,
I'm here. Is my mic still horrible like last week?
No.
Nope.
You're doing fine.
Nope, much
That's
better.
pretty
Awesome.
good, bro.
All right. Yeah, I posted in the Purple Pill a bunch of claims that were made tonight. So I'm just going to read them out quick. So Concave claimed tonight, bendy light bends upwards. That's why we can see so far. They claimed water bends upwards. They claims it reconciles, why we can see so far. That globe doesn't reconcile. Claims it reconciles 8 inches per mile squared. Claims radio waves bend up. Claims to reconcile northern and southern hemisphere star trails. FE has a fine explanation for this. Claims FE doesn't have a map or a model, and concavity claims to have hundreds, if not thousands, of maps. Flat earthers can't even map the ground. Claims NASA mentions a celestial sphere. Claims radar bends upwards. Claims meteorites, which are 600 pounds of ice that allegedly fall, and flat earth can't explain it. Claims water bends up, and it's proved by someone proving it by showing a P900 3 to 5 inches above water level, and then does not answer the exclusivity argument. Claims falsification requires replacement, and claims the non-apparent horizon. So those are all claims that were made. I didn't see any substantiation for them, which is fine, but I put that in the Purple Pill if any concave friends want to substantiate them, refute them. I didn't mention the moving upwards or anything because we didn't have anyone claiming that. They claimed stationary. That's just what they claimed. They also claimed so far that flat Earth is the psyop and concave Earth is the real Earth. And they claimed exclusivity to the term psyop, so flat Earthers use it too much. And the only middle ground we agreed on so far was the ball Earth is the real psyop. Real quick on interrupting, just in these spaces, guys, like if you interrupt someone, you're censoring them, but at the same time, I get like Cognis is uncomfortable. Both sides tend to have Cognis, but I only noticed that on one side tonight. There was an appeal to emotion on death threats already addressed. All arguments refuted by no flat earther has done this. That was all the refutations. I couldn't find a different refutation. Another one, flat earthers get so mad about meteorites in the flat earth, completely irrelevant. No one did that. Nathan being mean to him, completely irrelevant. Weird claims about Dubé being gay with a dress, and another flat earther and male-to-male actor doing some weird stuff. Genetic fallacy ad hom has nothing to do with the topic at hand. The concave Earth has this guru named Lord Stephen Christ, who was arrested for threatening to kill Obama, right? And then he was arrested for threatening to kill Trump. So I just want to let you guys know that the concave Earth, there's a guy named Lord Stephen Christ who was arrested for threatening to kill Obama, and then he was arrested for threatening to kill Trump. So I'm just going to post a link to both of those in the Purple
And he
Pill.
supposedly died in jail recently.
Supposedly died in jail, correct. So if we're going to do like genetic fallacies, Dubé in a dress, I don't know who that other guy is with the, he was in some male-to-male thing. Well, genetically, gotta say, Lord Stephen Christ arrested in 2009 and 2018 for threatening to kill 2 presidents. So that's a little bit of accounting, a little bit of janitor work.
It sounds like the score is currently roughly 20-0.
Dude, leave it to Galley to clean up the fallies. Jeez.
With the Galley to clean up the fallies.
That's our chief broom talking there.
Hey, Sacred, could I say one thing about the concave earthers?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Jeff. And we'll slide to the rest of the hands and rotate
At least they know we're not on a globe and they're searching. They're just searching differently and they haven't found the truth. Okay. And we have to applaud them for that because they're our fellow non-believers of the parroting so-called science experts that are hired by the elitists, as they call themselves, that run the Earth. I didn't say planet. I said the Earth.
Yeah, I did address that. That's like the one middle ground agreed on was that the real psyop is the ball. But that doesn't necessarily forgive all like the fallacious claims made about FE. Now, I tend to not engage in the tribalism. I don't take the FE tribe or the globe tribe. I call out, flat earth brothers as well as globe friends all the time. But this has been probably one of those baseless nights where it's just like claims, and then nothing. There's just nothing. And constant interrupting, constant claims of exclusivity, no evidence to back that up. I mean, super simple to back it up if your claim was true. I'm not saying it's not true.
Am I cool to speak on that, Sacred?
Yeah, jump in, and then I want to definitely get to either Kevin or Primary.
Yeah, I'll be quick because I'm gonna still listen in. I'll drop down to listener, but I just wanted to say kudos to you guys for holding such a space to be able to have this conversation, because I'll be honest, listening to that guy, and I've heard him before, like, when I first started on this journey, I knew of who he was. And I'll be honest, everything he said about, some of these older flat earthers and the people that have been, making content and stuff, the names he listed does not surprise me at all. In fact, my experience at Flattoberfest kind of affirmed that. And that's why I came in so passionately when I came back here, and I was like, telling you guys how grateful I was that you guys hold this space, and to watch out for those, those pitfalls that these people who are all supposed to be looking for the truth have fallen victim to, the the ego personality trap. And it doesn't surprise me that he's probably telling the truth about all of those, things that he's experienced with some of these people, and which doesn't really validate, anything that he was saying, but it does validate how important what you guys are doing is, right? Because it does matter that we come in level-headed, and that people can be able to have an open enough mind to not get so triggered that they become, threatening and violent. And that really sucks that we lost a member of this community who, was in here week after week, and then just so quickly turns like that. Like that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. But I would just like to also shout out Liliana for giving me a shout out. That was really cool. I did post a bunch of music this week, and it's meant a lot to me that the people have, close have shown support. The YouTube pages, I think, in the post that she mentioned. So, but yeah, I just wanted to thank you guys for keeping it level-headed, because it really does make a huge difference. Yeah, I'll land it there.
Yeah, well, I was having my hands up quite a while. I would like to talk to this brother Ernest, but I will tag him in a post if someone remembers his ex, because these rectilineator claims were 130 years ago, at the same time when this Tamarack mine thing, plump up thing was claimed. So I think it could be a psyop back at that date, or someone made it up at all, because I haven't seen papers. It is claimed sometimes to see a page, but this Tamarack could be plump bobs is not mechanical and could be affected by ether drift. And so I like to get Brother Ernest and Brian Mullins know about my mechanical test and ongoing ones I'm planning, because I had my fishing line neutrally buoyant half a centimeter below water, and it didn't go up in the middle. It was slightly below water also in the middle, and didn't go down or up. but I need to test more. But still, it would be completely on the surface if it was concave.
Oh, did Mr. drop? Oh, I'm not sure. Mr. might have dropped.
Geez, did you hear me? I was speaking for 2 minutes. Did you hear me?
Oh yeah, we heard you fine, Kev.
Okay.
We're actually gonna rotate some more concave earthers up so you guys can continue engaging. But we want to get through some of the hands and any of the other speakers on panel who came up. But appreciate you for sharing that. I was just making sure that you didn't want a specific answer for Mr. because he dropped. But yeah, if anybody else wants to jump in.
Hey, I can jump in real quick. I might not be able to be here too long because I heard my daughter wake up. My wife might need me, but wanted to say, so I actually, this was years ago. I don't remember exactly when. This might have been like 2017 or 2016. I forget who sent me this was the first time I had ever heard about concave Earth or solid Earth. I'm not a concave Earther or solid Earther. I don't claim that, but I did start to research it, and it definitely hooked me for like a few weeks. And I was in it, and I was researching it. And at first, I'd already been a flat Earther since 2015, so like maybe 2 years. And so basically, the only thing I can really remember from it, it's been a while. So the only thing I can really remember from it that sort of like had some substance to it was, I don't even know if I'd be able to find it. I might be able to, but I remember there was a laser test that they did that showed the results. And this is, I guess, sort of anecdotal. I don't have the citation or anything for it, but I do remember a laser test where they were able to show that the light was bending up, kind of like Ernest was saying before. That's the only thing that really stands out in my mind, but I do remember the reason I shied away from it was because of that dude, Lord Stephen Christ Venus or whatever. He was like the overlord, I guess, of like the whole movement at the time. I was looking into it, and there was just like very creepy like thumbnails, all types of really weird stuff. It just like put like a bad taste in my mouth. I guess the reason I stopped looking into it wasn't really so much because of the information itself, but it was like there was just a bad vibe around it. I felt like the people were sort of disingenuous or had some kind of a character weirdness to them. But I don't know. I feel like at this point in my journey personally, I obviously don't subscribe to a ball. I don't even like the term flat Earth. Like, I just feel like it's not super descriptive, like, especially like in everyday life. Like, a lot of people say like I'm a stationary Earther, or, whatever. But the concave Earth, like I said, I'm not a concave Earther, but they do have some tests to substantiate it, some of their claims, but I don't know if they're actually substantiated. I haven't like looked into like any of like the measuring devices or anything like that. At that time, I wasn't like, really doing that much research into it, just because some of the people in the community were just creeping me out, to be honest. But I don't know. It's kind of weird that it's coming back into the space now. So I don't know. I'm just kind of excited to, I guess, see where it goes. I think that the lies are obviously going to be exposed at some point. I think we're in a stage in the world where, you know, a lot of things are getting exposed, and, you know, I'm a person that wholeheartedly believes in the truth, no matter where it takes me. And I think that's the way that people need to be. But I also think that, like, we might live in a world that's more like, you know, the movie They Live, you know. And I do think there's a lot of people that are bad actors and are out for their own personal gain, or, you know, or maybe there is something more akin to the sense of like the movie They Live, you know, where there is, you know, some other kind of spirit that inhabits people. But yeah, I don't know. I just kind of wanted to get on here and just let people know that's kind of where I stand on it. I don't want to say like one way or the other. Like I said, I don't like to claim like I'm a flat earther. Like, but I pretty much am. But the concave Earth, I don't know. I wish I could remember the laser test. I don't know. Maybe somebody can remember. I think they actually shot it through water. So I don't know if how that would play into it. I'd have to look back into it. I think actually, I don't know. Don't quote me on this, but for some reason, I feel like Nathan Thompson said something about it at some point, very briefly. I could be wrong, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody knows what I'm talking about as far as the laser test that shows.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
Yeah. So, all right. Thanks for letting me speak.
I vote for a new rule, like that you can't go on this long monologue if you skip all the hands, you know. But it's all good. Keep going, bro.
Oh no. I wasn't trying to monologue. I was just trying to give my position on it. But does anybody? I don't know. Does anybody remember? Does anybody know of a test that shows light bending upwards? Because I feel like Ernest didn't expand on that.
Refraction can apparently do that. Or whatever, you know. Anyway.
Yeah, true.
It's funny that just real quick. It's funny how that other dude was talking about how he used to be a flat earther. Then whenever you invoke these experiments, he acts like he didn't know what you're talking about. Like if you were a flat earther for 10 years, then you should know what the heck's going on with these experiments. You shouldn't need people to keep sourcing them. Anyway.
I was having a problem with that. Yes, quite. Good point, Taylor.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a concave earther, but that's the only thing in my mind that I remembered standing out. But I, since that time, have seen so many other tests, especially with Witsit, and you know, Alan and Toby on Ether Cause, going through stuff that have substantiated a flat plane so much more. That it's just kind of in the past for me. I don't know. Something about such a bad taste in my mouth. But like Sacred said, I think it's good to have the open monologue.
Can you hear me?
Open dialogue.
Whoa, sorry about that, guys. A little bit of feedback.
Hello?
A little glitchy, but yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you, Dan. Mute up.
Just give us a second. I think we got another concave earther up here, so go ahead, finish your statement. Wait, where did he go? Oh no. Oh, I was gonna let him finish, and then I was gonna say let's just get to Taylor so she can jump in, and I want to hear from Brock, and then we got Marconi and New Perspective on stage. So I want to make sure everybody gets to say hi before we go back to talking to the concave earther. But hold on, let me see where he went.
He got to go. I mean, I don't know if he was ever going to finish. But Brock, you can go ahead. I don't know. I hope you're not going to have a long monologue too. I don't want to jinx space, but
No, I just got a quick question. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yep, we can hear you.
So I missed the beginning. I was at work, so I didn't get the full explanation of the concave. I haven't heard of it before, so I don't really expect the flat earthers to explain their position. But from what I gathered, it sounded kind of like it was like, is it like they're on a flat plane, but they are claiming that it's more like a skate park bowl, where the North Pole is in the center?
They're on the inside of the ball, and the sun's in the center of the Earth.
And it wraps all the way around?
Yep.
Okay, so it's like inverted 8 inches per mile squared.
Yep.
So I guess my only point is if that's the case, we still, like when people build things, do they account for that inverted? It's the same question both ways for the curvature or concave.
Nope.
So that was my only thought. If they could, like, wouldn't you be seeing the top of the buildings? You'd be seeing the top of the buildings pointing at you if they were curving towards you, if I'm correct.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that brother Ernest guy said that he made a claim that's what happens, but I didn't really see any empirical evidence that happens. There's a couple concave earthers down there. I don't know if they coming up here. I don't know why they don't want to come up here. I feel like the conversation been going pretty smooth. So I don't know. Like if they're not gonna come up, we ain't gonna have no more conversations about this, bro. So I don't want to see y'all in my mentions no more. If y'all don't want, this is y'all time to shine. I don't know how many times I gotta say this. We not talking to globe earthers right now. So if you a globe earther, stop requesting. Don't want to talk to you. Had 115 weeks to come talk to me. I don't want to talk to you right now. Concave earthers, this is who we want to talk to. We want to understand your position so we don't straw man you, so you don't feel like nobody's listening to you, so your voice can get heard. This is your chance, bruh. This is your chance.
Yeah, I think Keys is a concave earther. I think that's who the other guy was referring us to.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, great.
I'll drop down. I just had the one question, so I'll drop down. Hopefully some more concavers come in here because I want to hear them explain the position. But yeah, looking through the purple pill, I'm not getting it. I'm more of a visual person. So I hope.
Appreciate you for stopping by, as well as everybody else here. Shout out to you guys if this is your first time listening to a discussion about cosmology. I appreciate you for being patient and not getting triggered. Shout out to the 15 other listeners listening from their burner accounts. Shout out to secret Discord accounts listening to us, and shout out to YouTube. We love you guys. Keep us going. I do want to make sure Marconi and New Perspective didn't want to jump in here and say hi because they guys been on mic kind of quiet. So I just wanted to say hi to you guys, and then I think Jeff does have his hand up, and then we could get to Keys. Oh, Taylor put her hand back up. Oh yeah, so we'll go around. Did Marconi and New Perspective want to jump in?
Hold on, New Perspective went already. I don't know if Macaroni, I don't know if he went. But I do want to make sure we prioritize the concave earther. So if Keys is there, I kind of want him to kind of like jump in front of everybody so that way everyone can respond to some of the things that he says, maybe.
Yeah, I was just going to ask concavers some questions if they're here. Yeah, that's all the reason I came in. Talk to Brother Ernest or whoever.
Yeah, definitely. Also, I just want to throw out there, Matt, I do see you requesting RG as well. Again, we're rotating mics and we're gonna get some concave earthers up here. So let's just try to get through the hands, and then we'll get the conversation back rolling, guys.
Yeah, I'll drop down and leave some space. I kind of said my piece. Thanks, guys. Love you guys.
Yeah, we'll be here all.
Nah, shout out to Galatrax for keeping that the play-by-play. Every time Galatrax come through with the play-by-play, man, it is so valuable. Appreciate you, brother.
The John Madden recap, baby.
Okay, so I think we said we was gonna go to Gnosis, and then we'll talk to Taylor. And Matthew's up here, so Matthew has been the point of a lot of the conversations tonight. So glad that he was able to join up. But let's slide to, is it Gnosis? Is that how you say it, bro? All G's moving silence like lasagna.
Yeah, you had to press the little mic button in the corner, and then you'll be able to. We'll be able to.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, yeah, it's Gnosis. What's up, everybody? What is this thing exactly? Is this like a radio show or something?
Just the best feature Twitter ever incorporated, a live chat feature.
It seems like
Your favorite Twitter space, adjacent with radio, adjacent with podcast, but ain't nothing like this, bro. But welcome to Flat Earth Fridays.
How you doing? So I used to be a flat earther since 2015 for about 2 years. And then I saw a few pieces of evidence that made me believe that it's not flat. So I want to ask you guys some questions on that.
Oh, that's what we've been looking for. We've been waiting for this.
Because first off, I want to talk about your model. It seems you guys don't have a working model with the stars. So I'd like you guys to explain how the Southern Hemisphere works. You have Sigma Octantis, which spins one way, and then you have Polaris, which spins the other. So how do you add that into the flat Earth model is my first question.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because this seems like a point of contention from all the concave earthers that just pop out the woodwork. Like, we ain't been talking about this since January 2023. So we posted a demonstration, right, using very simple materials in order to show how we can see stars in all directions across a flat plane. So if we are able to show that, will you agree that it's not exclusive to the globe and or concave Earth?
Well, I'm definitely not a glober. And I mean, I've researched flat Earth a lot and I've researched concave a lot. I doubt you can show me anything that changes my mind. I mean, I'm pretty sure it is concave, but you could try. I mean, sure.
I didn't ask you that. I'll ask you one more time. If we can show that over a flat plane, will you agree that it's not exclusive to a concave or a globe?
How are you going to show that? What can you explain it?
Yo, all right, one more time. Got to take.
I understand what you're asking, but I'm just. Can you explain it? Like, if you understand it, you should be able to explain it, right?
One time, bro. One time.
We didn't get there yet. It's just a question.
Why don't you just try explaining it? We don't have visuals. If we had visuals, I could throw 100 things at you, but we don't. So just explain it.
So yeah, it seems like you're very emotional about your concavity. You don't have to be emotional about it. You don't got to interrupt, bro. You don't got to interrupt, bro. You don't got to interrupt. You don't got to interrupt, bro. You don't got to interrupt. You don't got to interrupt. You can mute up. Hey, bro, you can mute up, bro. You can mute up. I'll pass you the mic in a second.
You don't have a model that incorporates the stars.
Let me just ask you one more time, bro. Relax. If I can demonstrate the phenomena over a flat Earth, do you agree that it's not exclusive to a concave or a globe Earth? Yes or no? Then I will proceed after that.
No, you can't. So no, you're not going to. You can't. So
you're not going to answer the question?
Hypothetically, sure, but I doubt you can.
Okay, so finally, that right there is called intellectual honesty. Now that you demonstrated intellectual honesty by acknowledging my question to you, let's go into the demonstration.
Go for it.
Let me go ahead and share it with you right now.
It's the very first post in the Jumbotron for everyone listening. I reposted it because we've been asked this about 4 times now. So if you're just chiming in, the very first post in the Jumbotron at the very top shows you how it can be demonstrated over a flat plane. You guys take a second to go look at it. Like I said before, we're here all night.
So you guys aren't going to explain anything.
They all watch the same video.
You can take 2 seconds.
Well, I'll explain something to you on how it works. Do you understand when light passes?
You asked us a question. I understand that you want an explanation. Earlier, your team was arguing that demonstrations and models make it easier to explain things. So we're trying to appeal to that by showing you what you claim we can't do. So just give it a second. We don't expect you to convert to flat eartheism as soon as we finish here this conversation, Gnostic. You can still believe your belief after you listen to our evidence. If that's what you want, if you want evidence for what you're claiming doesn't exist, then just relax. It's okay. We're not going to convert to concave the same way you don't have to convert back to flat.
Oh no, if you present some exclusive evidence for concavity, I'll be open to updating my position. But in order to do that, you got to demonstrate intellectual honesty. You got to say, yes, if the Earth is not curving, it's flat. Yes, if the Earth is not in motion, it's stationary. Yes, if you can demonstrate star trails in all different directions across a flat plane, it's not exclusive to a concave Earth. Then we can go ahead and get into the description. So if you go look in the first post in the nest, just like Proud posted. He posted this back in January 2023. Very, very simple demonstration where you have a glass dome with some lights.
All right, let me cut you
off.
Let's talk about the dome.
still talking. I'm still talking. You don't hear me talking to you?
Yeah, but let me interject.
All right, so if you say you want me to explain it, you got to stop coming off mic. You can't censor me in my own space. Stop coming off the mic, bro. You've been so emotional this whole time. Relax. Okay. So back to my description. So when you're looking at this glass dome or across a flat plane in all different directions, you can see that the stars, the quote unquote lights, the Christmas lights, these are supposed to be the southern stars. And as you're looking in one direction, it shows the direction faced towards Australia. And as you pan across looking towards South Africa, you see the same stars and they rotate. Now the observer is showing the camera. The camera is the observer. And as you're looking towards the outer edges of that flat plane, you see the southern star rotation actually orientate relative to the observer. This is what we observe on a flat surface. The same observation on a globe. The same observation I'm guessing that y'all have on a concave Earth, but I haven't really seen anything for a concave Earth for southern stars yet. So do you see what I'm talking about, Gnosis?
Sure. All right. I wanted to say something about the dome.
Hold on, before you do that, just to acknowledge that this is a demonstration of seeing the star trails in all directions across a flat surface.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm not convinced personally, but I hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm not saying about convinced. I'm just saying, didn't we demonstrate seeing the stars in all directions across a flat surface?
How come
I'm not
you
saying
don't
that this is the physical mechanism, but it is demonstrable.
Okay, what a Polaris? How come you don't see it from South Africa, South America, and Australia?
Hold on, before we jump to anything else, I just want you to acknowledge that this is not an exclusive observation to your paradigm. This is also demonstrable across a flat surface, and we find common ground there.
No, dude, no.
So what's your contention with this being?
Just watch the video, Dan.
Did you watch it?
No, I didn't watch it. I'm on this.
So then why did you ask for a demonstration? Why did you ask for it to be explained if you didn't want to, if you don't care?
Look, I know all about flat Earth. Do people not hear me when I said I was a flat earther in 2015? Probably
Clearly not.
Most of you in here.
Why can't you
Clearly
explain
not.
our position on star trails if you were a flat earther? And you people, if you were one of us, you wouldn't be calling us that. But if you understood our model, you could explain star trails yourself. You just
First off, I'm not one of you because I think
you asked us to explain it. You just said you were a flat earther, so figure yourself out. You asked us to explain it. We explained it to you, and then you said you didn't care and you didn't watch it. So what are you here for, Gnostic? Why are you here? Do you just want to talk? If you just want to vent and virtue signal, then we can let you do that. But if you don't want to listen to what we're saying and actually get your shit off and actually be intellectually honest, then you're wasting our time and you're making your team look bad because they've been helping and actually presenting evidence. You just came in here crying.
Actually, they haven't really presented too much evidence. Hold on, keep this on me for a second. Because this is the whole reason why I didn't want him to get off of my first question when I was asking him, hey, if I can show you a demonstration of what you claim is impossible on a flat Earth, will you acknowledge that it's no longer exclusive to a concave or globe Earth? I had to ask him that 4 or 5 times, right? Y'all remember that. If y'all listen to this in the replay, rewind it back. I had to ask him 4 or 5 times. Now, why is that important? Because when I take the minutes to go and describe exactly what we posted in the jumbo in the nest, he didn't even look at it. So why would we want to engage with somebody who's not even going to even acknowledge the demonstration that we just provided? Because he wouldn't even answer the question when I first asked him. So he's not really here for the truth. He's not really here to, oh, okay, I thought this was exclusive, but here the flat earthers coming with demonstrations. I can no longer claim exclusivity. So now we got to see if we're going to waste our time with the guy Gnosis. Now, I'm going to give him a second chance because maybe he came in hot. Maybe he got a different view on flat earthers outside of level heads. This ain't that, gang. It's episode 116. Get familiar. That's number 1. Number 2, we like civil conversations. You're not on a phone call with me or my co-host. You in a space called Flat Earth Fridays, and you're invited up here to talk in the level head space. You are a guest here. We gonna show you respect if you show us respect. All that like piping up, like, you know, trying to bully people off the mic, that shit ain't gonna work over here, gang. It ain't work for nobody else. It ain't gonna start with you with your non-PFP. So stick to the topic, stick to the evidence, acknowledge the things that we say, and we're gonna return the favor for you. So that way you can learn from us and we can learn from you if you have anything to provide. Like I said, this was posted back in January 2023. We's about to hit 2025. And this was posted on the internet long before we posted it. Flat Earthers been showing star trails in different rotations in the southern hemi. Okay? This ain't nothing new. So if you was really Flat Earthers, you all would have came across this already. And if you haven't, that's why we here to show you the information. So with all that being said, I'm finna unmute now. And we're gonna see if Gnosis took the time to look at the video that he wanted me to describe, which I ended up doing, that he just flat out denied. So let's reset. Let's try this again. And once we find some common ground and a solution or an ending point to this, then we can move on to something else. We're not going gish gallop and you just ignoring everything the Flat Earthers are saying. That's not what's finna happen. Concavers said that y'all can show things that don't work on the Flat Earth. So when the Flat Earth show it, you can't just ignore it. So you can stick to your narrative. Ain't gonna work over here, gang. So I'm gonna hit the unmute. Gnosis, did you watch the demonstration that we provided up top?
I haven't been able to because my computer is lagging right now. I'll have to check it out after this.
Uh-oh, is that a double Elon mute?
Yeah, probably fix the mute. I don't know what's going on. I guess it's kind of glitching for real.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna go reset too, just in case it's me, because I don't want the space to crash. We already crashed once.
I might clean out the jumbo, so it might help. But
Did you hear what I said?
Go ahead. You can say it again. Your computer's lagging, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just asking, can you just maybe explain it to me? Well, beyond that, how about we just talk about other stuff and stop muting me, and I'll be calm with you, but let's talk about stuff because I don't want to keep waiting and being lectured on this and that.
Okay, so I'm glad that you acknowledged it. You're cutting us off, so you'll be nicer, so we don't need to mute you. We did explain it. That's part of the problem. We were trying to explain it while you were talking through us.
All right, my frustration comes from the fact that I've talked to many flat earthers over the years, and every time you throw evidence at them, they just throw the same fallacies at you. Like before, the guy was saying Stephen Christ is like a weird guy, so it turned him off. I mean, how is that logical at all?
You mean
just
like
because
he hand-wave dismissing it because you didn't care to look at the evidence? You mean
I care about looking at evidence. I'm telling you, I can't look at it right now. I can only talk to you right now, okay? Do you understand that?
Dan, you realize
to lead with, but you're saying that you don't like when flat earthers do something that you just blatantly did. So I don't like personal attacks because you haven't talked to anybody in this room. You
Who did I personally attack?
You haven't looked at any of the evidence that we have presented. We're trying to explain it to you now, and you just admitted you.
All right. I see how this thing goes. You guys like just saying your thing, and that's it. I mean, Ernest already threw a bunch of evidence at you guys, and all you guys do is say, "Oh, it's just that doesn't make sense. It can't be that." You guys just put your head in the sand.
Name one
this
thing.
This is ridiculous. I've been listening for an hour.
Name one thing.
And then you keep muting me. You don't let me say anything. So
hold on, Proud. Let's not do this.
I said, how come you can't see Polaris from South Africa, South America, and Australia, which would be in the Southern Hemisphere places? You should be able to see Polaris from anywhere if we're living over a giant dome, correct? But yet you can't see Polaris 20 degrees below the equator. How does that make any sense? Because the Earth is concave. That's why.
Okay, so Gnosis, can you name one thing that
this stuff isn't even hard. I mean, this is why it's frustrating because I know how flat earthers are. They're cultists. That you can't talk to them.
Yeah, it sounds like you're the only one with the emotional outburst, though.
I mean, this is a fact. You cannot see Polaris from Australia, South Africa, or South America.
The fact that you're emotionally
is anyone going to dispute that?
Yeah, I'll dispute it right now. What flat earther ever said that you're supposed to see the North Star from Polaris from anywhere on Earth? Who said that? Crickets.
If the Earth was concave, you'd be able to see the North Star. Flat Earth, you wouldn't.
Gnosis, name one flat
How does
earther
that
that
make
said you're
any
supposed
sense,
to.
bro? That makes zero sense.
Gnosis,
If
answer my question.
if a dome is above us and Polaris is at the center, you should be able to see it from any point on Earth. But yet you can't.
Gnosis, name one flat earther that says that's the case.
And the crowd goes silent. I mean, this is the truth, guys. And you need to really look into this.
Wait. Polaris is not above our magnetic North Pole. It's above the.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Testing. Can you guys, Gnosis, can you hear the host talking?
I can.
I can too. I thought he could hear us. I don't know if it's selective hearing or what.
I heard
he just
Jeff
likes to
Sheldon
talk. He doesn't
speaking.
like to listen.
Gnosis, can you hear me? Can you hear me talking to you, Gnosis? Proud, please reiterate to him if he can hear me.
Can you hear the host talking? Gnosis?
No.
No?
The sacred guy? No.
So that might explain half the disconnect that we have here. So we might have to let you drop down so we can bring you back up, Gnosis, so everybody can hear you and you can hear everybody, okay? So give us 1 second because this is not gonna work if you can't hear the host of the space that you're interacting in. So 2 seconds. Don't go anywhere. 2 seconds. We're gonna get back to your question.
I'm not going anywhere.
We're gonna have to request backup, but 2 seconds.
Emotion.
We're gonna start a drinking game, y'all.
This shit is crazy, bro.
Okay, round 2.
I did warn you about giving this guy a mic.
Well, this was a.
We had to let the concave team represent.
Hello?
Testing. Can you hear the host?
Gnosis, can you hear me talking?
I can only hear the co-host.
Can you hear me talking? Yes or no? Testing.
I don't hear anybody right now.
Bro, what?
Restart your browser, clear the cache or whatever, start a new incognito window, come back.
Oh, he did say his computer was lagging.
Nah, bro, he should be able to hear me. Everybody else hear me, right? Can y'all hear me up here?
You sure can. Yep.
Oh yeah.
I think he left to restart his browser so he could hear. So he'll probably be back in like 2 minutes.
He needs to stop watching porn at the same time.
Tear.
Hey, Sacred and Proud, I just want to say thank you until this guy gets back, man. Man, y'all are making it, brother. I mean, ladies and gentlemen. And I haven't been here that long, since like the 80th maybe, but I'm saying to straight to y'all, bro, much love. And I've enjoyed every episode except last week, but we'll go over that. Yeah, man, but much love. Thank you for hosting.
Thanks, RG. Appreciate it.
I could hear the host now.
Okay. Gnosis, just real quick, what I was asking was, can you name any flat earther that says we should see Polaris from anywhere on Earth?
No, I'm saying that you should be able to if the Earth was in fact flat with a dome above us, Polaris being at the center of it all, you should be able to see it anywhere, but you can't. You can't see it 20 degrees below the equator because the firmament is a sphere, it's not a dome. And when light passes through a spherical glass or spherical crystal, it inverts the image. So that is why it looks like a dome, because it's an inversion, it's an optical illusion.
So
that's like us saying that you should be able to see the other side of the earth whenever you look up.
We can only see so far. I forget the exact. It's a miles.
Exactly.
No, but not with light. It's different. With light, it's the stars and the sun. It's different.
Right.
So light is different, even though you just conceded that we can only see so far. Are you saying that light travels forever within a medium?
Okay, so you're telling me that we don't see Polaris.
Answer the question, please. Can you answer the question, please?
Okay, I get what you're saying. It's a valid point. I get what you're saying. But I mean,
that's like flat Earth 101 though, bro. That's why I was asking, like, did you hear a flat earther ever say, "Yo, we should see the stars from anywhere"? Because that's literally. Hold on. I'm not done. Hold on, bro. That's an anti-flat Earth talking point, right? That's called a straw man argument. Flat earthers actually have an explanation for that, which you just conceded that we can't see forever. So, I mean, Taylor asked you one question and you came to that own conclusion, like just by asking one single question. It's
She said, why
very,
can't you see the land? I'm thinking you're talking about going through the entire firmament and like being able to see China from America. That's what I thought she was talking about, not the stars and the lights. So no, you really didn't get me. Sorry.
wait a minute, but so you think that we should be able to see the stars on, you think that flat earthers say that we should be able to see stars on any place on Earth?
That's like saying
I'm
on the
saying if you're in,
concave model, we should be able to see
here's
all
what
the
I'm telling
stars.
you. Here, hey,
It's the
bro, here's
same
what I'm
point.
telling you. If you're in
Hold on, Taylor.
Antarctica,
Taylor.
you're going to see the entire southern hemisphere of stars, and that's it. If you're in the North Pole, you're going to see the entire northern hemispheres of stars, and that's it. Fact check that.
Well, what,
Then why can't we see all the
hold on,
stars
Taylor,
on Earth?
hold on. He's disconnecting. Is he rage quitting or what?
I don't know who that guy is. I can't listen to that shit. Like I
It still
don't.
says he's a speaker, but he might have
Those are
dropped it
not like good. I don't know where that guy came from, but that's like unlistenable.
He was recommended by Brother Ernest, I think, which is weird.
Well, that explains everything.
I don't know who Ernest is either.
He just created his account this month.
Yeah, it's like a brand new account.
More like this evening.
Yeah, or this evening he came in here and he sounds like ridiculous. I wouldn't like agree with almost anything he said. So that's just really strange.
All right, so do this. Just look out for him to see if he want to request back up. I mean, that was weird. That's kind of psyopy. I don't know what that was all about. Taylor, you got your hand up. Let's hear from you, and then we'll slide over to Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, we should definitely be able to like have a back and forth, right? But the point is, why wouldn't that same thing apply to the concave model, but even more? Like, you should be able to see everything then. They shouldn't, the last point they should be arguing is, oh, we can't see everything. Therefore, how can it be flat? Because if you're saying we're all in a big ball, then the stars should attenuate on the other side, from the other side of the ball, right? On the
Why?
inside.
Do you not understand light attenuation?
I understand it. That's why I'm saying his point is stupid. Because you could turn his same point around.
I don't
on
agree.
him.
I don't agree with his point, but I'm saying like you wouldn't be able to see everything like on concave.
Exactly.
Okay, so I agree with you on that. I'm with you.
Exactly. So his point was stupid.
I don't know that guy. I don't know anyone. I asked the people I know if they know that guy, recognize him. No one knows that guy. I don't know where he came from, but like that sounded like a retarded glober coming up in here. Just like, I don't know who that guy was.
It's just so funny. Like, these people claim to be flat earthers. I haven't even been in this whole topic that long. And I've been maybe I've kind of looked into it in the past, but only the past, few months, not even half a year have I been in it. And I can already answer his question. I mean, so
most
when these
people
people say I was a
can.
flat earther for 10 years, I don't believe them at all, because they would know these basic concepts. Like, seriously, Battle of the Beams, like they're acting like they don't know about that. Like, are you kidding me? This is such a psyop. I mean, it just screams psyop.
Well,
In many ways.
that guy for sure. I don't know. That was super weird. I don't know.
Nah, he wasn't a psyop, dude. I know that guy. He just created the Twitter. He doesn't have a Twitter, right? So when you get invited to Twitter, you got to create one. Also, the whole thing was all messed up, so he couldn't hear that he was interrupting everyone every time, so it got heated, right?
Okay. Well, regardless,
I mean, he was responding to me
I don't think he
at
was making
first.
great arguments, but whatever.
He was responding to me at first. He ended up not being able to hear, but he was talking to me. Like, I was asking him questions, he was answering. I'm not going to say that he was capping when he said he couldn't hear me, because sometimes people glitch out. So that's understandable. But even in the beginning, when I had to calm him down, he was literally just trying to censor me. So that was just a little bit weird and unnecessary. I'm glad you're back here, Joe. Maybe you could help out with.
I'm sorry. I want to butt in. Why did his name change when he spoke? It was Gnosis, and then it went to Dan. Did you notice that?
Oh, no.
Yeah, it happened repeatedly.
Yeah, it's some kind of hack. But there's two North Poles. There's magnetic and true north. Okay, and the true north is in the center of our realm. We're in a part of a greater realm, and the North Star is above that. So That's why everything's at an angle. Then it reflects off the back of the dome, the bottom towards our southern part, they say. So it's reversed. You know, the video is showing that pretty much. But there's a better video out there I'm looking for.
I think you're referring to magnetic and celestial north, right?
No, well, true north is celestial, yeah.
So that's a yes. Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
You betcha.
Let's let's kind of double back to some of this earlier conversation because Matthew like missed the whole beginning to this thing, and I want to be able to make sure that he gets his side of the story off because you know this kind of prompted this whole week for real with this cellular concave Earth versus flat Earth. So Matt has been a proponent of flat Earth and the flat Earth community for since I've been talking about this on Twitter. I don't know how long he really been a flat earther, but since we've been doing it, like I've seen him as a flat earther. Always supported the flat Earth community. Always supported flat earthers. Made great content on flat Earth, and it seems like recently he came into concave Earth. Now that was a shock to me, but you know that happens. A lot of concavers say that they come from flat Earth and end up being concave earthers based on new information, new evidence. So that's pretty much why we hold in the space to see if that's actually validated. But the bigger point is, you know, the way we communicate, right? And I kind of want to talk to Matt about that real quick, because this is just my interpretation. This is my feeling. I'm not speaking for the whole community, but I feel like a lot of people hold Matthew in a high regard, right? A lot of Matthew's pretty popular in the community, so to speak, right? A pretty large following, and I think the way some of this conversation turned out was a shock to the community, and they were a little bit taken aback by how this played out. So Matthew, before you came in here, they were saying they were just asking questions to concave earthers, generally speaking, and then everyone felt like you totally crashed out and like crashed on them. Now I told him, I was like, yo, Matthew, my homie, that's the guy. I don't really know what this new position is. We can get to that. But a lot of people wanted to address you earlier about how you replied to them asking for evidence like we normally do on a weekly basis. You want to speak to that?
How I replied to them asking for evidence. Let me just tell you like what happened. So first of all, if you'll notice, I have still not even made a single post about concave Earth. I've only just replied to a few people I know well. I've not gone around in any group chats like trying to like post about it, change people's minds. I've just been quietly researching it and mostly keeping my mouth shut until I, just very subtly kind of mentioned like one or two things like in people's replies, one of which is, I think they may see the 24-hour sun and this, fake, not final, not an experiment, because, Earth could very well be concave. And then people who I know well, who claim to be seeking the truth, who also know me well, know I've looked into these things a ton, or flat Earth especially, just immediately started knee-jerk reacting, and not even giving it 1 second of consideration. They're just immediately responding with things that are like pretty retarded, like just showing photos that look flat. And it's like, okay, like, so you haven't even spent 1 second looking into it. Like, you don't understand. Like, the horizon can't rise to eye level, which we'll get to that in a second. We'll see if anyone wants to put $10,000 up on whether the horizon would actually rise to eye level on a flat plane. So we'll have fun with that here in a minute. But so yeah, it kind of like the reason that like kind of triggered me initially was because like these are the people, and all I know well, that know me well, that we've had each other's backs, like all this sort of thing. But like for them to not even consider something that's information that I'm like, yeah, there's some compelling stuff here, you should look into it, and they just immediately start saying you're retarded, and then like that's so stupid. It's like, okay, is that someone seeking the truth? Absolutely not. Like,
I'm gonna let you finish, Matt.
Don't interrupt me.
I'll let you finish. I'm just saying, we could fact check a lot of this stuff, bro. So I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna let you go. But
you want to fact check what? What am I saying that's a lie right now?
I'm gonna let you finich unless you want me to cut in. And...
No, that's fine. So yeah, I started arguing with Brian, and like it kind of like annoyed me just how like dismissive he was. And then when I was trying, like, I could show you plenty of posts, even text I sent to people like, man, I hope Brian will have an open mind and just consider it, because like it's kind of weird he's being so defensive. And then it kind of escalated because like I have like a little bit of a like I've been telling people, it triggers me a lot more when it's someone I consider a flat earther, who we're supposed to be the ones, or they're supposed to be the ones, I guess I should say, that are the open-minded ones who can consider new information and be, possibly admit they were wrong and all this stuff, like yada yada yada. And then like no one's doing, like, or not no one, a lot of people are doing that, but a handful of these people weren't, and it was like really strange to me, right? So then, I mean, I don't even want to talk about those personal stuff. I just came on here honestly to talk about like the actual like nuts and bolts of it. I wasn't going to bring up anyone's name, actually. It's kind of funny, like that's just immediately what I got drawn into. But I'll finish saying like this little bit about all that real quick. While after I argued a little bit with Brian, maybe had some harsh words with him, during a little level heads chat, there was two girls who I've gone out of my way to be super nice to, screen recording them or voice recording themselves, posting there like literally saying I'm so retarded, because I said I've looked into it 30 hours at this point. It's compelling. And they were like saying like, oh, I have a word for that in this country, in my country, it's this, and it means like you're just think you're so much smarter than you are, and you're just stupid. And I'm like, okay, really? Like, you have spent 0 seconds looking into this, and that's the things that you two girls who have been gone out of my way to be nice to, or just posting in the chats, like, that's funny. So I had a few harsh words with them, but that was literally before that. I'd only really had a few words back and forth with Brian. That was it. I still haven't made a post. I wasn't going around group chat. That was it, right? And since then, other than the other night when, I was arguing with like TM and stuff because I was getting constantly interrupted, gaslit, yada, 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 which is not honest behavior. And I had like a few little responses to him and the replies. Like, that's basically been it. Like, these people have been talking about me nonstop for 4 days now. I have not even looked at the timeline. I've not listened to 1 second of a space from the time I was in that space, whatever, 3 or 4 nights ago, until right now when I just joined and heard that guy, whoever he was, talking. I've not heard 1 second of any of these spaces, but people keep sending me stuff and they're like, you're all they're talking about. Like, everyone's bashing you. They're losing their minds. People are sending me like screenshots from from group messages and all this stuff about everyone just slandering me, talking shit like I'm the worst human being alive. And it's so amusing to me because like I'm not thinking about any of them at all. Like, I argued with Brian, then I like responded a little bit like when those girls were calling me retarded. And then like I argued with a few people about the actual facts regarding flat versus concave in a space the other night. And that's it. Like, I've not even been involved in any of this. And all people are doing is talking about me nonstop. People earlier tonight, like, I was out tonight, it's Friday night, it's not my life to be around all day, every day in spaces. So I was out this Friday night and I wasn't listening. People were sending me stuff like they might as well have just named this space like your name tonight, because you're all they were talking about. Like, bad mouthing you. I just laugh. It's like hilarious. Like, I'm not thinking about you at all. Like, people were texting me saying like, oh, Brian's on there. He sounds drunk and he's like talking all this trash. It's like hilarious. Like, you think I care about some dude who like probably hasn't left his mom's house in 2 years and he's on here 24/7, 365? You think I care if he's bad mouthing me? I do not. So honestly, the way it's happened is that 99.9% of it has been flowing in my direction, and 99% of it has been flowing in my direction from people I never spoke to or had any words about any of this to, nor did I even try to talk to them about this, it not being flat, or have any conversations with them like that, and yet they're just jumping on the bandwagon like badmouth me. Now, on the flip side, there's also a ton of people who, because they know me well and trust me, have like, wow, I should look into this if you think it's serious, and they have looked into it. There's several big accounts, well-known people who, let's just say they're they're not really thinking it's so much flat anymore, and they're keeping their mouths shut because they're seeing how viciously that I'm being attacked. Okay, so they're not really going to say much. Okay, but it's happening behind the scenes, and I'm not trying to flip everyone. I don't care what you believe. I do think it's cool to wake people up to the truth. For those who are seeking the truth, and I think most people on here that listen to these like are seeking the truth. That's fine, but it's not my job to like go around changing everyone's mind, waking up the whole world. That's great if people wake up, but that's not my job. Okay, so the fact that there are some people, quite a few, who are looking into it and are like, okay, I totally get it now. Like, this is wow. Okay, there's some really compelling stuff here. And then there's also been a huge number of people texting me, sending me messages along the lines of like, okay, I hadn't even heard of this concave Earth thing. I haven't even looked into it, but like the way these people are acting towards you is so suspicious that like I'm instantly thinking like you're on something, and there's definitely something there, because no, like people who you've known all this time who are honestly seeking the truth would ever respond like this if they were seeking the truth and or you weren't on something that threatened them. So, you know, it's kind of like Whitsitt always says, like his number one email is Globers who, like people who just believe in the globe, who watch the debates, and they're like, okay, I still think Earth's a globe, but it's really weird why these people are having to act like this towards you and like name call and act so dishonest. Like that makes me think maybe you're on something. Well, that's kind of been the number one quote unquote email / text message / DM I've been getting the past few days. So yeah, you've been definitely not you, Sacred, but the people who've been acting that way have definitely turned a lot of heads, because that is very, very strange, suspicious behavior. Now, I don't care about any of that. Like, all that personal stuff is just so petty and childish. Like, I don't care about any of it. If I cared about all that stuff, I would have actually been listening this week and then they're trying to, like, defend myself. And, like, I just laugh at it because, like, these are just people on the internet. Like, like it doesn't affect my life at all. Like, I mean, I have a life. I have, like, friends. I go out and do things. Like, this is just some stuff I talk about on the internet because it's interesting to me. And I do think there is value in waking people up to things. I do think there's value in that. But, like, these people are not, like, something that makes a huge emotional difference in my life. Let's put it that way. So, anyways, I don't care about all that. I would just like to, can we just talk about like the actual like nuts and bolts? I don't know what topics have been discussed tonight. I know like my one boy Emil, who was like probably one of, if not the best people to speak on this subject, not just because he's very knowledgeable and been researching for a while, but also because he's much cooler and calmer in demeanor than like I am when he starts having back and forth on this stuff. He was trying to get a mic for a while. I'm sure you would have given it to him if you knew he was trying to get in here, but for some reason he couldn't get one. So yeah, I don't know. But
is that the Elmo profile?
Elmo? It's like, let me see. I can't remember that. It's like the Elmo one. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, we've been monitoring. Hold on, just mute your mic. Noses. We've been monitoring, waiting for all the concavers. That was one that we have been waiting for, and I haven't seen that request.
He was waiting for like hours trying to get. I believe you when you say you didn't see it, because I know you'll like add anyone, especially if it's like on topic. So I'm not saying you like weren't trying to give him a mic. I believe that you would have, but he was he thought, he was like, I don't think he knows I'm a concave. I don't think he can see me, and I was like, I'm pretty sure if he did, he would give you a mic, because like I've never seen you not give a mic to someone. Like, so yeah.
Elmo profile in here.
Well, he's gone now, but I mean, I'm talking about like this was probably around, I don't know, whatever, 8, 9, 10 p.m.
So this is the profile where Elmo's looking at the globe in the fictional section. Have you seen that he requesting before?
Nah, no Elmo. There's somebody in here with like acid looking stuff, and earlier they were saying that he was a globe earther or a concave earther as well.
Yeah, I sent Proud the profile. I said, hey, Proud, make sure you look for this profile right here.
Yeah, no.
Because this is a concave earther. So, and Proud said, yeah, I ain't see it. So
I just said I prefaced that with saying I believe you would give him a mic if you knew he was trying to get a mic. I don't for a second doubt that, because I've never seen you like try to dodge somebody like giving them a mic. So but for whatever reason, and also like the like concave cellular earther who you've let co-host tonight, he kept crashing out like nonstop, like over and over and over and over and over again. Like that's been happening to him the whole night. So I mean, it happens. We know like these spaces get glitchy. It seems like it happens more in spaces where we're talking about these types of subjects than it does like, you know, people who are talking about knitting. But you know, whatever, it is what it is.
yeah, okay. So I just want to make sure that you got your full thought out. I didn't want to interrupt or anything, but you said a lot.
No, what, like all that stuff I just said, I didn't care to bring all that up. I don't care about that stuff. The only reason I brought it up was because you kind of like the way you kind of led me into, you know, whatever, speaking about all this stuff was all about the like personal, me being important community and people reacting this way. Like I don't care about it. I just want to talk about like the X's and O's.
Yeah,
like,
but I do, bro. I do, and I understand your position. That's why I want to make sure I heard your full thought. But I care. Like I
It wasn't my full
understand.
thought.
Hold
That
on.
was my
Let me just
very condensed thought.
say my thing, right? Because I wanted to make sure you got your full thought out. It seemed like you did. Let me just say my full thought now, because there's a lot of things that you said that really needs to be addressed, and no one's saying that you have to hold the same values that I have or vice versa, right? We all come from different walks of life. But we've been speaking about community since day one, right? As a matter of fact, that was one of your arguments in one of these threads. Someone had sent me the tweet where he was like, hey, yo, you think you got more pull in this community than me, right? So you know the value of community. It ain't just followers. It ain't just people on the internet, bro. And I
What did I
respect
say
you
that in
if it.
response to?
Hold on,
What did I say that in
bro. Hold on,
response
bro.
to?
Hold
No,
on,
tell them what I.
bro.
You're taking it out of context.
Hold
Tell
on,
them
bro.
what
I
I
didn't
said in
interrupt you,
response.
bro. I didn't interrupt. Hold on. There's a lot that I gotta address. I will give you the mic back. What I'm saying is that's important to me. So when I see my squad crashing out, I want to mediate that. I don't want to see y'all going at each other. I don't want to see y'all tearing each other down from a different position or just because someone got triggered. I want to make sure the community stays intact, because it took a lot to get to this point. It wasn't just I posted something. Like, no, bro, I've been doing this for 116 weeks. That's the only reason why I could open up this space and get 100 people in here on a Friday night that should be out partying and doing whatever, like caught up in the matrix. Like, they tapped in here because we consistent. They tapped in here because they know that we stick to the facts and we get straight to the shit for real. And I take pride in that. I take pride in bringing different people from different platforms and putting them in one place. Like, it took a lot of effort. It took a lot of energy to make sure that everybody gets a voice in one spot and everyone supports each other in one place, being Twitter, right? And I'm trying to merge other communities and other platforms and doing the same thing. So I understand if you're saying, hey, these are just people on the internet that don't affect me, but to me, this means something because it took a lot of work. It took years to get to this point. It's the reason why any one of the homies can open up a space and they might get flooded with 30, 50, 70 people in their space. You go to your biggest space host that got 100,000 followers, you ain't gonna see 100, 200 people in there. Like, there's a few of them that's like that. You go to some of these 50,000 accounts when they open up a space, they're not gonna get this many people in here. The only reason why it's like that is because we developed a community, not a following, a community. So my thing is, I'm trying to keep that intact. That's point number one. Point number two, I do want to vouch for the allegations towards the two girls, because I was in that chat. We don't need to name what chat that was, but I seen it.
Which one of them doxed me, by the way. One of them doxed me, by the way.
Hold on, should I leave this thing?
A lot of background noise. We can't even hear what you're saying.
Am I going to be able to speak, or should I leave this thing?
Yeah, after you had your chance, we'll get you as soon as the rest of the
man. I didn't have my chance.
Bro, we're gonna get you in a second. We're doing something right now. This is a little bit more important. We're gonna get you in just a second. I gotta address some of the things that Matt said, because again, I just want to make sure that the facts are correct. I seen the back and forth with the two girls that you had mentioned, Matt. Only one of them attacked you. Now, you said two of them had said something like said you was retarded or something like that. That isn't true. If you have that evidence, Matthew, please send it to me in my personal DM.
I posted it in that chat. There's the screen recordings of it, and the one you're saying is not the one.
Hold on, bro.
Are you a concave earther or a flat earther?
Hold on. Do I gotta hold the mute button?
I just all talk. I mean,
because it's not your space, bro. And I'm handling real shit. You're not part of this community. You just opened up your account today. Those don't got nothing to do with you. Get a better connection, and then we could go ahead and build on that conversation that you totally dismissed. Matter of fact, while I'm doing this, go to your DM and watch the video that I sent you. Gnosis. While I'm handling inside work with the community, go to your DM and acknowledge the demonstration of your first argument that you totally ignored, which was the star trails. That's what you could be doing right now, instead of yapping without providing no evidence. Gnosis, go to your DM and watch the 1:30 video that we posted back in January 2023 before you open your mic again. That's what you need to do. Thank you for laughing. That means you hear what I'm saying. So anyway, Matthew, if you have one of the girls that you mentioned, I did hear that she insulted you. Wasn't really cool with that. The other one didn't. So if you could provide both evidence for that, for both of those girls insulting you or calling you names, send it to my personal DM.
Will
Okay,
do.
that's the other thing.
Will do. And I'll send
Last
you where
thing,
she doxed me as well. I'll send you where the one you're saying didn't attack me. Also, she did call me
all
retarded,
right,
and then she doxed me.
send me whatever you got. I don't know what that means. I mean, you got your real name and your real face up here, I think, anyway.
No,
So
no. She
you know,
she said she lives here in the same city I do in Texas, and she asked me like where I was from or whatever. And I told her like the small town I was born, the small town I live now. And then she just like played all that for everyone to see, like all in front of like tons of people in that chat that I know lots of y'all. There's lots of people in there I don't know at all. I don't necessarily trust them. I'm not saying anyone we know, but
that's
like
cool,
we
bro.
don't know.
That's a different claim. We can get to that in a second. I was just saying you
Okay,
said that
well,
with
that's
them
not cool.
insulted you, and I'm just saying like that. I don't know if that happened. I seen one of them insult you, the other one I didn't see that. So if you're saying the other one doxed you, that's a different claim, and we can go
No,
into that in a
and she
second.
insulted me, and then she doxed me.
Okay, just send me that because if she didn't insult you, because all I heard was her questioning 30 hours. That's all I seen. That when I seen your screen recordings, all I seen was her questioning 30 hours. I didn't see her call you no names. I didn't see her attack you personally. So
Okay,
if you
I'm gonna
have
have to
that,
ask.
hold on, bro.
You kicked me out,
Hold on,
so I'll have
bro.
to ask
Hold on,
someone to
bro.
go
Hold
find
on,
them.
bro.
Since
Hold
you
on,
kicked me out
bro.
of the chat.
Hold on, Matt. Why are you not respecting me, bro? I'm really trying to mediate this here, and you making it very, very difficult. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this shit so that way this doesn't happen again. But you can't censor me in the middle of me responding to all of the things that you said uninterrupted. It's not fair. And I'm really trying not to mute you because you're supposed to be the homie, regardless of your switch to Concave Earth. So if you respect me, you going to respect me the same way I'm respecting you. If not, it's going to be demonstrated to everybody in here. The last thing I'm going to say is the tweet that seemed to set all this off, okay, is this whole thing with Brian's suite. Now, I did post that up top because it seemed like, and I'm not trying to strawman what Matt was saying, but it seemed like he felt like he was attacked first. And if that's true, we could get to that. But I think the person that attacked first is the one that's actually at fault because that is an antagonization. That is escalating a situation that don't need to be escalated. So if there's any other evidence outside of this that I'm not privy to, feel free to share it. Brian was able to get his part of the story off earlier. I want Matthew to be able to get his part of the story off. Only one of them can be right. Both of them cannot be right. Both of them cannot be wrong. Well, actually, both of them can be wrong if they kept on devolving, but somebody started this. Okay? And that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom. So that way we could take accountability and then move forward. Now, in this tweet, like I said, if there's anything outside of this, please send it to me so I know. But just chronologically, I just want to make sure we get everything in order. This tweet was posted on October 21st. And Brian Sweet didn't tag anybody. And it says, this is for the concave earthers. Put out a random tweet. It says, what's your best proof the earth curves upward?
Yeah, that was after we'd already
that I
been.
see. Hold on. The first thing that I see is Matthew's reply. And it says, you do not want to play this game, bro. Trust me on that. Now,
He posted that to taunt me because we'd already been speaking about it in the replies, and I'd been super nice, and he kept coming back acting like I'm a retard. And then the next day, I see him on the timeline
bro,
saying,
why are you interrupting again? Matthew, you don't have no self-control right now.
I'm telling you.
Bro, can you wait a second?
Bro,
or you
you're
just not
talking
going to
way
have
too
no
much,
respect
man.
whatsoever, bro.
You're not letting other people.
I don't got to let nobody else speak. He got his whole thought off. I waited till he was done. I didn't interrupt.
Then don't pretend like you're trying to get to the
bro,
bottom
yo,
of it.
hey, yo, you come off mic one more time, you're going to give up your mic. Come off mic one more time and you going to give it up. Do it. That's what I thought. Moving forward, unless Matthew needs help with this, like all this censoring going on, I don't think it needs to be that if he got the truth on the side. But I'm just trying to get down to the bottom of the facts. And if there's anything outside of that, we could talk about it. I don't see any ad homs or personal attacks here. I see somebody saying to concave earthers, plural, right? And I'm not defending Brian because I know Brian can get a little trolly too. He say he the biggest troll on Twitter in the flat earth community. So not shooting him no bail. I'm asking if this is not the beginning, if there's anything else outside of that, show it to me. Because here I just see him saying this is for the concave earthers, plural. What's your best proof the earth curves upward? So I'm thinking the first thing that any concaver is going to do to reply to this is not personally attack, not antagonize, is to do exactly what he asked for. Because that's the best way to shut somebody up, right? We've been
He
doing
had
it for
already been sent
116 weeks.
4 videos by me, blatant, specific, very good, like undeniable evidences that he
Matt,
just
you're
hand
not
waved
gonna let
dismissed,
me.
and then he
You're not
goes
gonna
on the
let me.
timeline, and then he
You're
goes on
not
the
gonna let me
timeline
finish,
taunting me.
Matt. You're not gonna let me finish at all. Matter of fact, I'm gonna just let you go, Matt, because it seems like you don't really respect me right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and give you some mic time. You got 1 minute to get whatever else you want to get off, and then I'm gonna continue uninterrupted, hopefully.
You're gonna give me 1 minute to say what I want to say. Like I don't want
Yeah,
to
you
talk
sound like you
about
want to interject, so I'm gonna give you one. You should be able to get your
Brian.
thought off. I
About
don't know,
Brian.
bro. You've been interrupting like 3-4 times so far. So I'm like, clearly you want to interject, so you should be able to interject in a minute.
Happy to.
60 seconds.
Okay, happy to. Okay, when I posted that in response to what he said, what's your best proof? The reason I did that is because, one, that's his thing. He always says, taunting the Globers, like, what's your best proof? The previous day, we had a polite back and forth, and he had just kept responding, acting like I'm retarded. I had sent him very, very damning proofs. I sent him freaking radar where you can, like, literally just visually see the freaking octahedrons in the middle of the sky. Okay, I sent him. I don't even remember what the other videos were. Probably it could have been one of a few things, but at least 3 or 4 videos specifically. And he just hand waved, dismissed him, ignored him, and then like this went on for a bit. And then the next morning, I just happened to see him post that, and I know Brian well enough. I've been around listening to him long enough. I know that's his thing. He says to taunt the Globers. So he's on there after I send him evidence he did not look into even one little bit. And he's on there like, what? Show me your best evidence, bro. You just got showed like at least 4 things that you didn't even look into. You didn't respond to. You didn't even ask me like, hey, do you have any better evidence? Do you have any other evidence? He just hand waved dismissed stuff that is again like beyond compelling, very damning, for sure. And then he's just like out there blindly defending his religion and taunting me. Okay, so that's what happened. That's why I responded kind of rudely, like you're pointing out, where I said, you don't want to play this game, trust, because I was annoyed. I was annoyed that someone I thought was like genuine seeking the truth was shown very, very, very good evidence and then ignored it and then goes on the timeline doing his little thing where he taunts just like he taunts the Globers. So yeah, that's what happened.
He said he watched the 4-hour video, by the way.
He has now, well maybe he has now. That's fine. Good
All
for
right,
him.
so my bad. I kind of rugged there for a second, but I'm back. So, but basically what I heard was,
all right, can I speak now?
Put out a general tweet. All right, you relinquished your mic. That's so sad. I don't know why you did that, Gnosis. You should have just stayed muted. Request back up if you have any self-control. Seems like a lot of the concave earthers having a problem with that, bro. That's what I'm trying to get down to this so it doesn't happen no more. So basically it sounds like what Matt is saying, like, hey, when he posted that, I felt attacked. He's saying Brian said concave earthers, and I internalized that and felt like he was trolling me. Now, that just seems like it's just something that you're just saying because it doesn't really say anything directed towards you. But let me just get some clarification. You said that you showed him the earth curving upwards because that was like his main thing that he was looking for.
I mean, I could show you 3 or 4 videos right now of water curving upward. I don't remember. I remember one of the 4 videos I sent him for sure. Specifically was the radar one. I would have to go back and look. At that point, he had never said to my. I don't recall him saying, "Show me whatever earth or water bending upwards." I don't recall him saying that. And if he did, like, I mean, again, I don't spend 24/7, 365 like reading my replies on here.
This
So
was your claim. You said, hey, I
Matthew said that
sent
he
him the
named him and he
evidence.
sent him evidence that he was asking for. They had a cordial conversation before, and Brian tweeted that. Matthew said he sent him evidence of concave Earth and
that he never responded to.
Okay, so that's what my question would have been. So then he's saying that he hopped on Twitter trying to be condescending. That's what Matthew is saying.
That's how it looked to me. Yeah, absolutely.
That's why he said he felt like he was pulling his card, basically.
Yeah, I mean, from what I gather, what you just said, I would say that's pretty accurate. Like how I saw it. Yeah.
I didn't really hear what Prod was saying. Prod, did you want to clarify again? Because I was in the middle of a thought.
Yeah, so I feel like Matthew is claiming like or saying, you know, that he told Brian in his DM that he was a concave earther. He sent him the evidence for his belief, concave earth, and then instead of looking at it, Brian hopped on the TL being condescending, calling out concave earthers after Matt just said that he had evidence for it.
It was in replies, not DMs, but otherwise that's basically spot on.
So proud. Do you when we say, hey, globe earthers, where's your best proof for the earth in motion or the earth curving? You feel like we're being condescending, proud?
To us, it depends on if we're trolling them on purpose or not. If we're generally asking, yeah, but if I'm generally asking for evidence that's in my DM, it's not really genuine if somebody literally just gave it to me.
It wasn't the DMs. It was in replies.
So wait. You saying that? Or Proud's chiming in here. Now I gotta make sure that I understand Proud's position, because Brian said, "What's your best proof that the Earth curves upward?" Now Matt was saying, "Yo, I sent him this evidence already," and I said, "Oh,
Proud,
so you
sacred. I have to go. Can I say one last thing and then go?
Bro, this is crazy, bro.
It's a long night. 2 seconds, Jeff, and then I'll just let mine play. And I think he's basically saying that he sent him evidence for concave Earth because it was a topic. Specifically, if it was about Earth curving upwards, which was what Brian tweet was, I don't know, because Matt is saying that Brian didn't read his DM or his like comment section, which you got to clarify again, Matt. But I get the premise of what he's trying to say. It's like, hey, I sent evidence before it became a toxic conversation. And then after that, he came to the TL asking for something. I don't think Matt should have attacked him for that, or especially quote unquote embarrass him for that, because I don't really think he would say that to Witsit, Matt. I'm gonna just be real. But like the premise of that, they talked about this before Brian went to the TL. I feel like that's what I wanted to ask Matt. I ain't asked Brian that.
But I ain't get to my thought, because the whole contention that Matt is saying was he's trolling me by asking for the Earth curving upwards. I sent him evidence already. So I just wanted to clarify, in that evidence that you sent, did it have the Earth curving upwards? Because there's other things that the concave Earth claim that does not have to do with the Earth curving concavely. You do agree, right, Proud? You can have other evidence for concave Earth that doesn't have to do with curvature, right? So then that's a non sequitur then. If you agree, like, that's what I'm trying to get down to. If you're saying like I'm replying to him and I already sent him this, he's trolling me, but then I ask you, well, he's asking for the Earth curving upwards. And if Matt is saying, I don't know if that's what I sent him, then that's not a valid argument to feel like he's trolling you then. Because what if you watch all that stuff and there's no Earth curving upwards? It's just, okay, maybe there's a celestial sphere in the middle, or maybe there's some light bending in specific ways, but is that the Earth curving upwards, or is that just other concave claims and arguments?
I'm not
just trying to get down to.
So when I hear like, oh, Earth curving upwards, I would just think that's how we call the globers out. Like, let me see your ball. Let me see your water sticking to a ball. Like, that's just how we describe globe Earth. Like, let me see your ball curving downward. You're like, you know.
No, I don't.
But
I don't agree with that.
But you're saying that Earth curving upwards is specific evidence for concave Earth that Brian was looking for, versus just saying like.
There's evidence for a globe Earth that don't got to do with curvature. So if someone says, here's globe Earth evidence, and it don't got nothing to do with curvature, right? And then I go to the timeline, yo, y'all got any evidence for the Earth curving 8 inches per mile squared convexly? That don't mean I'm trolling somebody if they didn't send me what I asked for. Do you understand that? Or am I wrong? Does anybody disagree with that?
I don't think anybody's denying that concave Earth is supposed to produce evidence of Earth curving upwards. That's like a specific piece of evidence, just like we asked for a specific motion of Earth. But I would consider us saying, like, to the globers, let me see your evidence for a ball with water sticking to it, a magic water ball. Like, I feel like that's like how we present the same thing. But you're saying it's not trolling by saying asking the globers for their water ball, gravity causing water to stick to a ball, because concave Earth specifically has evidence for an upward curving Earth. That's what you're saying. You're saying it's not technically trolling because that's a point of their like position. Like, that's actual evidence for them that they should present. So I feel like I see what you're saying, but I was also like Steelman and what Matt was kind of saying.
I just found the whole thread. You want me to just tell you exactly like what all is in it?
I kind of want to just finish my thought, but it seemed like I'm probably not going to be able to do that. So I might just let y'all have it for real. But I was just trying to get to the actual claim, because if you really feel like he was trolling you, that means like there was something that was connected to this tweet. There's nothing connected to this tweet, if you didn't send him the earth curving upwards already, then you can't take the position that he was trolling you. That's my whole thing. So like if you did, that's why I was asking, because I didn't want to misrepresent what actually happened.
I'm looking at a video right now. Okay. I'm looking at it right now, right directly beneath him when we first started talking about it. Not just that, but several other things. And I actually drew on paper what I was describing too. I actually drew, like hand drew on paper a point I was trying to make, and photographed that and sent that to him too. There was actually a very cordial back and forth for quite a while, and he was just like, instead of being like, "Huh, that's weird. I don't think that's true," but I mean, Matt, it's Matt. So like, tell me more about this. Like, are you sure? Like, what are you talking about? Like, it wasn't like that. He just kept coming back like, no, that's stupid. Like, I mean, I don't even remember what he said. Like, it's like, this is also, I don't know. This is not what I want to talk about tonight, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Hold on.
Gnostic, you gotta relax. I know you want to go, and we are still talking about concave, but when you come up, you gotta be patient. Like, it's a whole bunch of people in here. There's 120 something people in here that want to hear the conversation, and when you come off mic, it's hard for us to all talk. We're gonna get through this. We're trying to get through this so that you can come up and present your piece, because you lost connection. But yeah, we just want to get through like the topic at hand, and then go back to the concave part. So thanks for everybody for their patience. We appreciate you guys. We're still here. Hi caramba. Everybody take a shot. Next time you hear convex.
Yeah, probably. I mean, you can just get to the hands.
I was trying to play my song earlier and like pick up the vibes a little bit. Cause man, it's getting heated up in here with this concave Earth, man.
Like, I don't get a chance to actually bring up like actual things about concave Earth I want to speak about. It all just has to be about Brian, and now we're moving on.
I mean, come on, bro.
No. Like if y'all don't want to like mediate, if we don't want to just make sure that whoever started the issue takes accountability, that's what I was trying to get to.
No, that's cool. That's cool. But then once we're done with that,
hold on. I just wanted to say, you asked me a question, I'm just answering, and then we can get off of it, because if nobody wants to figure this out, then fine. I thought I was doing a service for the community to make sure whoever was wrong takes accountability, apologizes, shakes hands, and we could be together like I always wanted to. If nobody wants to do that and we just want to talk about evidence, fine, bro. That's cool. We could just get to whatever evidence, and we can see who got the best evidence for concave Earth and flat Earth. Because it seemed like I can't even get a full thought out. But yeah, go ahead, Proud.
My hand not up. You and Matt were talking about Brian. I think Matt said he posted the thread of what happened, or like how it started, basically.
No, I found it. I haven't posted it. Like, I'm fine talking about that stuff. I just said, like, you just said let's move on to the hands. Like, you're done with me. Like, I can't actually, like, the whole point of me coming on here was not to like talk about Brian. Like, I'm fine if that's really important to everyone. Fine, okay, I'll talk about it. But like, I just want to talk actually about like facts regarding the shape of the Earth. Like, I think that's why most people are listening here. I know some people in the community probably care about this drama, but like, I think most people listening like want to actually hear about like the shape of the Earth. So that's why I'm here. Now, if you want to keep talking about those stuff, fine, so be it. I just was hoping you weren't gonna like just completely move on and be like, okay, we're done with Matt, now let's go to the hands, without me actually even getting to mention anything about.
Get to the point then.
No, not like
get to the point.
Why
Not
didn't
like
you
skipping.
start with that if that's the most important? You should have started with that, maybe.
Are you kidding me? Sacred, that he led me in and said he did this big intro and then said, now, how do you view that happened between Brian? And I said, I don't really want to talk about this. I want to talk about facts. And he said, well, this is really important. We got to talk about this first. Like, if you listen to how it played out, the whole time I've been trying to shift the conversation from the very first second. I'm honoring Sacred's request because he's the host. And it's all good. Like, if this is important to him, the community, I get it. That's fine. We can talk about that. But I've been trying at every step away from the very first moment to say, this isn't really what I want to talk about tonight. I just want to talk about the shape of Earth. It's weird that like I don't know.
It
And
just
we
seemed
brought
like
you
that's
that
what
map.
Brian wanted to talk about too. It just, that's from that tweet. And like I said, if there was any other evidence or any other tweets that I didn't see, the same thing that we asking tonight is the same thing that's in his tweet. But I'm just saying, I don't see where any of the animosity came from. I'm trying to figure it out. It seemed like people is impatient with trying to figure out where the animosity came from. Because if we are echoing the same sentiment that's in Brian's tweet, what's the difference? Like, what am I trolling somebody by saying the same thing? Or do y'all got any evidence of the Earth curving upward? Do y'all like? I don't understand that. But
You don't.
that's
That's
fine,
not.
bro. We don't got to get into it. I was just saying it just seemed like he wanted the evidence, and then he didn't get that with any replies. Like the first replies that he got seemed to be with antagonistic remarks, unless there's something else that I didn't see.
He'd been shown it, and then he hand waved, dismissed it, and ignored it. There's actually multiple videos again that I showed him. Videos of the camera going up, Earth curving up to it. I hand drew, I literally drew on paper, which I don't know if I've ever done that more than maybe once ever when replying to someone on Twitter. I actually took the time to get a piece of paper and draw on it to show what I'm talking about. I did that, and the same replies to him. And then he never actually even, he didn't DM me, he didn't ask me anywhere hey man, are you serious about this stuff, or what do you what do you think, man? Are you really thinking it's concave, or what made you start thinking about this, or what, show me more. It was nothing like that. He just, the next thing I see, after I took all the time to go back and forth, super polite, by the way, super polite, chill, cool. I even noticed today, one of our good friends we both know, I had sent a text message to that day, and I said, I can screenshot this if you want. I was like, I hope Brian will sincerely just kind of look into what I'm saying a little bit and not just completely dismiss it and start acting like it's stupid. I hope he doesn't do that. I couldn't have been more sincere. And then I know Brian's thing is always, hey, what's your best globe evidence? That's kind of what he just says always to kind of taunt the Globers, which is fine. That's cool. I'm sure I've done that too. But then I see him doing the same thing the next morning. The first thing when he gets up the next morning, he's doing that after I had shown him all this stuff, and he didn't say a word to me privately or to continue the conversation cordially, or in the replies where I'd sent him videos, handmade drawings, multiple times, not just the Earth curving upwards and the horizon and the radar and all kinds of things. And then he's just on there doing his trademark little taunt thing, without ever actually looking into what I showed him, or he just hand waved, dismissed it, and then starts taunting me on the timeline. That's what it looked like to me. So then, yeah, I came back with, you don't want to play that game, trust,
man.
and then that's that. But I'd
Isn't
really
it
like to just
isn't
talk
it totally
about
ironic that you're still talking about it?
All right, let's get off of this, y'all. Let's get off of it because
that I'm still talking
it's
about
all
it. They
good.
won't let me stop talking about it.
Oh my
Every time I try
God,
to
Let's
post
do this.
Give
Let's do
it
this. Let's do
up.
this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. I want to get to Matt's claim about the horizon thing. I thought that was a really interesting argument because I never heard Matt take the position that the horizon rising with the observer doesn't work on a flat Earth. So Matt, can you explain that to everybody? Because I think that's the drawing that you're talking about.
For sure. So first of all, I will publicly right now wager any single person in here, any of the speakers, $10,000.
No, you should get to the point
Stop.
instead.
No, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. $10,000 that the horizon does not rise to eye level over a flat plane. We can mutually agree on how to settle this. We can find people who are neither flat nor concave, who are experts in architecture, modeling, photography, who can do clear demonstrations of this, model it out. $10,000. Anyone want to put their money where their mouth is on this one?
Small scale modeling never works for replicative efforts because the medium you're using is the same density, and it shouldn't be when you're scaling everything else down so many hundreds of times.
You can test a million different ways on any scale, a horizon and your eye line going above it on a long flat plane. It's so easy to do.
I actually have the answer for you, Matt.
Matt, you cannot hear me.
So no one will bet $10,000. That's not how it works.
But Matthew, can you hear me, man?
I can hear you.
Yo, so the reason that it doesn't rise fully to eye level at sufficient altitude, right? It's actually a question of altitude, because at certain altitudes it does.
No. I mean, immediately it falls off. Immediately, as soon as you start going up, it drops significantly. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying once you go 150,000 feet, it barely starts to fall off because the light's not going that far. I know your argument. I'm saying instantly when you go up, yes, it does start extending and appearing to rise, but it's not rising near as fast as your eye line, not even close. And the higher you go, the more it drops off. I'll bet $10,000 right now to anyone. That's how it actually works.
Okay,
So wait, you
so
just said
no
the more it
takers.
drops off.
You seem real confident.
As you go up, be aware that the horizon does rise, but it doesn't rise at the same rate as your altitude
That's
rises.
what is your island? That's literally what I just said.
Right. So that means, though, that if it's rising, right, then it's not curving away, first of all. Second of all, and
Curving away.
This might have been, like down. And then second of all,
who said?
I don't. Let me get there, man. Second of all, and I don't know if this is what you meant when you're touching on it, like what you thought I was going to say, but as you go higher, right, in order to get a path length that's long enough outwards from you, in order to match the rise vertically that you went up to, you have to draw, like the higher you go, the longer horizontal leg you have to draw. So the higher you go, the longer and longer the horizontal leg has to become in order to rise up to where you are with
Obviously.
via perspective. And so once and so because like the vanishing point of your viewing of the combination between the opacity of the atmosphere and the angular resolution dependent upon altitude is less than that of how much it drops when you go up. It doesn't rise. It'll never be able to rise at the same rate, because once you go, like, especially once you go higher, of course the effect becomes more apparent, like, high altitude balloon or something. The effect's going to be more apparent up there. That's because way up there, dude, at 120,000 feet, in order for it to rise all the way to completely to eye level, you'd have to be able to see like way farther out than the boundaries of your distance even allow you to see.
Obviously. How about 500 feet? How about 1,000 feet? $10,000. It doesn't work at 500
yes. So once again, as the opacity is the bigger factor at the lower altitude than the convergence angle is the bigger factor at the lower altitude than the opacity is. And as you go up higher, you get above the ground.
Let's talk about 500 feet right now. What's happening at 500 feet? Are you maintaining that it's extremely close to your eye line when you go 500 feet straight up, staying on a flat plane?
So when you're closer to the ground than you are the sky, the ground has to compress up to the horizon line.
Closer to the ground than you are the sky. What does that mean? Where's the sky? What's the sky?
So when you are low in altitude, like standing on ground level or slightly above the ground, 20 feet, 50, 100, whatever, right? You have a center line, which is your eye level.
Of course.
Things that are up in the sky are like, there's a huge physical distance, like actual distance. There's a huge actual distance between whatever's up in the sky and your eye level. There's a much smaller actual distance between the ground and your eye level. So everything has to compress at an extreme, at a much,
and it does it way slower than you rise.
Bro,
it does it.
Please, man, don't cut me off. Everything has to compress at a much, much, much faster rate below your eyes than it does above your eyes when you're low to the ground. Now, as you rise higher in altitude, that ratio between the below the eye compression and above the eye compression decreases, but because you're increasing in altitude, the actual length stretched out that you have to go to rise to eye level, like the horizontal leg I was talking about, also increases. So the controlling factor low to the ground is the convergence angle, and then the controlling factor as you go higher becomes the opacity. So it's both. It's always both, but it's more one than the other depending on your altitude.
Okay, I'm fully aware of like the concepts you're talking about. What I'm telling you right now is, number one, when you get up quite high, let's call it 30,000 feet, where they do dog fighting and find like fighter pilots, The horizon is always their level. That's day one, lesson one, line one of combat school. The horizon's always your level. That's a huge deal. It's life and death. If a plane's above you, it has a huge advantage because it can trade like altitude for speed. Okay, it's literally life and death for these guys. And now you can talk to any combat pilot; they will straight up tell you that in their entire careers, the horizon was always the level. If any time a plane was above it was above them. Anytime it was below it is below them. So you can't tell me you go up whatever 30,000, 50,000 feet where those guys fight. Which I mean, some of them maybe more like 20,000 feet. It depends on what they're doing, but that horizon is actually dead on level with their eye line. Okay, so I'm saying we'll just call it up to there. We'll just go and drop. Once you go above that, it can fall away because, whatever, the light, yada, yada. What I'm saying is even at a very like immediately when you start going up, it will start significantly falling off your eye line. Okay, significantly. When you go up to 50,000 feet, if you were standing on a flat plane and you're looking dead out at the horizon, okay, like it's a perfectly flat plane, or we'll just say you're standing on the shoreline of perfectly still water, like glass water that goes like all the way, whatever, across the Pacific Ocean, like just thousands of miles, way further than you could ever see. Perfectly flat water, okay? If it was actually flat. You're standing like on the shoreline, like a millimeter above the water, and you're looking out the horizon, okay? If you go up 50,000 feet, right, to where there's like planes up there, probably dogfighting, where the horizon is obviously their level because it's literally life and death. You've now got, even though it's like converging and like extending, and it looks like it's rising much slower than your eye line. If that's how it would work on a flat plane, you've now got 50,000 feet of air between your eye line and the water. So even though it is converging, it's not converging anywhere near as fast as your eye line is raising. You will have a big gap of air between your eye line and where the horizon is once you've gone dead vertical 50,000 feet. Okay, that's not how it works. Fighter pilots are up there, life and death, using the horizon as their level. Okay, I will bet this is the case at 100 feet, at 1,000 feet, at 50,000 feet, at 350,000 feet. I don't care. Which I know up there you're gonna say yada yada, it would fall away because whatever. Okay, fine. I'm telling you right now, at any height, when you start to go up, it will significantly fall off your eye line. I'll bet anyone $10,000 right now. Somebody, if you're real confident,
Can
let's
I ask you
bet.
a question?
Sure.
Really quick. How do you have a horizon with the surface going up?
With what surface going up?
Don't you
Oh,
say
you
the
mean like in
Earth
concave
surface?
Earth? I thought, okay.
How do you even have a horizon?
Like the light is bending.
The light is bending. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, light's bending upwards. It's just an optical illusion. Just like when we look up at the sky, it looks like a dome. And bet 10 grand, buddy. Put your
Wait,
money where your mouth
hold on.
is.
I don't.
Chuckles.
Okay, so wait. So
Come
the
on, Chuckles.
sky.
You got 10 grand? Come on.
So I just don't understand because if you actually model this out, the horizon seems to work like on a globe and on a flat plane. But I don't understand how that would work on a surface that's
The
consistently
horizon
curving
doesn't
upward.
work on a globe or flat plane because it rises to your eye level when you go up like 50,000
But
feet. So
how
it
do
doesn't
you
work on
even
either.
have a spot where the sky meets the ground if the ground's going up?
Because the light is curving. It's measurably, obviously, like it. Okay. I know you're just gonna say "nuh-uh, haha" and laugh. I mean,
No,
I'm
no,
not.
I'm
I can't
serious.
draw this all out for you, Taylor. I specifically sent you videos the other day because you requested them where it's all drawn out on paper. I don't know if you looked at them, but
Oh
like,
yeah,
yeah,
whenever I was asking for the model, like the model of the concave Earth, but then it's also ironic how y'all say that flat Earth doesn't have a model, but then why do you have to send me a drawing? Like,
you asked for it. You
where's
said
the?
no one will ever draw. Why can't anyone ever send me a drawing? I said I
No,
got
I'm just
drawings.
saying, like,
You
why
said
isn't there?
send them to me.
Is there an official model for the concave Earth? Speaking of which, I'm not
Yeah,
trying to like.
there's
Okay,
there's
because
quite a bit of it, and it explains
earlier I
everything
heard
from
many times.
retrograde. Okay,
I heard many times you were saying flat earthers don't have a model. But anyway,
I said
I
that.
still do
I
not
said that.
understand about. No, maybe not you, but other, throughout the
I
night.
I didn't say that. I know Shane's got models. I know there's models. I
Exactly.
didn't say that.
Okay, so aside
They
from that,
don't explain
the
everything, but
horizon, if you just think about it, if it's like, the sky, like where is the sky meeting the ground? If like the ground's constantly going up, like how do you have that line where you don't
It's called we have a glass sky, and that's meeting with the ground. That's how the horizon happens.
a glass sky?
Yeah, the 100
Yeah, y'all
kilometers.
believe in that too, actually.
No, I know.
What?
I'm just saying, but we don't think that's on the ground.
It's
Like
100 kilometers up. It's a ball inside a ball, 100 kilometers up.
But there's a horizon even when there isn't glass meeting the ground, because flat earthers believe that the firmament is along the edge.
Okay, so I don't.
So it's not that there's a glass sky.
I understand you're having trouble visualizing it. It took me, like, even after seeing it, it took me a few days of thinking about it to visualize it before it clicked. So I get it. Like this, I'm with you on this. It's hard to visualize it first. This was actually the number one thing that I struggled with, and the reason I kept trying to like grasp it was because everything else was so freaking convincing and so unbelievably like it's just how it all worked perfectly, unlike flat or globe. And that was why I kept trying to understand this one little part, because for sure this was the part that was the hardest for me to like not only visualize but then also just accept as like, okay, this is actually what's happening. And it took me like 3 or 4 days of thinking about it a lot. I think about a lot of different ways. I went outside, I was looking up and down at the sky, I was looking at like drawings and models, and like I understood like the concept, lights bending up, but like, and why, there's an explanation for that why as well. But like it took me, this was for sure the hardest little hurdle for me to get over. And it is hard to visualize first. I totally get that. And I also would say this last thing I'll say, and then you can talk to whoever. I would say that like this is the little illusion. It's a little optical trick that they're using to pull off the whole scam of the shape of the earth. Like just like they're using the trick that's an optical illusion when we look up at the sky and it looks curved like we're on a spinning ball. They use that little optical illusion. Like the sky is obviously not like curved like we're on a spinning ball, but it looks that way. So they've used it to trick like whatever 90% of the public into thinking we're on a spinning ball just because it's a little optical trick of light. And it just looks like something it's not. So this is another one like that then you can be tricked into thinking it's flat, but it's not. It would never rise to your eye level. I can show you videos right now of where the freaking camera lens is in the water on the lake. Like they literally put it into the water and you look across this long lake and zoom in, and there's like every boat that's further than the next boat is higher, and then the shoreline beyond all of them is higher than that. That's like a literal physical impossibility if the water is not concavely bending up. Anyone who this isn't a trust me, bro. Anyone can go get a freaking nice zoom camera, go down to a lake when it's clear, see it with your own eyes. There's tons of videos of it. You don't have to trust nobody. You ain't got to trust no videos. It's obviously be faked. Go do it yourself. Okay, it just is what it is.
So, okay, I'm gonna try to hold on to all three of these. One,
do we have
I
a
don't
bet?
want.
Do we have a bet?
No, man. I'm getting married next week. I don't
Okay.
have the money to spend on that.
How about
Even though,
$500?
so listen,
$50.
you just stated that you have a fighter pilot reference or whatever that they use the horizon as level, which seems to mean that you're implying that it is level, but then you're saying also that it's not level because it doesn't rise to eye level. So I feel like you're saying two different things at once.
No, I'm saying it is level with their eye line. It is level with your eye line when you get up there. It's an illusion. No. Okay, see, it is level with their eye line as they get up there. The light is curving though, so even though like, I mean, this is like a whole other thing. Is now we're getting at how like airplanes work and all this stuff. But like basically, what I'm telling you is when they're up there, their life depends on the horizon being dead level, okay, to their eyes and what they're experiencing, right? It provably does. So I'm bringing that up to show that, like you're saying, it doesn't actually, when you get up that high, it's not actually at your actual eye level, and it is. Now we can talk all you want about like airplanes and how it's actually curving. Do I want to bet that what's not?
No, you're okay. Let me please just finish this without you like cutting me off halfway through. And I'm not hating on you, bro. I know it's like a charged conversation, but anyways. So your bet was that the horizon does not actually ever rise to eye level. It falls off immediately, and the amount it falls off increases as you go higher, right?
No. My argument is that it would do that if you were on a flat plane. That was my argument. Not just it actually does that. We all actually know it does rise with your eye level. That's obviously observable.
Wait, what?
If you are on a flat plane, if you are truly on a flat plane and you go up, the horizon does not rise to your eye level. Like an endless flat plane or water, whatever, endlessly flat, going straight out front of you. You're standing on it. You're looking straight out to the horizon. When you go up, that horizon does not rise to your eye level. That is not how it works. Now, in reality, yes, it does. Now, the question is why. My thing is saying that provably it does not on flat planes. Okay, I'll bet anyone $10,000. I'll bet everyone in here $10,000. There's not one chance in hell it doesn't instantly drop off your eye on a flat plane.
Okay, so hold on. So just to clarify, now what we're saying is, and I guess there was confusion earlier, that your bet is that in reality, in real life, the horizon rises to eye level. But you think that if it was actually a plane, then it wouldn't be able to rise to eye level. So the
I'm
fact
not
that
saying
it
it wouldn't be
does
able.
rise
I'm
to
saying it wouldn't. It doesn't. It doesn't ever do that.
okay, semantics, bro. You don't have to. Okay, so because it does rise to eye level, you're saying that it can't be a plane because a plane wouldn't do that.
It could if light was bending in certain ways. Yeah, it could. It doesn't 100% rule out plane, but the light would have to be bending. Which now we're already back into our court because we're the ones saying light's bending, and y'all are saying it's not. So,
I didn't say any of that. I haven't even said anything about bending. I was just asking a question. Okay.
I said it could. It could on a flat plane if light was bending significantly. It's rising to your eye level. Think about that word. Words have meanings. It's rising to your eye level. Rising.
Okay. So in your
Horizons don't
model,
rise.
let me to clarify. You think that the Earth curves upwards at 8 inches per mile squared, correct?
Somewhere in there. That's what every single time they've ever tried to measure it with physical objects, when they drop long plumb lines down mine shafts in France and the United States, when they do it with hard wooden beams on the beaches with like leveling it with the ocean in Florida, every time it's ever tried to be measured, which most of those times was not by concave earthers, by the way, or even like flat earthers for that matter. And they were just puzzled. They just kept getting the same results over and over and over again. So it measures that way every time. To my knowledge, there's never been another test where it did measure flat or convex. And it's weird that no one ever does these tests because we're all sitting here arguing. You can just go drop plumb lines and just measure the distance between the top and bottom, and the whole conversation's over. So why is no one doing that? And they're flying out to Antarctica to look at lights in the sky. It's pretty silly.
Oh, okay. So just to be clear, if it was curving upwards at 8 inches per mile squared, right? Then when you take long line of sight, observations, you should be able to see very large upward curves on the other end, right?
No.
Would it not be very? You don't think it'd be very? We could use the calculator because
No.
the Earth curve calculator
Sure,
works
of course
the
you
same
can.
for the outside
The
of the
light
circle or the
is
inside.
curving. You don't understand. It looks flat because the light
Okay.
at the ground level, light is curving at the same rate as the ground base, or as whatever you want to call it, sea level. The light's curving the same way, so it looks flat, but it's not. And I know that sounds crazy, but it rises to your eye level. Think about that. That's all it can be.
Okay, hold on. So, without getting into the mechanism by which you claim it, automatically curves the light at the same rate that the ground curves, with respect to the square of the distance. It just somehow does that. We're not going to.
I'm not saying there's an explanation you're not going to want to hear, but that's fine. Go ahead, continue. You're trying to belittle it, saying there's some explanation. There is a perfectly good explanation, but I mean,
okay, well,
just go ahead and continue. Just don't try to make assumptions that you don't know.
Okay. So that's just light though, right? Like that you're saying that would be an apparent effect, not an actual effect, right? Because there would still be physical curvature.
It's an apparent for
so
sure.
That would mean,
for sure.
Okay, so that would mean that
you could measure
if we were to shoot ballistic projectiles or such types of objects in straight lines parallel to the surface from where they were launched, and they were to fly parallel from their original launch point, wouldn't they eventually smash into an angled curve?
Sure. If you can shoot a bullet that far without it dropping, and also you're aiming
a plane?
You're aiming that with using light, so you don't actually physically know the actual curvature between that where you're shooting that ballistic.
No, dude, I can use a bubble level.
A bubble level?
How
long does this bubble level go?
It doesn't matter. It's level at the point it's launched. So I could take an aircraft.
Okay. So you're saying
you could take a plane, and you from wherever you are, it doesn't matter where you're going. It just matters where you are now. If you're level with where you are now, regardless of where you're going, and you level off and you fly straight while leveled, you eventually should decrease in altitude because it's curving up.
Sure, why not? Of course.
So
why do
do
you think
you
that's
have
a problem?
any? Well,
Why is that
because
a
that's
problem?
not what's experienced in real life. When you level
Oh,
off a flight and you fly
really?
parallel to the original launch point of the ground, you don't decrease in altitude. You actually would increase in altitude 8 inches per mile squared. So relative to the speed of the plane, the faster you're going, the faster your altitude would drop. They'd have to point their noses upwards.
They do point their noses upward. Every single plane. Boeing's 2.8 degrees to maintain level flight. The Concorde 5.5 degrees while supersonic to maintain altitude. The SR-71 Blackbird 7 degrees to 9.5 degrees to
Guys,
But the
hold on
maintain
a
level
sec.
flight.
Guys, hold on a
JavaScript will
second.
still level.
When
You
you
just
got
got
it,
dunked on. You thought you had
no,
this older nose
no,
you had to be able. I
nothing,
got
Matt.
receipts, brother. I got the
You
flight
got
manuals.
nothing,
I got
Matt.
all the
Just can you
flight
stop
manuals.
for a sec?
Holy
Stop,
shit!
Matt.
Just got
Stop,
dunked on.
Matt. Stop, Matt. Stop for a second here. Neither of you guys are correct on this one, actually. When it comes to like an autopilot function in a jet, doing a particular altitude, its pitch is a function of its speed and the weight of it against its lift capability. So if there's a lot more fuel on board, if it's going slower, then the autopilot is going to pitch it up a little more just to maintain a particular altitude. Secondly, all of this is done through a calculation that is barometric.
Yep.
That
And they
it's,
say minimums.
it's
They give
Matt,
minimums.
for fuck's sake, Matt, just cool it for a second. Let me finish. I'm saying that the autopilot is sensing the barometric truth of the situation and has no idea what the ground is doing moment to moment. It doesn't prove, nor does it disprove either using this point.
I agree with
Okay?
that. I do agree with that.
Thank you.
I'm actually not talking about the angle of the nose of the plane. Okay,
You
because
literally
we
said
know,
the nose would have to point upwards. You literally said.
I said
word
they'd have
for
to
word.
fly upwards.
No,
And
Yeah,
the
you
point
you
of
literally
were
go
piece
back
of.
and listen to the recording. You
Okay.
literally said word for word.
It's
The
not a
nose would have
valid
to point
point,
upwards.
piece of.
You literally said that word for word.
Okay. Anyways, my point, okay, we all know that in order to achieve lift in general, the plane is not itself, the entire surface of it, perfectly level, right? In order to achieve lift, they have to angle upward slightly so the
The
air can
wings
get
have an
underneath
angle of
it.
incidence. The wings
Right,
are
they have
angled
to
up.
get
The
they have to
wings.
get air underneath, right, the wing. But I'm talking about not the orientation of the nose. I'm talking about flying level. Like if I was to draw a line through the center of the plane and then draw a perpendicular line through that line, and I just had a plus sign running across the plane from the side and looking at it, that as that plane moved, that plus sign's horizontal axis would remain parallel to the ground. So
yeah, and that's not what they do. They don't remain parallel to the ground. The nose is always pointed upwards to maintain altitude. That's what I'm telling you. The faster they go, the
I'm
more they
not
have to point the nose
talking.
up.
Did you hear it, bro? I'm not
Yeah, you said
talking.
if I make a plus sign and it's parallel to it's perpendicular to the ground, right? Okay, and then it just keeps flying flat, it'll maintain its altitude. What I'm telling you is no, that's not what will happen. You have to pitch the nose and the whole plane up, so it's not a plus sign, it's not perpendicular and parallel, and
I'm
that's the only way to
not.
maintain altitude.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna try it one more time, and I'm gonna go on to my third point. I'm not talking about the nose or the wings of the plane being slightly angled upwards, which is necessary in all aircraft to achieve lift. It doesn't matter what the shape of the ground is. It doesn't matter if we're living on a pyramid. You have to have it angled slightly upward to achieve lift at all. So
The
that's not
wings,
what I'm
not the
talking
nose.
about.
The wings, not the nose.
Okay, it's
That's
anyway.
that's incorrect, Matt. Because on the SR-71, the wings, when it's on the ground, are actually angled downwards. So when they level off in flight, that's when the body is facing upwards because the wings are actually level in flight.
The wings on
So,
SR-71 point out. Okay, that's news to me. I didn't know that. Fair enough. I didn't know that. But like, I don't think they're angled down on a Boeing. Okay, so like.
Okay, but I want you to actually get my point, because I know you're wanting to defend yours, and that's fine. But please try to understand mine, even if you don't think it proves something. Try to understand it first. What I'm saying is, regardless of how, I don't care if the plane's tilted 45 degrees up. We're still going to draw a horizontal line through the plane, through whatever axis we have to draw it. It's still the line's going to be horizontal, and it's going to be rigid, fixed to the plane. Okay, and we're going to draw a vertical line so then keep them perpendicular. So we got this plus sign that's vertically oriented. As that plane, regardless of its orientation, moves horizontally across the surface, you're going to keep that horizontal line horizontal. Okay, now without having to adjust the orientation of that line, if you kept it horizontal and the plane traveled across the surface, it would drop in altitude if the ground curved up.
Sure it would. What, like,
Okay.
how do you, okay, no, listen. How do you actually get the plane to like rise in altitude? How do you do that? Explain that.
You have to angle upwards more.
Okay. So if you're angled upwards and you're rising in altitude, would you just continue to rise in altitude if you just stayed at that angle? I mean, obviously until you got to like the top of the sky where there's no oxygen or no air, but like if you're just angled up, like when you're climbing in altitude, if you just stay at that angle, do you continue climbing in altitude?
If you're already climbing
and you just stay there, are you just going to keep going up?
It'll be up to a point, but eventually the air will get like thinner as you go
Right,
higher.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. But I'm just saying, regardless of like you eventually running out of air space before you hit the top, wherever. I'm just saying when you point up, like you're gaining altitude, and you're rising, the nose is up, whatever, flaps are down, whatever, to create more air pressure to point the nose up and get going upwards. When you're curving upwards, laugh it up. When you're curving upwards, or would you just continue to do that if you don't change anything?
Okay, it depends on thrust, man.
Okay. So,
exactly.
But if the thrust is all the same, right? Okay. So if the thrust is the same, the angle is the same that you're rising upwards. If I'm just barely rising upwards, like I don't know, a touch, like I don't know, 8 inches per square mile, you would be just continue to maintain like the same altitude. Do you understand like how that works? Like you're talking about like, oh, I'm flat and I'm just gonna keep going. Now I'm gonna decrease in altitude. What I'm saying is you can pitch it slightly up, and no, you would never. That could be your flat. You would never gain altitude. I mean, lose altitude.
We're talking about. I'm not talking about the nose angle. You keep going back to it. I don't care what the nose angle is because it's different for every plane.
Whatever you're doing to gain altitude.
I'm talking about the horizontal line that I just established running through the plane as it travels level and stays level and maintains a level flight. There's a horizontal line that you can draw through a fixed axis.
Sure.
That horizontal line, if it maintains its parallelism to the ground of where it was originally launched, and it dead reckons in a direction and flies out that way, then eventually, at the further it goes, the more it'll drop in altitude. This is completely separate from the nose angle. So
this is such gaslighting. You know, like a pendulum. If I drop a pendulum, when it goes like dead to the very bottom of that pendulum, right? With the very bottom of that pendulum, you can say it's dead level to the ground. It's moving like perfectly even with the ground underneath it. Okay. But in reality, it's moving on a curve. And if I just keep going, that's going to keep curving up at the same rate. Okay. So you can have something moving in the curved manner, like a plane, like by same way you're curving it upwards. If you're just gaining in altitude for whatever other reason, you can do that. And at the bottom of your hypothetical here, just like at the bottom of a pendulum, just because it momentarily like zeroes out, doesn't mean that it's not actually moving on a slightly upward trajectory. It works just fine. Like you're just trying to like get me like trick me and get me caught up and like whatever, but it's not going to happen because I understand this and there's no argument you can make.
Okay, Matthew, and my last point, I mean, well, we can move on from this one. I made my point. I mean, the last one is something I brought up to you a couple nights ago, I want to say, and I actually put it up in the purple pill. It's like the third from the left. Wait, 1, 2, 3, fourth from the left? Yeah, fourth from the left. The geometry of Earth's electric field precludes it from having any spherical type of shape, whether it be convex or concave.
Okay, I'm not an expert in that. I can see your argument, and I believe you that like when you try to recreate these conditions in a lab or whatever, you have to have 2 flat plates. I accept your premise. I don't discount it. I'm not an expert on this. I've never done these tests. I don't know how it works. I don't know Like if there's something I don't know if our creator could make that work somehow. But like again, like I can go point out things too. Like, you know, we've got a sun that we always see like at the equator, Cancer and Capricorn above us. Like whenever it's there, it's going 1,040 miles per hour, right? And it's one day, 24 hours. But then the Cancer, Equator, and Capricorn are drastically different size circles, like massively different size circles. And yet in one day, it's always going 1,040 miles an hour, plus or minus 2% above us. So like we, you know, if you want to talk about things that are for sure impossible, we can talk about things that are for sure impossible. I don't know about like two plates and electricity. Maybe that's
Okay.
not like, you know, whatever. But like,
Yeah. So can I like
that's
finish
like the
saying
sun's an
my thing?
obvious one. That's everyone knows that's a physical impossibility. You cannot have like
Matthew,
massively different circles and everyone sees the sun at the same exact speed in one day. Like
dude.
that's like if anyone's down there listening, you're not catching on by now. Like that this is like
All
just
right,
use common
Matt,
sense. Use common
you're
sense.
monologuing, brother. You're monologuing. Keep it
You,
short.
yeah, you're rapid firing. Just okay. Anyways, the reason that it precludes it from being spherically shaped, either convex or concave, is because the Earth, everywhere on Earth, as you know, factoring out local fluctuations, right, has an average electric field strength of about 100 volts per meter as you rise above the surface. Now, in order to achieve that linear gradient in the Earth's electric field, you have to say what geometry creates that. Now, the way that you would look at it is you would look at, okay, we have pretty much everything in physics about the electric field, you know, 99.9% of it worked out in terms of how we can describe it mathematically. And we know very, very well that you create that via the geometry of a parallel plate capacitor. We know that we have one plate being the ground, whether that's in your model or ours, okay? The second plate would be in the sky. Now, in our model, you could have a flat plate in the sky, or, you know, flat across the majority of the surface. Maybe it rounds off at the very extreme edges out in Antarctica where we can't get to, but for the rest of it, you know, generally flat. And in your model, it would be also spherical in the sky, spherical in the ground, spherical in the sky, concentric spheres, concentric shells. The problem with that is that in a capacitor setup where you have concentric shells, spherical shells, the change in the electric field decreases with its distance from the center sphere as the square of the distance. Okay, so the sphere, in other words, the sphere that provides the charge, whichever one's providing the charge, I guess you could possibly say in your model would be the one in the sky, and then the regular globe model would be, you know, the ionosphere or the ground, whatever. Either way, it doesn't matter. It decreases as it gets away from it as the square of the distance, meaning the further you get away from it, the faster it changes. Well, it's linear everywhere on Earth. Doesn't matter if you're 10 meters above the ground, 100 meters above the ground, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. It is 100 volts per meter above the ground. Every meter above the ground you get, it increases about 100 volts. That completely defeats the geometry of a spherical shaped capacitor. It has to be a parallel plate capacitor in order to be a linear electric field gradient. And the linear electric field gradient is what is objectively measured in the world that we live in. In fact, that's why I think this is actually, I heard this from Witsit the first time I learned about it. He talked about how Richard Feynman discussed in his lectures when they first discovered it. It was one of the most shocking discoveries ever in terms of studying the Earth's electric field, because it was completely foreign to what they had expected it to be. Right? Because they expected it, right? They expected it to decrease radially as the square of the distance as they left the surface of the Earth, because the Earth itself, right, the body of the Earth, because they thought it was an orb, is like this ocean, this giant ocean full of charge. It's the ground that everything seeks resolution in, but all the charges like get sucked to it. So they imagined it as imagine just a charged sphere or a point charge. So the further away you get from it, the faster the field drops off. And instead, it actually increases as you get away from it, and it increases linearly. So to my knowledge, there is absolutely no answer for that in any paradigm that's not a plane.
Okay, cool. Like that's a lot of like information about a very technical subject that neither myself nor most people have ever actually looked into and experimented with. And you're saying that's like physically impossible,
Well,
like in
it's
any
physical
paradigm.
evidence.
Okay, it's
It's not
physically
optical.
impossible. Okay, it's just impossible, and anything that's not flat, right? I would say that a sun going like through the sky at the exact same speed in one day through massively different sized circles is a physical impossibility that does not work in the flat paradigm. So like we can find things. That's like common sense. I think everyone can understand that. Most people can't understand what you were just talking about or haven't like seen and verified that for themselves. Everyone can understand a ball can't go in a circle the same exact speed for the exact same amount of time through massively different sized circles. Like that just doesn't work. So
We
I mean we
believe
can
the
point
sun's
things
a
out.
projection anyway. It's a projection, and it could go at different speeds. We could believe it can change speeds. Like,
But
why?
you're seeing it at the exact same speed, plus or minus 2% in the sky. That it could do that for sure, but that's not what we see. And it's not just like some silly light projector. It's actually providing all the heat and the light, and the plants respond to
Matthew,
it.
hold on,
So it's
bro.
there.
Can I like you rapid fire a lot, man? Like you go through like 60 points in like 50 seconds, and it's impossible to touch any of them because you're just talking. Like we can interject with each other, that's fine. I don't mind it, but like give like space to like, go back and forth. The sun, right? When I'm talking about speeding up, I'm talking about its tangential velocity, not its radial velocity. Its radial velocity remains the same, but as the distance from the North Pole increases, as the distance away from the center increases, if it moves a certain number of degrees per hour, that means that the radial component stays the same, but the tangential component would have to increase.
Sure, but you would view it at different speeds.
We don't measure the tangential speed of the sun. We only look at the radial speed. We don't reach out and touch the sun and hit it with
from the time the sun rises to where you can see it and you feel the heat from it to the time it disappears is the exact same amount of time and speed in one 24-hour day. And,
yes,
and
that's
with
radial
supposedly
velocity.
going massively different amounts of space, massively different amounts of distance, I should say.
Yeah, but Matt, you've got to understand the difference between the tangential and the radial, which is what he's pointing out. So maybe try to Steelman that first.
He's saying it's like there's a projection. It's like coming off of like it's actually the real thing's moving in a center line, and then it's like it's being projected down to different points, and so it's actually like moving in the same speed. It just appears like it's different size circles. Basically, I mean that's like
No. Just the 2 points that he mentioned, right? He mentioned tangential and radial speeds. So you gotta consider those and understand the differences that he's pointing out there.
Well, okay, I'm not exactly okay.
It's okay, bro. If you don't,
It's all right. It's all right. If you don't get it, that's cool. Like,
I mean,
but that's
I
something
basically
you got to look
understand the
into.
argument. Like you try. Okay, that's fine. I'll let you explain
that
to me.
wasn't.
Explain to me exactly how the sun's working. Do you believe it too? And then I will go look into how the tangent and the radial motions could cause that effect. So tell me what the sun is, how is it working exactly, and then I'll go look into it.
Great question. Let me go ahead and tell you this. There's not a human alive on Earth that knows for certain the dynamics behind the celestial bodies, because all we have the capability to do is to look at them and watch how they move. That's all we can do. We can't go out there and touch them. We can't go out there and take physical measurements of them. We can just look at them. So it's a moot point to ask me, are you able to tell me exactly what it is and how it works? No, I cannot. I can tell you about how it moves. And the point about how it moves is it doesn't matter if the projection is simply just the sun like rising in altitude and lowering in altitude and causing the projection to go at different distances from the center, or if the sun's actually physically increasing in distance from the center. Either way, it still would work, because I don't think that there's a problem with it changing its tangential velocity. It maintains the same radial velocity at all times. Even if it changed its tangential velocity, who cares? If we don't know how it works, who's to say it can't do that? Like it's a moot point. Like if I have an axle, right? Like an axle, like a car, a wheel. Think about a wheel. If I've got a 10-inch wheel versus a 20-inch wheel, if I spin both wheels at 1 revolution per minute, right? It's super slow, right? 1 revolution per minute, 60 seconds to spin a 10-inch wheel or a 20-inch wheel. Now I'll make that wheel a 100-mile wheel. Well, if I rotate a 100-mile wheel in 60 seconds, 100 miles away, the surface of that wheel, whoever's sitting on the surface of that wheel is going to have the wind smack their face off, because they're going to be moving crazy speeds. But it's still only 1 revolution per minute, right? It's still the same radial speed. So that's like how you have to understand the difference between the radial and
Yeah,
the
but
tangential velocities.
okay, I got
It's
you.
the
I understand. I understand more clearly now exactly what you're trying
Yeah,
to say.
there's
What
something
I
turning. There's a
Okay.
magnetic field on Earth that's turning, right? It goes around, it turns with respect to sidereal time, and it's driving this vortex. Who knows what's powering it? We don't know, but whatever's driving it, regardless of that, it's causing the sun to go around once in 24 hours, and it's causing the celestial, like the background stars, the celestial sphere, to go around once per 23 hours and 56 minutes sidereal day. So all of these things are being turned, right? And they maintain their turning at their same rates all the time, right? But you can get closer to the center of the turning or further away from the center of the turning, the axis of rotation. That will affect your tangential speed, but as long as you're still coupled to the axis of rotation, you're still going to turn around the same radial speed.
I'm crystal clear on what you're saying now. Okay, what I'm saying is whether you're like viewing the inside of that wheel or the small wheel, or you're viewing the outside of that wheel. Okay, when you're there viewing that wheel in the same amount of time, okay, the same like visual amount of space, and you're measuring it. You're actually measuring it. You can measure the speed of the sun through the sky. It's always like about 1,040 miles per hour above you, like at the equator, whatever, when it's directly above the equator, so to speak. And then same with Cancer and Capricorn. When it's right there, like the solstices and whatever, you can measure it in the sky, 1,040 miles an hour. And if you're measuring those wheels moving in front of you, okay, you're not going to measure that wheel moving at the same speed. If that same wheel is making that turn in the same, whatever, slow time, fast time, an hour, 24 hours, whatever it is, if you go view that same like amount of like whatever section of that wheel, I don't even care like what part of the wheel it is, the outer wheel is going to be turning way, way, way faster. You can't view the outer wheel turning super slow like the inside part of the wheel.
Okay, pause
That
real
doesn't
quick.
work.
That thought, pause right there. 1,040 miles an hour with respect to what? The equator, right? If you go from 0 degree or from 90 degrees, from the North Pole, which is the equator, if you go to 45 degrees from the North Pole, or 30 degrees from the North Pole, or 15 degrees from the North Pole, is it still 1,040 miles an hour?
No.
No,
But I'm
because it's
talking.
a
I'm not. No, that's not what I'm talking about.
smaller circle.
I said. I'm talking about like on the day when it's the flat Earth, supposedly directly over the Tropic of Cancer, supposedly directly over the equator, supposedly directly over the Tropic of Capricorn. Okay, like when it's supposedly directly over those lines on those days, it's always measured at the same speed. It's 1,040 miles per hour in all 3 spots. Okay, that's impossible. You can't have it doing that. Like it, you're saying that like you're viewing the exact same.
Wait. Pause now again. I want to answer that. You're saying that at 3 different distances, three different size circles, that it's traveling the same tangential speed, Because if that was the case,
You view it.
it wouldn't be 24 hours in all three cases for it to go around. Because if you synced up the tangential speeds, the radial speeds would have to change if the distances are different.
What I'm telling you is the sun is always measured. The speed through the sky when it's right above is just like plus or minus, like whatever, 2%. It's always like a tiniest little change, tiniest little bit of change. It's never measured
Okay,
anything else.
with
You can't
respect
have the
to
same speed.
ground.
Yeah, so Matt, instead of like coming at it from the perspective of what I'm telling you is, I think you should just listen to what he's saying there, because
I'm
it kind
listening.
of,
I'm understanding. Okay.
but it kind of dismantles what you're saying though. That's the point.
Yeah, I don't care that you're super passionate
Okay.
about it, man.
No,
Like,
I see what you're saying. No, I see what you're saying now. No, hang on. Give me a second. I see what you're saying now. You are. I guess the way I did just say that now it's clicking what you're saying. Oh, as far as how that was like doesn't go against this point. I do see that now. What I'm saying is, I guess I said that wrong. I would say that like you're right that it's not the same speed if you go like super far north, like whatever, 15 degrees. I was just saying those as examples of where I went over your head on those days, just because, like, quite frankly, like I couldn't remember all the exact details, but now I'm thinking about it more. It's like basically from like sunrise to sunset, and like up there, and all these different places. There's always like the same measurement of the sun. And again, I'm not. I don't have all these like. I don't
That's
have all
fine.
this like. I don't have this right here with me where I can just regurgitate it. Again, I've like only been.
Can I
restricting
clarify
this
that
for a week,
point for you
but
so
what
you
I'm.
can
Okay.
answer
Yeah.
it correctly next time someone asks you?
Sure.
Okay. So you got the two tropics, you got the equator in the middle. Okay. In all three cases, you've got your 24-hour day, right? That's fine. In the mainstream model, they would say it's 1,023 or 40 or whatever it is miles an hour at the equator. As you get away from the equator, that number actually decreases the further you get from the equator, because it's maximal at the equator and it's minimal at the poles, and it varies in between. But what remains the same is the radial speed, the amount of time in a day. They would say that's due to Earth's rotation. I'm sure in your model you'd say it's due to I don't know, either the ground rotating or the thing in the sky rotating, whichever, I don't know. But the point being that in either case, you have to have the same radial speed, but you also have to have a different tangential speed. They can never both be the same at different latitudes.
Okay. So. Okay. I think a better way for me to have said it. I understand what you're saying. I think a better way for me to have said it would have been that. I guess when it's not directly overhead, and like if you do go far north or south, I think like if you measure the amount of time the sun is up during a day, and then calculate the speed of the sun, so like then the time of day will be changing, so the amount of time the sun will be in the sky per day will be changing. If you actually just measure the amount of like the speed versus the amount of time it's in the sky per day, it always comes out to basically plus or minus 2% of that 1,040 miles per hour for like of it traveling all the way around. Because again, when it's like the places where it's whatever dark most of the day, like up far north, if you're in the winter or whatever, it's dark most of the day. So you say the sun is not in the sky. So you would just calculate the extra time that it's like when the sun is down, you're not seeing it. Okay, is the same speed. So basically, the speed always calculates the same, regardless of like how long the sun's up or down, and like wherever you are, basically like the speed of the sun's
Matthew,
always the same. That's what I'm saying.
Can I give you a tip? And this is actually, like, I know we're in a space, so it's like weird for me to say this because it sounds kind of, it doesn't sound gay, but it's kind of probably annoying because it's like everybody's listening and it sounds like I'm trying to get you, and I'm not. Like, I'm seriously, it is better, like in a debate or in an argument, whatever you want to call it, when you're trying to make a case and prove a point, it is always, almost always better to try and give a positive proof rather than a negative one. So, like, when I gave you like the electric field, right? When I gave you the electric field geometry, that was a positive proof because we can positively verify that this is the type of electric field geometry present in a parallel plate capacitor. And we can also positively prove what a spherical shell capacitor would be and compare the two. Now, a lot of your arguments are based around negatives where you're
Okay.
supposing
I
that.
gave you 3 positives. I gave the measuring of plumb lines and mines, and not to mention the ones on the beach with the wood. That's a positive argument. I gave you the horizon rising eye level, which I bet $10,000, and no one will take me up on. And then I also gave you the videos, which probably no one's looked at yet, where the camera is literally in the water, and you can look across lakes. Like anyone can do this. There's tons of videos of this. And you see the boats higher and higher and higher, and then the shoreline higher than all of them across the lake. So that's 3 positive things right there. So I'm not just going to negatives. Those are 3 positive things. No one refuted them. No one can refute those. Especially you can do all the mental gymnastics you want about the horizon rising eye level. No one will bet me 10 grand, so that's fine. But we can just talk all day long about
All right. Yeah.
the physical measurements, the plumb lines, and or we can talk about videos with the camera literally in the water, seeing everything get higher as you go across the lake. Those are 2 positive proofs right there. So.
We've already taken about 40 minutes or 35 or whatever it's been of Sacred's space time, and you a lot more than that. But I've more than burnt my the oil in my candle for now. So I appreciate Sacred letting us get our thoughts out. But I want to allow the other people to interact with you as well or whoever. But I think I've made my case. I think I've made my points. I hope all the people who are listening saw the logic and the relevant geometry in these things.
Yeah, Piers, that was
I've
a
got
good
something to
point.
add.
Just real quick. Let me just read this
Go
off.
ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
It said, this is from Google. It said the sun appears to change in tangential
Well, in the
speed.
meantime, I was just going to explain about the
Can you hear Sacred? He's talking.
Taylor, can you hear Sacred?
No.
Oh, recycle. What are you saying, Sacred?
My bad. It was just saying the sun appears to change. This is from Google. The sun appears to change in tangential speed across the sky when viewed from different latitudes. Obviously, they're going to feel it's a rotation, but we know that there's a kinematic equivalence, meaning it appears to move. It appears to move faster across the sky in the southern hemi compared to the northern hemi when considering the same time period due to "quote unquote" Earth's rotation. Right. So they're saying, well, this happens due to the Earth rotating. However, the sun could just be moving. So that was a good point by Piezo. I just wanted to touch in because Alan had brought up that point in the beginning of this space before we got some of the concave earthers up here, and Piezo kind of reiterated the geometry of the electric field. Because that was my main thing in contention with concave earth. A lot of their arguments seem to be optical, and some things like obviously optics can be affected by a lot of different variables. So we try to remove those variables by not appealing to optics so much. Even though they could have strong points in a lot of different arguments, whether it's globe Earth, flat Earth, or concave Earth. In my opinion, it works more for flat Earth, but hey, we all have a different position here tonight. However, when you're appealing to other things outside of optics, we don't have to succumb to those different variables. So I just want to make sure that Concave and Joe Dubs, because those are the other 2 concave earthers up here, if they wanted to respond to any of that. Because again, like the main thing that I'm seeing from the concave earth is that they can explain a lot of things or everything that flat Earth can't explain. So I still didn't get my question answered from earlier. But aside from that, this is another point of contention with the geometry of the electric field. Concave Earth, Joe Dubs, did you want to take part in that at all? Because y'all got to explain everything. That's y'all that's like y'all. I don't know what you want to call it, like y'all calling card. We could explain everything that the flat Earth can't. So, Concave, Joe Dubs, y'all want to take the geometry of the electric field into account, or have any explanation for that? The linearity.
I mean, Concave can if he wants, but I haven't looked too much into that. A lot of the stuff he talked about, I didn't really recognize what he was talking about. So,
Fair answer. I respect it.
Yeah, that's honest. Concave cellular Earth.
Yeah, can you repeat that, please? Because I didn't quite hear it.
So we have this vertical electric gradient, and it's a linear observation. There's no curvature to it. And it's measurable. We don't have to consider any optics. So we can eliminate a lot of those variables that can be affecting the optics. So I'm just saying, since we have this linear observation, these plates that could reproduce this vertical linear electric gradient, is there an explanation for that on an Earth that's concave? Because we should experience, at least the prediction that we are saying, we should experience a deviation in that electric field gradient.
Yeah, so the key point is it should be radial if we're convex or concave, and it's not. It's horizontal.
Thank you, D.
Vertical, linear. It's about the rate of change, or the electric field strength change. So it's a linear change. It's 100 volts per meter. Like every meter is 100 volts, whether you're 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters.
They call that
Whereas,
equipotential, equidistance.
well, it's just a linear gradient, right? It's a linear gradient. It's a constant electric field linear gradient. But in a radial setup, in a spherical shell setup, whether it was convex, concave, inner or outer, like however you're looking at it, right? As you get away from the charged surface, it would be the square of the distance, not the distance. So it would change with, like, ours changes 1-for-1 with respect to the distance. Yours would need to change with respect to the distance squared, and it doesn't. It's just linear. It's not exponential.
So that's something that's measurable. That's something that's reproducible, which we had those demonstrations of that reproducibility of that gradient. So we're just saying, is there an explanation for that linear observation in a concave Earth, or is this something that you guys hadn't considered? It was pressing Matt a lot, so I just want to make sure that some of the other concave Earthers get a chance to chime in here, since we got two of them up here. Joe said he hadn't really considered that before. Concave, cellular, Earth. Is there anything with the electric field gradient, that linearity?
I personally don't have any information on it, but I'd be happy to if I ever find any.
Excellent. That's a 2 for 2.
But as far as it being linear, could it just be because it's like local? I mean, it's just a guess, but again, I don't have any information to tell. So
that's a good guess, because I asked.
But if it's an
Piezo
increase
that
as you
the other
go up,
day.
if you're moving towards an octahedron at the center, why wouldn't that not be the case? Because we're pretty much arguing almost the same stuff here. Like, as far as we're obviously not arguing about the same, type of surface of the ground. But as far as like the universe being electric and all that, we agree with that. So there's quite a bit we agree on.
Well, the geometry of the electric field is determined by the shape of the surfaces holding the charge. So the surfaces holding the charge would be the ground, and then whatever's up in the sky, which is acting as the other plate. So you got two plates. The ground is one plate. Whatever's in the sky is the other plate, right? Now, we can say, based on the field strength that we measure and how it changes with distance, we can determine the geometry or the shape of the plates. So and this is well established in physics, like how the geometry and shape of the plates affects the field. So when we measure the field and we see that the change in the field is linear with respect to distance, it means that the shape of the plates have to be flat and parallel. If they were spherical and one spherical shell in the center and a bigger spherical shell on the outside, then it would have to change with respect to the square of the distance instead of just the distance. So just the distance is 1-for-1, it's linear. That's flat plates. Spherical shells is the square of the distance. That means the further you get from the surface of the charged plate, the faster it changes. It's never changing at the same rate in any two different places. With any two different distances. At every two different distances, you'll have a different rate of change. So it's a curve the entire time, whereas ours would be a straight line plotted on a graph.
Yeah, I'd like to add to the electromagnetic argument there. Correct me if I'm wrong too, because I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that the centrifugal, the vortex, would be fastest on the outside. Is this correct? Or fastest towards the perimeter and slower towards the center? Anyone? Piezo?
Well, I think the vortex. I think that it's actually counterintuitive. I think it's actually faster in the center of the vortex. It's a little weird because vortex geometry is a little different than like you're thinking about just regular turning, like just taking an object and turning it around an axis. So obviously, the further from the center you are, the faster the turning is.
I'm thinking of like in a toroid.
Yeah.
Right. So the outside spins really fast, and the inside doesn't spin as fast.
Well, I'm talking about the vortex, not just the turning of the because like if you make a whirlpool in the water, right? If you make a whirlpool in water, what part spins the fastest? The outer edges of the whirlpool or the actual center of the whirlpool? Is the center, right? If you ever watch
in water, in water.
Yeah.
But isn't it the opposite in electromagnetism?
Well, I think that Earth has a rotating magnetic field. Just in it's a regular rotation, meaning its tangential speed is increased as you get away from the center across the surface of the Earth. But that's just I was talking about when you asked, you said vortex, which is the thing in the center. So if there's a vortex, like a whirlpool, like an electromagnetic whirlpool thing happening in the center, I don't know. I've never been there. But if that is a thing, then within the tendrils of, or within the vortex of that vortex, that you would have it faster in the middle of it. And I'm sure once you get away from it, then it's not a vortex everywhere on Earth. The whole Earth's not turning like a vortex. It doesn't seem.
Okay.
It's turning like a regular rotation.
Sacred, what you gonna chime in?
No, I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that Lynn and Taylor get a chance to jump in here, and then we go slide over the new perspective. Can you bring Concave Earth up here again?
But I'm done unless you have any more questions for me.
Like, I wonder real quick. It's an easy one. I'm curious. Just honestly curious. What do you think is causing the magnetism that like compasses react to?
I don't know. It's a great question. I've never been to the North Pole.
Right. So my question would be, like, so you're thinking it's something like a physical object in the North Pole. You don't think it's the torus. You don't think it's the torus field that's like causing.
Well, we have a torus field, and it points to the torus field. But it points to the eye of the torus field. But I think what your question was is like what's creating the torus field, maybe.
No, not really. No. I'm just talking about specifically what compasses react to.
Yeah, they're following the magnetic field lines of the torus field, and that's why you get like some weird like deflection angles when you go to different places.
Right.
Because actually, when you look at the 3D torus, it's not just like straight lines drawn to the center. It's like there's like these curving, warping lines that like fly around as they go out. So that's why you get some weird magnetic declinations.
Yeah. Okay. And do you think you think like the block domain wall is like underneath our feet, a few miles down, and then there's like the opposite part of the torus, like underneath this, I guess maybe like the negative, like the opposite of the northern pole, the northern magnetic part of that electromagnetic torus field. Do you think that's underneath this, like all underneath like ground where we can't go? I think that's what Witsit says, right?
I think that we live basically on or very close to the surface of the inflection zone, the 0 point, the block domain wall. You can think of the surface of the Earth as like a disk magnet, and so there's a toroidal field emanating through the the axis of symmetry in the center. If you run a pole through the center of a disk magnet, like the pole is the pole of the Earth.
Okay, that's what you're saying. I was just curious. I was honestly just curious. I just want to know what you thought about that. I'm not. This isn't like me trying to make some argument or anything. If I could just say like one thing, I promise this will be super, super, super short, and then y'all can go to whatever else. There's just one last thing I want to say to Piezo because I was just thinking about this. So we just talked about this. I don't think I obviously did a bad job of trying to like make sort of an argument with the sun thing, and we don't have to get all back into it because I know you're saying it's a negative anyways. It's not a way to prove anything. I agree with that. Negatives aren't a way to prove anything. So I was just want to say like you did kind of catch me a little bit off guard of trying to like actually articulate and illustrate exactly kind of the point I was trying to make. And I guess the point I was trying to make, this is a better way to say it after I thought about it. So if you're standing at the equator, okay, when the sun is all the way at Cancer, it's in the sky the same amount of time as when it's all the way in Capricorn. If you're at the equator, okay, so you can go around the equator and break it down into whatever, however many sections you want, 24 different sections as you go around the like 24 equal sections or however much you want, 12 around the equator. Okay, you're saying 12-hour sections that the sun's in the sky. Well, it'd be less, I guess, if it was in Cancer or Capricorn. But anyways, the point is, when you're at the equator, when the sun is at either of those 2 points, it's in the sky the same amount of time, okay? And it has to be going vastly different speeds. So you have the same amount of like sections around the equator where the sun is rising and setting. It's the same amount of distance around the equator. It'd be the same area that it's rising and setting, and it's in the sky the same amount of time, traveling the same speed once it's Cancer and Capricorn. And yet it has to be going like crazy faster from one to the other. Does that kind of is that a better way to say it? Maybe my point.
Yeah, that paints it better, and I understand what you're saying, and it's not a problem because when the sun's in like the north, at the tropic in the north, or when the sun's at the tropic in the south, it moves faster at the tropic in the south. But both of them have a circle. There's a circle of light around the sun, and with respect to the distance from the edge of that circle of light, as they like if you were to superimpose them over each other, and where they crossed over the equator, the equator would be the same distance from the edge of the outer edge of the circle of light from the north as it is the distance from the edge of the circle of the outer light of the circle of light in the south. So that means that as those go around, if you had like two suns, if you were to put two suns, one in the north and one in the south, lined up along the same radial axis, and move them around, you would be able to see, like, if just say you made the light different colors, like one yellow and one orange or something, you could see that the equator in the middle would see the circle of light with respect to where it is the same amount of time. So it's all because it's the same sun. It's putting off the same circle of light in both places, and the equator is where it equates. It's like the symmetrical place.
Well, see, like, okay, I have a little problem with that because, see, if they were like the same sort of distances away from the equator, that would be fine. But they're not the same distances away. There's like one is drastically closer than the other to the equator. Like because one circle is like so much bigger than the other, right? And also, it's like
both 22 and a half. 23, they're both like 22 and a half or 23 and a half or whatever it is, 23 degrees from the equator. Both
okay, well, I guess they are considered circles. I guess the distance is the same. But like, are you saying the light or the actual like amount of time the sun is in the sky?
No, I mean the radial speed is the same. So even though it's moving with respect to the ground faster, as you draw the circle of light projected by the sun, you got like a circle on the outside and a circle on the inside, and the edges of the circles are touching along the equator or rubbing past each other along the equator, the same distance past each other. It's going to trace, as they trace their paths, they're going to, at the equator, be over it an equal amount of time. I'm making a graphic right now. If you want to like go to somebody else, I'll just put it up as purple pill.
No, that's great. You can DM me, whatever. It's cool. And the very last thing I'll say is I'm always, even though like whatever, I know you're here just trying to like poke holes and like anything that's not flat Earth. I get it. That's cool. But like I'm always happy, even if I think that's the case, to have a discussion with someone like him, because at minimum, even though, you know, I'm getting like a little bit sort of like whatever, firing off and maybe a little touch heated. Like anyone who's like going to talk that calmly and articulate, I'm always happy to talk to, even if they completely disagree with me and they're trying to poke holes in everything. So I will say hats off for that, my man. And yeah.
Hey, you know what? Real quick, Pizio, before you go. I know that Battle of the Beams would be a great debunk of the concave as it is for the globe. Alan was talking about coming in. I know you worked on that a lot with him. If you've got any concave explanations for the Battle of the Beams before you go, just real quick.
Well, hold on real quick, because that was my main contention earlier. And for any of the globe earthers that were requesting, we're not doing globe earthers. This is Glober Band. We're not talking to y'all. Y'all had 115 weeks to come up here. Not talking to y'all right now. We're talking to concave of earthers only. But that was one of the first contentions that I brought up earlier. But before we get into that, because I can get a little bit detailed and technical, I do want to make sure we get to Lynn and then Taylor, and then we can go into that new perspective right after that. Just for maybe a new revisit.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to dip out. I'm going to dip out myself because I know that this might take a little time with them talking with Matt. But I just say, Matt, be careful with that $10,000 bet. Be careful with that $10,000 bet. Okay, I won't.
Be careful. Why would no one take it? Why is no one taking me up then? If it's
you know what? I was going to ask if you would post what convinced you of that claim. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying, but I mean, it's basically saying you bet $10,000 the Earth isn't flat, and there's not enough concavers on your side quite yet.
No.
Oh, then great. I'm not trying to argue with you at all. I'm just trying to say. I probably am because I don't understand it, but I was asking if you'd post what convinced you of it, and then how would you test? What would you do to prove that it works the way you say instead of the way it's supposed to, it supposedly works on a flat Earth and doesn't work? I would say make it a very clear, outlined argument, and then post what convinced you it wouldn't work.
Okay, I mean I have, but I explained it like thoroughly earlier. Maybe I guess you probably didn't.
I'm sorry.
That's cool. No, that's cool. No,
I'm not looking at any of the chat. I haven't looked at any of the drama or read anything.
Right. Well, I haven't put it in the notes.
I'm not a Twitter guy usually.
I mean, I've posted bits and pieces. I haven't posted it all in one one condensed little post where like the whole argument I'm trying to make is all there right there in one post. But I'm just saying I think it's weird that no one will bet me 10 grand because everyone seems so confident, but no one will actually bet 10 grand. So
wait,
I can show you.
Yeah, you were kind of throwing that around. And
I said you can bet me.
You have to have 10 grand to bet you.
You can bet me 100. You can bet me 100.
So.
You want to bet $100?
Yeah, that might be better. And maybe if you for yourself betting the whole room $10,000 is going to be a short, exit for you with people having, because you can't pay that in case you're wrong. But I'm just saying for your own sake. But regardless, it's interesting about the whole horizon rising to eye level. Yeah. It's one of the things that flat earthers used to call other flat earthers out for, saying, "Oh, it doesn't rise all the way to eye level. It only rises to a certain point, not all the way up." And so that's been a contention that seems to have been like favored in that idea that it never goes all the way to eye level when you go high enough up.
Sure,
but,
I mean, I don't disagree with that. When you get super high, even flat earthers do admit it falls off a little bit when you get super high. My contention is that it starts to fall off significantly immediately, and I'll wager any amount of money basically anyone wants to, because there's 0% chance I'm wrong. Literally 0% chance I'm wrong.
All right, so Matt, do this. Like, hold on. Just Matt, if you're gonna put the bet out, just make your actual parameters very clear. In a new tweet, you can post it in the purple pill, just so everybody knows exactly what you're referring to. And then if anybody wants to take up his offer, because I'm still not really sure of the actual parameters of what he's actually proposing, to be totally honest. But I do want to make sure I get to Lynn, and then we'll slide over to Taylor. Go ahead, Lynn. Thank you for being patient, Lynn.
Oh, no problem. It's been a really good space. What would make it a great space is if you get to finish with Matt and get the answers that you were looking for. So, because I'm waiting for that. Piezo, before you don't leave, because I don't have something to say to you real quick. But I have about 2 or 3 real short questions for Matt. Well, first is a request. Could you go get whatever proof of a curve for the concave Earth that you said you sent to Brian. Would you please post it in the purple pill? You can put it in the nest if you want to, but I prefer having things in the purple pill because they're more permanent. So, and that'll give me time to look at it tomorrow whenever I have time. So if you would do that, I would just like to say to Piezo, congratulations, hon, on your upcoming marriage. I wish God's many, many blessings on that marriage and may it last for your whole lifetimes and be very fruitful. Let me know, Matt, when you have that posted, and then I'll ask my questions.
Thank you for that, Lynn. Appreciate it. God bless you. May the Lord Jesus smile upon you and your family. I thank you for that a lot.
You're welcome, hon. I would like to second that I do like your very patient, slow way that you interview everybody. I really appreciate that.
Thanks.
Appreciate you, Lynn.
Oh, I appreciate you too. You're my favorite interviewer.
Thank you. I try. Shout out, Lynn. I think Taylor was next.
Well, no, I'm not. I haven't got to ask me my. I'm waiting for Matt to tell me he's posted that in the purple
Just
pill.
posted in the purple pill. My direct reply to Brian that first day before, he said the thing that then I replied to that everyone said this all went off of. Here's like actual, measurable, verifiable proof that tons of scientists did, documented. It was in the media, Tamarack Mines experiment, linked. That's not all I sent him. I sent him lots of other stuff, videos too, but this is directly in the reply to Brian that day. I just put it in the purple pill, click it, read down, click on the link, read about the physical, like, curvature measurements that were done repeatedly that always got the same results in these experiments over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, so right there, proof of curvature.
Okay, and I do remember hearing that discussed, and I think I understand that. I do want to comment on that. That if I ask for a proof of, or if I'm given a proof of, say, the globe Earth, that doesn't mean I don't want to hear other proofs, or other evidences from other people. So that might have been what Brian had in mind when he asked, because he didn't tag you. He didn't say, I don't accept what you said, something better. You know, he didn't say any of that. So I'm just saying, and I'm not trying to read Brian's mind, I'm just saying that's what might have been going through his mind. So I have two very short sentences that I want to say, and I want you to tell me if you hear any difference in those two short sentences. The first sentence is, Brian lives with his mother. The second sentence is, Brian's mother lives with him. Now, do you see any difference in the meaning of those sentences?
I speak English, so yes, I do.
Could you please verbalize then what comes to your mind when you hear those two sentences?
Brian's mother owns the house and takes care of him versus Brian owns the house and takes care of his mother. I don't know which of the two it is really. So his feelings are hurt.
Oh, I don't know that his feelings are hurt.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Well, I don't know. And the reason I'm saying this is because this very same idea is said over and over in the timelines against Brian. And so you're saying you don't know which of those two sentences is true? Is that what I heard you say?
No, I don't recall. I've been told. I've been told. I don't know. I just fired it off because the guys, like, at that point we were obviously like getting heated. So yeah, I made comments about him like having no life and living with his mom. I don't know.
No,
Maybe she lives with him.
no.
That's fine. I'm
Oh,
sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry, Brian. I hurt your feelings. You didn't have to go cry for 5 days about it.
I
No, you
don't know
said it
that
in here. You
you
said
said
it in
it
here.
in
Brian
here.
didn't cry to anybody. You said
Oh,
Brian lives
okay.
you
I'm
said
sorry.
Brian's
I
probably
said
gonna live in his mother's basement forever. You said that in here.
In here, the almost the first thing, and to me, it sounded like a poisoning of the well.
I said he lives in his basement, in her basement.
No, well,
I don't think I
don't know.
said that. I don't think I said
I
that.
don't know if you said basement,
I
but
didn't
You
say
can
that.
rotate.
but you said he was living with her,
Okay,
and
I
it
apologize if that's not the case. I
okay.
humbly apologize and ask everyone's forgiveness if I misspoke on that. I do apologize. I'm sorry, Brian,
Okay.
and Brian's mother. If y'all are offended, I apologize.
Well, I personally, at my age, would be feel very privileged if a son allowed me to come live with them and took care of me when I'm not able to live alone.
Sure.
I'm still living alone, but that means that they love you enough that they're not going to send you to an old folks home to
Sure.
finish out your life.
It is honorable. I would agree with that.
That's a very honorable thing. And he gets so much flack from it from the Globers. He shouldn't have to get that from the
Fair
home
enough.
team.
Fair enough. And I don't think my point was really like the point in my mind. I wasn't trying to drive home was that I think my point in my mind a little more that I was trying to drive home, which I guess there's no need to mention that, was that all he does 24/7, 365 is be in these spaces, and I just find that strange. I do. I'm sorry.
Well, since he
That's
doesn't
probably my fault because I'm always
since he
telling him to have spaces. You can blame me.
Well, he was doing that long before you came around, like long before you came around. He's just
Well, I'm definitely provoking it.
well, that's cool. But like what I'm saying is long before you came around, he was, or it's like every single day he goes to sleep, sleep for a few hours, wakes up, and then it's just all day every day. I just think that's
Dude,
strange. I
that's
don't know, like
legendary, bro. Like he should get credit for that. That's like dedication.
Yes.
Depends.
Because he holds down a job in addition to that, huh?
Yeah, and some people like me have to work alone in a lab a lot of the time, and they have nobody to talk to all day.
No, that's cool. First of all, I didn't actually know he has a job. If I had known he had a job, I would have never made that comment. I was actually unaware he had a job. In fact, I don't know how he has a job. Like when he finds time for it. To be honest,
he's a superintendent or like a supervisor at his job.
We don't need to know all the personal details.
Yeah, we're
about
not trying to
Brian,
dox anyone. No, we're not trying to dox anyone. But like I was
he
fully
says
unaware
that
of
all
that.
the time.
I was fully unaware of that, and I don't know how he does that if he's doing this all day. I would say that's strange, but whatever.
That's his business, bro.
Yeah, this is business. We shouldn't talk about that for sure. I agree fully.
Okay, I
step back in just to tell you I posted it up there what you were asking for, and I'm going to go to bed. So good night, guys. I gave you the graphic you wanted, Matthew. That should explain it for you. I didn't mean to step on you, Lynn. I'm sorry. I just wanted to put that in there before I go to sleep.
Okay, thanks, man. I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah. I also put something up there too, talking about the faster edge and electromagnetic tori, and that's the case. But I'll let Lynn finish, and I do want to mention why that applies.
Good night, everybody. Thanks again, Lynn.
Good night.
Appreciate you, Izzo.
No, that's all I have. All the questions I have of Matt. I just want to make sure that Sacred gets his answers, and Taylor. Thank you.
Hey guys, can I jump in and comment on this sun speed thing?
Hold on 1 second, Dave.
Yep.
I definitely want to hear from you as well. But Taylor been waiting patiently, and I see Prowl's hand up, so I'm not really sure if she's waiting to speak as well. But let's go to Taylor and I'll see if Prowl got anything to say, and I'll let Dave jump in here.
Yeah, I've been waiting since like a couple hours after you started, so like 10 o'clock maybe. So I don't even know how many hours that is. But anyway, I'm thankful to be able to talk in here. So I just wanted to share. I did a little bit of research on the concave Earth, and the origins of it, and it definitely has some very like strange origins. So let me see. Okay, so another problem with this concave Earth, which is kind of an issue that I've always kind of had with the globe model and the mainstream model, not only that it contradicts the biblical model, but that it kind of puts God's creation and like us on a back burner, right? So it's like, oh, we're just in the corner and insignificant. There's many of these other like Earths, and there's a lot of these other worlds, and so yeah, we're just kind of not the center of creation. And based on the Bible, I believe we are. I believe we're made in God's image, and He really cares for us. So I did want to share the like one of the first people that founded this cellular cosmogony. Yeah. Cellular cosmogony. It was Cyrus Reed, and he came up with this religion called Christianity. And basically this man believed he was the male aspect of the Godhead incarnate, and he felt that he was the Messiah. And
Hey, Taylor,
yeah.
I don't think that's a accurate description of what they believe. They believe this thing goes back thousands of years.
Okay, well, I'm just sharing one of the main founders and proponents of this cellular cosmogony. Okay, so he claims that he was visited by a divine female figure who revealed his identity as messianic figure. So yeah, Cyrus Reed, he was one of the main founders and one of the main proponents that I could find. I looked back, like the furthest history I could go into hollow earth theory. So that's just like what I came up with. Now there, may have been other, cosmologies. Most of the ancient cosmologies I saw were on a flat earth model with the traditional, firmament stuff. But this is as far back as I could go. And if I'm wrong, then, drop a source and drop a link and I'll absolutely look into it. So anyway, yeah, this man believed he was the Messiah. Another person that believed in Hollow Earth was Edgar Allan Poe, and I'm noticing like a very like deep overlay between this Hollow Earth and like this mysticism. So yeah, if you actually look into it, from what I can see, it's a lot of like esoteric language. Once you actually get down to the fundamentals, okay, so let's assume it is Hollow Earth, right? Okay, then what? Now, what's the nature of reality? So it really gets like esoteric at that point once you actually figure out like the whole bigger picture of the cosmology. It gets pretty strange in my opinion. Um, and so, Edgar Allan Poe was another big person that believed in a hollow earth. He believed in Hermeticism and Gnosticism, and also Cyrus Reed believed in like I would call it witchcraft, but they call it like alchemy and all this other stuff. So anyway, yeah, it is very interesting. And then also I looked up Brother Ernest because he said that you could Google him earlier. So I'm not sure if this was the same guy. But basically what I found is that he worked in these he basically had elements of this esoteric beliefs with his hollow earth theory, suggesting that the earth is hollow and inhabited by advanced civilizations, and his ideas were part of a broader interest in a mystical and fringe theory, often overlapping new age and occult concepts. So yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't see it. And also, one other thing I wanted to mention was something I heard earlier about the boats. They get taller in the distance. So I actually did some research into refraction because, the refraction gets brought up a lot here. So I just wanted to mention it to any hollow earth, people that might be listening. There's there's some different types of refraction that can make things, appear like taller in the distance or, whatever it may be. Like for another example of something is making the sun look larger in the sunset. That's another type of common refraction that they acknowledge. So anyway, there's this defata. There's these types of mirages, right? There's the defata mirage where basically the boat looks like it's floating in midair. There's also a superior mirage, which makes things look stacked on top of each other. And then there's an inferior mirage where basically it's mirrored underneath it. So these are different types of mirages. And let me just mention in all cases, there's heavy like distortion, like they're floating in midair. Or there's, stacked images on top of one another. So all these are real things. And so if you want to invoke that for, evidence that, the horizon goes and things in the distance go up higher, like a boat, then you would need to explain all the observations of bottom up obstruction that we see because we don't see the boats like floating in midair going up taller in every case. That's not consistent. We do see
also, like whenever there's not like heavy atmospheric refraction causing these heavy distortions, we see like a bottom up obstruction, which we can replicate. Many people have been able to replicate just even at home if you have a long enough hallway, etc. So anyway, bottom up obstruction is a real thing. And so we can also observe this happening. So you'd have to explain why this happens. And really, if you look at all the cases of distant pictures of boats, most of the pictures that I've seen, they're not floating in midair. They're not taller. You do have bottom up obstruction too. So, it's not like a consistent measurement that you're going to have, like to say, oh yeah, the horizon's going up every time. So yeah, that's just one of the points I heard earlier. I mean, I really do think there's so many points starting from the Bible to gyroscopes and all kind of other test radio waves that we can get into. But I at the end of the day, what I believe in is I just believe in the Bible and it never fails. Like literally everything in the Bible is like I believe God, the creator, has put us here and he's not an impersonable God. I believe that God would not put us here and just leave us out in the open, not knowing what to do or who he is. I believe our God's a personal God and that he's given us, his word of who he is and what we're here for, et cetera, et cetera. That's just like common sense in my mind that the creator of this beautiful design would do. I don't think he just separated himself from his creation. So yeah, I believe in his word and his word, the Bible's from the Most High God's perspective, from the Creator's perspective. That's why I align with it. And yeah, I believe it describes his design perfect. I did hear out a couple verses. I was asking about, how could the Bible prove hollow earth? And I mean, I don't even want to get into the verse I was given because it doesn't really hold any credence in terms of the hollow of God's hands, when he was literally designing the earth, but it did not describe the earth that he was designing as hollow at all. So I don't know if that's the only verse, and that's pretty much of a weak argument in my opinion. So yeah, I just want to share that and thank you guys for listening. And I'm sorry to go on for so long. It's just like I was waiting for so long that I had like different points I had to make, so I'm sorry.
I was actually some of the shortest commentary that we got this evening. Be totally honest.
But yeah, I did want to hear what you were gonna say. Was that Flat Earth Dave earlier?
It was, if you'd like me to speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it, Dave.
So, hey guys, greetings. Thanks for destroying my night's sleep again. Is the guy on that was talking for quite some time a little while ago? Is he still on the call? The one that was talking about the speed of the sun being the same everywhere?
About me, Dave, it's me. It's Matt.
Matt.
That's me, bro.
I'm like, this sounds like Matt, and his name is Matt too. But you were. Am I dreaming? It's
no, you're not. I know you probably feel betrayed and hurt that I'm talking about like concave Earth and the like sun. I get it, man. I was gonna message you last week and be like, dude, look, I'm just been looking into this. I think there's something to it, but I didn't think that conversation would go well, and like I just didn't see anything.
I have an example for you.
I still love you, Dave. I just
it's all right.
I'm sorry.
Matt,
I just
dude, chill. I have a question for you. So you're saying that the speed of the sun is the same everywhere on Earth. Now, somebody said that you looked it up where it does go faster in the south. But let me explain something. If the speed of the sun through the sky, the angular speed is the same, except when it gets down near the horizon. Right, that changes. You guys seen that with my sun fade out, where the sun stops going down and it kind of just sits there. So there is an angular speed change because if there is a dome above us, we're seeing this across the dome. So it's going across. Let's say we have half of the dome. It comes up on one side and it goes across. So it's 180 degrees, and we'll see it there. So if you got two glass domes and put them on a table together, and then you held a light and been made a big circle above them, one of them being closer to the center of your circle, one of them being closer to the outside of your circle. We'll consider those the atmospheric, personal atmospheric domes. As you bring that light around, if you look in those domes, they'll both be going in the sky for the same amount of time, but one of them will be going faster. You'll be going, I'm sorry, my bad. When you make that bigger circle towards the outside of the loop versus the inner circle, which is tangentially moving slower, you're going to see them in both domes, and they're gonna take the same amount of time, even though when you're out farther, it's going faster. So the example I wanted to say is, I'm gonna transition. If you have a car on a road and its headlights are facing towards you, so it's going backwards, and it's out of your view, but you can still see the light from the headlights. You can still see the light lighting up the area. You know, it's out of your view. If the car's going backwards at 100 miles an hour versus going backwards at 50 miles an hour, the time that you'll see that light will be less when it's going 100 miles an hour, correct? Right, Matt? You agree with that? Did I make that clear? If you don't have to be able to see you don't have to see the headlights to be able to still see the light from it. Okay, so that's the we'll call that twilight, right? So if it's going 100 miles an hour, it's going to get darker fast. So I think you know this argument that during December, it gets darker faster from sunset to darkness everywhere on Earth, not just in the South, but everywhere on Earth. Your personal sunset from wherever you are to total darkness is faster than it is in June.
Yep. That's
so
that's modeled. I mean, that's perfectly modeled into concave. But go ahead.
Well, that you have to admit that it's not exclusive to concave, because it would be the same on flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, it's like it's a minimal difference, because like the analemma. I mean, it's like, I don't want to misspeak, because if I barely misspeak on all this stuff, there's so much information that's been jammed in my head like in the past week and a half. I don't want to misspeak, and everyone's gonna jump on. But basically, like, the sun spins like, I think it's the sun gets a little bit closer to the southern hemisphere because it spends slightly less time there, or something like that. Or maybe I'm misspeaking. If one of you other guys in here that knows this stuff can like correct that, that's fine. But basically, I'm saying that's like modeled in, and but it's like a tiny difference. I don't know. I'm listening to everything you're saying, Dave. But like the first thing you said about the dome on top of another dome, I'm having trouble visualizing that, to be honest. Because I mean, I can visualize a dome on top of another dome, but beyond that, I'm kind of visualizing how that works.
So we see the sun and the moon and the luminaries in our azimuthal grid of vision. That's just as far as we can see is where we see. You go up in an airplane at night, like, you know, over the ocean, all the stars are gone. There's only a few stars left. It's weird. Like in the heliocentric model, you're up above the lowest part of the atmos, you should be able to see more stars. But when you're up in an airplane, you see less stars. It's kind of weird, right? So my and again, the understanding of any of the luminaries in the sky is just, you know, we're looking at it and we're making observations. I can't make any positive claims, but when you're looking up, you're seeing everything in that grid of vision. You're seeing everything. I can only see X distance in every direction, right? And you connect all those points, and it makes a dome of vision. So that's how we see things. So, you know, and I've done this where I've you know, you get your domes and put them down, and you make a bigger circle or you make a smaller circle. As long as that circle takes 1 minute to go around, you'll still see the same arc in each dome. It's really cool, but right. it's not exclusive to anything.
Yeah, but if the sun, okay, I see what you're saying. I think I'm understanding better now. We're talking about the sun though, and we're talking about heat. So, like, if I understand the example I'm understanding from you. I think the actual like source would be further away in one scenario than the other, and so now we're talking about the heat source being further away.
So
Now
let's
we
talk
got
about
problems.
that. Let's talk about that. Well, when the sun is out over the Tropic of Capricorn, it's colder here in the north because the heat source is farther away from us, whatever the sun is, and vice versa in the south when it's over the Tropic of Cancer. So again, we can't make any positive claims, but I think that the source of the sun is outside or within, but above what we call the dome, the firmament. And so just like if I get a magnifying glass and hold it with a sun above it, I can make a pinpoint of light on the ground and burn ants, or I can lift it up in the air and have that pinpoint in the air, blow some smoke or some steam, you'll be able to see that point of light. And so just by angling that glass a little bit, I can move it out and I can move it in and I can move it all around. And so that point of light will heat the area around it, according to the distance of where it is. It's very, very simple. And again, not exclusive to concave Earth or flat Earth.
Fair enough. I don't know if I call that simple. I understand what you're saying, and I for now, like I will retract the sun thing. I know that's like again like something you're big on, and again, like, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So right. I will officially like retract me bringing that up. I know that's all anybody's wanted to talk about since pretty much, or not. I mean,
all right. Let's talk about the horizon. You talked about the horizon and a lake. So how big is this lake?
Like theoretically infinite.
So theoretically infinite. Have you gone to an infinite lake, or are you doing it on a computer?
Right, a computer. You can do it on a computer.
Yeah, well, so I can do a lot of things on a computer.
Oh, okay. But what I'm saying is you can model it in smaller scale too. Like it does. It's just common sense. Like,
so I live on a big lake. It's called Long Island Sound. All right, and it's miles and miles long. And when I'm on the water, which lies flat, I can see the land, which is higher than the water, and then the trees, which are higher than the land. And actually, no matter where you go, the farther away you get from the water's edge, the higher those tree lines is. So when I'm a mile or less from the shoreline, those trees are clearly over my eye line. But when I go 20 miles away, tops of those trees appear to be at my eye level, but they're not. They're hundreds of feet above my eye level. And the farther away we go, now this is a terrestrial observation with a terrestrial tree line, right? And they will appear to be at my eye level. Now, a celestial object that's above the atmos, right, will go beyond it. Just like if someone's standing on the other side of a fence and you can see them from the chest up, and your eye line is below you're sitting on the ground, so the fence is taller than you, but you can see them, they say hello, they walk away, they disappear from the bottom up, but you can tell they're just being blocked by the fence. But if that same situation was, much farther away, so the top of the fence appeared to be at your eye level, the person would still disappear from the bottom up. And so when you have a celestial object, sun, moon, stars, whatever it is, and they're moving away, they're going to appear to drop below that line, but they're just going beyond it. Again, I have no idea how that works on a concave model, but I don't care because it works on a flat Earth model. It might work on it. It's not. Maybe it's not exclusive to flat Earth model.
I'm sorry, but like it doesn't work. And like I understand you're talking about tree line this and this dropping that. I'm talking about like you remove all atmospheric conditions and all weird things. Like if we were to go out on that lake you're talking about and chop down everything for like whatever 10,000 miles beyond that lake to where it's just dead flat water for every calm day, and the horizon is being created by that dead flat water and whatever. Just perfectly flat ground beyond it.
Nope. Air is like glass. And it becomes opaque even with no clouds. So you have 10,000 feet or higher of atmos that is getting compressed into an apparent eye level, right? And so anything above that is going to go beyond that opaque air. Now, you can't remove the air. You can in a computer model, and then you'd be able to see the sun. I believe on flat Earth, if we can remove all of the air, all of the hills, all of the mountains, and everything else, we'd be able to see the sun all of the time. Actually, I don't believe that because I don't believe that the sun would manifest, right?
I'm saying theoretically, if you shrink this down to like tiny, itsy bitsy, so that the actual like elements of Earth are not coming into play. We're just literally looking at a flat plane from your perspective and the eye line of an observer, of a camera, of an ant, whatever, and it goes up. Like this, the horizon does not stay on your eye level. It immediately drops away, and it does continue to extend as you get higher, so
Yeah,
you can see
but
further. And it looks
but
like it's rising, but it doesn't rise nearly as fast as your eye line. It's not even close.
Matt, with that thinking, a water droplet proves that the Earth is a sphere because we've miniaturized the entire thing, and the water goes into a spherical shape. When you
That's
miniaturize
physics. That's physics. Physics
yeah,
scales.
yeah, but you cannot scale perspective and atmospheric compression.
I'm
You
not talking
can't.
about atmospheric compression. I'm talking about just like the actual optics of it.
The actual optics is not scalable. You cannot shrink it down and have the same
But
observation.
you're invoking optics that are like
that
atmosphere.
are factual, that are provable.
Right. But it's always the same. Like you go up in a air combat, and the horizon's always your level up there, 50,000 feet, fighting for your life. When you have to know exactly where the level is. So what I'm saying is, it's not like there's like when you
Gleason map to then show how it's missing 6 latitude lines. So you're going to run into what you just described a lot. When you delete 6 latitude lines, it completely jacks up distances that you're measuring. So you have to use a more accurate flat Earth map than the Gleason one. The Gleason one is really bad. There's a lot of flaws with that map.
I'm just noticing a lot of patterns with the flat Earth. It's just like every time we throw something at you guys, it's like, oh, well, this is different, or there's a conspiracy about that. The speeds aren't right. It's not this, not that. I mean,
that's the same thing that you guys say. As a matter of fact, you say that all your arguments are the direct opposite of what the globe Earth. So you're literally the opposite. Everything that the globe Earth claims in your paradigm is a conspiracy, a psyop, and all the same things that you say about us. So we really shouldn't even divulge the conversation into that. We should just stick to the actual topic.
I am sticking to the topic. I'm just saying, like, anytime I throw an observation at you guys, it's like, oh, well, this is why we can explain it away because of this, this, and that, rather than just accepting what you're seeing. It's like always got to be something that, like, it's like an excuse.
Hold on.
We always have to. We give an explanation because we have an explanation.
So do we.
Not because
we always
we're
just say,
making one up.
no, it's just because of this. Like,
so a few minutes ago, you didn't even know what airspeed and ground speed differences are, and now you've learned that. Well, at least we've told you. You might believe it or not. You can go verify it. That there are significant tailwinds, and these planes do fly faster. So you didn't even know that. So we gave you an excuse because we have an excuse.
It doesn't mean the Earth is flat. Like, you didn't prove the Earth is flat because of that. I know you think
that wasn't. Nor did I say it did. I said that there is that it is not exclusive. Those routes, those flight times are not exclusive to the globe.
That's why I brought up afterwards actual distances, which is we could take the planes out of the equation. Let's do straight distances. And I'm looking at your map and I'm seeing how far Australia to South America is. It's almost the whole Earth. So why is it only 7,000 miles? Is that another lie you're telling us?
Yeah.
Oh, I disagree, sir. I disagree. I think it's 7,000 miles, and it's like, that's what I'm saying. Here comes the excuses.
So there are flights. And if the globe Earth was true, that would mean, well, we verified that these planes are flying at these altitudes, and there are these tailwinds. Let's say a 250 mile an hour tailwind. That would mean, for it to make it in the amount of time it did, that the plane would not be going 500 miles an hour. It would be going like 350 miles an hour. Okay, that never will happen, but that's required because they're not going to put an airplane up there and ignore that jet stream. They're going to get in it. So I'm making an excuse. Let me finish making my crazy excuse, because the plane would have to be flying 350 miles an hour for it to take that long to get there if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, I said take.
And no plane will ever do that.
Now we're just talking straight distance. What's the diameter of your flat Earth?
What's the diameter of your concave Earth?
Yeah, how'd you get it?
7,920 miles. I mean, this is.
How'd you verify that?
Did you measure that?
I didn't measure it personally. Just
so
like
that's
who did. Flat Earth. But I'm saying there is stuff in reality that we can look at. Like, not everything's a lie. There's a lot of lies in this Earth, but there's planes flying. There's things have to work in some way. Or else, the
whole paradigm is saying that the globe Earth is a fraud, and it's
I actually know.
I'm not done finished with my statement. I'm not done finished with my statement.
Ahead.
Your whole paradigm is that the globe Earth is inverted. Everything on the globe Earth is opposite in your paradigm. So it's like you're saying the same exact thing that we're saying. That's why I said, can you please stop saying that, bro? That is your whole position. Nothing on the globe Earth is what it is. It's 100% inverted. So there's nothing that aligns. There's nothing that aligns on your concave Earth. So please stop going there.
I guess
we're talking
we have to agree to disagree, because I think it does work and things do align. Because you guys don't even know what the diameter is. We already know the diameter is 7,920 miles.
We asked you, how did you know that? And you said you didn't have an answer.
I mean, do you not believe that United States is 3,000 miles end to end? I mean, now you're getting ridiculous, bro. Because how do I know? Because I've driven long distances. I know what 3,000 miles is.
Belief is
hang on. I drove
to knowing.
Yeah.
And if you didn't measure it, then you're just believing it.
I'm believing
Okay.
off
Well,
common
we can
sense because I
kind of
know
verify.
that
Hold
the
on.
United
I'm
States
gonna
is 3,000
support.
miles. Like that's not up for debate, dude. It's 3,000 miles.
So hang on a second. I'll agree with you. I think it's 3,500 miles, but yeah, it is pretty provable. It's hard. You can't find a straight road, but you can get a good estimate. And you're right. It's somewhere around 3,000, 3,500 miles. Have you driven across Australia, or do you know anybody that
So now you're gonna. Okay, well,
I'm asking you a question. Have you, or do you know anyone that has? Okay, I have, right? And I have not driven across it. And there's many reports that people have done the calculations. There are some trains that go straight for a very long time. And they're saying that Australia is way bigger than they're telling us. But I don't have no verification of that. I have no verification of how small it is or how big it is. And then your observation before, looking at the map, that you can put 5 United States in there, I'd say 2, not 5. So stop exaggerating to make your point.
You heard me wrong. I'm not talking about fitting 5 in Australia. And if you're saying Australia,
The width.
bigger,
You're
that's
talking about
hurting
the
your
width.
case.
You're talking about the width. You're talking about the width. You said it would take 5 Americas to be the width of Australia.
You're mistaken. Can I speak now? Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I said from Australia all the way across through America into South America, to the bottom of South America. I'm talking about going all the way across the entire flat Earth map, essentially.
No, earlier you were saying the size of Australia.
I'm looking at the picture right now. I know what I said.
What picture are you looking at?
You're talking about the trip, the long distance trip. That was after you talked about the map not being right because Australia was 5 times wider than the United States.
No, what I'm saying. Well, then you misheard me, or maybe I said it wrong.
Maybe you
misspoke. Let me try and explain it a different way. If you drew a line from the middle of Australia all the way to the North Pole and then all the way to the end of South America, you with me? That's across the whole thing.
Yeah, sure.
That's approximately 15,000 miles on a flat Earth map. If you were to take the United States and use that as
it's actually a little less, but yeah, you're in the ballpark.
Yeah, and I'm just my statement is I think that's not true at all. I don't think it's 15,000 miles. I think it's 7,000 miles.
Right. But if you do the math with the air currents that are up there, these planes would have to be flying at 300 miles, 350 miles an hour. No plane does that.
What map are you using? Because this is going to be really important. Like, what map are you using, man?
Concave, can you just articulate what Flat Earth Dave was saying?
What? About what?
His argument.
Can you understand what I said?
About which point?
The point that if the Earth was a globe and the distance is what you say, those planes would have to be flying at a ground speed of about 300 to 350 miles an hour. Is that something that a plane would do?
Fly 300 miles an hour?
Yeah.
They fly 300 to 500 miles an hour, I think. Something.
They fly at 550 and faster. These actual planes, the Boeing, the Dreamliner flies at like 600 miles an hour, not include that's ground speed, not including the airspeed, the tailwinds. So knowing that these winds are up there, we can prove them in real time during these flights. The flights would have to be not flying in them or flying 350 miles an hour or which is a speed that a plane would never do. This is totally against globe and concave. It works perfectly.
Because miles per hour is miles in an hour. How many miles did you travel in an hour?
Relative to what?
To the miles.
The air current that it's in.
Relative
already
to
moving.
When you start from point A and end to point B, how many miles?
So he only knows ground speed. So does it make sense that an airplane would fly from Santiago to Australia at 300 miles an hour? Does that make sense to you? Because that is required for the amount of time it takes them to get there on a globe.
Are you guys doing this next Friday? I'm not prepared. I'm going to look into this. I'm going to look in all the flights and I'm going to come back and I'm going to show you how they don't work on a flat Earth.
Hey, real quick, what map are you using? Seriously, what map are you using, man?
Who are you talking to, Benign?
Concave, because you're going to do all this work for no, I mean, you're going to waste a lot of time, man. If you're using the wrong map, you're going to get wrong results, man. Have you ever seen the
I'm fairly confident I'm going to come with the sheet next Friday. I'm gonna show you. I've looked into it before. Like I don't have stuff in front of me right now.
Okay,
I was very unprepared for this.
But hold on. That's interesting because you was talking real tough in my DM.
Yeah, because you were muted before. I don't respect that. That's like big.
No, you're talking through me just like you're doing right now. So like, no, I'm not gonna let you just talk over. Look, you're still talking over me. And I made sure that everyone stopped talking over you so that way you can get your thought out. So yeah, I will moderate the space because you're not on a phone call. You're in a space full of 100 people, and you should be happy that you're actually getting a voice over here. Otherwise, you wouldn't have nowhere to actually talk your shit. So you should be appreciative that. What I was really saying is that there's been a lot of things that you haven't addressed, and I'll go over them again. And if you want to go back and double back next week, even though you was popping all that shit and still don't have no reputations to it, I'll still let you come back next week so we can highlight to the whole audience that you won't have a reputation. But it was long distance, low frequency, and very high frequency signal propagation, battle of the beams, the geometry of the linear vertical equipotential electric field gradient that's naturally across the Earth, the SR-71, SR-72 plane operation, now the southern flight discrepancy in the distances, which you just now became aware of. And then Dave asked you about time zones. And you really
what did I just become aware of?
You even said with the time zones that you didn't have no answer for that because it didn't make sense to you.
It still doesn't. It still doesn't. That didn't prove flat Earth to me. Like you didn't. If you really understand how it is, you should be able to explain it simply. And you haven't explained shit to me simply. So,
well,
you're just speaking words. You're just trying to talk like you know all this shit. It sounds like words. A lot of the shit you guys are saying honestly sounds like word salad to me.
Oh, so you don't understand it. Okay, that's cool. That's fine. That's probably why
I don't think the Earth is flat. I used to be one of you, and I don't think you guys are like proving your case. I think you're very good at talking in such a way that you make yourself sound like you're winning, but you're not.
Hey, Galatrack, to jump in here, Galatrack.
Like you guys think your map is 15,000 miles long, and your only rebuttal is, well, have you measured what it is?
No, what map are you using?
There's actually stuff with sacred geometry for 7,920 miles, by the way. There's a lot of other deeper stuff to get into that does actually support that is the diameter of Earth. Just saying.
Yeah, Mr. Concave Earth, can I ask you a question or two? Is that all right?
Sure.
First one is, what would falsify your position? What's the thing that would tell you that it is not concave?
Proof of water being flat would be a good one.
Proof of water being flat. Well, I think that most people on the flat side would say that proof of water curving or bending would falsify their position.
Yeah. And I feel like it's been observed time and time again that the Earth is curving upwards. The water curves upwards. That's why boats in the distance are shown to be higher than boats that are closer. When you take a camera and put it like 6 inches above the water, how do you zoom in and then see boats above boats? I mean, shouldn't all the boats be on the same plane? You guys say it's a plane, it's flat, it's level. So shouldn't they be canceling each other out? If you're seeing one...
Yeah, I don't want you to like bulldoze all over me. Look, one of the issues I have with your argument is that you argue like a glober. You use glober tactics.
No, I don't. What are you
look? You're
talking
bulldozing
about?
all over me right now. That's just a glober tactic. You
You're
can't
just
let
talking
someone
shit,
speak.
bro. What glober
I'm not
tactic? What's a
talking shit.
glober tactic?
I'm actually addressing your argument. Your argument style is weak. You also stereotype fallacy. We could stereotype fallacy concave earthers. We've had like 5 in here tonight. You guys all have the same tactics. You repeat over and over again. Oh, it works. It works. And it's like you're part of this grouping where you're just like, oh, it works. And it's like, look, I listed like 30 claims before. I think it was like that wasn't 30. It was like 15 claims that just repeatedly you guys say, but there's no evidence from you. You guys don't provide any evidence for them. You just overtalk.
The P900 footage. What are you talking about?
You posted that?
What?
Did you look at the 15 claims that I wrote and you're saying your P900
I don't even know who you are, dude. 15? I don't even know who you are.
Okay, so you didn't look at the claims that you're saying that you provided evidence for? Look,
I have looked at the claims. What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about?
Second of all, you do this stereotype fallacy where you're like, all you flat earthers do this. You know how easy it is to do a stereotype fallacy for concave earthers? Look, all you guys do is you get butthurt that globers just dominated you in arguments. You couldn't find the rebuttals to them, so you just decided, oh, I'm gonna accept the middle ground where like all the globe proofs, I'm gonna use all of them to prove my own weird model. So I could do that too. Like it doesn't mean anything.
You're talking a lot of trash, and all I said was P900 footage shows boats going above boats, and you're going on this big tangent about how I'm so terrible at explaining it. Can you just explain to me how that happens?
Yeah, perspective.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, that's cold.
So perspective. So everything has a convergence point on the middle of our view, right? Things ramp down from the sky, things ramp up from the ground.
If I go to a Home Depot and put
Talking through the mute, Dave. Talking through the mute.
Oh, am I good? Am I good now? So if I go to the Home Depot and I put a whole bunch of little toy boats down the aisle and I put my camera all the way down on the floor, closer than you have it to the lake, the boat in the distance will be higher than the boat in the foreground. Does that mean that the Home Depot floor is concave?
If you put
literally demonstrable on a flat surface,
and then you put ducks in a row, you would not see the other ducks, actually.
Oh yeah, I will. I will show you that they're above. I'm actually going to go to the Home Depot and do that. Now, if I do that, and the one in the distance is above the one in the foreground, will you take that off of your concave?
You're putting it on a small scale. You have to have a camera that's
so it's not scalable. So it's not scalable.
Because our camera's smaller than boats, Dave. Our camera's smaller than boats. They are, aren't they, Dave? And you put it 6 inches above the ground. So if it's flat,
I'm going to put it all the way on the ground. I'm going to put it 2 inches above
another
the ground.
boat in the distance if it's on the ground. I don't think you grasp this concept. I don't think a lot of flat earthers grasp this concept. If you have the camera on the ground, you're not going to be able to see through.
I'm out, dude.
All I've learned about concave earthers is that you're all victims. Everyone, stigmatizes you. Everyone hates you for whatever reason. You stereotype the shit out of flat earthers.
Usually I talk to people.
You have to bulldoze. Look, you have to bulldoze and censor over everybody. All of you guys do that. Look, I can stereotype fallacy too. All of you guys bulldoze and interrupt the shit out of everybody. You don't let anyone get a point across.
The hypocrisy is insane because when I post about concave Earth,
nobody bulldozed you.
Are always just talking shit. You don't even look at the evidence. It's insane.
Nobody interrupted you.
Bro,
Nobody
you don't even have any tweets. You don't even have any tweets.
I'm not talking about on here.
So then why are you talking to us about the stuff that you posting that nobody's addressing if you don't have, you have 5
I'm sorry. I didn't know X was the only website on the internet.
You talking to the Twitter, you talking to Twitter level heads. Why are you talking to the Twitter level heads that we not addressing nothing and you got 5 posts? That is a fallacy. Galatrax just highlighted. You keep stereotyping and you don't even realize that makes your argument weak. He just told you that. You're not retaining none of the information.
You're not retaining any of the information.
No, you are. No, you see what it is? This is crazy. It's like a 5-year-old we talking to. It's like a 5-year-old. Galatrax just told him, like, bro, you keep stereotyping all the flat earthers and it just shows that your argument is weak. You should just focus on the information. They said, yo, you flat earthers never address my posts. I'm like, wait a minute. We was just talking about him that he just made his account today. I go to his profile. He got 5 posts on his account. Talking about, bro, what you talking about? We don't address your posts. You got 5 posts on your account. Oh, I'm not talking about Twitter. Boy, you know where you at? Do you know where you at? You on Twitter, bro. This whole space is designed for you to get your shit off. And all you've been doing is crying the entire time. And then I just highlighted 8 different things that you haven't even addressed. And while Galatrax is saying, hey, you should focus on that, you continue to stereotype. I'm going to unmute. Let's get the violins out and let's hear him cry some more, y'all. Or maybe he could stick around and address some of the arguments that he didn't address before. But it sounds like he about to leave anyway. Let's see what happens.
Hey, let me. I want to
very
defend
cool,
him.
dude. You're so fucking awesome. Like you're such a cornball, man.
I know.
Mute me and talk your shit. You're so cool.
I know.
Dude.
No, you got it. You got it. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
You're awesome, man. I love your fucking tactics. Mute me and talk your shit. You're so awesome, dude.
Bulldoze and interrupt people all day. That's all you do. You just bulldoze over everybody. You interrupt everybody. You don't listen.
Anytime I try to speak, I was like, "Oh, don't." I think I was having a fucking lagging problem earlier, like where I was talking.
Hey, didn't Dave have something to say?
No, I was going to defend the concave
Didn't
guy.
Dave have to say?
Hey, didn't Dave have something to say?
All of you, man.
I was gonna defend.
Like all the flat earthers are biased and want to fucking gang up on the concave earther, and you can't even answer.
Gang up! We posted y'all today. What's wrong with you?
I told you they're just
fuckers think the horizon rises miles up in the sky. Every fucking thing you say is perspective.
Hey, somebody talking?
Yeah, you're just a victim. You're a victim, man. It's all right.
When did I ever say I'm a victim? You guys are just assholes.
For like the
more
last
insults
3
and
hours.
Your position must be super strong, gang.
Your position must be strong when you have to mute me all the time, motherfucker.
Only when I'm trying to body you, you try to censor me, and it's like you're not going to censor me.
And let's get this straight.
You didn't acknowledge any of the other point, and that's the reason why you can't acknowledge it. But I'm gonna be waiting for you next week. We're gonna see if you run it back. Them same points gonna be right here. They're gonna remain unrefuted. But you welcome to pull back up and try to address it.
Can I say something?
You guys do a terrible job at proving your position. So
you should refute the arguments then. You should refute the arguments then.
You have no working model. Your Southern stars don't work on the flat Earth model.
Neither do you.
Yes, I do. You're delusional.
You just conceded to the distances.
Look at my
You didn't even know the difference between airspeed and ground speed. You refuted your own position. You don't even realize it.
Take a good
link in my bio if you want to go listen to yourself. Go listen to you dunk on yourself, bro.
This is pointless. I'm over it. Let's take an intermission and we're gonna get to the hands.
No, but I'm over here cooking. What are you sitting over here like stopping me for?
I didn't mean to just stop you. It's literally a back and forth.
Of course, bro.
Arguing,
of course. Go ahead, man. Run it up, man. Run it up. Run it up. Run it up.
Please have a seat and settle in. We're about to begin. In debates over this topic, we're seeing an influx. So instead of wasting time, let's get right down to the crux. Now, traditionally, we've all been taught for many years that this planet Earth that we're living on is just a sphere. The panelists to my right will attempt to prove that, while the panelists to my left will try to prove that it's flat. Okay, you first. Well, anyone with common sense would know that in actuality, the Earth could only be a globe. This theory of a flat planet is just a fabrication. There's years of documented ship circumnavigation. You liars came along and eliminated the truth. The ancient scholars have all demonstrated the proof. We have days, nights, time zones that happen as we spun, verifying that we're absolutely circling the sun. We're not circling the sun. The sun's above us. They lied. Day and night is a result of it moving from side to side. The principles of how are not hard to uncover. When it's shining on one side, there's darkness on the other. The sun's 93 million miles away. No, it's not. It's closer and smaller than what they taught you and not as hot. No revolving in an upward direction. We propel. The sun sits over the flat earth and the moon does as well. What the hell? You're speaking so miscellaneously. Where's the evidence to back the way that you claim it to be? So I need you to explain this to me. If the sun's above a flat earth, we should all see it simultaneously. Okay. Next question. You can both issue your case. If the earth is flat, explain the globe pictures from space. There's satellites that take shots and photos are captured. Those are fake computer-generated images from NASA. They've lied on many things for the illusion of advancing. And please don't even get me started on that moon landing. The pictures keep changing, so it's obvious they did it. If you research their documents about it, they'll admit it. They covered up the truth for years, believe it or not. It's all just a fake government-engineered plot. Well, I have a question. Since NASA is our space station, its locations in the U.S., what about the other nations? See, many countries have space programs that excel, and they all have pictures of a globe Earth as well. You're failing to see this thing as a collective endeavor because you don't believe that other countries conspire together. If the Earth is flat, couldn't you go to the edge and fall? No, sir. The edge is blocked by the Antarctica wall. There's a block of ice surrounding the planet, totally froze, and this is the barrier that keeps everything enclosed. The governments of the world know all of them are in it, and it's strange how that part of the planet is off what's your next claim? Yes, sir, I've seen the curvature of Earth while on a plane. It's the same with an astronaut. No, with all due respect, that curve you think you see is called the fishbowl effect. That window was probably convex and round too, so naturally the surface seems curved when you look through. And another thing that I would like to easily disprove, if the Earth is spinning so fast, why don't we feel it move? Well, I'm not surprised that that's the point that you'd rationalize, and not take into account the Earth is massive in size and moving at a steady rate of speed that stays the same, so the movement isn't felt unless the miles per hour change. That's insane. We fly off of the planet spinning around, and please don't try to say that the gravity keeps us down. Gravity's a non-existent force that can't be grasped clearly. The physiological function of it is only theory, so the concept is a lie. There's no pull on the tides. We live on the top. There's no one on the bottom or the side. There's a question upon which I'd like my counterpart to expound. How come just the Earth is flat and the other planets are round? Mars, Neptune, Jupiter, Venus, even the sun. Because the telescope can clearly show the shape of each one. Please explain the traveling over horizons by ships and the curved shadow on the moon in a lunar eclipse. Yo, one question at a time, bro. You hogging the mic. Flat Earth guy, the floor is yours. Take as long as you like. Well, your horizon question, I'll answer it in an instant. The ship's disappearance is all a matter of distance. And as for the lunar eclipse, it's an easy battle. The circular form of the moon dictates the shadow. So no matter what the shape of the object that's hovering, its shadow takes the form of the object it's covering. And as for other planets being round, that's a no-go. What you see in your telescope is different from the NASA photo. Okay, that's it. It's over. No more time left to debate this. We're glad that both of you were able to present your cases. So let me give my point of view before we close out. Flatter globe is more important things in life to worry about.
Y'all got it. I'm good. Y'all, please try to keep some mic etiquette. Please acknowledge the people that have their hand up and they're waiting patiently. Y'all have fun. I'm gonna just mute up so I don't step on no toes. D3, jump in. If you want to chime in, put your hand up.
Hey everyone, I wanted to say that I posted something back in the nest a long time ago. It was about the speed of the electromagnetic torus and things of that nature. There is some proof that it rotates faster on the edges than the center. I don't know 100% all about this, so please just take what I'm saying with a grain of salt and look into it yourself. I just remember reading it somewhere, and I did double check quickly on ChatGPT, and it gave a couple references, and that's what I posted. The reason I wanted to bring that up is because earlier when PZO was talking about electromagnetism and the vertical gradient that rests horizontal across the surface, I was thinking about the claim from the concave earthers about the centrifugal force keeping us pinned to the inside of the sphere. And that kind of makes sense in one aspect. So, I'm open to it. But at another aspect, dealing with the speed of the rotation being faster in the periphery rather than the center, it doesn't actually make sense. And the reason I say that is because, as Piezo pointed out earlier, the gradient that we see would be the opposite, right? It would be stronger towards the center and weaker towards the outside. So I just wanted to put that into perspective for everyone, and everyone go dive into it on their own and come to their own conclusions. But I think it's something worth looking into. And that's all. Thanks, guys.
I also think I reconciled at least a Steelman for the concave Earth argument for the 100 volts per meter. So you guys know how like globe friends will always say that a tire rim is the same is parallel to the tire on the outside. They'll say that circles can be parallel to each other. Well, the concave friends say that there's a ball in the center of their they're in their orb. They say there's a ball in the center. So if they invoke a globe argument, which I know would be surprising for all of you guys, I know it would be surprising for the concave friends to invoke a globe argument, but if they say that the outer ball is parallel to the inner ball, then that would explain the 100 volts per meter, at least for them. But they'd have to believe that, circles can be parallel to each other. Because you guys know the 100 volts per meter requires 2 parallel horizontal edges. So that might be a Steelman for them.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the concaver, if planes fly over the Earth, how often do they have to adjust for the concavity? Like, if it's 8 inches per mile squared on the slope, how often does the plane have to change its orientation relative to the ground?
He said the faster the planes go, the higher their nose up is.
Yeah, that still doesn't help them. So I want to know, like, at a steady pace, 500 miles per hour, how often do you have to adjust for the concavity?
Yeah, it's the same as them adjusting for the convexity. They just don't do it ever.
I've got the pitch data to support they don't do it for convex or concave. So welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. Hey, Gnosis, you got your hands up, bro. Go ahead. You can respond. Jump right in. Does anybody else see Gnosis with his hand up? I see him with his hand up.
I do not. I see Concave Earth with his hand up.
Yeah, and I've debated concavers before, and they like, I don't know, they treat us like we're the globers and they're the flat earthers that have, discovered something, but they can never answer direct questions. I never get a direct answer for my plane thing. They never answer it.
Hey, Gnosis, if you want to speak, you can jump in. I see you as a speaker. Proud Sacred, you guys see him as a speaker? Okay, I guess not. Everybody's like tuned out.
I don't see who you're talking about, but
I don't see him
see him as a speaker.
But
okay.
Seeing how no one else is jumping in there on this concave thing, man. I had Concave Cellular Earth come into my spaces early on talking about this stuff. I asked him if he could explain it to me, and he really couldn't. He just said, "Here, go watch this video," and I probably should have just watched it just to see what's out there, but due to the fact that I didn't really get any reason to watch it, I dismissed it. And it seems like their tactic was to just to cause disruption in the flat Earth community to get us to go watch their evidence. Well, I watched it and I asked a bunch of questions. I haven't really heard anything that is convincing. There's some cool little things on there, these Tamarack mines and whatnot, some anomalies, whatever. And that's cool. But there's so much out there that just isn't really working. We got no substantiation to anything. It turns out, I mean, we all think the Earth is bigger than what they're telling us on the flat Earth side. But you guys went with the globe model, with the 666 model. Everything is the same thing as the globe measurements, which is just really, really odd. I mean, that's their devil worship stuff. I don't know how you guys are having the exact same measurements of the globe and doing everything the globe does, but just in reverse, and basically kind of giving us the same arguments as globies and telling us that we're stupid and stuff. I mean, like I said, as truthers, we should, take everything seriously. We all know we've been lied, and for that was my mistake, and probably all of our mistakes, to just dismiss anyone. We got dismissed early on. But in order for us to go search out the flat Earth stuff, we actually got reasons to do it. We had evidence to go show it. It wasn't, hey, I don't think you guys are wrong. Go check out this video with no reasoning whatsoever. But I did go watch it, and I think I came in here and did a pretty damn good job steelmanning it for the short time that I've looked into it. I mean,
that is an interesting point that it's an exact inversion of the 666 model. And what do the evil ones like to do? They like to invert everything. So they invert their own ball into a inverted ball.
And I don't want to.
And there must be something compelling because Matt said, I don't ever see myself going back to flat Earth.
And that right there is just wrong in thinking. I mean, I looked at this. I ain't gonna lie, man. I watched this. The way they got us to watch this stuff was just the wrong way to go about it. It should have been more of a, hey, and then people say, hey, but Brian, you're telling people to go out there and watch this 12-hour video. I don't tell people to just go out and watch a 12-hour video, because I actually give a reason why and go through some steps of a certain event and everything like that. And then I say, hey, watch this video if you want to get a little bit more in-depth information on it. They didn't give me any, hey, this is what we're looking at. Hey, did you know there's a big giant glass ball in front of you and you're looking into space and to outer space? And, we got this. There was no mention of any of this whatsoever. It was, hey, it's hard to explain. Yeah, it is very hard to explain. I understand why you concavers have a hard time explaining your model. It's more convoluted than the globe model, honestly. But the fact of the matter is, we're all truthers. We shouldn't have just dismissed them. They should have given a little better inspiration for us to even go look at it. Other than, you guys are wrong. Go watch this. You don't understand light bends. And as truthers, we should know better than that. We always get laughed at by everybody because we think the Earth is flat. We should not do what we did that happened to us. Even we should look at it. I've looked at it. I don't see it happening. They did get to some cool explanations. The glass on there for that Libyan glass they found, that was a very interesting take. And I said, well, maybe it could be the sun's yellow. It doesn't necessarily mean it's concave or anything like that. There could be some things that you're seeing that, hey, this is anomalous. Wow, this could actually be part of our dome too. I mean, he said it was like had iron in it. I got iron in my blood. There is nothing that's saying that, hey, this has to be concave. That was a cool anomaly. They've got some cool stuff in that video. I do recommend that you guys look at it to at least understand their position. But I don't see it.
Did you notice that when one of their main claims is putting a camera 6 inches over a lake?
Yeah, that too. And
I said, how big's this lake? And he goes, hold on, let me make my point. He goes, it's an infinite lake. And I'm like, oh, so it's a computer model. He's like, well, no, if you removed all the atmosphere, well, you can't remove all the atmosphere. But so I was explaining how atmosphere, clear day, is like looking through glass. There's a certain point where you can't see any farther. And he had a hard time agreeing with that. But then they said there's no explanation for a boat in the distance being higher than a boat in the foreground. And I said, if I go to the Home Depot and I lay some boats out down an aisle and I put my camera on the floor, and he goes, oh, so now it's not scalable. So now it's not scalable when I'm proving them wrong, when I'm proving it not exclusive to a concave Earth. So it's very, very weird. It's very weird.
By the way, I showed a perspective view of Flat Road, how it ramps up.
Hold on,
the concaver said yes, that is concave, a flat road.
And one of the things that I want to point out to the concavers is that we're not your enemy. I mean, you obviously think you've been lied to with the globe. We think we've been lied to with the globe. I mean, I don't know if it's that or not. It could be, but the fact of the matter is that they're pushing the globe model. That's the lie. They think they can go to infinite space and all that and visit other planets. That's the lie. They're stealing, $60 billion or $24 billion a year from us just on that alone, completely messing with our minds and everything. That's the lie. I don't know why concavers want to come after flat earthers as hard as they are.
I want to throw one thing out there, and I've been not wanting to say this, but I'm going to say it. This is a spiritual war we're in. There is some, for lack of a better word, witchcraft spells or whatever, satanic messages, whatever. I think that there is a spell going on here. You know, we were all thrown under the spell of the globe model. And then you can look, even today, there's a huge amount of people that will fight to the death to defend the globe when they know nothing about it. They know nothing about any of the models, but they'll defend the globe because they're under a spell. I think the 666 thing that you brought up tells you a lot about this this concave thing. I think a spell is being cast. Now, try me for saying that, but that's what I believe. And that's me. I'm not speaking for
I
anybody
agree
else.
with you 100%. I mean, watching this video, I mean, the guy on it, he calls himself Lord Stephen Christ, which is problematic for me at
Oh, that's the video they're giving out? His videos are still the ones going around? I've watched all of his videos.
That's the guy. And
holy crap. Isn't he dead?
I think so. I heard he's dead, alive, but definitely tried to kill Trump and Obama. But that his bone kind of rubs me the wrong way. But y'all know that he believes the moon is metal?
Lord Stephen Christ?
Yes, he thinks the moon.
The concave Earth moon is metal? Can't rule it out.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Can't rule it because we can't go up there and touch it. I agree with you on that. But what I want to get to is that I don't know why concavers want to come at us so hard. We should be allies. Say, hey, man, you guys see it this way. We see it this way. We definitely think the globe is a lie. Why don't we team up and fucking crush that first and then find out what it is so we can actually go and find out what it is. But let's go attack flat earthers for some reason. It just seems like it is a side.
Exactly. And even on the flat earth side, all of the fighting going on there's no more land. There is more land, you know, gravity versus electrostatics and upward rising earth. Why don't we destroy the globe, break that spell, and then find out what this place is? You're exactly right.
And that's all I've been trying to say to these people, even these last couple of days when they're even coming at me as hard as they've been. It's just insane. I'm all like, bro, isn't the lie the globe? You know, I don't see it your way. And that's cool, man. I didn't see it flat earth. I thought when I got in, look, man, when I started watching that video, this is what I said. If I become a concaver after this, I'm going to be fucking pissed off because that's the way I went into flat earth, man. I was like, this is stupid. And then I was like, God damn it. You know what I mean? So it's like, y'all shame me or whatever it is to cry as much as you did. I watched your evidence. You know, again, sorry about for dismissing you the way it was. But
can I jump in a second? Are you the guy earlier that said that the reason you didn't look into, I don't think it was you, maybe it was someone else, the reason you didn't look into it because that Lord Stephen Christ guy was so strange and weird that he turned you off? Somebody else said that, right?
Well, I'm watching it.
It's not a good argument, but let me tell you something. It's what made me look away, right? But I watched all of his videos and I'm just like, this is too weird and this guy is too weird. And I literally felt like, you know, some sort of witchcraft was being tried to spell over me, and I walked away from it all. But I watched all of his videos. They're really well done. They're excellently done.
I wasn't even going to really watch. I mean, I was thinking about watching, but really that sold me on it is when I made a comment, and one of these newer flat earthers that think we're all in a religion and we're just stupid suddenly. But he said, "I'll bet you $1,000 there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica," and I was like, "Wait, what?" Concavers think there's a 24-hour. So that made me watch the video. I was gonna watch it, but I wasn't like excited to do it. As soon as I saw that, oh yeah, I'm watching this fucking video. What are you talking about? Obviously, I have everything wrong with what they believe. I literally thought we were just in a bowl, and I was all like, well, if you want to say we're concave because the ice shelf is 8,200 feet on average elevation, I can kind of go with that because you need a container and pressed under a seal, whatever. But I thought we were living in a bowl, according to them, but we are living in a ball, an inverted ball, which is just insanity. They got water up above us now. That's just sitting there, and their gravity isn't a downward force. It's coming from that pyramid thing and just pushing everything out, so it just stays there. It's crazy. I don't know. Did you guys think I did I do a pretty good job, Steelman? I know you probably didn't hear it, Dave. You guys think I did a pretty good job, Steelman, at the beginning of the show? I thought I did a pretty good job. I thought I gave it a pretty decent Steelman. Man, everybody there?
I was waiting for the applause.
I was like, am I talking to myself? But
Everyone's burnt out from this conversation.
Yeah, I understand it now. I understand your guys' position now, and due to that, I now have a complete understanding of what you guys are talking about. Unless I can see some empirical evidence, I really got to treat you like globies.
You know what? Really helped the guy, the concaver, is when he said that I'm a shill and a Freemason. That really sold me on his ability to research and understand the
And
world.
you guys don't have a map. This is what kills me. They go right into you guys don't have a map. You guys don't have a model. It's like, bro, if that's your argument, it's weak.
Yeah.
So.
And by the way, if I was a Freemason and you asked me, would I tell you the truth? What the fuck? Like, what is wrong with this guy?
I mean, these are just I don't know what it is. Just trying to what is it? Appeal to knocking down, making you look bad or something. I don't know what it's called, man. But
appeal to ridicule.
Yeah, it's like these tactics are just childish.
They don't have anything going for them, bro. And in the past 48 hours of being introduced to the whole concavity versus flat Earth, I've been blocked by 2 people asking for empirical evidence on something that they invoked in their own model that I asked for proof of and got blocked for. Got told I was dumb by somebody from a level head flat Earth community. Got told I wasn't looking for truth because I didn't immediately say yes to some shit that, again, I asked for empirical physical proof of happening. So it's like, no, they don't have anything going for them. Anybody can do their own research or something, but if you start off a conversation like that and you have nothing to back up anything that you're saying, which is, by the way, the main thing holding your whole fucking model together, and without it, you have nothing, but you can't prove it's there. Well, we ain't got nothing to talk about.
I even came up to talk to Concave Cellular because he's in my timeline saying this, that, and the other thing. I'm all like, bro, it's nice to see you finally respond to me. It'd be nice to actually hear you do this when I'm live. So I seen him up here, and I come up here and grab a mic, and the dude left. I can't be that scary. I mean, they came up and talked to all of you. I come up here and he leaves. What's the deal?
He can't stay forever. I'll give him that. And hey, and I was going to defend him. I still will. The fact that he doesn't have any tweets, I don't think he's a Twitter guy. He heard that you guys were talking about concave, and he created an account so he can jump on and have this conversation.
He's been on here for a while.
That's good.
No. Hold on. Let me just clarify. There's 2 content. They got the same PFP, bro. Like it's not like All
right. I mean, I'm just
the
like,
one that was up here just recently. Like he just made his account like today.
Yeah, but did
the
he
one
make
that's
it
been
so
in everybody's? Hold on, Dave. The one that's been in
sorry.
everybody's mentions. That's the guy that I think that they're all referring to. So just make sure like that wasn't the same guy.
All right, but the guy that we were talking to that was interrupting us all the time, is he the one with the new account?
No, that's Concave.
Yeah, no, that is him. He's the one that with the new account.
Yeah, but I think I heard him say earlier that he is new to X. He didn't even know what this was. He asked if it was a radio show, right? And so I think that he just created that account so he can come on and have this discussion. So I don't think it was fair to say you don't have any tweets. So like I look at a comment somebody makes on my YouTube video, they got nothing on their channel. Most likely they're a troll, or maybe they just made an account so they can make a comment. But I think
it's
that's
because
why he was here.
He said flat earthers, y'all never addressed none of my posts. And I'm like, well,
but maybe he can be making posts. Where does he make his posts? We should have asked.
I mean, he talking to the level heads, Dave. He on Twitter talking to the level heads, talking about we don't address no posts, and this go everywhere on a lot of different places. And I'm not going for that narrative because that's
I got it.
The literal reason why we here is to address all the concave earthers. So if he got posts, then post it so we can address it. Don't talk about Dave being a Freemason.
Yeah. Stop it. Don't let the secret out, please.
That's a new account. He made a new one because I ain't man. Concave Cellular Earth is the one that first brought it up to me, and he's the one that he was like, hey man, I was like, well, can you explain it to me? And he's all like, no, you got to watch the 6-hour video. And again, so I remember the dude. I remember him. He might have deleted his account and started a new one or whatever, but he's been around for a while. And like I said, man, all he did.
Brian, that's a completely different dude, Brian. They were both up.
Were they? Both concave?
Yes, bro. I co-hosted the guy you're talking about. That's not the same guy. Please trust me when I say this.
Okay, that's weird.
But boy, like accusing us of being like Glovers. They're calling us word salad. They're using all the Glover terms. It's like they're Glovers. They're just inverted. It's amazing.
And you ask for exclusivity of anything, and they immediately deflect. He's like, well,
Yeah.
Well, the
brother.
that they say you don't have a model, you don't have a map. I'm all like, dude, lovely fucking response, man. But why are you guys still going with the 666 model, man?
That's a great point, man. That resonates with my thinking on this entire spell that's being cast.
And they think that Antarctica is an actual continent and there's a 24-hour sun. And they did a little model makeup of that to where they could get it in there. And, oh, well, they did it. Yeah, you can pretty much do that for anything, I guess. And models are cool like that, but guess what? You can do a model in a simulation. Then I got to go out to the field and build it. And a lot of times I call up my architect and engineer and go, hey, that didn't work. Redo it.
Hey, Paul, feel free to jump right in, bro.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, one of the way I see what they're talking about with this concave thing is it sounds like they're describing a Dyson sphere. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever to me as far as the concave goes. And I mean, and if the Earth is round, whether it's a Dyson sphere or a globe, it's still round. And like the other day, I'm out at 11 o'clock in the morning and I'm looking at the moon on one side and I turn around and look and there's the sun on the other. Yet the moon's not even full. It's only a half moon. And on top of that, if the Earth is casting a shadow on the moon, how is it that shadow's not curved? Because when it's a half moon, unlike a crescent, that line's dead straight. And that makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Man, honestly, I think one of their best arguments was the Atlas holding up the sky. Honestly.
To me, it was the Concorde, but even still, that can be explained. But it's like, yeah, I can. That's pretty nice. That's okay.
I like the Atlas one. That was probably their best one. I liked it.
It's funny because I think the globe actually has a better chance of explaining the horizon than the concave, because the globe can actually claim that, all right, it's being hidden by something physical, whereas the concave, once you're up in an airplane, there's nothing to stop it other than distance. We would eventually see the curve at that distance, I think.
I agree.
I have no choice but to visually see it at that height. If there's a halo ring or a Pokeball, Strawman's, of course. But like, you're supposed to see that.
Yeah, because you would see stars all the way to the horizon. So if you can see stars at the horizon, then you would be able to see the land that's curving upward, preventing you from seeing certain stars. So that to me doesn't make sense, and they can't address what Piezo said or what I was saying about the electromagnetism stuff. So.
And I really don't like these concavers saying, "Hey, you guys are in a cult, a religion, and you're all in a echo chamber." It's like, bro, we all were on the globe and changed our mind. To say that we're incapable of changing our mind to look at new information is just insanity. We just don't just willy-nilly say, "Hey, go look at that." If we looked at everybody's everything, how much? I mean, now you're getting people lost. It's like, hey, I want the discovery, and they send every freaking file of in their office over to you. It's in there someplace. Here's all the information. It's in there someplace. That's what they're doing to us when they say, go look at this, go look at this, go look at this. Explain yourself. Give us a reason to. I mean, all the time, I've been hearing about this stuff for like a year and a half, and not one time in a year and a half did anybody say, hey, you got to look into this stuff, and there's a freaking goddamn spear right there, and it's made of glass. No one ever said that.
Yeah, I was open to it, and I think maybe some people in here were open to it, but like once you really think about some of the stuff, it just doesn't work. Like the horizon doesn't work. A couple other things, like the electromagnetism doesn't work. We had the guy in here earlier talking about the one experiment that they did, the mines, and they were claiming 8 inches per mile over like a general area, like each time they do it, but the distance they're doing it at is only 3,500 feet. So that doesn't really work out. And then the other experiment that they have is that coastal experiment on the beach, which we didn't really get a chance to really go into because he was tired of talking by that time. But I think that's something maybe we can take a look at as flat earthers and kind of dig into how that was done and either dismantle it or agree with it.
Well, I say we destroy the globe first and then go destroy concave Earth.
Yeah, because they're invoking physics and stuff too. Like everybody wants to invoke the ether for stuff whenever they want to. I mean, we get it; it was hidden from physics. We understand that, but to invoking and some shit is a kind of band-aid whenever you don't understand how it works regularly, let alone in your own model, which you have no physical proof of even existing. Then I still don't see no reason to talk.
I think we have a good handle on the globe. Maybe we can dismantle this one too. You know? I don't see. I've been waiting for some evidence of the globe, and I haven't found that either. So I'm still flat.
Bro.
I had to learn the globe model. I had to learn the flat Earth model. Now I know the If any hollow earthers come in here and start lipping up, I can't learn 4 models at once, man. It's like leaving it. 3's about enough. So
I can still man hollow Earth. Hollow Earth.
I don't think these guys were good representatives of the concavity community. I gotta say.
I agree. There was one guy in the other space. I forget his name. Something like Ben Lil or I forgot his name. Emil, something like that. Emil.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That guy had a little bit more, but I think.
Well, he's the one that I went in their space with ether and concave there, and the first question was, "What about this 275-mile world record photograph of a silhouette?" And the room went silent for a good 3 minutes, man. Like seriously, like they were just looking at. Oh fuck.
He's the one that told me if I don't agree with him, I'm not a real truth seeker and looking for truth. So yeah, nah.
Well, that's what all of them say right there. Oh, well, I thought you were a truther. You're just gonna. So all right, bro. If that's what you're, I watched your stupid video. You're gonna have to give me some evidence now. But yeah, they shamed and threw a hissy fit to try to get us to watch their stuff. I watched it. I don't see it. I appreciate it now that I have a little bit more information. You gave me a lesson in humility. I shouldn't just dismiss people on face value, and I will not be doing that anymore. But don't mean because I looked at it, I'm going to agree with you. You still got to back it up.
Do you guys know what a cry bully is? Are you guys aware of what a cry bully is?
I just experienced it.
It's like someone who is bullied, and then their response to being bullied is to like become strong enough to bully the class of people that they were in. So a lot of these people, like the people that came tonight, I'm not talking about all concave earthers, but they all said the same things. They claimed they were flat earthers, but then they didn't know any of the basic or the current flat earth arguments. They use globe tactics as if they think that that's what hurts their opponent. Why would they think that? Well, because likely they started to do the FE thing. They got completely BTFO'd in these debates, and they're like, oh, that's how you win debates. You just do that. They use the no model. They had the fallacious arguments. They constantly interrupted. They said Antarctica is a continent. There's a 24-hour sun. And then they were constantly saying how they were victims of flat Earth. So if you think about it, are they really victims of flat Earth? Like, who would really bully them more than flat Earth? Well, it would obviously be the globes. I'd speculate that they're all becoming spicy because the TFE, the final experiment thing, if there's a 24-hour sun, they can just be like, yeah, we're concave. We already knew that. Yeah, we're totally right. And if there weren't, they could just say, oh, yeah, I was a flat earther before. There's no 24-hour sun. Obviously, I'm flat. It's just hedging their bets. They're probably very worried people. And again, I'm talking about the people that came into the space tonight, not all concave earthers. I don't know all of them, but the ones that came in here were pathetic.
Man, it's cool to have. Hey, you know what? I'm a little nervous about this. There's I heard about this concave, and they're saying there's a 24-hour sun. I might have to reevaluate my stance after this 24-hour sun. I like the flat Earth argument, but I'm hearing about this concave argument. I got to wait for this. And that could have been the approach, but as no, you guys are in a cult. Suddenly, a week later, y'all in a religion, y'all in a cult, y'all don't understand anything. You were just a flat earther like 2 minutes ago, man. Sit your ass down.
You know, one thing that I do find interesting is what they're talking about detecting in the sky with the geometry that they're saying is detectable there. I'd like to really look into that, because if that's the case, that is something interesting, regardless of what shape the Earth is. That's pretty cool.
Yo, did the guys try to get you with the ecliptic longitudinal coordinate system, and they were like, "Look, it's how it's octitudinal." I missed the whole thing. Sorry, I was asleep.
Nah,
Brother, they
dude,
had no
they
argument.
weren't
That was
that
probably for the
advanced.
best day.
They had no arguments,
I don't
man. You would not. You just got bulldozed, interrupted, ad homed. It was horrible.
Oh, to be honest,
Stereotyped. It was the worst.
dude. All right, I'm not gonna fallacy, but that's exactly what every concave Earth that I've ever spoken to has done to me. So I mean, take for that what you will.
Yeah.
It seems to be the best argument on that was how long have you been a flat earther? Well, I've been there since 2015. So apparently, length of knowing that there's been a lie is clout, and it's like I'm older than you. You should listen to me.
Yeah. The ones that I heard, the ones that I spoke to, because I was genuinely curious, and when I questioned them, it was like, well, I couldn't explain how the stars work on flat Earth, and I don't know how the maps work, so I ended up with concave Earth. I'm paraphrasing, but those two arguments specifically is what I got a lot. They're like, but what it comes out as is, you don't have an argument for the star. You don't know how, but that's their main contention. So like when I tried to explain, well, actually my specialty is those two things. I'd like to talk about those things all the time on Flight Earth. How would I then become a concave earther if the two arguments that brought you away that you couldn't explain, I think that I have a good explanation for? It's just weird.
Just not looking for truth, Shane. You're just not looking for truth, bro. Sorry.
That's true.
Well, well, now that I've looked at it, I've given it some serious consideration, and I find it still wanting, man. I haven't been even closely convinced, other than this, couple little Tamarack mine thingies that they got going on, which I think we can go and explore that. It seems more like there's some sort of metal down there that's doing something weird. I don't know. Seems like
I didn't hear about that. Maybe that's the one example. But I know the things they usually throw out there are like the 1700 maps where they get the concavity when their misinterpretation of that particular projection, which, by the way, are actually star fields. There's particularly northern and southern hemisphere star fields, just as you would see, and then they get converted via the longitude, latitude, geographic reticule coordinate system. They get converted to maps that way. But they like to use that as a misinterpretation to prove stuff. And then the other one is like the meteorology surveys for the sporadic meteor impacts that happen like outside of the planned streams, which I think I used in my presentation a lot. It's like that's just an ecliptic longitude system. It's based off the sun's angle. It means nothing. It doesn't actually portray the concave. Right? Actually, it lines up over a flat Earth if you align it correctly to the axes, like I did in my presentation. So that's another one that actually it's just I think a misinterpretation of a couple things that they like to use. I don't know if they used it today, but I'm just listing the couple things that all my concave friends have been trying to convince me on for the past 2 years. Did you guys talk about the famous ones being like a wild heretic and the guy who's Jesus Christ and the crazy guy? Like everyone who's famous in concave Earth ends up being a crazy person or whatever. Not my personal opinion, just a fact.
Yeah, I brought up that I sent you all their claims that they made tonight. You got most of them. So.
Nice, thank you, but I needed you. Thank you.
Yeah, so that was every claim they made. They claimed bendy light bends upwards, water bends upwards.
Nice.
Concave reconciles why we can see too far. It reconciles 8 inches per mile squared. Radio waves bend up. Reconciles the northern and southern star trails. Claims that FE doesn't have a map or a model, and concave has hundreds or even thousands. NASA mentions a celestial sphere.
Well, I got a question for all the flat earthers that went concave. Why did you decide the Earth is now the size that they say it is? Why is it now 8 inches per mile square? Why has it got a 24,901 radius? I'm still going to ask who measured these numbers. Why are you guys going with the devil numbers here? This is a legit question. I need to know why your model is the exact same as the Earth, the globe model, but in reverse. I need to know
that's
this.
coming from the mines, apparently. That's what they've said. They haven't brought up any other reading for why that is the only one that they've got that I'm aware of. If anybody in the crowd wants to chime in on that.
Is that their space in the middle of their model? Is it the metal in these mines?
I'm not trying to throw shade or pick fights or anything. This is a legit question that I think it needs to be answered. It needs to be reconciled with. I get that you guys are all excited about this and you're scared about this 24-hour sun, but these questions need to be reconciled. I mean, if we had a continent down there, an actual Antarctica continent, why doesn't a tsunami wrap around it? If it's an actual continent, why doesn't the tsunami
very
wrap
good
around
question. Someone studied PNS waves and their ventures. Very well done, Brian Sweet.
Well, it turns out that people think I don't pay attention and I'm unwilling to look at evidence and I'm only stuck in one little view there and I'm some sort of cult in. It turns out that I will look at just about anything if it's reasonably something I should look at.
Nice.
I'm smart, funny, and I'm wicked smart, man. I'm just telling you, man. I'm looking at this stuff. I looked at your model. I got questions. I posted a lot. Not one concaver has ventured in there to answer anything. And the only times I ever get anything is you don't understand how light
Ooh,
bends.
did they say that we don't have a model? I like to personally answer that one all the time. That's one of my favorites now.
Model, we don't have a map. And I was like, well, every single map I've ever seen is a flat map. I've never seen a globe map. I've never seen a concave map. And he's like, what about these with the circles? Yeah, so what? They drew a map in a circle. Big freaking whoop. It's still on flatness. Okay, it's all depicted flat. All right, show me your concave map. Show me your concave map. Show me how anyone's getting around the world on a concave anything, on a globe anything. You know, these need to be reconciled, man. And why is your model the same as a globe?
Because they just want to be different, but just a little bit different.
It's like criminy, man. Answer these.
Sorry, that's my personal.
You gotta. Yeah, I agree with you, man. It's like, well, I don't believe this, but now that this 24-hour sun comes in, I'm a little nervous about it. I mean, if there was an actual 24-hour sun, there's plenty of them at
about
the
that,
Arctic.
dude. Like people, I guess, are getting worried, but like, don't be worried. That's absurd. That's absurd to be worried about. I mean, we don't have a community of people who just think one way and then drop everything and like we'll investigate, we'll evaluate, and then we'll analyze afterwards. To not try to like speculate and guess about what we think will conclude before it happens is just smart. I don't think the lack of speculation beforehand is a sign or worry or cause for concern. That's all I'm saying.
People stressing, man. Oh no, it might be. It's like they're afraid to be wrong.
Yeah, see, that is the thing, which is why when if you have that fear, you know what helps? Be wrong a bunch real quick in public. It gets it right out of you. Okay, super easy.
Dude, it turns out the only way to learn stuff is to screw up first. No one
Dude, you
picks
know
up
what?
a
There's a
guitar.
direct proportional relationship with the rate at which you screw up to the rate at which you adapt and learn. That's a definite fact. So the quicker you make mistakes, the more you learn.
I don't ever make mistakes. I just find ways it didn't work first.
No, I make tons of mistakes and I don't bullshit about it. I think personal responsibility is big. However, by making a big mess right away, like you learn all this stuff. Like how many people like get a thing and then instead of reading the directions, you just press all the fucking buttons and you figure it out.
Oh,
there you go.
Dude,
You know,
I don't know
like,
any- read directions straight out of the box. You ain't no way.
you were assembling Legos by looking at the box, right? Absolutely. That's it. The one picture. I got it.
But yeah, I get you guys this fear and stuff. You know, there's this. It says it like 365 times in the Bible, man. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared.
Don't be
man.
scared
Don't be
because
scared.
there's multiple ways we can even take that. I'm not saying that I believe it is, but like as a, you know, the parabolic representation of a light ray down being a cardioid having to be reflected, there's multiple ways you can go mathematically, conceptually with current light understanding to even explain all sorts of stuff that you might see. So I wouldn't worry. But I also don't think
with
we're
this.
gonna see anything.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But in the slight chance that there is, I've even said it, man. The 24-hour sun would be pretty devastating to a flat Earth model as far as the sun goes, and that we'd all probably have to reevaluate our position
Well,
and rethink.
I mean, so the
about
worst
that.
case there, Brian, right, is that we'd have to say we don't know what the sun is. Oh, wait,
Yeah.
you're already saying that like today and right now.
Exactly. It's like it's not that big of a deal, man. People, it doesn't, but it would change our viewpoint on what the hell's going on with that sun. We got to reevaluate that.
Absolutely. But I mean, to just say I'm gonna not change my mind no matter what evidence I'm presented with is not what our side says, right? That's their side.
Oh.
But why would a 24-hour sun be devastating to a flat Earth?
That's what I'm saying too.
As far as the model of the sun goes, you know, I don't know if it is actually devastating to a flat Earth, just as far as what we think the sun does.
How so?
Well, because we think it goes around in a circle and not going out to there, and it would be 24 hours out there. I mean, I think some people think there's a projection. That's why I say it just might be a rethinking of it, but there still is no measurable curvature. I mean, that right there blows away the goal. But it would probably just be rethinking how we're picturing the sun and what it's doing.
Why would it be 24 hours though? Is that because we're assuming that that's the edge? Is that what, or what?
Well, as far as it being a concave or a globe, What it would do for us, I don't know. That's why I say we'd have to figure out what the hell's going on out there as far as how we're seeing our sun. But the concavers and globies think there's going to be an active 24-hour.
The problem is that we don't know because we don't have enough data. Even the data we have is just reversed symmetrically from the north. So the people who are super confident, by the way, who are also super confident about showing up to debate Witsit each and every time, regardless of how that goes, and then get congratulated after. This is the same confidence people, right? So you're saying, oh, they're super confident. They're going to see it's on you. They're also super confident about destroying Witsit, right? Like that dude the other day. So, I mean.
Thank you. Okay, that's what I was trying to get at. I was like, what's the, like, this is another assumption.
So like the only data that we have is very sparse, nothing below like 60 cells. So like they're going way down there. I'm down to see what data they're gonna get. Right? You know, I'm down to see that because we don't have an overwhelming.
First time down there.
Yeah,
we're going down there to measure something, and it's like the first time ever fucking seen.
Yeah, we don't have an abundance of data from that ridiculously south latitude. Oh, also speaking of latitude, I think someone of the concavers was like, oh, did they do the maps are hiding latitude lines real on you guys?
Nah.
On Gleason map, somebody said there's like 3, but that whole thing's just a made up concept.
So that's a retarded, like I don't know how to explain like distances on a map projection, and so they're like they must be hiding latitude lines because that way it obscures the distance calculations enough where I can just eke out of this whole conversation. I don't have to answer it. No, first of all, latitude is based on the stars, right? So meaning you can look at the angle of Polaris and based on its elevation angle, determine your latitude. How are you going to hide that from me? If I'm going to use a map, then I'm going to base to confirm my latitude based on looking at the stars. If I'm looking at a latitude line based on a map that's, verifiable down to the stars because you have, nautical miles converted between coordinate systems, how is someone going to pull the wool over my eyes that I'm actually not looking at this star? That's a crazy way to represent it. And also, they have exactly the correct amount for all the distance calculations that they worked out based on the stars, right? So I don't think it's much harder to hide a so-called latitude line than anyone thinks because you can't translate data between coordinate system projections without all of the coordinate systems. You can't do a custom coordinate system mapping where like you drop off half the longitude or whatever to you. No, that's not how projections work. It has to be the same data. They're all projected coordinate systems. They're all projecting the same coordinate systems. So if you're going to go to, oh, well, this projection is missing latitude lines, that's a silly misunderstanding.
Go ahead, Lynn. Thank you for being patient.
I was just going to say, now that everybody's woke up, I don't speak fast enough to get in on this conversation. I think we all need to think of all the things that we have that are a problem with the Southern Hemisphere. Things like, the boat races, the fact that ship captains, were getting lost in centuries past and things like that. Everything we've got like that, and we've already tonight covered with that one guy, the flights and all that. I think we need to all make sure we send links to all our stuff like that to Matt and to Ether, and to just remind them, okay, now it's your responsibility to refute these now, because if they apply to the globe, they apply to the concave, right?
Yeah, well, he's well aware of all of that though, like because Matt's not a newbie here. He's been here for a while, so.
Right, but I don't think it's occurred to him, because he's got all these other new ideas in his head, and I bet it just hasn't occurred to him, That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm sure he knows. I'm sure he knows it all. But, in fact, probably has used some of it against the Globies. I think he just needs a gentle reminder. Okay, don't forget. this is on your side now, to do that. But anyway, and I wanted to say, because I may be the only one who is still awake when it happened, but I did hear Brian Steelman, and he did a very good job.
That's what's up, Lynn. That's what's up. Know thy enemy.
No, they're not the enemy. I talk to them all the time. We're good buds. They always try to convince you of stuff, right? I just laugh or whatever. Well, I mean, I'm respectful. But.
Oh, I'm sorry. Shane, that reminded me. in the other chat a couple of nights ago, I mentioned him that because he said something about the Southern Cross and how you couldn't, you can see it from places you shouldn't be able to see it. And I said, well, you need to talk to Shane. He can explain that to you. Oh, Shane's my buddy. I love Shane and all this and all that. And we talk all the time. I said, well, then you need to go ask him to explain it to you how it works. So if he doesn't come to you, maybe you ought to knock on his door.
Yeah, no, I try to explain it to them all the time. They just call me retarded and they get angry. But I mean, I'll do it again for sure. I got no problem doing that again. But like for the past couple of years, they'll just like DM me the stuff that I mentioned before, and they'll try to be like, see all the time, and I'll just give them little smirky faces, like, oh yeah, like agree to disagree or whatever. I'm not trying to convince them it's flat or anything. I was genuinely trying to get the concave position in my head, and then it was so hard to wriggle out of them that because I think you guys noticed direct questions are a no. You can't actually directly question any of the things. You have to indirectly, by context clues and indirect questions, learn what they believe. It's kind of the same process as candles in the dark when you're trying to talk to a cult member, when you're trying to talk to someone who won't accept new information from outside sources, who won't accept books, links, evidence that you present. It's a whole method, ideology that's kind of based on the Socratic method where you're just asking questions. But in this case, a little bit more stringent because you can't ask direct questions about, the center of the sphere and the glass model and how that works with the Southern Cross specifically. So it's hard. But yeah, the Southern Cross is a good one. Like I said, they have those two arguments. The stars don't work and you don't have a map. And that's why they're concave earthers. And then they adopt the globe arguments for nearly everything else. And then they harp on those 2 points and try to make fun of us. That in my experience, that's pretty much concave earth.
Well, and it's really hard when you're trying to talk to people and you ask them a question that should take 15 to 30 seconds to answer, and they give you a doctoral dissertation about everything you never wanted to know about any subject. They can't just stick to the topic of the question. They have to tell you everything that very, very, very peripherally related to it, and that's not what I want.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I wish I had that kind of gift to gab that people can just like to go on and just. I don't have that. If the answer is no, I just come out and say.
Yeah, but so you're saying you'd like a skill that allow you to say a lot of words but convey literally nothing?
Yes, I ain't lying. When I look at something at my job or whatever, and I'll be like, man, my answer is just no. I have to go to somebody else and say, hey, man, my answer is no. Can you expand this so they don't get hurt, which is no.
Oh.
But the end answer is going to be no, though. Can you do this for me? And I got to get people to write this.
What do you think about politicians, how they get particularly loquacious, right? They're orators. They're good with their words. They're lying through their teeth. It's all the same skill right there. You're like, ooh, I want to be like a politician.
I can't do it, bro. I can't do it. I just say, man, the answer's no. And then they say, what? Why? I was like, well, had I said yes, would you have asked why? And they all look at me like, oh, damn, I wouldn't have. So yeah, you asked me a question, the answer is no. Move along.
Nice. So if I feel bad just bashing concave earth, I probably should have listened to their arguments. Oh wait, Galatrax said he made a list, which means I sense addressing 60 whatever, or however many things the concave earthers say about flat earth or whatever, a video coming up in the near future.
Yeah, I sent you the list. It's on Discord.
Well, that's the thing, bro, is that they when they bring it up, they really don't bring up any arguments. They just say, hey, it's kind of hard to explain. You got to watch this video. I'm like, well, if it's hard to explain, are you sure you believe in it?
So I guess by the same argument, us making a video that addresses all of their stuff would be the same kind of weak argument. I don't know, just go watch the video that the community made or whatever. When we listened and addressed to all your points by specific point by point.
It's crazy, man. It's like, but anyway, yeah, I watched it. You guys can't say I'm not a truther and not willing to listen to information or look at everything and look at every angle. I looked at it. I'm not sold.
So how does the Southern Cross observation simultaneously from 3 southern latitudes at the same UTC work on concave Earth if they're so precise?
Well, what they say is that it's just light bending. It's all in that glass dome of theirs. One guy can look at it one way, and due to refraction, everybody else can see it as well from their respective views without just turning to look at the star in the same direction. They all can just look at it from their direction and see it, and it's all due to refraction.
Oh, it just works then. That's cool. I mean, that's a decent explanation.
Dude, in this Lord Stephen video, Christ video here, he gets to where he's going to be, and then but you just got to understand how light bends. When you understand Snell's law and understand, you're going to understand all this. Dude, you're like so close to telling me, and then you just said, I got to learn how light bends.
Yeah, that's like, I got the truth. I got the truth. You can have a little bit of my truth. Just 999 for some truth. You want some truth?
So all I'm saying is, I probably wouldn't use. I don't know, man. That guy, that Lord Stephen Christ, he's.
Oh, dude, that's the other thing. They're like, besides many famous concave earthers who go public being like psychopaths, they also, like, by a large margin, end up as Christ figures and messiahs. Like, they try to proclaim themselves messiahs more frequently than like any other position. It's, again, not opinion, just a fact.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Even that guy that came in last night, the brother Nathan or whatever he was, his biggest argument was that I've been doing this longer than you have.
Yeah, that's not a valid argument for flat earthers who don't know dick, who tell me to keep looking at the horizon, so it's not a good argument for you, bro.
I like the way that Flat Earth Dave addressed that about the horizon rising. Although the guy the guy I know wasn't listening because he was talking over Dave all the time. But I was anxious to hear that because I thought, okay, not that it was making me believe in the concave Earth. I thought, well, in my mind, I couldn't figure out, and I was trying to remember, okay, what have I heard that I could apply to this? And so I thought he would have done it would have been a good thing to clip if he hadn't been interrupted so much. And maybe that was the guy's point.
Shane, you mentioned the confidence earlier. I think you weren't here, but 10 grand was put up.
They're still confident about things like that. Interesting.
Dude, I got bet $1,000, man.
Oh, we had a 10 grand put up today. You missed that.
Well, I could use another 10 grand, I guess, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, I tagged Shane in it. If you get that money, dude, I just want a finder's fee for giving it to you, man. But 250 grand on the line there.
What is the boast?
It's that Star Crush dude. He's over there. You know what? Actually, I think I tagged you in the Battle of the Beams. Damn it, it was the wrong one. But yeah, he's that Star Crush dude. He says he's putting $250,000 on the line. But I said, hey, look, bro. What you need to do is you need to put that 250K in escrow so we know it's actually there. So if we do solve it, we can get that money. And he's like, well, I got to put my house up. I was like, look, bro. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do.
You want me to swoop in and take some dude's house money because you made a bet on the internet? I mean, I guess I could, but.
Well, that's why he's doing
he's the one
house.
that got it. Yeah, he's the one that says he's got it. And he says, oh, you guys can make me homeless. I was like, why would you put yourself in a position where you would be homeless betting $200?
Hey, I'm not interested. That's crazy.
I mean, come on, man. Put it in escrow though, so we know you're serious. Don't be throwing out all these crazy bets when you're not going to put it in escrow. I mean, put that money in escrow.
Yeah, a lot of people talk. Very few people actually walk away, except for that one dude who definitely is paying me. So.
And how do we know his house is worth $250?
That's a very good question. I think the answer is trust me, bro.
Well, with this real estate market we got going on, it's probably good possibilities. Okay. Today. What it's going to be tomorrow could be less because, housing prices could crash. But, yeah, told them to put it in escrow.
Well, and the Flat Earth community would never, ever live it down if any one of us took a house away from an old man.
Right, that's not our style.
Well, I'd buy him a little,
He'd get him a shack, guys. When we took the house to, take the money, we'd give him, a shed or whatever. He can live in that, right? That's cool.
Yeah, I'll rent it back to him.
Hey, you'll rent the shed back to him. You're a hell of a guy, Brian.
See? Always thinking, man. Always thinking.
You don't have any Ashkenazi blood in you by any chance, do you?
A little bit.
Hey, I was looking into looking further into how we actually see the stars based on the brightness, I got to where our eyes transition. So for anybody who's interested, normally we need 0.0001 lux of light to see light at a distance. And when it's nighttime, because it's dark, our eyes transition from the cones to the rods. All right, so I'm just getting into that. It's just a different part of the eye, and that's like what happens when you shut the lights and your eyes have to adjust. But what they're saying is that due to that, we can pick up 0.000001 lux of light. However, that still doesn't account for the vast majority of the stars that we can see with the naked eye. Just putting that out there. If anybody else has some information on how we see light at such great distances, I'd love to hear it. I've been trying to look into it myself, and that's that.
Hey, how do I upload a picture into the Nest?
You share it.
You don't know how to share it up to the Nest yet, Dave?
walk me through it like I'm retarded. I'm allowed to say that.
On your post, and it doesn't matter because you're a speaker, wherever you're at. On your post, if you go and look down at the bottom where it's got your share and like buttons and your bookmark.
On my I'm lost.
Yeah,
on my
you
post.
gotta post it first. Yeah, just post what you're.
So I have to tweet it.
Yeah. You can't just share up into the Nest. You have to share a post up into the.
All right, so hold on. Let me just do that.
You can post whatever you want into the purple pill, and then you can share it up to the Nest.
You're speaking gibberish to me.
Yeah, I know. I'm old. I think I'm old. Right?
I have no idea. I don't identify with chronological age.
Did you tweet it yet?
No, I'm trying to figure out how to tweet while on here. That's the wrong button. Home, and I hit the plus is the tweet, right?
Yeah, you to the plus.
Okay, there we go. I got it. So now I'm just gonna tweet a picture. All right, add, no explanation, post. Okay, so now I tweeted. You guys want to just share it? Go to my tweet.
No, you have to do it. That's how it works.
It's easy.
All right, go ahead.
Real quick. Just now that you've tweeted it, go over to your profile where it shows your the tweets that you've tweeted there. It'll have your timeline there on your profile. Hit that tweet that you just did there on the bottom there where it has the comments, the share, the like, the views, the bookmark. On the very right, it has a little half a box there with an arrow in it. You click on that arrow. It has share post.
Wait, slow down. I'm so sorry. I'm just trying to find my friggin' profile while on here. So.
It'll show it's got the circle there. You can even hit your own profile and it'll bring up your profile.
I'm looking at it. The profile is like the two guys on the bottom.
Just click on your own PFP, dude. It'll bring up your profile.
Dude, stop using acronyms and slingo. Just tell them what to do. If you got to take over, do it right, Brian.
All right, hold on. Profile. Got it. I'm at my profile.
So now,
now I see the tweet. Go ahead.
All right, at the bottom of there, it's got those. It starts at the very left there with the bubble there to comment.
Yep.
Share, like, views.
On the right, there's the up arrow.
Share.
On all right, hit that to say share, and then the first thing out there should say episode 116. And
yep. Put it. Click. I did it. So did I share it? Is it there?
Yes, you did.
It takes a couple seconds.
Okay, so what I want you guys to go there and take a look is I have my iPhone on the floor, and in the distance I have 3 barbells lined up. Those are boats. 3? Do I have 3? Yeah, I have 3. And you'll see that each one in the distance is above it. But worse than that, the floor is above the first barbell. So I never knew that my room was concave.
Oh, did they do that misinterpretation of perspective and how they don't understand?
Oh, dude.
Yeah, well, Dave, I'm sorry, but you just don't know how the light is bending, bro.
Well, the light's bending and the floor is concave, but not only can I see the barbells above the one in the front, but I can see the floor above the one in the front.
Yeah, because the floor is higher. It's bent up.
It's bent up, and that's what they're saying. It's like, bro.
And then if I pour water on my floor, it's just going to stick evenly because of
gravity.
Electromagnetism, I think.
And it's a push down gravity.
Oh, it's pushing down. Okay.
Yeah, pull gravity. It's not pulling you; it's pushing you down.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's casting a spell on people, and that 666 correlation, it's just like the globe. It's casting a spell on people.
You know, I'm not
It's
gonna lie.
crazy.
I don't believe in any of that, but at the same time, it seems to be because one guy pointed
Give
out
me
that
a
it is
I
growing.
can't rule it out. Just say I can't rule it out. You don't have to believe it. Just tell me you can't rule it out.
In whatever way that works, man.
Say the thing.
So, I mean, that just blows apart their lake experiment. I'm lower down to the floor than they are to the lake.
Dude, is that their whole argument?
And if this was a longer room and a brighter day and I had a better lens, the things would be way above it.
Where's your map?
Dude, you can make the far thing adjust on height just by adjusting the focal length. I'm sure everyone can play with that.
Yeah.
Where's your model? You don't have a model. No model.
Did they do the misinterpretation of like bottom-up obstruction or whatever and how it's not optics? Or are they saying that everything's curved upward bending except when it's right at the horizon?
Yeah.
You know, I guess I got to watch it again, but they did one disappearing of the sun that had the sun up in the air kind of halfway there, and it was still looking on the way it did it. It was like, I don't think I've ever seen that kind of image before. I'm going to post, I want to go over it with I got to find it, but it was the way he explained it, it was like, okay, whatever. But it made me go, I got to get with some guys that know this stuff.
He explained it with a big sigh whine, and that was it? Is that what you said?
What, like I said, it wasn't the best explanation but it was kind of, I was like, and I don't know if that could be true. Like I said, I got to get with the guys that are better at this refraction type of stuff. But it was kind of cool the way the sun disappeared. I don't.
So dude, if their whole argument, of course, is refraction, then of course their whole thing would be the bending of light is following the path of the Earth at 7/6R, because that's in the definition of a light ray and factored into the Gaussian coefficient of refraction at Earth's surface for like 0.13. So they're all arguing that. So that is just the globe argument. They just went, I don't know about stars and maps, and I'm just going to take all the other stuff from the globe and call you guys dumb.
I have another explanation. I think I just uploaded another picture. I got a picture of Chicago where you can't see it except the sun is backlighting the buildings. How does that work on concave Earth?
Dude, I asked the same question with that one. We have the world record Pyrenees Mountains. That's a silhouette at 275 miles. We got Mount Canigou with another silhouette at 163 miles.
Yeah.
Silhouettes that are coming up flat. Globe, you say it's going down. You say, or it's curving up. You guys say it's curving down. We're saying it's right there in the middle where it's not doing either of those.
So the globe explanation for the Canigou and for this is, the sun is already set and the mountain and the buildings are already below the curve, but the sun's refracting up, and then the mountains or the buildings are refracting up and blocking the sun. Right. So, and it happens just to match Earth's curvature. It never refracts it up like high in the sky. Like if there was refraction, wouldn't it be like, oh, look, it's 5,000 feet above the horizon. But here's a question for you is if we can bring objects back from behind the curve because it refracts up, how come you can't bring things from like the left to the right? Like if I have a building blocking me, can't I see the building that's off to the left? Won't that refract around sideways?
That's my question. I was like, why is it always coming right where it's supposed to be, looking like where it's supposed to be?
Why is it refracting up? Why isn't it refracting sideways? Exactly. It's the same amount of atmosphere.
Exactly. And it should be kind of refracting at the angle that, because you're on a ball, it should be sitting, whether you think that, hey, there's no direction wherever you're at, I get that. But from my perspective, you're still there no matter what. That building still should be at an angle, but it's being refracted up straight and level instead of being refracted at the angle that it should be.
You just can't tell. It's tilted a little bit. You just can't tell. You can't tell.
That's what they say. And
that's what they say, right?
And that's their get out of, well, you just can't tell. It's there. You just can't tell. It's oblique.
Picture this: you're looking down an extremely just a vast plain, and there's just flat area of the Earth, and there's a big building, a big giant flat, a building blocking your view a little bit, but beyond that building is another building to the left a little bit, so you can't see it. how come that building doesn't refract around so you can see it? Because if I tip that whole picture over sideways so the building was the horizon, the building that's beyond it should refract up and I should be able to see it.
Well, that
I mean,
only
what difference is there?
exactly, man.
It's so stupid.
Why won't it refract the building? It only
well,
it only refracts over Earth curvature, not buildings, Dave. Come
no,
on.
but even buildings or mountains, why don't they refract sideways? Like if there's a mountain and there's another mountain behind it, why doesn't it refract off to the side?
That's my argument with these radio waves. How come these radio waves go out there and they start doing all this bouncy stuff and they still know where to go to get the radio receiver there? It's like these smart beams or something like that. You sure it's just not pointing at it? Come on.
Alan, I was watching your debate the other day with the guy about the Nicobine system bouncing up and down and it has a blind spot and how it all just comes back together and works. I couldn't take it. I don't know how you
Wait, was that Alan or was that me?
Oh, was that you? No, it was you. I'm sorry.
Alan had a different. Well, it's confusing. Alan had a different debate the very next day, so I can see why it would be.
Yeah, it was. Well, it was one of you. I don't even remember, but it was like it was driving me nuts.
I thought I would confidently let him draw it because he was just using his time, and I was like, "That's cool. Yeah, use paint. Yeah, tell me how it doesn't work real quick, and I'll show you how the guy withdrew the claim because it was retarded." Go ahead.
Dude, he drew that thing. He went up there at an angle, and then he kept on drawing it to the point to where, you know what? You're making that ceiling look pretty flat to where it's going to hit its target, man. You're bringing down the ionosphere a real lot with your drawing.
Yeah, that was fun. Dude, who's an astronaut all of a sudden? Is someone underwater?
Somebody fell asleep.
Are you breathing heavily into your mic on purpose for sound effects?
Is it D3, man? You fall?
Nah, that ain't me. That ain't me.
High up is hot micing a little bit.
I'm here, guys. My bad.
Wait, is that the president?
Yeah, I just got my hand up, waiting.
Whoever's got your hand up, I don't see you with a
I
hand
do have
up.
a
Jump right in.
I think it's Ron Boston Bear.
What's up, JT?
Yeah, that guy, I don't know if that guy was longer than me or if he had his hand up or not, but yeah, I'll keep it short because I can't really stay on. I just got back from a run. I haven't had any caffeine, y'all, so this is probably the lowest energy you'll.
Wait, but before you finish, I bet you that he does stay on long and he doesn't go away when he says
I will not take that bet.
You're gonna lose because my mom's in town. She's leaving this morning, and I've got to see her off in the right way. So I'm forced to get off of here. But I'm glad I missed it. It seemed like it was a lot of drama. But I do have a little bit of meta, and a lot of people don't like the way that I approach all of this. But I try to put myself in other people's shoes, and this is crazy because the concavers think that they're actually right. Like they got away from the globe. And they know everyone's deceived about where we live. Of course, we don't live on a spinning, wobbling water ball or going around the sun. And then they, maybe some of them found flat Earth, and then they just kept exploring, and they think they found the truth. But you guys nailed it when you said why the 666 still, and why the exact inversion of the globe. That doesn't make any sense. But man, it's just if I talk to a concaver in the next week or in the next year, I try to let them be who they are. Like I'll say, look, man, you might have something. You might be right, but you know what? I don't see any validity there. I do think it's flat. I've been in this for 2.5 years, and if you can't get along with me and talk about your points and me talk about my points, and if you can't answer questions without long narratives, I don't really want to talk to you. I'm interested in engaging with people that can share what they believe to be true without ad hominems and fallacies like Galatrax was listing out earlier. And if people can't engage calmly, then just don't talk to those people. They're not even cool, good people. So, yeah, I'm glad. Sacred Man hanging in there a whole night of concave stuff. Sorry I missed it, but that was my little piece. Just wanted to say good morning and thank you all for pursuing truth, because truth can be found and it is worth pursuing. And I love y'all.